In the town of Shuning, an elderly man relied solely on a young boy, viewing him merely as a seed to be nurtured for 3 long years, with the intention of ultimately consuming him. Chapter 1. The Boy of Shuning Town. In the autumn of the 24th year of the Jiang Kingdom, a rare rain fell upon Shuning Town. While an autumn rain might seem inconsequential elsewhere, in Shuning, where precipitation is scarce, its arrival was indeed a rarity. And this evening was unlike any other. This was an unusual and torrential downpour, sweeping across the northwestern borders of Jiang Kingdom. Heavy clouds resembling lead loomed ominously, accompanied by terrifying thunder, lending the small town an air of desolation akin to the forsaken wastelands of the southwest. Shuning Town, located at the far northwest of Jiang Kingdom, was not a military stronghold, being distanced from the desolate wastelands. However, its remote location made it a frequent haunt for bandits, rendering it one of the darkest corners of Jiang Kingdom, where chaos reigned and death was a daily occurrence. The town's earthen walls were constructed sturdily, yet they appeared somewhat feeble, perhaps having endured countless reinforcements over the passage of time. Beneath the relentless rain, the surface of these earthen walls turned muddy, giving the illusion of imminent collapse, yet they somehow withstood the onslaught of the storm. Nevertheless, a lingering uncertainty remained if the rain continued unabated. Would Shuning Town truly emerge unscathed? The night had passed its zenith. Apart from the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, the alley of Chao Si was enveloped in darkness. Mengzhou tossed and turned on the hard earthen bed. A thin, somewhat soiled blanket covered him, though the blanket was clean. Years of grime had accumulated in this dismal environment, making it challenging to maintain its freshness, especially since it had not been replaced in 3 years. Sitting up, Mengzhou carefully lit a candle, its feeble flame nearly extinguished, signaling the need for a new one. Perched upon a stool, he furrowed his brow, the dim candlelight illuminating his handsome yet youthful features, his complexion slightly darker than most, yet vibrant. Turning to the earthen bed, he noticed a cylindrical object wrapped in black cloth within his pillow. It was not merely a stick, but a sword. Of course, no one would suspect its presence without unveiling the black cloth. This was Mengzhou's secret. He secured the wrapped sword to his back, hesitated for a moment, and then grabbed an old, simple dagger resting carelessly against the door. Stepping outside, he was greeted by an abyss of darkness. The cramped living room contained only a table and 2 stools, while the opposite door was slightly ajar, from which faint snoring could be heard. Standing at the threshold, Mengzhou observed the elderly man sleeping soundly on the bed, seemingly undisturbed by the thunder outside. He picked up an oiled paper umbrella, gripped the dagger tightly in his right hand, and cautiously slipped out of the small courtyard, entering the alley of Chao Si. The rain, though still torrential, seemed somewhat lighter than during the day, each droplet striking the umbrella like a warning bell, while distant barks echoed throughout Shuning Town. Mengzhou pulled up the black collar to obscure his face, leaving only his star-like eyes visible. Clad in black, his outer garments bore several patches, while his fitted inner garment clung to his form. The black boots splashed against the ground, scattering raindrops, but amidst the deluge, the sound was negligible. The young man emerged from Chao Si Alley, holding the umbrella aloft, moving slowly, the worn dagger in his hand alternating between tight and loose grips, betraying the tension within. His destination lay beyond Shuning Town. His purpose was to kill a man, one who seemed impossible to slay. This figure was a practitioner, known only through whispers. Mengzhou harbored no hatred toward him. This was merely a task he needed to fulfill. Though only 17, he had taken many lives, and the name Shuning resonated throughout the surrounding hundreds of miles. Shuning was an assassin, shrouded in mystery, willing to act for the right price, yet he never targeted the ordinary. His minimum standard was a martial artist of the 3rd rank, and he had even slain those of the 9th rank. Rumors spoke of his having dispatched a master of the 10th rank, a figure of formidable prowess. In the secular world of assassins, particularly in the northwestern borders of Jiang Kingdom, the mere mention of Shuning instilled fear. Martial artists and practitioners were worlds apart, one soared high, while the other remained grounded. Those who sought to employ Shuning lacked confidence in securing his services, yet unexpectedly, he accepted this task, a seemingly impossible undertaking, even for a reputed killer like Shuning. However, rumors remained just that. In the secular realm, those at the level of martial masters were the only beings comparable to practitioners, yet martial masters represented the pinnacle of martial artists, while practitioners varied in their expertise. When faced with true masters of cultivation, martial masters appeared as mere children. 10 miles beyond Shuning Town stood a dilapidated temple, moss clearly visible, its fallen leaves drenched by the rain, unmoved even by the strongest winds. Within the temple, A figure sat cross-legged on a mat, clad in coarse hemp garments, gray-white hair framing a face lined with wrinkles. Suddenly, his closed eyes snapped open, and his murky pupils sparkled with vigor, akin to an eagle poised to hunt in the skies. He observed the slender figure outside, holding a precarious oiled paper umbrella, appearing rather pitiable. Curiosity piqued, he silently watched the boy approach, halting before the temple, gently closing the umbrella and leaning it against the doorframe, then looking up at him. Only his captivating eyes were visible, but the slight squint revealed a glimmer of fierce intensity. Mengzhou scrutinized the elderly figure within the temple and casually inquired, "How long will this rain persist?" The elder offered no response, merely glancing at Mengzhou. The boy seemed to await an answer after a prolonged silence. He muttered, "Boring." The elder raised an eyebrow, seemingly perceiving the boy as somewhat unhinged. Mengzhou's sense of boredom stemmed not only from the elder's disregard, but also from the stark contrast between his expectations of practitioners and the reality before him, instilling a sense of disappointment. "Do you know Cui Zhai of Shuning Town?" Mengzhou decided to be direct. He observed a flicker of unusual light in the elder's eyes and softly continued, "Cui Zhai is a blacksmith in Shuning Town, known for his honesty and the resilience of the weapons he forges, earning him a reputation across hundreds of miles. This simple dagger in my hand was crafted by him. He felt I had little to offer, so he forged it for me free of charge." He gazed at the worn dagger, which had seen 2.5 years of use. Even the sturdiest of items would show signs of wear. While it may no longer be effective for butchering, it still served well for cutting grass as long as it retained utility. It was a valuable tool. He has a bedridden mother, and nearby bandits, aware of Cui Zhai's renown, threatened her life to compel him into forging weapons. This was a dire situation indeed. However, Cui Zhai was fortunate enough to encounter someone claiming to be a practitioner, who promised to rescue his mother, and Cui Zhai was willing to sacrifice everything, and he truly did so. Mengzhou observed the elderly man's shifting gaze and continued, "The practitioner took everything from Cui Zhai. The tale should have unfolded beautifully, with the successful rescue of his mother, and perhaps the practitioner would also vanquish the marauders plaguing the village. However, unexpectedly, the practitioner not only failed to confront the marauders, but also ended up killing Cui Zhai's mother. The reason being, he gained greater benefits from the bandits." Holding a worn wooden knife, Mengzhou tapped it lightly against the hard ground of the temple, the crisp sound harmonizing with the wind and rain outside, creating a captivating melody. This practitioner stripped Cui Zhai of everything, betraying his promise and robbing him of his last remaining kin, his elderly mother. How cruel is that? Even more despicable, this practitioner agreed to bind Cui Zhai and serve the bandits as free labor. Fate intervened, as relentless rain forced the practitioner to delay his actions. Perhaps it was due to the weather, but more likely it stemmed from his own hubris, believing no complications would arise. Yet, by coincidence, Cui Zhai had good connections. Someone alerted him beforehand about the impending betrayal. A simple man deceived and stripped of everything can easily descend into madness. Thus, he prepared for revenge. Having lost all, he had no means to hire an assassin, but fortunate for him, he encountered a benevolent killer who charged no fee. "Thus, I have come," the elderly man remarked, listening to Mengzhou's eloquent narration while the storm raged outside. He increasingly perceived the youth as somewhat deranged, and perhaps gravely so. He understood all too well the motivations behind Mengzhou's words. It was precisely this understanding that made him believe the youth was beyond hope. He had no reason to deny it, even knowing Mengzhou was there to kill him. He felt no fear, only amusement. "Are you a practitioner?" "No." "Are you a martial arts master?" "Perhaps not." The elder's eyes chilled. What kind of confidence did a mere nothing possess to stand there? Children speak without restraint. The ignorant bear no guilt. Kneel and bow a few times, depart obediently, and you might yet salvage your life. You are still young. There is no need to hasten your demi-seats. Not worth it. Mengzhou frowned slightly and said, "The laws of the Jiang kingdom stipulate that practitioners cannot harm ordinary people. You may not qualify as a true practitioner, but you have nonetheless stepped onto the path of cultivation. I envision practitioners as ethereal beings, yet I am more aware that they, too, are human, subject to emotions and moral distinctions. I never considered myself a virtuous person, but I did not expect the first practitioner I encountered in 8 years to be such scum, shattering my idealistic fantasies." The elder produced a piece of dried bread from his robe, indifferent, and tore off a bite, saying blandly, "This is the northwest frontier. The laws of the Jiang kingdom hold no sway here. If this is your reliance, then I regret to inform you, you are woefully naive. Since I could slay Cui Zhai's mother, I can certainly kill you. In this impoverished Shuning town, I am law, no one possesses the power or means to punish me. Chapter 2. Slaying the Practitioner. Li Mengzhou tightened his grip on the wooden knife, stepping forward and speaking with indifference. Aside from the southern abandoned wastelands, practitioners are seldom found in the border regions. Perhaps practitioners' desires surpass those of ordinary folk, yet they would not dare brazenly act, as such actions would compromise their dignity. I surmise you have yet to open your qi, meaning your strength is merely at the initial stage. Martial masters in the world possess the capability to slay initial stage practitioners. The elder paused momentarily in his eating, narrowing his eyes at Li Mengzhou, coldly stating, a martial man devoid of cultivation aptitude, even reaching the level of a martial master, is often nearing the end of his life. Perhaps some exceptionally gifted individuals attain martial mastery by their 40s, yet such talent pales in comparison to that of true practitioners. In my view, you are merely in your teens at your age. Even the most gifted would only rank as a 7th-tier martial man. However, I find it curious that, in this insignificant Shuning town, someone possesses knowledge of initial stage cultivation. Li Mengzhou now stood directly before the elder, looking down upon him as he spoke. I have a keen interest in practitioners and will spare no effort in seeking knowledge about them, hence my understanding of initial stage concepts. His undertaking stemmed from a profound understanding of his target. Although the individual was labeled a practitioner, he was not a true one. He merely sensed and could slightly utilize the ambient spiritual energy. In strict terms, he was not yet a legitimate cultivator. Nevertheless, the ability to harness spiritual energy distinguishes one fundamentally from ordinary martial men. Li Mengzhou had never encountered a practitioner, let alone contemplated killing one. His childhood memories had grown somewhat hazy, yet he was acutely aware that he understood practitioners better than the average person. Having never seen a practitioner does not equate to never having encountered one. The distinction between seeing and experiencing is profound. He understood that the key to becoming a practitioner lies in opening the qi, which requires first sensing the spiritual energy of the universe. This entails 2 steps. Visualization serves as the initial thought, observing the universe and clarifying one's thoughts. Sensing the spiritual energy and envisioning its form constitutes the first realm of cultivation, merely qualifying one to become a practitioner. Mastery in utilizing spiritual energy is a gradual process. Upon guidance from spiritual energy, one undergoes celestial baptism, advancing to the second realm, thus opening their qi, becoming a true practitioner. Though seemingly simple, while visualization of spiritual energy is straightforward, opening the qi is challenging. It requires innate aptitude. Some naturally progress to become practitioners, while others, despite sensing spiritual energy, cannot open their qi, eventually faltering and seeking alternative paths. Those unable to become practitioners, yet capable of sensing or even touching spiritual energy, can still rise above ordinary mortals in the secular world, possessing skills beyond those of martial men. Thus, various professions such as diviners and sorcerers emerged, superior to martial men, yet inferior to practitioners. Some diviners, through relentless study, can even achieve parity with practitioners not in strength, but in status. In every field, excellence breeds respect when one reaches the pinnacle in any domain. The elder scrutinized Li Mengzhou and shook his head, saying, unfortunately, you are but an ordinary mortal. Practitioners exist solely in your imagination, and you will never become one of them. Li Mengzhou frowned. You are merely a practitioner at the visualization stage, yet before receiving celestial baptism, you are but a slightly stronger ordinary person. Can you truly discern a person's aptitude at a glance? At least in the preserved texts on cultivation I have perused, this is impossible. I assert I can kill you, and I shall. If you doubt it, you may as well test it. An uncrowned initial stage practitioner, unbaptized by celestial light, is certainly not invincible in the secular martial world, yet remains at the apex. The elder would not allow Li Mengzhou's presumptuous words to incite anger. It is akin to an ant daring to provoke an elephant. Would the elephant even deign to acknowledge the ant? In truth, it might not even perceive the existence of its diminutive counterpart, and with a mere casual step, it could obliterate the ant without a trace, all while remaining utterly unaffected. The elder was much like this. His extensive discourse with Li Mengzhou stemmed solely from a sense of ennui. Now that the conversation had reached an impasse, his patience with the youth had waned. Thus, crushing a mere insect could serve as a fleeting amusement amidst his boredom. Youth is often characterized by audacity, exemplified by the saying that a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Perhaps Li Mengzhou lacked an understanding of the formidable nature inherent in practitioners, even those at the nascent stage of cultivation. The elder, with his right hand, brought a piece of flatbread to his mouth, while his left hand raised slightly, palm directed towards Li Mengzhou. Seated, the elder found Li Mengzhou's upright posture displeasing. The weak ought to prostrate themselves on the ground rather than attempt to rise. To do otherwise would invite unimaginable repercussions. Although he could not yet perfectly manipulate the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, annihilating beings below the 9th rank of martial prowess was as effortless as a mere flick of his hand. Li Mengzhou felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, akin to a tempest rising from the ground, compelling his straight legs to bend. It was as if a ferocious tiger had burst forth from the thicket, its terrifying aura undeniable, capable of inducing terror in those with fragile composure, even to the point of death. With great difficulty, Li Mengzhou raised the simple blade in his hand, his arms trembling and legs buckling, on the verge of collapsing under the weight of the pressure. The elder did not spare him a glance, tearing off another piece of flatbread, murmuring, "Though this sustenance is rather poor, it suffices to quell hunger. Its purpose, however, is limited to that, failing to satisfy one's cravings." The anticipated sound of knees striking the ground did not resonate. The elder, casually lifting his eyelids, caught sight of Li Mengzhou, his mouth agape in shock, a piece of bread he had bitten off tumbling to the ground, dusting itself with debris. Veins protruded from Li Mengzhou's face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, painting a picture of distress. Yet, astonishingly, his legs remained steadfast, showing no inclination to kneel. His blade, now thrust before the elder, was met with a grin as he proclaimed, "This is my first battle with a practitioner. It appears to be nothing extraordinary." The elder seemed oblivious to Li Mengzhou's words, pressing down once more with his palm. The unseen energies of heaven and earth cascaded upon Li Mengzhou, pouring into him like a descending column of stone, the mounting pressure battering him relentlessly, causing the stone slabs beneath to crack and spiderweb with fissures. Blood dripped onto the ground, seeping into the crevices of the cracks. Li Mengzhou coughed forcefully, expelling a mouthful of blood, yet he remained resolute and upright, as unyielding as a mountain. How is this possible? Panic gripped the elder. This scene had completely shattered his expectations. How could this insignificant insect possess the capacity to resist? Not only did Li Mengzhou have the ability to resist, but he also stepped forward, raising his blade high above his head, gritting his teeth as he spoke with a tremor. "Though my understanding of cultivation is merely theoretical, it is evident that your comprehension of the ethereal energies has taken you a considerable time to develop. Your lack of baptism is proof of your dismal talent. Perhaps you can kill unseen, but until you open the sea of qi, your body remains alarmingly frail." The elder, filled with dread, attempted to rise from his mat, but it was too late. The blade descended, landing squarely on the elder's face. Blood splattered on the ground, staining the fallen piece of bread crimson, and with a muffled thud, the elder collapsed, staring wide-eyed at Li Mengzhou, unable to comprehend what had transpired until his final breath. Li Mengzhou knelt on one knee, the blade crashing heavily onto the floor, its tip embedding into the ground, the sound of his heavy breaths echoing through the temple like the roar of a beast. Gazing at the elder's lifeless form, Li Mengzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laboriously rising to his feet, gripping the blade to support himself. Perhaps straining too much, the blade broke in his grasp, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. After resting for a short while, Li Mengzhou stood once more, casting one last glance at the elder, discarding the broken blade, and raising his paper umbrella, he stumbled out of the temple, gradually vanishing into the storm. This was the first practitioner Li Mengzhou had slain, but certainly not the last. That night, fortune favored him. This was merely an unremarkable beginner's practitioner, focused solely on sensing and manipulating the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, devoid of any formidable skills. Had this practitioner been a master of martial arts as well, the outcome would undoubtedly have been Li Mengzhou's demise. Even so, the act of slaying this practitioner inflicted unimaginable wounds upon Li Mengzhou. Yet, it was all worthwhile. This was merely the first step in his 8 years of preparation. Looking up through the fine rain cascading like a veil, Li Mengzhou revealed a childlike smile of joy. Chapter 3. The Little Wealthy Woman in the Kingdom of Jiang. A young man reaches adulthood at the age of 20, while Li Mengzhou, at his current age, is still 3 years shy of that milestone. The journey of practitioners diverges from that of ordinary folk during their adolescent and youthful years, with the former extending their timelines significantly. Although he is already 20, Li Mengzhou is of an age where one could marry and bear children, as early marriage is an unwritten rule within the secular realm. After several days of torrential rain, tranquility has returned to Shuning town, bustling once more despite its modest population of around 100. The town's small expanse makes the streets appear even more crowded with pedestrians. In a courtyard on Chelsea Alley, An elderly man, seemingly past his 60s, sits in a wicker chair, eyes closed in contemplation. A jug of wine rests on the stone table beside him. Yet he does not take a sip. The midday sun casts a fierce heat, and although autumn has recently arrived, the lingering warmth of summer still prevails. Footsteps approach, but the old man does not open his eyes. Instead, he casually extends the jug. Mengzhou pauses briefly before accepting it and tilting his head back to take a drink. Drinking has become second nature to him. He has nearly forgotten how he first learned to indulge in wine, and gradually, he has developed a fondness for it. The old man gently pats his belly and mutters indistinctly, "Did you venture out last night?" Mengzhou hesitates before replying. Aunt Wang from South Street received some goods and needed assistance late at night. The old man opens one eye to glance at Mengzhou. Fully aware that it is a fib, yet he refrains from calling him out, instead continuing, "That beauty who sells tofu pudding. Does she not have a daughter as lovely as a flower? Your diligence might have ulterior motives." Mengzhou sets down the jug and responds, "I have no interest in such an underdeveloped girl." The old man chuckles softly, falling silent thereafter. Mengzhou pays him no mind and strides out of the courtyard. The old man is not a relative, merely someone who has taken care of him over the past 3 years. Since Mengzhou arrived in Shuning town 3 years ago, he has known this elderly gentleman, and they have cohabitated ever since. He has never learned the old man's name, but out of gratitude, they have looked after one another. The old man possesses nothing beyond this small courtyard, thus the responsibility of earning a living falls solely on Mengzhou, who takes on odd jobs and lends a hand to neighbors for some extra income. Mengzhou and the old man are renowned as the poorest souls in Shuning town. Yet the townsfolk are inherently kind-hearted, often offering assistance when needed. However, unbeknownst to them, Mengzhou is not truly impoverished. He has amassed considerable wealth from his past as an assassin, yet he has never revealed this fortune, not even to the old man. West Street is the liveliest area in Shuning town, housing the marketplace, but it is not a place Mengzhou frequents. Rather, it is merely a thoroughfare he often traverses. Upon reaching South Street, he stands before Aunt Wang's tofu pudding shop. Aunt Wang is a captivating woman, esteemed as the town's flower. Bachelors often conjure various excuses to buy a bowl of tofu pudding, stretching their time there as long as possible, savoring the opportunity to steal a glance at her or exchange a few words. Aunt Wang's husband passed away in an accident years ago, leaving her to raise her recently weaned daughter alone. Now, the little girl has blossomed into a young lady, and the tofu pudding shop has become quite prosperous, primarily due to the patronage of those single men. Though they have never held Aunt Wang's hand, they inadvertently bolster her business, allowing her daughter to become the little wealthy woman of Shuning town. Perhaps this is one reason why Mengzhou enjoys visiting. He, the poorest of the poor, can indulge in free tofu pudding to his heart's content. As on any other day, the tofu pudding shop is filled with bachelors, including widowers and the divorced. Regardless of their circumstances, all the customers share the commonality of being single. Aunt Wang busily attends to her work inside, while the bachelors, struggling to find a target. Notice Mengzhou's entrance and tease, "Hey there, dark boy, back for more tofu pudding?" Their intentions lie with Aunt Wang, while Mengzhou's focus is on her daughter, Wang Panner, though this is merely their assumption. Mengzhou offers no explanation nor engages with them. The bachelors do not mind, well aware that this dark boy is not one for conversation. At that moment, Wang Panner appears, carrying a bowl of tofu pudding, a delightful sight before Mengzhou. A middle-aged man at a neighboring table exclaims, "Little Panner, this hardly seems fair. We've been here ages, and this dark boy gets served first?" Wang Panner's cheeks flush a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as she hurriedly places the tofu pudding before Mengzhou, shooting a glare at the middle-aged man. "Your bowl is next," she retorts. Laughter fills the shop, creating a jovial atmosphere. Wang Panner shyly steals a glance at Mengzhou before dashing back to the kitchen. Mengzhou shakes his head slightly, enjoying the tofu pudding while observing the bustling street outside. Just then, a man, approximately 30, enters the shop. His face weary and hair disheveled, yet his eyes betray a hint of joy. Upon spotting Mengzhou, he strides over and claps a hand on his shoulder, nearly causing Mengzhou to spit out his tofu pudding. Annoyed, he wipes his mouth and looks at the man before him. "Brother Chui, you seem to be in good spirits today?" Chui Zhai sighs, taking a seat across from Mengzhou. "Life must go on. Now that I'm all alone, I only need to feed myself, which is quite liberating." Despite his words, Mengzhou perceives the underlying sorrow in Chui Zhai's tone. He is masking his inner turmoil and pain with bravado. Noticing Mengzhou's silence, Chui Zhai continues, "Do you remember the assassin I mentioned, named Fusheng? I hired him for a job and never expected him to succeed, Yet that practitioner is truly dead. His voice drops to a whisper, cautious of eavesdroppers. After all, hiring a hitman is not a noble endeavor, though it is a common occurrence within a 100-mile radius, especially in present-day Shuning Town. Cui Zhai reflects with a hint of reverence. I wonder who this Fuxing truly is. He undertook such a perilous task without demanding any fee. He is a great benefactor to me, Cui Zhai. If I ever cross paths with him again, I must express my gratitude, even if it means serving him like a beast of burden. Li Mengzhou glances at Cui Zhai, finishing his bowl of tofu pudding and wiping his mouth. To save a life is more virtuous than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. There is no need for undue concern. Perhaps he requires no thanks from you. Chapter 4. An attractive sight. Cui Zhai appears conflicted. Li Mengzhou states, he is merely an assassin. While assassins may work for profit, they sometimes perform good deeds as well. After all, taking a life is inherently wrong, and they seek atonement. Though he assists you, he is ultimately aiding himself. You have your own life to lead, and he has his own matters to attend to. Entangling yourself too deeply with an assassin bears no benefit. Cui Zhai naturally comprehended this principle. Yet he felt that this so-called assassin, floating life, was rather exceptional. A benefactor is a benefactor, and that is immutable. You, young lad, though not of great age, possess a remarkable ability to dispense profound truths. Li Mengzhou refrained from further commentary, his gaze suddenly alighting upon a scene in the street. Opposite the tofu flower shop sat several beggars, a common occurrence in the northwestern frontier. Although wars were infrequent, small skirmishes were persistent, and for those living here, the paramount concern was sustenance. Shuning Town, being situated on the outskirts of the northwestern region, was seldom affected by warfare, hence some beggars gravitated towards it, as it offered a slightly better existence than elsewhere. However, the impoverished dwellers within Shuning Town were numerous. Even the seemingly affluent Wang Panner did not possess true wealth, barely managing to provide for her family, and sometimes saving a few coins. Those who could accumulate silver were indeed the wealthy, while most merely scraped by, and many faced the dire reality of having one meal at a time, like Li Mengzhou and the old man. Because Li Mengzhou required funds, he refrained from spending the money earned through his lethal endeavors, knowing it would serve a greater purpose. Outsiders were oblivious to this, and in truth, Li Mengzhou could be considered a hidden affluent individual in Shuning Town. At this moment, his attention was not on the beggars, but rather on a stranger, a young girl who had appeared on South Street. Her attire was markedly distinct, setting her apart from the townsfolk. The majority of Shuning Town's residents donned coarse linen garments, with many able-bodied men going bare-chested and wearing straw sandals, their clothing loose and baggy. Li Mengzhou, able to wear long boots, owed this privilege to Wang Panner, for she had crafted them by hand. While the material was not exquisite, they appeared more refined than straw sandals. In contrast, the girl on the street wore evidently fine fabrics, bright in color, unmistakably expensive. Her lustrous, jet-black hair was simply tied back, adorned with minimal embellishments, exuding a soft elegance and a unique charm. Her fair skin resembled a freshly shelled egg, and her large, sparkling eyes seemed almost to converse, while her small, rosy lips contrasted vividly with her pale complexion. A pair of dimples graced her cheeks, appearing enchanting when she smiled, reminiscent of a celestial being. Li Mengzhou had never encountered such a captivating girl, surpassing even the beauty of Wang Panner, with an obvious disparity in their demeanors. One was a pampered young lady, while the other was merely a rustic village girl. Though Wang Panner was indeed lovely, the stark contrast in their essences left Li Mengzhou momentarily mesmerized, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her. Given that Shuning Town was not extensive, most residents were familiar with one another, seldom encountering individuals whose names they could not recall, save for the old man from the courtyard of Chao Si Lang. The sudden appearance of a lavishly dressed young girl on South Street inevitably attracted attention. Noticing Li Mengzhou's rapt gaze, Cui Zhai also curiously peered outside. This unfamiliar girl is likely not from Shuning Town. Li Mengzhou nodded and remarked, "Have you ever seen such a beautiful girl in Shuning Town?" Cui Zhai was momentarily taken aback, responding, "You're praising another girl's beauty while in Wang Panner's shop?" Li Mengzhou disregarded Cui Zhai's comment, observing as the girl paused in front of the beggars, unfastening an embroidered pouch from her waist and producing some silver coins to place into the beggar's tattered bowl. The girl appeared quite pleased, skipping away with a light-hearted demeanor. Cui Zhai, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim, "This girl possesses a kind heart, yet the beggars of Shuning Town are not to be trifled with. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. This will undoubtedly lead to trouble." Li Mengzhou furrowed his brow. "Mengzhou, what are you gazing at?" Wang Panner appeared behind him, gently patting his shoulder. Li Mengzhou instinctively began to respond that he was admiring a beautiful girl, but suddenly realized and promptly silenced himself. Wang Pan'er, oblivious to any oddity, also looked outside. The girl who had given coins to the beggars had not yet departed, and following Li Mengzhou's gaze, she quickly grasped the situation. Pouting slightly in displeasure, she remarked, "What is there to admire?" Cui Zhai interjected, "Such a girl has never graced Shuning Town. She must be a rich young lady. I wonder what brings her here, especially given her striking beauty." He spoke almost without thinking. Wang Pan'er, feeling somewhat miffed, retorted, "Cui Zhai, do you mean to imply that I am not beautiful?" Cui Zhai was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with embarrassment as he replied, "Of course, little Pan'er. You are the most beautiful. You are the finest in all of Shuning Town, even surpassing Aunt Wang." Wang Pan'er turned her gaze towards Li Mengzhou, only to find his eyes still lingering on the girl, prompting her to purse her lips in frustration. Cui Zhai discreetly nudged Li Mengzhou, whispering a reminder, "Be a bit more mindful." Li Mengzhou shot a puzzled glance at Cui Zhai, completely missing his intent. Suddenly standing, he declared, "Cui Zhai, little Pan'er, I have matters to attend to." Without waiting for their response, he dashed out of the shop. He noticed that the beggars were trailing after the girl, and he could not remain idle. Opportunities for heroic rescues were rare in Shuning Town. Although the atmosphere was chaotic, the residents of Shuning Town maintained harmonious relationships, making it difficult for those with ulterior motives to thrive. The town had not always been as it was now. 3 years prior, with the emergence of the assassin floating life, fewer dared to disrupt the peace of Shuning Town. Aside from the marauders who held some power, outsiders like these beggars would not dare to employ their tricks against the townsfolk. Floating life, though merely an assassin, adhered to his own code of conduct. And over the span of 3 years, he had become somewhat understood by the people. It was known that the assassin's presence was most frequently felt in Shuning Town. Furthermore, floating life had never suffered defeat, instilling trepidation even among the lawless marauders, as he had never clashed with them, allowing both parties to coexist in relative peace. However, the presence of floating life had deterred marauders from wreaking havoc in Shuning Town, as their last attempt to intimidate Cui Zhai was merely to compel him to forge weapons, lacking any intention of causing harm or seeking wealth. The unexpected appearance of a practitioner had disrupted their plans. The marauders, of course, sought to exploit the practitioner in hopes of luring out the assassin floating life. If they could eliminate him, Shuning Town would be theirs for the taking. The Shuning Town of 3 years ago was indeed incomparable to the present. With marauders no longer raiding freely, the townsfolk had never contemplated hiring floating life to eliminate them. After all, floating life was but a single individual. How could he contend with a band of marauders? This was an impossibility. The residents of Shuning Town had reason to believe that as long as the assassin floating life roamed within a radius of several hundred miles, the town would remain unscathed by marauder attacks. For even if the marauders possessed the strength to kill floating life, they would be unable to locate him. And should they provoke him, as an assassin, it would be all too easy for him to eliminate a target. The marauders' leader would certainly not dare to take such a gamble. Without absolute confidence, one's own life was far more precious. A narrow alley connected South Street to West Street. Shuning Town was inherently small, its streets not particularly wide, more like paths than thoroughfares. Yet, this alley was quite long, and without pausing to observe carefully, it was difficult to discern the happenings within. In places like this, most are occupied by beggars. As it is a recent path leading to West Street, Yi Songyu unhesitatingly chose this location. A swarm of beggars surged forward, their faces beaming with feigned humility as they bowed repeatedly, calling out, "Miss, have mercy on us. I have gone 3 days without food." Yi Songyu did not recognize the beggar to whom she had previously given silver. Instead, she was startled by their actions. The narrow alley was filled with a chaotic scene. Dirty beggars surrounding Yi Songyu, quickly cornering her against the wall. The delicate Yi Songyu, faced with this unsettling tableau, was at a loss. Seeing them begging for money, she hesitated only briefly before reaching for her purse to retrieve some silver. Unexpectedly, one beggar lunged forward and snatched the bulging purse from her grasp. "We've struck gold. So much money. This young lady must be wealthy." A group of over a dozen beggars gathered around, eyes glistening with greed as they peered into the opened purse filled with gleaming silver coins. Yi Songyu, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "I can't give it all to you. It's my travel fare." The beggars paid no heed to her words, recognizing her luxurious attire, which promised a considerable sum if sold. They began to tug at her clothing, showing no mercy. Their intentions were not entirely innocent. They simply dared not escalate the situation, hoping to seize some wealth without complications. Yi Songyu, clearly frightened, turned pale. Almost instinctively, she kicked out in self-defense. Chapter 5. Medicinal Bath. Li Mengzhou chased into the alley, hearing distant cries of despair that sent a chill through him. Yet, when he peered into the alley, he froze, as if spellbound. To his astonishment, he found a number of beggars sprawled on the ground, their cries emanating from them. Yi Songyu leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, fear evident as she clutched her chest tightly. Li Mengzhou observed the injured beggars, noting their bruised faces, indicative of a brutal beating. He looked at Yi Songyu, alone in this alley. He had every reason to believe that this seemingly fragile girl was responsible for it all. Filled with questions, he stepped into the alley, picked up the fallen purse, and gathered the scattered silver coins, handing it back to Yi Songyu while saying, "Girl, Shuning Town is a chaotic place. Although it has improved somewhat, there are still many wrongdoers. Not everyone understands the virtue of gratitude. Often, it is retaliation that reigns. Be cautious in the future." Yi Songyu accepted the purse, glancing up at Li Mengzhou, noting that he appeared to be around her age, albeit somewhat darker in complexion. Her crescent-shaped eyes and shallow dimples made her particularly charming, causing Li Mengzhou to momentarily lose his composure, thinking, so beautiful. Under Li Mengzhou's gaze, Yi Songyu felt a tinge of shyness and softly muttered her thanks before attempting to flee. Li Mengzhou raised his hand, wanting to stop her, but hesitated, unsure of how to justify such a gesture, which would seem rather reckless. In that brief moment of distraction, Yi Songyu was nearly out of the alley. "Did you injure these people?" Li Mengzhou called after her. Yi Songyu paused, turned back to nod, and then vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Li Mengzhou scratched his head, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he glanced at the still wailing beggars. Though they were ordinary men, a dozen of them could hardly be managed by a frail girl, let alone one who had seemingly laid them all low. This peculiar situation piqued Li Mengzhou's curiosity about the identity of the girl and her reason for being in Shuning Town. The beggar's cries unsettled him, prompting him to mutter, "Boring." In this context, boring took on a rather fascinating connotation. Li Mengzhou returned to Chaosi Alley. The old man was absent from the courtyard, and as he opened the gate, a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted towards him. The old man emerged from the room, hunched over, his eyelids drooping, speaking in a gravelly voice. "It's time for your medicinal bath." Li Mengzhou nodded silently, feeling an inexplicable distance from the old man. Inside the old man's room stood an oval wooden tub filled with an enigmatic dark green concoction, exuding an unexpectedly pleasant mini scent. According to the old man, this was a medicinal bath with health-enhancing properties. Li Mengzhou, unfamiliar with such matters, had been soaking in the medicinal bath for 2 years. Starting a year after meeting the old man, the effects were indeed significant. His physique had greatly improved. Though he was not invulnerable to blades and axes, he was certainly formidable. However, such strength was only notable among martial practitioners. Against cultivators, it seemed inadequate. Most cultivators focused on mental suppression, and unless one's body was robust enough to withstand the intrusion of spiritual energy, encountering a cultivator would lead to inevitable defeat. Li Mengzhou felt no hesitation before the old man, stripping down and immersing himself in the medicinal bath. The first time he had done so, the pain had been excruciating, nearly causing him to faint. But over the 2 years, he had grown accustomed to the process, finding it akin to bathing. With his arms draped over the tub's edge, he sighed contentedly. The old man stood nearby, silently adding various peculiar herbs, his previously murky eyes gradually sparkling with an eerie light. Li Mengzhou, observing the old man's frail appearance, spoke softly. "Old man, I sense you are not an ordinary person. I felt it the first time we met. Yet you are not a cultivator. Otherwise, why would you reside in this forsaken Shuning Town? I am aware that there exists a profession known as a pharmacist. I suspect you are one, but pharmacists hold a high status and should be quite wealthy. Did you perhaps offend someone, leading you to hide in Shuning Town? If you are evading pursuers, would you not have prepared a substantial amount of money? Where do you keep it hidden?" This was perhaps the first time Li Mengzhou had spoken so much to the old man. The old man regarded him with a bemused expression and chuckled. "I am indeed a pharmacist, but perhaps not in the way you envision. There are distinctions among pharmacists. Some are ordinary, while others possess cultivation abilities. These two categories are not comparable. All pharmacists originate from the Valley of the Medicine King, requiring certification to practice as pharmacists. Otherwise, they are merely itinerant healers, lacking status and potentially targeted by the valley. As for money, I truly possess none, so you need not overthink it." Li Mengzhou felt a pang of disappointment, but was also curious. Are traveling healers considered itinerant practitioners? Though physicians rank among the middle class, they are not a lowly profession and should hold some status, right? The old man shook his head, replying, "Common itinerant healers cannot be compared to pharmacists. Even an ordinary pharmacist, without cultivation, holds a higher status in society. It is evident which is superior. Li Mengzhou pondered this information thoughtfully. Li Mengzhou cast a fleeting glance at the old man, a look of sudden realization crossing his face as he spoke. So you are a wandering physician, one who has not received the certification from the apothecary valley. Clearly, there are distinctions among these wandering healers, namely those who have achieved cultivation and those who have not. You are evidently of the latter kind, occupying the lowest echelon, which makes your presence in this humble town of Shuning understandable. The old man paid no heed to Li Mengzhou's words, seemingly uninterested in prolonging the conversation. A brief silence enveloped the room until the old man abruptly broke it, stating, "The medicinal baths have likely ceased to be effective for you. In the future, you should no longer require such immersions." Li Mengzhou shrugged indifferently, replying, "These baths serve little purpose beyond enhancing physical strength. Now, I stand merely a step away from becoming a martial Dao master. Once I cultivate the essence of qi, the benefits of physical strength will diminish further." The old man snorted derisively, saying, "Do you truly believe the medicinal baths serve only that function? When you genuinely embark on the path of cultivation, you will grasp the profound intricacies involved." He continued, "Cultivators focus primarily on their inner development, placing great emphasis on the refinement of the heart. Most, aside from sword practitioners, possess frail physiques, making this their greatest vulnerability. When faced with a formidable opponent of robust physique, they are nearly invincible within the same realm. Should they close the distance, eliminating fellow practitioners becomes an effortless task." Li Mengzhou felt taken aback, accompanied by a twinge of confusion. He queried, "Then why do cultivators not enhance their physiques?" "It is merely a matter of 2 years of medicinal baths. Even a fool should be aware of the solution." The old man let out a cold laugh, replying, "Because they are, in essence, fools." Li Mengzhou could not fathom the meaning behind this statement. If all cultivators were fools, how could they be cultivators at all? The logic eluded him. At this moment, he was unable to comprehend the old man's words, but there would come a day when he would unravel their significance. As night deepened, a cool breeze whispered through the air, the crescent moon hanging like a delicate hook in the sky. The newly lit candle flickered, casting dim yellow light across the small confines of Li Mengzhou's room, furnished only with a clay bed, a table, and a small cabinet for storing clothes, leaving nothing but 4 walls surrounding him. Though accustomed to retiring early, sleep eluded him this night. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he found himself staring at the sword wrapped in black cloth before him. He reached out, yearning to unveil it, but hesitated, retracting his hand. Instead, he retrieved a scroll bound in sheepskin from beneath his pillow, the title Cocoon Destruction scroll barely discernible. This was the key to his potential as a cultivator. The scroll contained techniques that could only be mastered by practitioners, mostly found in written form, serving primarily as an aid in harnessing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, thereby transforming them into various forms of attack. Yet, such techniques bore little impact on the cultivator's mental state, rendering many of them somewhat superfluous. They merely served as a means of initiation for novices embarking on the path of cultivation. The combat methods of cultivators stem from their profound understanding of the energies of the universe, naturally employing weapons or their own control to confront adversaries. Thus, the study of techniques is not strictly necessary, aimed mainly at fledgling practitioners. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one can summon clouds with a gesture and command rain with a wave, relegating techniques to mere auxiliary roles in combat. Aside from the sword techniques practiced by sword cultivators, most practitioners find little utility for them in battle. However, the existence of techniques is not solely for initiation. For example, the monks of the Kuchan Temple, hailing from the serene lands of South Yu, rely on them as their sole means of combat. Likewise, the essence of Taoist cultivation is encapsulated in the profound techniques that possess unique applications in both mentality and combat, far surpassing those meant for initiation. Yet, the world is predominantly filled with introductory techniques, while profound techniques remain hidden in the arcane and tranquil realms. Li Mengzhou gleaned much of this from the tomes of cultivation he had perused, for such knowledge was not shrouded in secrecy. Acquiring insight was relatively straightforward. The Cocoon Destruction Scroll was categorized as a profound technique, divided into 3 chapters. After 7 years of study, Li Mengzhou had yet to unlock even the first chapter, struggling to decipher even the initial character. It felt akin to being unable to access the Qi Si. The Cocoon Destruction Scroll appeared as an inscrutable tome, filled with dense text that remained obscured from his sight, even under intense concentration, leading to a maddening sense of dizziness. Should his resolve falter, he risked succumbing to madness. Li Mengzhou was resolute in his desire to avoid such a fate. 7 years of unsuccessful attempts had become a testament to the futility of blind perseverance. Without unlocking the Qi and receiving the blessings of heavenly illumination, even another 7 years would yield no true access to the first chapter of the Cocoon Destruction Scroll. Even glimpsing a few more characters would prove meaningless, fraught with the peril of insanity. Thus, Li Mengzhou harbored an immense yearning to become a practitioner. In the kingdom of Jiang, the capital was the epicenter of cultivators. This was his destination, a place he must reach. The distance from Shuning town to the capital of Jiang, Langia, was considerable, and the expenses required were substantial. Hence, Li Mengzhou needed to save enough for the journey. As a native of the Jiang kingdom, there was a reason he found himself in Shuning town 3 years ago, even if it meant straying further from the capital. After 8 years of navigating the darkest corners of Jiang, facing the specter of death on a near-daily basis, Li Mengzhou's temperament had matured beyond that of his peers. In the past, he was driven by necessity, compelled to survive, leading him to undertake actions that no one his age would or should consider. Now, however, he had made choices. He was free, capable of sustaining himself, even if it meant continuing to gaze upon the light from the shadows. Everything had now fallen into place. Attaining the peak of the martial Dao Master realm would elevate him to the zenith of the secular martial world. Thus, the endeavors he once yearned for but could not pursue must now be prioritized. Becoming a practitioner was the first step. Before embarking on this journey, he needed to set foot in the capital. On an autumn night, the wind stirred the half-closed window, producing a series of soft taps. Li Mengzhou carefully stored the Cocoon Destruction Scroll, placing the sword wrapped in black cloth aside before rising to enter the common room. The injuries sustained during the encounter with that practitioner at the nearby temple had yet to heal, yet after a day spent soaking in medicinal baths, Li Mengzhou felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. Seizing upon the favorable night, he resolved to break through the barriers and ascend to the realm of martial Dao Master. The door to the adjacent room remained ajar, as was the old man's habit. At this hour, the old man should have been fast asleep. It is said that the elderly require less rest, yet this old man was an anomaly. Once asleep, he remained impervious to disturbance, which intrigued Li Mengzhou. However, this night felt different. Just as Li Mengzhou stepped outside his door, he discerned some movement within the old man's room. Driven by curiosity, he instinctively slowed his pace. Cautiously approaching the door, eyes widening as he peered through the crack. The old man was indeed awake, turned away from the door, and engaged in some activity. The room was devoid of candlelight, the windows tightly shut, preventing the moonlight from illuminating the space. The shadowy figure, slightly hunched, trembled faintly as he held a weathered tome in his hands, the rustle of turning pages breaking the silence. Li Mengzhou strained to focus, striving to discern the text, but the dimness of the room rendered it a daunting task. At that moment, the old man's raspy yet slightly excited voice resonated. 2 years, indeed, 2 full years. Yet my wait extends far beyond that. I have not been forsaken by the heavens. Hidden away in this wretched place has become tiresome. Finally, the day has arrived. The seed shall ripen, it will soon sprout, and then it can be consumed. His voice was intermittent, and Li Mengzhou struggled to grasp the full meaning. Leaning against the door, he pressed his ear to the crack, attempting to hear more clearly. The old man's low tones occasionally reached Li Mengzhou's ears, causing his complexion to grow increasingly pale. Chapter 7. The Virtue of Wine. In the moonlit tranquility of Shuning town, a profound silence enveloped the streets of Chaoxi Alley. Devoid of even a single soul, not a bark of a dog to be heard, tonight seemed eerily quiet. Li Mengzhou lay supine on his bed, fingers interlaced over his abdomen, staring vacantly at the ceiling beams. In a corner of the wall, a spider web glistened, its silken threads hanging like a hammock. A spider, no larger than a fingernail, climbed the silver strands toward the beams, while the mosquitoes had yet to vanish with the season. A flower mosquito buzzed erratically above, seemingly fixated on Li Mengzhou below, waiting for the opportune moment to draw blood and bestow upon him a painful gift. Little did it know, it too had become a target for the spider, and danger approached swiftly. Perhaps the flower mosquito was famished, its attention solely on Li Mengzhou. It prepared to dive, aiming to pierce him with the precision of an arrow. However, before it could distance itself from the beams, the lurking spider had already unfurled its gaping maw. It had previously sealed off all escape routes for the flower mosquito, surrounding it with an intricate web. As the spider sprang into action, the mosquito finally sensed peril, instinctively attempting to flee, only to collide directly with the spider's web, quickly becoming a meal for the spider. This subtle occurrence unfolded before Li Mengzhou's very eyes. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the beams, rendering the scene clearer when viewed from below. His vacant gaze finally held a glimmer of color. slightly tilting his head toward the tightly shut door. It seemed he could see the old man in the adjacent room through the door and walls. A complex expression crossed Li Mengzhou's face. He felt akin to the flower mosquito, oblivious to the impending crisis, and when death approached, it would be too late to escape. He had assumed the old man to be an ordinary individual, yet even harboring suspicions of him being a healer had not led him to deeper reflections. Thus, upon learning the truth on the first day, he found it hard to believe. Perhaps the old man's long wait had stirred excitement, or perhaps age had dulled his reflexes, for he did not detect Li Mengzhou's scrutiny from outside. Regardless of the reason, Li Mengzhou had uncovered some previously unknown truths. The old man had arrived in Shuning Town 3 days prior to Li Mengzhou's own arrival, having somehow secured a small courtyard in Chaoxi Alley. This detail was of little consequence. What mattered was that the medicinal bath the old man had him soak in was flawed. He regarded Li Mengzhou as a mere seed, with the medicinal bath serving as fertilizer, hoping for this seed to sprout and flourish. The old man might indeed be a healer, but he was also a practitioner, or at least had been in the past. Li Mengzhou could not fathom why the old man had become what he was now, seemingly devoid of any cultivation. However, when the day arrived for Li Mengzhou's seed to mature, he would assist the old man in regaining his status as a practitioner. The price to be paid would be none other than Li Mengzhou's own life. Naturally, this was not a cost borne by the old man, but by Li Mengzhou himself. Had he remained ignorant, it would have been better, but now that he was aware, he would not resign himself to fate. Li Mengzhou gazed at the sword wrapped in black cloth beside him. His starry eyes appeared to shine even brighter. He had always been decisive. The darkness of his past 8 years had rendered him devoid of sentimentality, as he understood all too well that any sign of weakness or hesitation would lead him to the depths of despair, with no hope for a burial. He had endured too many such experiences. Each narrow escape perhaps owed a fraction to luck, yet luck would inevitably run dry one day. In the face of such circumstances, he had always believed in striking first. This was the sole solution to his dilemmas. His 3-year association with the old man, though the words exchanged scarcely exceeded 100, had fostered some semblance of emotion. For Li Mengzhou, this realization was a significant blow. He required time to digest these revelations and to make his ultimate choice in the shortest time possible. Even though he had mentally prepared himself for a decision, he was not devoid of compassion. This was an inescapable consequence. Moreover, knowing that the old man might not be an ordinary individual, he certainly could not act recklessly. At the very least, he had to wait until his injuries healed and he advanced to the realm of a martial arts master. Even if it seemed improbable, Li Mengzhou was compelled to speculate. What if the old man was merely masquerading as a frail figure, truly a formidable expert? Since he needed Li Mengzhou, the seed, to reclaim his opportunity as a practitioner, it at least suggested that the old man was not one at present. As long as he was not a practitioner, Li Mengzhou would not overly concern himself. Yet for precautionary measures, he needed to ascend to the realm of a martial arts master first. During this interim, he must control his emotions, ensuring the old man could not detect any vulnerabilities, and await the optimal moment to strike. As the sun rose, Shuning Town was bathed in golden hues, and the residents began their bustling day anew. In truth, there was little to occupy them. Life in Shuning Town revolved around trivial matters, merely toiling for sustenance. The northwestern region of Jianghua resembled a slum, with poor soil rendering it difficult to cultivate crops. However, certain areas differed. During the autumn harvest, bountiful grains became treasures coveted within hundreds of miles, whether through barter or monetary exchange. Timeliness was crucial, for delays could result in missed meals. Moreover, the nearby bandits often targeted grain supplies, leading to frequent troubles with theft that could even result in fatalities. Thus, stockpiling grain became a prerequisite for every small town and village. Otherwise, an unexpected turn of events could leave one without food, leading to increased mortality from starvation and exposure during the winter months. As the wealthiest individual in Shuning Town, Aunt Wang naturally hoarded some grain. Yet it was barely sufficient to survive the winter, especially since her kind-hearted nature led her to assist neighbors, rendering the question of whether they could endure the season uncertain. As per usual, Li Mengzhou enjoyed 3 bowls of tofu pudding at Aunt Wang's establishment, contentedly burping afterward. Aunt Wang donned a coarse long skirt. Her figure somewhat plump, yet not excessively so. Compared to other women of her age, her physique was undeniably commendable, especially having borne a child as large as Wang Panner and maintaining her figure so well. Having spent 3 years in Shuning Town, apart from the old man's provision of shelter, the kindness of the townsfolk, particularly Aunt Wang, weighed heavily on Li Mengzhou's heart. He contemplated whether he should assist Shuning Town in eradicating the threat of bandits before his imminent departure. Aunt Wang set a small jug of liquor before Mengzhou. A customary offering accompanying his visits for tofu pudding, she had grown accustomed to preparing a jug for him daily, despite her disapproval of his youthful penchant for drink. Yet, there exists a saying that the more a mother-in-law gazes upon her son-in-law, the fonder she becomes. Even if she grumbles incessantly, a small jug of liquor still finds its way to Mengzhou's lips. Your old man at home isn't fond of alcohol. How is it that you have developed such a penchant for it? Who did you learn this from? Drinking excessively can indeed harm one's health. The shop was not particularly busy, so Aunt Wang took the opportunity to sit opposite Mengzhou, regarding him with a hint of reproach. Contemplating the matter of the horse bandits and the old man, Mengzhou replied casually, while alcohol may not be the finest of substances, it can occasionally serve as a remedy. It is not out of fondness, but rather habit, and besides, I possess a good tolerance. I shan't become inebriated. Chapter 8. The aim is languid drinking is ultimately not a commendable habit, yet Aunt Wang found herself powerless against Mengzhou's inclination. At that moment, Wang Panner, the little affluent lady, descended the stairs, stretching and yawning, appearing somewhat drowsy, yet she had yet to notice Mengzhou seated in the shop. The establishment boasted a second floor, albeit merely an attic, not particularly spacious, yet such architecture was remarkable in the entirety of Shuning town. Rubbing her eyes, Wang Panner caught a glimpse of Mengzhou from the corner of her eye, instantly flushing crimson, seemingly embarrassed at being seen in her disheveled state. In truth, Mengzhou had not noticed her at all. Wang Panner scurried over, mumbling an explanation. I was busy until late yesterday, so I'm a bit tired and woke up rather late. Typically, I rise quite early. Mengzhou turned to her and said, You're still growing. You ought to get more rest and not overexert yourself. This was a common concern, yet in Wang Panner's ears, it resonated on multiple levels, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to feel sweetly delighted. Aunt Wang observed this scene, her eyes curving into crescent moons, seemingly filled with great satisfaction. Mengzhou, oblivious to the thoughts of this mother-daughter duo, hesitated momentarily before stating, I plan to leave Shuning town. Wang Panner's expression shifted slightly, her bashful countenance paling in an instant. Aunt Wang, taken aback by Mengzhou's sudden declaration, quickly inquired, Where are you off to? Mengzhou, not wishing to conceal his intentions, replied with a touch of yearning, I intend to journey to the imperial capital of the Jiang Kingdom, Langya City. The capital of the Jiang Kingdom is undoubtedly a place every man aspires to reach. It stands as the heart of the kingdom, a sacred ground where ambitions may be realized. If Shuning town is akin to hell, then Langya City is its paradise. Those with talent seek a path, and the capital is invariably their first choice. A young man's aspirations lie in distant lands. Thus, a journey to the capital is hardly a misguided endeavor. Aunt Wang presumed that Mengzhou harbored intentions of seeking an official position, which naturally is a lofty ambition. Yet, entering the court is no simple feat. Countless scholars toil for a decade without success, let alone someone like Mengzhou who has not received extensive education. However, Aunt Wang remained unaware of Mengzhou's true aspirations. His journey to the capital was not to fulfill grand ambitions, nor to seek officialdom, but rather due to a matter he must attend to, one that could only be resolved in the capital. The city represents the starting point of his path in life. The past 8 years have merely been a preparation for that pivotal moment. Now, he is ready, and it is time for him to embark on his journey. Of course, he could not divulge this to Aunt Wang. Otherwise, he might never be able to leave Shuning town. The concern she holds for him, akin to that of a biological mother, would certainly prevent her from allowing him to venture into danger, for he might perish at the very moment of his departure. The 8 years of patience and the humiliations endured were solely for the arrival of this day. Regardless of the thorns awaiting him ahead, he would wield his sword and carve out a path of brilliance. 30 miles south of Shuning town lies a desolate gorge, barren and devoid of life. As if abandoned by the heavens, a young man clad in black sits within the gorge, hundreds of meters above the ground. To practitioners of martial arts, such a height is inconsequential, yet for an ordinary person, it presents a perilous situation. The martial arts are categorized into 10 ranks, primarily divided into the stages of body refinement, blood refinement, and spirit refinement. The first 4 ranks pertain to body refinement, ranks 5 through 9 to blood refinement, and the 10th rank signifies mastery of the martial arts. Each stage has its watershed moment, particularly the transition from the 9th to the 10th rank, which constitutes the highest bottleneck for martial practitioners and represents the culmination of martial arts. The transformation of qi into formidable energy endows the practitioner with unparalleled strength. Fists can shatter city walls, and one can move as lightly as a swallow. For those who have merely begun to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, encountering a martial arts master is tantamount to facing certain death. The martial arts master stands far above the novice practitioner, essentially on par with those who have opened their energy seas, yet even they would be swiftly defeated by the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. Only the rarest of martial peak experts can barely contend with the zenith of spiritual practitioners, yet they remain incapable of achieving victory. Mengzhou stands at the 9th rank of martial arts, regardless of the old man's schemes. The 2 years of medicinal baths have indeed granted him a physique comparable to that of a martial arts master, if not superior. However, since his chi has not yet transformed into formidable energy, he was severely injured in his confrontation with the novice practitioner at the temple. The horse bandits of Shuning Town and the old man, with whom he has shared 3 years, are not his primary objectives. Without ascending to the rank of a martial arts master, he would be unable to contend with those bandits. There are hundreds of bandits in the vicinity of Shuning Town. While Mengzhou may not fear any one of them in isolation, his current strength renders a confrontation with the bandits a certain path to demise. This is the primary reason Mengzhou has refrained from initiating conflict with the bandits, his lack of strength. Even if he could successfully assassinate the bandit leader, the remaining rabble would become more troublesome without a balance of power. If one is to act, it must be done to the utmost. If not, one must remain low-key and endure. Though Mengzhou dislikes this feeling immensely, he is sometimes compelled to compromise under the weight of reality. Now that he has resolved to leave Shuning Town, he bears the responsibility to do something for its people. Eradicating the bandits is inevitable. Furthermore, having learned of the old man's conspiracy, if he seeks to save himself, ascending to the rank of a martial arts master is his only option. However, breaking through to the rank of a martial arts master is exceedingly difficult. It requires not only surpassing one's physical limits, but also achieving a mental breakthrough. In the vast Jiang Kingdom, the number of martial arts masters is scant. Not to say they are as rare as phoenix feathers, yet they number fewer than 100. To aspire to reach the rank of a martial arts master at Mengzhou's tender age is, in any locale, a folly. Historically, the youngest martial arts masters have been in their 30s, nearing 40, while the majority have already surpassed 50 at the moment of their breakthrough. A 17-year-old martial arts master is not merely improbable. Such an existence should not even be conceivable. Perhaps a prodigious youth might achieve the 9th rank of martial arts in just over a decade, yet to advance further may require several more decades. Mengzhou is well aware of this reality, yet he remains unfazed. Because he desires it, he believes he can accomplish it. He aims not only to become the youngest martial arts master, but also to be a practitioner. The pursuit of cultivation is his true aspiration. Perspectives vary, and thus, so do ambitions. Only those who dare to dream will dare to act, regardless of how impractical those ideas may seem at present. If one does not even dare to entertain them, they are destined for failure. Chapter 9. The cold gleam of eyes, and the simple blade as dusk fell. The autumn air was crisp, with dark clouds obscuring the bright moon, leaving only a faint remnant, reminiscent of a shy maiden peeking at her beloved in the innocent throes of first love. Shuning Town lay in tranquil silence, and Chowsy Alley was equally serene. The gate of the small courtyard creaked open, producing a discordant sound. Within the courtyard, an elderly man sat in a rattan chair, his eyes half open, observing Mengzhou as he stepped inside, casually remarking, "You're a bit late returning today." As usual, Mengzhou lifted the flask placed on the stone table by the old man and took a generous swig, wiping his mouth as he said, "The path of martial arts is long and arduous. I consider myself a prodigy, and thus I must engage in the pursuits befitting my talents." The old man's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he subtly inquired, "Do you wish to break through to the master realm? Are you prepared?" Mengzhou nodded, responding, "Not only am I prepared, but I have also made attempts." The old man remained composed, unusually taking a sip from the flask himself, asking, "Were you successful?" Mengzhou shook his head, replying, "I failed." The old man wore a gentle smile, saying, "The ambition of youth is indeed commendable, but one must avoid overreaching. Whether in practice or martial arts, haste is unwise. No one can achieve greatness in a single gulp. Even if you have reached the pinnacle of a 9th-grade warrior at 17, ascending to the master realm is no simple feat. This failure is inconsequential. You are still young, with ample time to try again." As Mengzhou walked toward the room, he suddenly paused beside the old man. "But I feel as though my time is running out. What should I do?" The old man squinted slightly, his hands resting gently on his abdomen. "Time is abundant. It depends on whether you desire to have more of it. With a little effort, you can always find it. Pushing yourself too hard may yield short-term achievements, but in the grand scheme, A steady, measured approach is far more prudent. Li Mengzhou remained silent. The distant barks of dogs in Shuning town seemed to fade, and the autumn wind swept through the courtyard, producing an eerie sound akin to wailing spirits, imbued with a chilling aura. In his hand, Li Mengzhou held a simple blade, recently reforged by Cui Zhai at his request. It was not a legendary weapon, but it was effective for chopping meat and cutting grass with ease. The blade glinted coldly in the night. The old man's eyes sparkled with a similar coldness. Although Li Mengzhou's demeanor appeared ordinary, the old man sensed something amiss. The very act of Li Mengzhou conversing with him was the most significant indication of a problem. It was not uncommon for them to engage in conversation. They were not mute, though there were days when they exchanged not a word. However, Li Mengzhou usually returned home in silence, making today an exception. When exceptions arise, they often herald unexpected developments. The old man rarely focused on minutiae, as such occurrences were not without precedent. However, he felt something was amiss now because his intuition diverged from the norm. When one harbors secrets, they naturally become more cautious, almost instinctively. The old man sat up, leaning forward and addressing Li Mengzhou in a low voice. I hear you wish to leave Shuning town for the capital? Li Mengzhou had only shared his intention to go to the capital with Wang Dama and her daughter, and that was just today. Hearing this, he felt something was not quite right. The old man seldom ventured out and rarely encountered Wang Dama or Wang Panner. So how did he know of Li Mengzhou's impending journey to the capital? Unable to fathom the matter, Li Mengzhou chose not to dwell on it. Responding with a calm demeanor, I wish to venture further. Remaining in a small place like Shuning town is not viable for a young man with aspirations. I seek to explore the capital. The old man smiled, a commendable ambition. Indeed, it is something you should pursue. When do you plan to depart? Li Mengzhou tightened his grip on the blade, stating, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, depending on the circumstances. The old man appeared puzzled, asking, are you not ready? Or is it a matter of travel expenses? Li Mengzhou replied, neither. The old man chuckled, I find myself curious. If you intend to go to the capital, why the delay? Is it due to nervousness or fear? After all, it is your first foray into the world. Such feelings are quite common. Yet, I had thought you more mature than your peers, and thus would not succumb to such anxieties. Li Mengzhou had no intention of answering that question. Instead, he turned to the old man, saying, since I am leaving, I have always harbored a question. The old man, with a twinkle in his eye, asked, what do you wish to know? Li Mengzhou inquired, I have never learned your name, having cared for you for 3 years. Though I must admit it was mostly the other way around. Without me, you would have perished from hunger. I find it a regret not to know your name before we part. The old man squinted slightly, replying, my surname is Long, but as for my given name, I find it somewhat elusive. The surname Long is quite rare in the kingdom of Jiang. It is said that in the first year of the kingdom, the Long family was a prominent clan. Nearly a century has passed since that time, and the surname has almost vanished from Jiang. Li Mengzhou did not ponder for long, saying, then I shall call you Old Long from now on. After all, calling you old man seems rather impolite. Old Long laughed, so you do understand manners? That is indeed a rarity. Li Mengzhou replied, as I am soon to depart, I should be a bit more courteous, even if only in terms of address. Old Long silently nodded, sighing, indeed. As the departure approaches, some changes are necessary. After all, there may not be another opportunity. Li Mengzhou seemed not to grasp the context of Old Long's words and earnestly stated, given your age, it is indeed time to prepare for burial. I will ensure you have a proper funeral, as you have no family. Old Long's expression turned slightly unnatural, even darkening. Anyone would find such words disconcerting. You need not concern yourself with the funeral arrangements. However, there is one matter I require your assistance with before you leave. What is it? Li Mengzhou turned to face Old Long, the blade resting against his back. Old Long cleared his throat casually, gazing at Li Mengzhou with a smile. Have you not always wondered about my identity? I am indeed an apothecary, though not the type you might expect. Moreover, I was once a practitioner of the arts. This was knowledge Li Mengzhou had long possessed, yet it was the first time Old Long had voiced it aloud. Li Mengzhou expressed appropriate surprise. Old Long seemed pleased with Li Mengzhou's reaction and continued, a decade ago, I encountered a formidable individual who pursued me for a long time, ultimately capturing me. My cultivation was entirely obliterated. Fortunately, I found a way to escape, but I could only survive in hiding. Perhaps he deemed me no longer a threat and ceased his pursuit. Yet, the humiliation I endured at his hands over the past 10 years demands retribution. Li Mengzhou responded, you wish for me to assist you in seeking vengeance? Old Long waved his hand slightly, indicating for him to listen further. Revenge is best served cold, and thus I must find a way to reclaim my path to cultivation. even amidst the disdain and scorn of others who see me as a mere failure. Luckily, I possess a pharmacopoeia that, after 10 years of research, has finally revealed a method for me to once again receive the blessing of the heavens. Although my cultivation has been abandoned, my vital energy reservoir still exists. As long as it remains unscathed, there will always be a way to ascend to the pinnacle once more. However, to achieve this, a catalyst is required, an elusive one at that. I have often found myself engulfed in frustration and despair. Yet, perseverance through adversity has led me to discover this catalyst in the tranquil town of Shuning. Do you not find this both exhilarating and fortunate? Mengzhou remained non-committal, acknowledging, indeed, it is fortunate. Chapter 10. The old dragon is the cause. The young man is the effect. The old dragon's face was alight with excitement as he gazed at Mengzhou with fervent eyes, his voice trembling as he proclaimed, "You are that catalyst." This was something Mengzhou had long suspected, yet he did not display surprise or fear. Instead, he inquired calmly, "Why am I the catalyst?" The old dragon, oblivious to Mengzhou's demeanor, continued, "Every person possesses both light and darkness within them, yet a catalyst requires an extreme darkness. A trait many lack, even those labeled as villains in the world. However, tragic experiences can amplify that darkness, and such individuals are not rare, particularly in these harsh borderlands. Life is as fragile as grass. Fear and hatred can give rise to the darkest corners of the human soul, which may be fully unleashed upon utter collapse. The suppressed darkness is the rarest of treasures. The latent power it holds is precisely what a catalyst needs, yielding the most exquisite results." At this juncture, the old dragon regarded Mengzhou with confusion, stating, "I cannot comprehend what you, at such a tender age, have been suppressing or the experiences you have endured. Yet, you represent the perfect catalyst. The darkness within you has been steadily growing with the passage of time. Logically, you should have already crumbled. But your resolve is unwavering. Which is your advantage? You have maintained clarity, never allowing yourself to lose your way. An admirable feat." Mengzhou's expression remained impassive, seemingly unperturbed by the old dragon's words. He remarked, "What effect has the medicinal bath had over these past 2 years? I do not believe your intent was genuinely to enhance my physique." The old dragon nodded, affirming, "The enhancement of your physique is merely an inevitable outcome. The medicinal bath serves as nourishment, a fertilizer for your seed." Mengzhou suddenly understood, stating, "Indeed, the medicinal bath has proven beneficial to me, yet I have had no opportunity to utilize this advantage, as I will soon perish at your hands." The old dragon tacitly acknowledged this truth, his gaze on Mengzhou intensifying with fervor as he excitedly declared, "I shall relish in nurturing this seed of yours. Rest assured, I shall be gentle, it will not be too painful." Mengzhou remained indifferent to the ambiguity of the old dragon's words, quietly raising the rustic blade in his hand, stating, "But have you considered that I might resist? Have you thought that you may, in turn, meet your demise at my hands?" The old dragon's emotions gradually steadied, and with a smile, he replied, "I have already stated that my vital energy reservoir remains intact, allowing me to wield the essence of heaven and earth. I have transcended this realm, rendering me more formidable than the average novice cultivator. Do not underestimate me, even if you reach the level of a 9th-grade warrior. How much power can you truly unleash as a newcomer? Hence, there is no need for me to entertain such possibilities, for they are simply unfathomable." Mengzhou pondered this, then broke into a smile. "A few nights ago, upon returning from an outing, you seemed to inquire about my whereabouts, to which I did not respond truthfully. That night, I took the life of a cultivator, one at the visualization stage, employing the strength of a 9th-grade warrior." The old dragon had initially suspected that Mengzhou was fabricating stories. However, he never anticipated that Mengzhou had indeed killed a cultivator. Thus, upon learning this, he felt both astonished and somewhat taken aback. Mengzhou chuckled lightly, saying, "Thanks to your medicinal baths over the past 2 years, my physique has reached an extraordinary level, enabling me to transcend boundaries and slay a cultivator. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. The benefits of the medicinal baths may very well recoil upon you." The old dragon's expression darkened, his silence heavy as he regarded Mengzhou. Mengzhou ran his left index finger gently along the blade, quietly reflecting, "Since I have never truly understood you, I shall endeavor to enhance my odds against a mysterious opponent. Thus, I have enlisted Cui Zhai to forge a new rustic blade for me. Having a weapon in hand is undoubtedly more advantageous than facing you empty-handed." The old dragon's previously somber visage suddenly broke into a cold smile, remarking, "Fortunately, I did not underestimate you. After 3 years of acquaintance, I am well aware of your capabilities. You may have your secrets, but you cannot conceal your strength from me. You are astute, he continued. I know that when the truth emerges, you will not remain passive. Therefore, I must prepare my strategies to bolster my chances. With a swift motion of his right hand, the tightly shut wooden door of the room burst open, as though a tempest had swept through. In the room sat a young girl, her back against the wall, head bowed, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Li Mengzhou squinted. Though he could not see her face, her figure and attire revealed her identity as Wang Pan'er. It became evident that Wang Pan'er had been captured by the old dragon long ago, explaining how he was aware of Li Mengzhou's impending departure from Shuning. Just that morning, he had encountered Wang Pan'er, and now she had become a pawn for the old dragon, a means to threaten and control him. This was a scenario he had not anticipated. He had believed the old dragon's animosity was solely directed at him, never considering that he would take action against the people of Shuning, having lived there for 3 years and received the kindness of neighbors and friends. Even a heart of iron should harbor some sentiment after such a duration. Li Mengzhou lamented that he had underestimated the situation. Perhaps the old dragon was inherently a ruthless and bloodthirsty individual, unyielding to even the slightest emotional sway. The old dragon spoke. You frequent the tofu flower shop on South Street. Among all in Shuning, the one you hold closest to your heart must be Wang Pan'er. If you comply, I can ensure her safety. The choice is yours. Li Mengzhou scoffed, retorting, Wang Pan'er's affections for me are her own affair. What gives you the right to assume I would be swayed by your threats? The old dragon, exuding confidence, laughed. You may feign indifference, but even if you truly do not harbor feelings for her, would you truly stand by and watch her perish? Li Mengzhou raised his rustic blade, asserting, why not? The old dragon paused, believing he understood Li Mengzhou well enough to have grasped his weakness, yet reality seemed to diverge from his expectations. It soon dawned on him that this was Li Mengzhou's ruse. His nonchalance only served to underscore Wang Pan'er's significance to him. Just as he was about to speak again, he was taken aback to see Li Mengzhou's rustic blade slicing toward him. The gust of wind from the strike stung his face. Have you lost your mind? You truly do not care about that girl's life. Li Mengzhou preferred silence during combat, as words consumed both his mental and physical energy. He chose to convey his answer through action. His application of the blade was straightforward, for he had never formally trained in swordsmanship. The blade was merely a tool for harvesting. Thus, wielding it to take a life felt as natural as cutting grass. It was a matter of finding the target and bringing the blade down. The energy surged along the blade, enhancing its brilliance and sharpness as it sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. In the small courtyard, the fallen leaves, driven by a sharp force, surged towards Elder Long. As the leaves struck his body, they shattered upon contact, revealing crimson streaks of blood and tearing his garments. Feeling the leaves glide across his face, a dull sting ignited fury within Elder Long's eyes. He reached out, noticing the blood on his fingertips, veins bulged on his forehead, and his face flushed a deep red. The pent-up emotions of a decade erupted in that moment. You brat, I shall grind you to dust. The once gentle elder now resembled a demon, his eyes, stained with blood, glinting with malice, as a sudden gust of wind swirled around him, lifting his sparse, graying hair. The crude blade was but 3 inches from Elder Long's face, poised to take his life in an instant. Yet, Li Mengzhou found himself unable to advance any further. Spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged above him, cascading down like a thunderous waterfall. Li Mengzhou's knees buckled, and the ground beneath him rumbled ominously as leaves and dust were violently disturbed, shattering into fragments. His arms trembled violently as he gripped the blade, his waist bent, and despite his fervent resistance, he ultimately collapsed to his knees. The moment his knees met the ground, 2 deep impressions formed, as if his legs were embedded in the earth. Elder Long coldly regarded Li Mengzhou and sinisterly stated, Since you are so ungrateful, I shall not grant you an easy end. Let that girl die before your eyes. He gestured towards the main room, directly at the unconscious Wang Pan'er. As an ordinary person, she could perish in an instant should Elder Long unleash his attack, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 11. A gaze from the abyss. When familiar faces turn into foes, they reveal an inherent malevolence starkly opposed to their previous demeanor, driven by emotions. Especially those who once wore a facade of kindness while harboring ulterior motives. When the mask slips, their true nature emerges, often exceeding one's darkest imaginings. Li Mengzhou had anticipated Elder Long's ruthlessness, yet he could not fathom the depths of his cruelty. The elder sought to kill a defenseless woman, not merely to end her life, but to torment her, pushing her to the brink of despair both mentally and physically. For Elder Long, this would be the utmost gratification. Having suppressed his darker inclinations for years, the release of such darkness was far more potent than before. A chilling aura seemed to awaken the unconscious Wang Panner. As the spiritual energy coiled around her, the moment Elder Long clenched his fist, she would awaken, engulfed by a terror akin to falling into the depths of hell. Caught in a struggle for survival, yet unable to escape her fate, Li Mengzhou bowed his head, exerting strength through his hands gripping the crude blade. His knees cracked ominously, a sound that sent shivers down the spine. The blade, once lowered, was raised again, and his bent knees fought to straighten. Elder Long took note of this scene, his gaze slightly shifting, astonished as he exclaimed, "How can you still stand?" Li Mengzhou arched his back, as if supported by a mountain, standing tall against the overwhelming pressure. "This is karma," he declared. "The body tempered by your medicinal baths allows me to turn the tables. You are indeed stronger than the initial realm cultivator I killed days ago, for you were always beyond that level. Yet, having fallen so low, you have forfeited your means as a cultivator. You cannot attack my spirit, while my physique can withstand your assaults. Thus, you cannot kill me, whereas I possess the means to end your life." Elder Long's pupils constricted in disbelief. "You cannot possibly. Even so, you will never kill me. Kneel before me." His right hand, still aimed at Wang Panner, gathered all the spiritual energy at his disposal, crashing down towards Li Mengzhou with the intent to obliterate him. Though blood trickled from Li Mengzhou's mouth, indicating he was not entirely unscathed, his stature remained resolute, his grip on the blade unwavering. "You yourself have claimed I am a genius, even if merely in martial arts. Therefore, you should understand the consequences of underestimating a genius." The energy swirling around the blade underwent a subtle transformation, becoming more substantial, rendering the crude blade sharper in appearance, and indeed it was. Witnessing this, Elder Long found himself at a loss for words. He had overestimated Li Mengzhou, yet still underestimated him. He could sense death approaching, a feeling he had encountered before. However, to face it from a mere 17-year-old youth was undeniably a disgrace. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed Elder Long's eyes. After 10 years of struggle, he had finally discovered the perfect seed. Why, before he could even begin to reap its benefits, had it suddenly turned toxic? He had lost the will to resist. Fear taking hold. Once fear set in, the will to fight began to wane, until it vanished entirely, leaving only an abyss of despair. Elder Long appeared as if abruptly awakened from a nightmare, gazing at Li Mengzhou, who wielded the blade, and coldly proclaimed, "You have become a mature seed. This scent will forever cling to you. Even in death, your life will be fraught with hardship. Furthermore, your aspirations of becoming a cultivator are futile. You lack the requisite aptitude. No matter your martial talent, without the potential for cultivation, you are doomed to remain a mere warrior. You will eternally descend into darkness, never to rise again. I shall await you in the underworld." Li Mengzhou's brow furrowed, the descending blade unwavering. Elder Long's body collapsed onto the cold ground, his demonic gaze fixated on Li Mengzhou as if from the abyss, ready to pull him into an endless void. In the stillness of Chaosi Alley, the night passed silently. Leaves fell without sound. Li Mengzhou sat upon a rattan chair, blade in hand, with Elder Long's corpse beneath him, now covered by a white cloth. After 3 years of interaction, while Elder Long could be merciless, Li Mengzhou found it impossible to be so. Though he had executed Elder Long without hesitation, his heart was heavy. He had trusted the Elder. Had he not stumbled upon Elder Long's conspiracy, he might have continued to trust him until his own demise. Regarding Elder Long's final words, Li Mengzhou found them perplexing. As the saying goes, a dying person's words are often kind. Although Elder Long's were not kind, but rather a venomous curse, their truth could not be dismissed. Nevertheless, Li Mengzhou chose not to dwell on them. The path ahead required his own steps. If he allowed Elder Long's unfounded words to instill fear, he would be better off perishing at the Elder's hands. His resolve remained unshaken. No matter the challenges, no matter the schemes, let them come. "Brother Mengzhou." Wang Panner stirred awake, her eyes filled with confusion. Feeling weak all over, she stumbled out of the main room. "How did I end up here?" Li Mengzhou hesitated to respond, finally asking, "Do you not remember?" Wang Panner shook her head, her expression one of bewilderment. Li Mengzhou exhaled softly, replying, "You fainted in Chaosi Alley. I happened upon you and brought you back." Wang Panner furrowed her brow in thought, unable to recall the memory, and curiously asked, "Why was I in Chaosi Alley?" In the evening, Aunt Wang forbade Wang Panner from going out. Although Shuning Town was not as chaotic as before, it was still unsafe, especially at night. Li Mengzhou could not answer Wang Panner's question and casually remarked, "Perhaps you long to see me so much that you sleepwalk to Chaosi Alley." Wang Panner's face flushed crimson. At that moment, she forgot that she did not actually have sleepwalking symptoms. Instead, she felt as though her secret thoughts had been exposed, and she became shy. nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, her head bowed to her chest. Indeed, she often dreamt of Mengzhou, sometimes even experiencing rather embarrassing scenarios. Upon waking from her stupor, still in a daze, she suddenly noticed something covered by a white cloth. Curiously, she crouched down and lifted the cloth, asking Mengzhou, "Brother Mengzhou, what is this?" Mengzhou quickly exclaimed, "Don't." Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Panner had already seen the pale, lifeless face of old Long. A startled cry echoed in the small courtyard, causing Wang Panner to step back in fear. As she was crouching, she naturally fell to the ground, seemingly having suffered a heavy fall. Mengzhou hurriedly explained, "The old man fell ill and did not survive the night." He was reluctant to let Wang Panner know about his involvement in the old man's death, particularly since it was old Long who had died. Such matters were difficult to explain, and it was easier to fabricate a lie. Wang Panner did not think much of it, as the cloth had not been completely lifted. And still shaken from her fright, she noticed that Mengzhou had covered it back up. The old man's death was a natural occurrence, and Wang Panner felt that Mengzhou must be deeply saddened. Without realizing it, she shed tears and instinctively sought to comfort him by throwing herself into his embrace. However, Mengzhou suspected that Wang Panner might be taking advantage of the situation, since Wang Panner usually stayed in the shop and did not go out at night. And old Long rarely stepped outside the courtyard. They were only acquaintances. Now that he was gone, sorrow was inevitable, but Mengzhou did not feel it deeply. Her concern was more for his feelings. Consequently, as she threw herself into his arms, she seemed to forget her original intention. Once the tears began to fall, they could not be stopped, and it was Mengzhou who found himself comforting her instead. Afterward, Mengzhou summoned Cui Zhai and some of the elders from Shuning Town to arrange old Long's burial. Despite old Long's ulterior motives for approaching him, their 3 years of acquaintance had been pleasant, and giving him a proper burial was the only thing Mengzhou could do. The burial was conducted simply. As Shuning Town lacked the resources for elaborate funerals, a few tears were shed, and he was laid to rest. Considering Mengzhou's situation, the townsfolk were eager to help and did not linger for a meal, dispersing after completing their tasks. Subsequently, Mengzhou took Wang Panner back to South Street. Aunt Wang had fainted in the shop, clearly due to old Long's demise, but fortunately, she was unharmed and he managed to explain away the incident. Upon returning to the courtyard in Chaoxi Alley, Mengzhou sat in a rattan chair, waiting for dawn. He contemplated various issues, particularly how to address the threat posed by the horse bandits before leaving Shuning Town for the capital. This matter could not involve the townsfolk, and Mengzhou did not wish to act under his own identity. Before dawn, he devised a plan. He dug beneath the only orange tree in the courtyard and unearthed a cloth bag containing the silver he had earned over 3 years as an assassin, amounting to several hundred taels, sufficient for his journey to the capital. Chapter 12. An arrow comes from the forest the next day at noon. Mengzhou bid farewell to the residents of Shuning Town, with Wang Panner and Cui Zhai among those who saw him off. Wang Panner wept bitterly, and Mengzhou felt a pang of sadness as well. He was uncertain of what awaited him in the capital and aware that he might never return to Shuning Town. He understood that Wang Panner might harbor feelings for him, but he regarded her merely as a sister. Though he had no comprehension of love, he was certain that his feelings for Wang Panner did not extend in that direction. Perhaps time would heal all wounds. Mengzhou could only think this way as he discreetly left some silver for Wang Panner and Cui Zhai, totaling about 100 taels. A considerable sum in such a small place. He was not worried about whether his travel expenses would suffice. If they fell short, he could find ways to earn more along the way. Thus, the young man who walked out of Shuning Town and Chaoxi Alley was about to embark on a grand journey, crafting a legend that belonged to him. The nights in the northwest were tumultuous, but for Mengzhou, they posed no significant threat. After a day of travel, as night fell, he found himself in an open space surrounded by desolate woods. There were wild beasts in the forest, and while the trees were sparsely populated with leaves, they offered enough cover to avoid detection, especially under the cloak of darkness. Mengzhou sat on a stone, knowing that it was unwise to light a fire in such places, a common rule among wanderers. Yet, contrary to this wisdom, Mengzhou kindled a fire and even caught a wild rabbit to roast. Although the townsfolk had provided him with some provisions before his departure, nothing compared to the taste of meat. As he savored the rabbit meat, he remained oblivious to the predatory gazes lurking in the surrounding woods. Within 100 miles of Shuning Town, there were numerous horse bandits, but the territory could not accommodate 2 tigers. The bandits, aside from their looting and killing, would naturally target fellow travelers. Today, only one group of horse bandits remained, formidable in combat and numbering in the hundreds, having effectively dominated the area around Shuning Town. In the absence of rivals, their training had slackened, diminishing their combat prowess compared to previous times, yet they remained fearsome adversaries. Earlier that morning, the bandit leader received exhilarating news. The mysterious assassin, Shuning, had finally surfaced. The only opponent he regarded as a true rival was the assassin Shuning. The enigmatic killer always instilled a sense of dread, as one could be silently dispatched even while attending to naturesque calls. In truth, the bandit leader did not fear Shuning. He merely found the killer's mysteriousness unnerving. A hidden enemy was the most menacing of all. Now that he had learned Shuning's true identity, the bandit leader could hardly contain his impatience. Rumors had it that Shuning had once slain a master of martial arts. And even a beginner cultivator met a mysterious demise outside a dilapidated temple in Shuning town. Such deeds could only be attributed to Shuning, leading the bandit leader to harbor doubts. Therefore, to ensure absolute certainty, the bandits nearly emptied their ranks. It might seem excessive for a single adversary, but Shuning's infamous reputation in the vicinity warranted such a response. The bandit leader was no fool, even in his arrogance. He would not be reckless enough to approach with only a handful of men. To guarantee Shuning's demise, he needed to gather reliable forces and eliminate any potential surprises in the cradle. According to rumors, the assassin Shuning was at the 9th rank of martial prowess, capable of defeating opponents beyond his level. This singular piece of information was enough to make the bandit leader cautious. 100 bandits, working in perfect harmony, could not only slay a 9th rank martial artist, but would also ensure that even a newly initiated master could not escape unscathed. Aside from the leader of the bandits, a martial artist of the 8th rank, there remained a dozen or so martial artists of the 7th rank, and several hundred masters below the 5th rank. A force that could be likened to a military regiment. The disparity in realms among these martial artists was not significant, with the most pronounced divide being between the 9th rank and the martial arts grandmaster. Thus, the bandit leader was exceedingly confident about this operation. As a gentle breeze swept through the forest, fallen leaves danced like raindrops towards the open ground, carrying the chilling essence of autumn. Mengzhou appeared oblivious, contentedly finishing a roasted rabbit, securing his sword wrapped in black cloth behind him, while a crude knife lay askew atop his satchel. He closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. Could this fellow truly be the infamous assassin, Floating Life? The hidden bandits found this hard to fathom. The alertness expected of an assassin seemed alarmingly absent. Could it be that they had concealed themselves too well, given the necessity to remain hidden? It was crucial not to be discovered by Floating Life, but rather to strike when he was lulled into complacency. Yet, this seemed overly simplistic. Who would dare to light a fire and feast in such a perilous place, only to sleep? Such common sense was known even to children. Not to mention, a fire would easily attract wild beasts and, more dangerously, bandits, making it a perilous endeavor indeed. Only a naive novice would act so recklessly. Yet how could someone of Floating Life's renown be merely a novice? Boss, have we mistaken our target? This is merely a half-grown youth. How could he possibly be Floating Life? The bandits were confounded by the disparity in age, unable to reconcile that the legendary assassin could be so young. The bandit leader squinted, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. Perhaps he had been misled. The information he received was not entirely reliable, having come from a small stone that had unexpectedly struck him while he was in the outhouse, leaving a sizable bump on his forehead. Wrapped in coarse paper, the stone bore a message about Floating Life's passage through the beast forest, having long sought to uncover the identity of Floating Life. The sudden clue stirred the bandit leader into a fervor, yet he still dispatched someone to investigate. It was confirmed that an individual had indeed departed from Shuning town towards the direction of the beast forest. Clinging to the hope that there might be some truth to the rumor, the bandit leader hastily led his men to set an ambush in the forest. As night fell, only Mengzhou remained, and no one else appeared. Logically, this should have validated the identity of Floating Life. However, upon closer inspection, the bandit leader was left perplexed. This individual seemed entirely unlike the notorious assassin he had envisioned. Regardless, he resolved to apprehend him first. Even if Mengzhou were not Floating Life, the bandit leader was unwilling to return empty-handed. Whether or not he was the target, it could only be said that the unfortunate fellow was doomed to perish here. A sharp arrow soared from the woods. To ascertain whether Mengzhou was indeed Floating Life, it was imperative not to kill him outright. Incapacitating him was the first step. Moreover, this served as a test. If he truly were Floating Life, he would undoubtedly evade or deflect the arrow. Chapter 13. Meaningless the arrow. Slicing through the air with a sound akin to a clarion call, pierced the stillness of the night. Yet, even if one could hear it, without some means of defense, it was impossible to evade, for by the time the sound reached one's ears, the arrow was already upon them. The speed of this arrow was remarkable. Mengzhou appeared to be in a deep slumber, seemingly dead to the world. He neither moved to deflect the arrow nor to evade it. The bandit leader felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, more so a rising anger at the audacity of whoever dared to toy with him. A muffled thud echoed. The bandit leader had heard this sound far too many times. The last flicker of hope in his heart dissipated entirely. He no longer believed Mengzhou to be floating life. If the assassin possessed such meager skills, how could he have garnered a fearsome reputation over hundreds of miles? Instilling dread for so long? Cursed be it. Do not let me lay hands on the scoundrel who struck me with that stone. I shall make you wish for death. The bandit leader seethed inwardly. Just as he pondered this, an unsettling realization struck him. A wind swept through the open space, whistling ominously. He furrowed his brow, straining to discern the murmurs within the breeze. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The sound of the wind revealed the truth. An arrow shot back with lightning speed. Howling ominously, it was unmistakably the very arrow that had just been launched, now returning with several times the velocity. The bandit leader barely had time to react before he witnessed his second-in-command clutching his throat, desperately grasping the trembling tail of the arrow, eyes wide with terror. As he fell lifelessly to the ground, the blood that splattered across the bandit leader's face froze his expression in place. Disbelief etched across his features. He stiffly turned his neck to witness the chaos. The once lethargic youth now stood upright, his left hand slightly raised, maintaining the posture of one who had just released the arrow. A cacophony of furious shouts erupted. Countless arrows rained down from the depths of the forest, whistling sharply, instantly drowning out the sounds of the wind, amplifying the terror of the scene. Mengzhou, agile and swift, darted behind a massive rock, listening to the relentless barrage of arrows whistling past him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. This unexpected turn of events yielded a fortuitous discovery. Judging by the volume of arrows, it was evident that many were concealed within the woods. The bandits had seemingly emptied their quivers, alleviating a considerable burden, allowing him to eradicate the threat the bandits posed to Shuning town in one fell swoop. After the storm of arrows subsided, heavy footsteps approached. With the confrontation now inevitable, the bandits no longer concealed themselves, surrounding the boulder in a calculated manner, effectively cutting off all avenues of escape for Mengzhou. The bandit leader remained astounded. At this moment, he was nearly certain that this youth was indeed floating life, though he still found it difficult to reconcile the assassin's age. The display of power in such a brief instant left no room for doubt. Fortunately, he was now ensnared like a fish in a barrel, and the bandit leader's excitement surged once more. It was said that floating life had never failed a mission, but those were mere trifles. No martial arts grandmasters resided in this northwestern region, and he was uncertain how such rumors had circulated. Yet here he was, faced with a situation where the assassin had already claimed one of his men. This at least confirmed that floating life's reputation was well earned. However, this was where it would end. Floating life was destined to fall. Though no one had witnessed floating life slaying a martial arts grandmaster, the tales were too vivid to dismiss outright. Even skeptics harbored trepidation, compounded by the assassin's elusive nature, instilling an immense sense of fear. No one dared risk their lives to verify the truth of the legends. Thus, whether or not these events were factual, they had become reality. The bandit leader suspected that the slain practitioner had indeed fallen to floating life's blade. If he could kill someone at the foundational level, then the likelihood of him dispatching a martial arts grandmaster became a palpable threat. The bandit leader had no desire to investigate the truth any further. Floating life was trapped in a dire predicament, and regardless of his prowess, escape was unlikely. In the depths of the beastly forest, shrouded in shadows as the sun descended, a sudden gust of wind swept through the gray-black branches, causing leaves to detach and whirl into the air with a rustling sound before descending in a flurry. From behind a massive stone, Mengzhou emerged, encircled by foes on all sides, leaving him with no refuge. Observing the youthful countenance of Mengzhou, the bandit leader found it difficult to associate him with the infamous assassin, Floating Life. Yet, the truth was undeniable. This young lad was indeed the lethal figure known as Floating Life. With a sense of ennui, Mengzhou surveyed the throng of hundreds surrounding him. Resting his crude blade upon his shoulder, a smirk of derision playing on his lips, the bandit leader furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of displeasure. Yet a different thought began to take shape in his mind. Floating Life, you perceive assassins as mere mercenaries for coin. If a more lucrative path presented itself, why would one risk life and limb? Today, I offer you an opportunity. Join us, and you shall want for nothing, be it gold, feasting, or even beauty, and I shall grant you a position as my second-in-command. This was a pragmatic solution. The bandit leader need not slay Li Mengzhou. Rather than extinguishing the life of a fearsome assassin, it would be far more beneficial to recruit him, thus expanding his own sphere of influence and reaping rewards far superior to those gained from his demise. This notion had not arisen spontaneously. Rather, it had long been suppressed within him. However, upon witnessing the presence of floating life today, he suddenly felt that such an overture might indeed succeed. The younger the assassin, the easier he would be to control. If sufficient rewards were offered, along with a tangible vision of a brighter future, the youth would likely become ensnared in temptation. This could not be universally applied, but in the bandit leader's estimation, Li Mengzhou would be unable to resist such overwhelming allure. Otherwise, he would not have committed murder for mere riches. In this desolate northwestern frontier, there were no rules governing assassins. It was a realm devoid of law, where the concept of reputation was easily shattered. The bandit leader assumed this to be an irrefutable truth. Every individual harbors weaknesses, and the allure of wealth and beauty is the most common. Mastery over these two elements could unravel even the strongest of wills. Yet, the bandit leader could not fathom why Li Mengzhou had become an assassin or the motivations behind his killings, thus sealing his own fate with such presumptions. Li Mengzhou's response remained curt and indifferent, boring. The bandit leader frowned, remarking, "In this wretched land, the rewards for your killings cannot be substantial. I understand you target the wicked, but how much can the so-called good people offer you? Youthful idealism is naive, especially here, where innocence and kindness are fatal flaws. It is not remarkable for someone of your age to kill. Even a child in dire straits might wield a blade. But to achieve notoriety as you have is rare. I see potential in you and wish to extend this opportunity. Do not squander it." Li Mengzhou's already darkened complexion seemed to deepen further as he impatiently retorted, "You talk too much." He never considered himself a good person, nor did he perceive any naivety in his actions, regardless of his reasons for killing. The fact remained that he had taken lives, and thus could not be deemed virtuous. Consequently, he regarded the bandit leader's words with disdain, finding them exceedingly tedious. He had lured these bandits to the beastly forest not to listen to their prattle. Thus, he raised his crude blade. Chapter 14. The sword master in white. It was as if a silver stream flowed endlessly through his tattered sleeves. The crude blade in his grasp began to hum and vibrate with an ominous energy. This was not the mere force of a martial artist, but a far more terrifying power. With a sudden twist of his wrist, a faint ink-colored blade aura surged forth, slicing through the air with a silent, yet chilling precision aimed directly at the bandit leader's chest, as if intending to pierce through his very being. A strange color flickered in the bandit leader's eyes, swiftly followed by shock as he instinctively raised his blade to defend himself. A sharp crack resonated as the weapon shattered, and Li Mengzhou's blade had already penetrated the bandit leader's chest, its tip emerging from his back, dripping blood. This scene caught everyone off guard. Most had scarcely registered what had transpired. By the time they comprehended the situation, their leader had been slain in an instant. The leader was a peak 8th rank martial artist, mere steps away from the 9th rank, yet he had neither the capacity to resist nor the time to react. It was unlikely that even a 9th rank martial artist could have achieved such instantaneous execution of their leader. In that moment, a terrifying thought emerged in the minds of the bandits, initially surfacing in the leader's own mind. At the instant Li Mengzhou raised his blade, he sensed something amiss. This was the aura of a master, the kind attainable only by a martial arts grandmaster, far more tangible and capable of striking from dozens of miles away, killing without a trace. Why, you're a martial arts grandmaster? The disparity between a grandmaster and a martial artist of any rank from 1 to 9 was immeasurable. 2 or 3 8th rank martial artists might contend with a 9th rank, perhaps even manage to defeat one. But the chasm between a 9th rank and a grandmaster could not be bridged by mere numbers. Even 10 9th rank experts would struggle to harm a single hair on a grandmaster's head. A master could slay those at the celestial radiance level and effortlessly annihilate novice practitioners, representing the pinnacle of martial arts, transcending the mundane. Realizing this, not just the bandit leader but the entire group of bandits felt a chill run down their spines, their resolve faltering significantly. Were they all 9th rank martial artists, or even 8th rank, perhaps they could collaboratively defeat a grandmaster, but they were not. Only the leader had reached the 8th rank, while the majority remained below the 5th, with many even at the 1st rank. How could they possibly contend against a grandmaster? The mere thought was unfathomable. With regret and fear weighing heavily upon him, the bandit leader struggled to draw his final breath. Li Mengzhou kicked the body aside, swiftly redirecting his focus toward the remaining bandits. From the onset of his plan, he had no intention of leaving survivors. He could not leave any threats to the people of Shuning Town. Otherwise, once he departed the northwestern frontier, the townsfolk would be in peril. Previously, as a mere ninth rank, he lacked confidence in facing the entire band of bandits alone, fearing a mutually destructive outcome. However, having ascended to the level of a martial arts grandmaster, the situation had drastically changed. Regardless of the number of bandits, in the presence of a peak martial arts practitioner, they would fall like grass before a scythe. The stench of blood inevitably attracted the beasts of the forest, and many of the disarrayed bandits met their demise at the jaws of these predators. While Mengzhou continued to intercept, ensuring not a single one escaped. This slaughter persisted until the hour of the boar, a grim affair that could scarcely be termed a battle, but rather a one-sided massacre. Beasts posed a considerable threat to ordinary martial artists, yet before a grandmaster, they were utterly insignificant. With the protection of his aura, the beasts could not even approach within 3 meters of him. The crude blade, reforged by Cui Zhai, sustained damage during this grim harvest. Despite Cui Zhai's exceptional craftsmanship, the materials available in Shuning Town were subpar, making breakage a common occurrence. Though the blade bore numerous chips, it remained serviceable, and thus, Mengzhou did not discard it. Having eradicated all the bandits, and confirming that none had escaped, Mengzhou took up his belongings and continued his journey through the night. With the threat of bandits no longer looming over Shuning Town, the prospects for future development appeared increasingly promising. Even if a few bandits remained in the village, without their main forces, they would struggle to stir up any significant trouble. 2 weeks later, Mengzhou emerged from the northwestern frontier, having meticulously plotted his next destination according to a pre-prepared map. He had arranged a suitable route from Shuning Town to the capital, with Xian County being an essential stop along the way. Xian County, a notable jurisdiction within the Kingdom of Jiang, stood in stark contrast to the rustic charm of Shuning Town, boasting a level of prosperity that Mengzhou could scarcely imagine. Within Xian County lies a city called Huaqing, which, while not the capital, is recognized as the second largest city in the county and rivals the first in its vibrancy and liveliness. The name Huaqing does not denote an abundance of flowers, but rather pays homage to a high-ranking official surnamed Hua, who passed away over a decade ago. During his tenure, he was a beloved figure known for his integrity and dedication to the welfare of the people. Upon entering the city during the hour of the rat, Mengzhou navigated the streets with an air of familiarity, quickly locating a suitable inn. The meals he had consumed during his travels were undoubtedly subpar. Thus, his immediate intention upon arriving in Huaqing was to indulge in a hearty feast. Dressed in humble attire, he attracted little attention, yet the presence of a worn, rustic blade and a peculiar object wrapped in black cloth slung over his back inevitably drew some curious gazes. Mengzhou paid no heed to the stares, quietly savoring his meal and enjoying a drink. At a nearby table, a group seemed to be engaged in hushed conversation, their voices deliberately lowered, as if to avoid being overheard. However, with his keen hearing, Mengzhou discerned their words clearly, causing a subtle shift in his otherwise dark complexion. His skin was not excessively dark, merely a shade deeper than wheat, reflecting a healthy hue. Yet, he paid little mind to such trivialities, dismissing the local preference for fair-skinned gentlemen as superficial. He believed that with a good foundation, even if his complexion was not porcelain smooth, careful dressing could certainly attract the attention of young maidens. Following the massacre at the Second No. 2 Cave, many presumed that Han Yi had met his untimely demise, bringing a sense of calm to the martial world. However, 6 years later, Han Yi resurfaced, heading to the Kingdom of Yin, where it was rumored that significant events transpired, though powerful forces had managed to suppress the news from reaching Jiang. Were it not for certain storytellers who caught wind of the rumors and spun them into tales in Jiang's tea houses, the legendary swordsman Han Yi might have faded from the collective memory of the martial world. During the prosperous days of the Second No. 2 Cave, Han Yi was a figure of remarkable legend within Jiang, celebrated as the foremost swordsman of his generation, even eclipsing the current prodigy, Shen Xiaobai. Regrettably, fate was not kind to him. The rising star fell before fully realizing his potential, leaving a profound sense of loss in its wake. It begs the question, if the white-clad swordsman did not perish in the massacre, why did he suddenly venture to Yin after 2 years of silence? Moreover, he disappeared once more after his arrival in Yin, with rumors circulating of his actual demise, the circumstances surrounding it remaining shrouded in mystery. It was once whispered that the massacre at the Second No. 2 Cave was steeped in conspiracy. Such an act of extermination could hardly be self-inflicted. It was undoubtedly an orchestrated slaughter. The fact that the white-clad swordsman survived yet remained hidden for 2 years before heading to Yin suggests a thirst for vengeance. Alas, It seems that his quest for retribution ultimately failed, and I suspect there is more to this tale than meets the eye. Otherwise, why would news of his journey to Yin be suppressed? Yet, one must approach the storyteller's accounts with skepticism, as much of their narrative is often embellished. Perhaps the white-clad swordsman has long since perished, with some seeking to exploit his former glory for their own gain. Discussions regarding the second No. 2 cave are strictly taboo within Jiang, and it is wise to refrain from speculation. Overhearing such talk could spell disaster for us. As one storyteller mentioned, it was precisely such discussions that landed them in prison last night. Mengzhou quietly pushed his food around his plate, his gaze drifting towards the inn's entrance. It is common for inns to attract a gathering of beggars outside, who, on fortunate occasions, might scavenge remnants of meals left behind by patrons. For the innkeepers, these scraps would otherwise be discarded, and as long as the beggars did not cause a disturbance, they were largely ignored. In the realm of the mundane martial world, practitioners of the mystical arts are often a topic of conversation. Even though ordinary folk regard them as ethereal beings, the most enigmatic of existences, there is no one who does not yearn to become a practitioner. To the common eye, practitioners appear as celestial beings, elusive and intangible. Apart from a few exceptional cities like the capital, sightings of them in the marketplace are exceedingly rare. Most people have only heard tales, never having encountered a practitioner, and many regard them as mere figures from fantastical stories spun by storytellers, believed to exist only in myth. In a significant jurisdiction like Xian County, there exists some awareness of practitioners, yet few have truly witnessed one in the flesh. However, places of serene beauty, such as the Shanghai Qinyu, have garnered a reputation even among common folk, inspiring many in the martial world and impoverished citizens alike to dream of discovering the Shanghai Qinyu and becoming the legendary beings of lore. The individuals engaged in quiet discussion at the neighboring table evidently possessed knowledge beyond the grasp of ordinary people, yet their understanding seemed limited to that alone. Chapter 15. The young woman. The streets outside the inn bustled with activity, and a familiar figure caught Mengzhou's eye. It was a young lady, charming and adorable, clad in a delicate blue gown, reminiscent of a celestial being descended into the mortal realm. However, her expression bore an air of melancholy, her grip tightening around a small silk pouch, which appeared somewhat deflated, suggesting it contained little. Upon observing the pitiable beggars, she seemed to grapple with an internal conflict before reluctantly extracting a few remaining silver coins from her pouch and tossing them to the beggars, departing swiftly as though fearful of being tempted to reclaim them. Mengzhou regarded this scene with a mixture of curiosity and perplexity. Uncertain of his motives, or perhaps devoid of any, he instinctively stepped out of the inn and called out to the young woman. Startled, she turned to face him, her expression a blend of confusion and caution. Mengzhou, maintaining a calm demeanor, noticed the recognition in her eyes and smiled gently. "Do you not remember me?" After a moment of contemplation, the young woman seemed to recall his face, though she remained guarded, taking a step back. Mengzhou furrowed his brow, glancing at the pouch in her hand. "You are out of money. Why do you still give to those beggars? Has the lesson from Shuning Town not been enough?" The young woman suddenly recognized him, her cheeks flushing slightly as she murmured, "They are very pitiful." Mengzhou shook his head. "When their true nature is revealed, it will be you who is pitiful." The young girl, somewhat indignant, remarked, "Why do you perceive people in such a dark manner? Not everyone harbors ill intentions. Many are simply unable to help their circumstances. If one possesses the means, it is only natural to lend a hand." Mengzhou could only sigh at the girl's naivete. Perhaps it was due to his own experiences that he viewed others with a sense of wariness, indifferent to the plight of those around him. "You mentioned that one must have the ability to assist, yet it is clear you lack the means to help others. Your funds have been exhausted. After giving your money to those beggars, what will you do next?" Mengzhou had not intended to engage the girl in such discourse. Yet for reasons unknown, he found himself confronted with her altruism on both occasions they met, even at the risk of her own hunger. This notion, which he deemed implausible, was steadfastly upheld by her, evoking a unique sensation within him. The girl, oblivious to his perspective, simply could not ignore those in need. This was the only way she knew to contribute, so she did not consider whether she might end up unable to afford her next meal. Mengzhou found her earnestness somewhat endearing as he observed her struggle to articulate a retort. "Are you hungry?" he inquired hesitantly. The girl paused, touching her small stomach, and defiantly replied, "Not at all." Mengzhou, however, was unconvinced, noting her pursed lips, perhaps dreaming of delectable dishes. The subtle act of swallowing could not be concealed. "Do not feign strength. If you are truly hungry, come and join me," he said, turning away and heading toward the inn. The girl stood in silence for a long moment, Initially contemplating to hold her ground, perhaps with a few more words from Mengzhou, she would reluctantly accompany him. However, once he turned his back and ceased to acknowledge her, her resolve crumbled. A flicker of annoyance welled within her, but the rumbling of her stomach, coupled with the enticing aroma wafting from the inn, compelled her to jog inside. Seated across from Mengzhou, she gazed at the array of dishes on the table and remarked nonchalantly, "Actually, I am not hungry at all. I can manage with just a bite." Mengzhou seemed oblivious to her words, engrossed in his meal. The girl felt a twinge of grievance as she watched the food dwindle. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, she picked up her chopsticks and eagerly began to eat. Silence enveloped them as they devoured the meal, and once satiated, they sat in a daze, locked in a silent stare. Mengzhou wrestled with what to say, while the girl felt the weight of embarrassment, unsure how to break the quiet. Ultimately, she lowered her head and mumbled, "Thank you." Mengzhou responded coolly, "No need for thanks. Once you speak up, the rest becomes much easier," she said, a hint of pride in her voice. "See, helping others always brings rewards." Mengzhou scoffed, "This is merely my generosity. It has nothing to do with the beggars you've aided." The girl dismissed his comment, "At least I am not starving." Mengzhou, absent-mindedly picking his teeth with a toothpick, mumbled, "You are only temporarily free from hunger. But with no money left, where will you stay? Will you reside in alleys like those beggars, or under a bridge?" The girl found herself at a loss for words, shooting an irritated glance at Mengzhou as she retorted, "Everything will work out. Perhaps a kind soul will let me stay for free." Mengzhou chuckled derisively. "And what if that person knocks you out in the middle of the night and sells you into a brothel?" The girl bristled, "Why must you always think the worst? Can't you consider the brighter side of things?" Mengzhou replied, "This is merely one of many possibilities. You may possess some skills, unlike most delicate maidens. But even the most capable can stumble without vigilance. While holding on to beautiful fantasies is not inherently wrong, the reality is not always kind. Prevention is key. With your disposition, a favorable outcome is unlikely." His tone was flat, and though he did not intend to be harsh, his words undoubtedly struck a blow to the girl's tender spirit. She was acutely aware of the world's harshness, yet she preferred to believe in its beauty. She felt it was enough for her to bear the burden of negativity alone. Mengzhou could not fathom her mindset, nor could she comprehend his. One yearned for light while the other was entrenched in darkness, appearing as two extremes, seemingly incapable of intersecting, yet their paths had begun to subtly intertwine. The most effective communication between individuals arises from shared interests, as the saying goes. Those who do not share the same path will not collaborate. When a disagreement arises, it yields one of two outcomes, either a fierce debate or a swift departure. Yi Sangyu, a girl of remarkable poise and patience, was accustomed to considering others before herself. Thus, she chose not to walk away in anger but resolved to reason with Mengzhou. "I am Yi Sangyu, 16 years old, soon to be 17, she introduced herself. Mengzhou glanced at her and curtly replied, "Mengzhou, I am a year older than you." Yi Sangyu wrinkled her nose and said, "Being a year older is inconsequential. It does not grant you the authority to lecture me. I adore delicious foods, for they are precious and deserve special treatment. I relish the thrill of encountering novel curiosities, as they bring surprises, but my greatest love is a rare flower called the snow goose. It is scarcely found near my home, and seemingly rare throughout the entire kingdom of Jiang, yet I believe I will find it one day. Only through belief can one traverse the path of growth. Wallowing in despair and surrender is unacceptable. You should also cherish your own interests. Would you alter your preferences merely because others disapprove?" Mengzhou, though perplexed by Yi Sangyu's musings, found her words intriguing. Under her gaze, he sighed, "I have no particular favorites. If I must choose one, it would be alcohol." Yi Sangyu clearly found this answer unsatisfactory but pressed on, "Even so, if someone disapproves of your drinking, arguing that it is detrimental to your health, would you then cease to indulge?" This question, common as it was, elicited two types of answers: a perfunctory affirmation masking an unwillingness to quit, or an open acknowledgement of refusal. The response could also depend on the questioner and whether one genuinely desired to abstain for their sake, leading to a third possibility. Mengzhou's answer fell into the latter category as he gazed at Yi Sangyu, resolutely stating, "I will not." Drinking had become second nature to him, and it was indeed the only passion he could identify. If this solitary pleasure were stripped away, it seemed his bleak existence would never again glimpse the light. Yi Sangyu appeared to anticipate his response, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I assist those in need, even if it may lead me into peril. This is what I wish to do, so my answer is also a firm no." Mengzhou was suddenly enlightened. The logic of her words resonated with him. Though the two matters were not directly comparable, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words to counter Yi Songyu's reasoning. Yi Songyu gazed triumphantly at Li Mengzhou and remarked, "Therefore, I shall continue to assist others, regardless of whether their intentions are pure. I remain unconcerned, for I possess the ability to protect myself." Li Mengzhou recalled the beggars in Shuning town who had suffered grievous injuries at her hands. Such words seemed incapable of refuting that reality. Yi Songyu had traversed from Shuning town to Xian County, generously dispersing her silver along the way. It was improbable that incidents had not occurred, yet here she sat, seemingly unscathed. Her assertion of self-protection was indeed substantiated. Li Mengzhou found himself momentarily speechless, realizing he could not contend with Yi Songyu. Although both possessed valid arguments, he clearly found himself at a disadvantage. Observing Li Mengzhou's silence, Yi Songyu's pride swelled, and a mischievous smile crept onto her lips, starkly contrasting with her delicate and demure demeanor. "Thank you for the meal," she waved at him. Rising and bouncing out of the inn, Li Mengzhou watched her depart silently, eventually letting out a wry smile. After settling the bill, he continued to carry the sword wrapped in black cloth, deftly securing the tattered wooden blade to his back, and exited the inn, heading in the opposite direction of Yi Songyu. Chapter 16. Qing'an Street. Qingfeng Hall. On the surface, Huaqing appeared to thrive, yet beneath its facade lay a turbulent undercurrent. The prime location attracted not only merchants but also various factions from the martial world, establishing their strongholds. Conflicts over territory frequently erupted, and as night fell, bloodshed often stained the unnoticed alleys. The largest gangs in Xian County were the Qingfeng Gang and the Baijing Gang, both having established their bases in Huaqing. These two factions maintained a semblance of business and collaborated with the local magistrate, ensuring that, as long as they kept matters from escalating, peace would generally prevail. Originally, the foremost gang in Xian County was the Zhuke Hall. However, following the death of its former leader, its influence began to wane. Out of respect for the late leader, Zhuke Hall was not absorbed by other gangs, but this required the new leader to relinquish some territory voluntarily. Although this may seem humiliating, it was, in fact, the most prudent method to ensure Zhuke Hall's continued existence. Thus, Xian County became divided between the Qingfeng Gang and the Baijing Gang, leaving Zhuke Hall with only its foothold in Huaqing. Despite this, Zhuke Hall remained the third largest gang, maintaining a neutral stance and never involving itself in the conflicts between Qingfeng and Baijing. As the saying goes, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Both Qingfeng and Baijing dared not excessively provoke Zhuke Hall, resulting in its gradual obscurity within the martial world. Qing'an Street in Huaqing was the site of the Qingfeng Gang's hall. Martial factions were legally sanctioned by the court, as long as they refrained from murder and arson. The court generally turned a blind eye. In the Jiang Kingdom, gangs primarily conducted business rather than mere violence, yet such incidents were unavoidable in the martial world, where peace was a rare commodity. Consequently, these matters were often conducted in secrecy, as the court could not control the mundane activities of the populace. It was not uncommon for street brawls to occur, though the aftermath rarely favored the aggressors. Even those with connections to local authorities could not act with impunity. Thus, any gang with a semblance of legitimacy would avoid such public displays of violence, reserving any disputes for designated areas. In front of the Qingfeng Hall, two gang disciples stood guard, lacking the typical swagger associated with their ilk, appearing more as diligent sentinels. As a youth, dressed incongruously for Huaqing, approached and attempted to cross the hall's threshold, the two disciples exchanged glances and promptly intervened. "You cannot enter here," one of them asserted. Li Mengzhou furrowed his brow slightly, responding indifferently, "I have business." The disciples felt insulted, for the Qingfeng Gang was one of the most formidable factions in Xian County, renowned even beyond its borders. Even the local magistrate would treat their leader with deference. How could a mere boy presume to act so brazenly? "I don't care if you have business or not," one retorted. "To enter, you require our leader's token. Without it, best be on your way." Li Mengzhou was perplexed, feeling he had not uttered anything offensive. Displaying displeasure, he asked, "Are you certain you wish to bar my path? Do you intend to resort to violence?" The two disciples stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Li Mengzhou. He exhaled softly and stated earnestly, "Should I choose to act, you would perish." The disciples laughed scornfully. "You must not be from Huaqing if you dare speak such words at our Qingfeng Hall. You must be looking for trouble." Li Mengzhou replied coolly, "Is this the caliber of gatekeepers that the Qingfeng Gang employs? Even if you are dogs, you should at least uphold some semblance of decorum. It is truly disappointing." "Who are you calling a dog?" they shouted angrily, drawing their blades. Li Mengzhou remained unfazed, coolly responding, "I have no time for games. Step aside. Old lad, you seem to be courting death." Are you perhaps a lackey of the Beijing gang here to stir trouble? Have they sent you, a mere whelp? While they could not strike first without tarnishing the Qingfeng gang's reputation, if their adversary were to act first, they could retaliate in self-defense. With this thought in mind, they sought to provoke Li Mengzhou further, hoping to incite a confrontation. Yet, Li Mengzhou maintained his calm demeanor, as if he had not heard their taunts, and continued. I am here to see Lin Xiaoyan. The disciples paused, exchanging uncertain glances. You know our young master? Li Mengzhou remained silent, merely fixing them with a steady gaze. They scrutinized him closely, noting his ragged attire. It was evident he could not be of high standing, leading them to question how their young master could possibly know such a person. How audacious of you to come to our Qingfeng gang and claim to know the young master. I could just as easily claim to be his brother, one sneered. Li Mengzhou, taken aback, responded, Does Lin Xiaoyan have a brother? I thought he was an only child. None of your business. If you don't even know this, how can you dare to claim acquaintance with our young master? I advise you to leave at once, or you will face consequences. Their scornful laughter filled the air. And just then, a voice of impatience interrupted. What is all this ruckus? A young man, feigning nonchalance while fanning himself with a folding fan, stepped forward. The two disciples immediately straightened, bowing respectfully in unison. We greet the young master. Lin Xiaoyan, feeling irritable from being cooped up indoors, had decided to take a stroll. Upon reaching the door, he was met with the commotion, which only served to aggravate him further. Dressed in a white robe with a blue sash, he wore leather boots. His eyes half closed in a languid manner as he waved the fan, embodying the demeanor of a spoiled young master. What commotion disrupts my repose in broad daylight? The two disciples of the gang explained with trepidation. Young master, there is an insufferable brat causing a ruckus. We shall expel him at once. We suspect he is sent by the White Whale gang, claiming to know you, young master. Such a lie is utterly laughable. Shall we dispose of him discreetly? Just as Lin Xiaoyan was about to respond, a familiar voice pierced the air. Lin Xiaoyan, when did you acquire a brother? Has your father taken another wife? The two gang disciples jumped in alarm, brandishing their blades at Li Mengzhou, shouting, You insolent brat! How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Before they could finish their threat, Lin Xiaoyan delivered two sharp knocks on their heads, exclaiming, How dare you speak to my brother like that? The disciples stared blankly at Lin Xiaoyan, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Li Mengzhou continued, You still have not answered my question. When did you acquire a brother? Lin Xiaoyan replied, perplexed, What brother? I have no brother. Li Mengzhou pointed to one of the gang disciples, who trembled and forced a sheepish grin at Lin Xiaoyan. With a smile, Lin Xiaoyan jested, When did you become my brother? You have quite the ambition. Do you aspire to be the young master of the Qingfeng gang? Both disciples fell to their knees, crying out in fear, Young master, spare us. I was merely speaking nonsense. It was he who. Lin Xiaoyan waved his sleeve angrily. What nonsense? This is indeed my brother, my own flesh and blood. Have your eyes been blinded? Now leave. The two men quaked in fear, casting terrified glances at Li Mengzhou. It was unexpected that this youth truly knew the young master. They were now in dire straits. However, when did the young master actually have a brother? They could not afford to ponder this matter now. They only knew they had seemingly offended another young master. What were they to do? Li Mengzhou had no intention of targeting two inconsequential individuals, but he did have some suggestions regarding the governance of the Qingfeng gang, which Lin Xiaoyan listened to intently before eagerly inviting Li Mengzhou to drink. Lin Xiaoyan possessed a refined appearance. If it were not for his position as the young master of the Qingfeng gang, one might easily mistake him for a delicate scholar. In a tavern, the two engaged in spirited drinking, with Lin Xiaoyan remarking, Brother, your capacity for liquor has notably improved. Splendid. Lin Xiaoyan was the sole drinking companion of Li Mengzhou, as only in his company could he fully let loose, fostering a strong bond between them. Li Mengzhou replied, You, on the other hand, have not changed much. Perhaps merely aging, yet your heart remains as juvenile as ever. Lin Xiaoyan dismissed the comment, saying, In life, what matters most is joy. You ought to learn from me. At such a young age, you wear a serious face as if you are remarkably mature. I expected you to have changed, yet you are even more tedious than before. At this point, Lin Xiaoyan curiously inquired, 3 years ago, you vanished without a trace. What were you up to? I thought you had forgotten me. Not once visiting in 3 years. The two had known each other for 5 years. Back then, Li Mengzhou was merely an 11 or 12-year-old child. His complexion not as dark as now, though he was far worse off, emaciated and devoid of youthful vigor. 5 years prior, Lin Xiaoyan was already 15. Thus he had taken considerable care of Li Mengzhou, even introducing him to the habit of drinking during their 2 years of companionship. Li Mengzhou was unafraid to revisit the past, as he had always lived in it, struggling to survive in the darkest corners for 8 years. That period was impossible to forget. Rather, it became his conviction to live better. Chapter 17. The boy who fights the tiger. You know, I am unlike you. Lacking ability means a short lifespan. I must return to the darkness to hone my skills. For the past 3 years, I have been in the northwestern border of Jiang State, encountering many people and events. Fortunately, I survived and lived better than before. Lin Xiaoyun's expression grew complex as he listened to Li Mengzhou's seemingly indifferent account, feeling a pang of discomfort within. He recalled their first encounter. In the rough city of Xian County, there was an arena for combat, a place where the affluent gathered for entertainment. An underground venue under the jurisdiction of the White Whale Gang. At that time, the Qingfeng Gang and the White Whale Gang had not yet soured, at least not overtly. Young Lin Xiaoyun had accompanied his father, Lin Jinan, to the arena. The sights he witnessed there left an indelible shock on his youthful heart. As he began to grasp the world's cruelty, understanding the myriad of social strata, the arena was not merely a battleground for life and death between men, but also a place where one could fight ferocious beasts like tigers and lions. Participants in these fights were often either orphaned individuals, wronged souls, or those abducted, wagering their lives for a slim chance of survival. Most combatants were adults, with the youngest being youths. Rarely did one see boys in their teens unless it was for the amusement of certain wealthy patrons. Lin Xiaoyun had witnessed the most youthful fighter in history pitted against a striped tiger that had previously claimed the lives of numerous adults. Watching that frail, malnourished boy face off against the towering beast was both brutal and heart-stopping. That tiger had been starved for days before being unleashed. Not even an 11 or 12-year-old boy, let alone an adult, could hope to escape its maw. Lin Xiaoyun acutely felt the boy's terror. Even from the high platform, the atmosphere of impending doom was palpable. The tiger's roar sent tremors through him, leaving him weak in the knees. He could not fathom how the boy in the arena could muster the courage to stand his ground. He wished to avert his gaze from the impending doom, yet simultaneously admired the boy's bravery. The outcome seemed all but certain. No one believed the boy could triumph over the tiger. They reveled in the boy's desperate struggles, delighting in the sight of him being pursued and torn apart by the beast. Lin Xiaoyun would never forget that scene. The undervalued boy fought for survival, undeterred by fear, tears streaming down his face, bravely battling the tiger. Armed with only a broken dagger, he clutched it tightly, engaging the beast in combat. With sheer strength alone, he could not hope to contend with the tiger. He relied on his slight frame to grapple with it, employing various tactics to inflict harm. The fight was not particularly thrilling, as the wealthy spectators were displeased with the lack of spectacle, their jeers echoing throughout the arena. The boy seemed oblivious to their derision, fixated solely on the tiger that sought to devour him. In a moment of utter exhaustion, bloodied and battered, he miraculously plunged the dagger into the tiger's eye, blinding it. The now maddened beast rampaged, inadvertently granting the boy a fleeting chance to survive. Ultimately, the boy overcame the tiger. Though reminiscing may seem surreal, Lin Xiaoyun vividly recalled the overwhelming despair that filled the arena. Even the mere act of reflection sent chills down his spine. Gazing at the emotionless visage of Li Mengzhou across from him, Lin Xiaoyun perceived him as a peculiar anomaly. How could such a person exist in this world? Truthfully, you could easily remain in the Qingfeng Gang. There is no need to pursue those unattainable aspirations. Lin Xiaoyun sincerely hoped that Li Mengzhou would join the Qingfeng Gang, believing that at least the two brothers could remain together, supporting one another. Li Mengzhou shook his head and replied, "Perhaps for you, this seems unrealistic, but it is the sole purpose for which I live. If I were to choose to abandon it, would not all that I have endured and fought for become utterly futile? It is better to give up early, but now it is too late. I must continue on this path, for this is my belief in striving to live. Without this belief, what else could I possibly do?" Although Lin Xiaoyun considered himself to know Li Mengzhou well, he found it challenging to grasp the true thoughts of his companion. He understood that Li Mengzhou aspired to be a cultivator, even deeming it essential for his existence. Yet he could not comprehend why Li Mengzhou felt such a strong desire to become one. Cultivators possess extraordinary abilities, indeed a dream for many, yet even martial arts masters, at the twilight of their lives, struggled desperately in pursuit of the path of immortality. However, cultivation requires innate talent. Without it, all efforts are in vain. Lin Xiaoyun was uncertain whether Li Mengzhou possessed such talent, but he knew he did not, for since childhood, his father had hoped he would become a cultivator. After much effort and expense, his father had sought the guidance of an immortal to discern Lin Xiaoyun's aptitude. The outcome was naturally disappointing. Lin Jinan learned that Lin Xiaoyun lacked any potential for cultivation. unable even to sense the spiritual energies of the world. He felt that Li Mengzhou was different from him. Yet he held little hope that Li Mengzhou could become a cultivator. With no connections, the shadow of a cultivator remained elusive. Even if during his years of growth he might have brushed shoulders with one, the likelihood was too minuscule, and even upon meeting, one could not ascertain if the other was a cultivator. To Lin Xiaoyan, the idea of cultivators, who seemed so distant and untouchable, was fundamentally unrealistic. His greatest fear was that Li Mengzhou's efforts would ultimately yield nothing but disappointment. In the deep of night, a gentle breeze caressed the window, swaying the candlelight and casting the young man's silhouette upon the wall, as if he occupied the entire room. Li Mengzhou set aside the silkworm annihilation scroll, massaging his temples, enduring a heart-wrenching sensation with each viewing. Despite feeling heavy-headed, he persisted in reading it every night before sleep. If only he could faint and escape into slumber. Perhaps he could enjoy a restful night without further thoughts. After a night of indulgence with Lin Xiaoyan, Li Mengzhou declined the invitation to temporarily stay at the Qingfeng Gang's hall. He had merely intended to visit Huaqing to see an old friend while passing through Shuning County, and he had no intention of lingering longer. Staying at the Qingfeng Gang's hall would only lead to Lin Xiaoyan's incessant company, hindering his journey. As he approached the capital of the Jiang Kingdom, an inexplicable calm enveloped him, even as he had felt exhilarated just after leaving Shuning Town. Lying in bed, Li Mengzhou suddenly found himself restless, not typically one to be troubled by unfamiliar surroundings, as he had no fixed residence. Shuning Town was merely where he had spent the most time. Questions he had not perceived during the day suddenly surfaced in his mind. Upon reflection, he realized that something was amiss with Lin Xiaoyan. It was a subtle feeling. Although Lin Xiaoyan seemed unchanged, Li Mengzhou sensed a forced smile beneath the surface. Reuniting with a long-lost brother over drinks could easily overshadow such nuances. In retrospect, Li Mengzhou increasingly felt that Lin Xiaoyan harbored concerns. Without much contemplation, he could roughly guess the reason, leading him to lose all semblance of sleep. After lying in bed for a moment, he abruptly rose, reattaching the sword wrapped in black cloth to his back, seizing the simple blade resting on his bedside, and pushed the door open to step outside. Chapter 18. In the shadowy corner of the alley, the night in Huaqing was far from tranquil. Scattered sounds echoed through the streets and lanes. Although autumn had arrived, bringing cooler temperatures, the remnants of summer's heat still lingered, creating an uncomfortable juxtaposition. While cultivators might be immune to the changing seasons, Li Mengzhou clearly was not capable of such, and his current emotions felt somewhat restless, perhaps a reflection of his inner turmoil. Compared to other areas, Qing'an Street exuded a more tranquil atmosphere. Two familiar figures stood tall outside the Qingfeng Hall. Upon seeing Li Mengzhou again, they dared not show any signs of negligence, treating him with utmost reverence as if encountering the young master himself, fearing any misstep might lead to dire consequences. Li Mengzhou had no intention of quarreling with them. Instead, he inquired about Lin Xiaoyan, only to learn that he had not returned. Their parting at the tavern had been in the evening, and with only a couple of hours having passed, it was inconceivable that Lin Xiaoyan had not yet returned, further amplifying Li Mengzhou's sense of unease. He resolved to return to the tavern, hoping perhaps the staff there would have information on Lin Xiaoyan's whereabouts. He refrained from alarming the two eager attendants with his concerns, as he was unsure of the specifics. Creating chaos within the Qingfeng gang could lead to greater trouble. The tavern had been bustling with business that day, and just as they were preparing to close, Li Mengzhou intercepted a staff member about to lock the door. From the description given, Lin Xiaoyan had left around the hour of the dog, but the details remained unclear. With no other options, Li Mengzhou followed the vague direction noted by the tavern staff. In that dimly lit alley corner, heavy breaths punctuated the stillness of the night, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lin Xiaoyan sat on the ground in disarray, his once pristine white garments now soiled, bearing wounds upon his face and blood at the corners of his mouth. He gripped his blade tightly, glaring defiantly at the two figures clad in black before him. The seventh-tier realm was considered respectable in the martial world, yet it hardly befitted the identity of the young master of the Qingfeng gang, destined to inherit the leadership. How could Lin Jinan have failed to properly guide you? Or are you truly nothing but a good-for-nothing, akin to mud that cannot be molded? Another figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, its wolf-like eyes fixated intently on its prey. Lin Xiaoyan scoffed. The White Whale gang resorts to such tactics to deal with me. You send 2 6th-tier warriors and 1 7th-tier? Should I feel honored? The newly arrived black-clad figure regarded Lin Xiaoyan with a cold gaze, remarking, for a waste like you. Perhaps this is indeed overkill, but you are Lin Jinan's only vulnerability. This operation cannot afford any mistakes. You, who should be hiding in the Qingfeng Hall, have the audacity to be out drinking. With your lack of strength and wits, I can hardly muster the desire to kill you. However, capturing you may compel Lin Jinan to yield. You are of use only in this regard. Lin Xiaoyan replied in a low voice. The Qingfeng gang and the White Whale gang have always been evenly matched. Determining a victor is indeed challenging. Thus, you see me as your breakthrough point. But do you not fear the repercussions from the Huaqing authorities for your brazen actions? While martial factions were tolerated to a degree, should they come into open conflict with the authorities, those in official garb would not hesitate to act, for a larger-scale disturbance would inevitably draw on higher powers. And the local authorities would not dare risk such a confrontation. The black-clad figure sneered. Since we have embarked on this course, we have contingencies in place. As long as we do not kill in plain view, the authorities will not intervene. Your Qingfeng gang is destined to become a subordinate of my Beijing gang. Why persist in futile resistance and seek your own demise? Lin Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and retorted, You underestimate me far too much. I shall not let you succeed. The man in black regarded Lin Xiaoyan's trembling form with derision, mocking, You tremble with fear, yet feign composure. Such an act is utterly meaningless. He exchanged glances with the other two figures cloaked in black and commanded, Proceed. Lin Xiaoyan attempted to fight back, but his grip on the knife felt as though it lacked strength entirely. As he watched the two men in black close in, despair washed over him. Indeed, he found himself utterly powerless, devoid of even the courage to fight. Yet what could he do? They had two 6th-tier masters and one 7th-tier expert on their side. No matter how unwilling he was ultimately helpless. A bitter smile crossed Lin Xiaoyan's face. It turned out he had always been a coward. With Lin Xiaoyan rendered incapable of resistance, the two men in black easily subdued him. To avoid unforeseen complications, they dared not linger for a moment longer. For 6th and 7th-tier martial artists, slipping away under the cover of night was a simple task. Although the night had deepened and the long street was mostly devoid of pedestrians, a few stragglers returned home, for the nightlife of Huaqing was never tranquil, teeming with various forms of evening entertainment. They deftly maneuvered through sparsely populated corners, taking Lin Xiaoyan with them, and quickly approached the sphere of influence of the Beijing gang within Huaqing. As they turned a corner, a young man in black, wielding a weathered broadsword, approached slowly. Had he merely been a passerby, the men in black would have remained undisturbed. However, the presence of a blade in his hand warranted extra caution, particularly for those with guilty consciences. The men in black maintained their composure, holding Lin Xiaoyan, who appeared dejected, and feigned nonchalance as they brushed past the young man in black, all the while remaining vigilant of him. Lin Xiaoyan did not raise his gaze, thus failing to notice the youth, while the latter observed him keenly. The young man continued forward, yet his trajectory began to shift. The foremost 7th-tier black-clad figure, caught off guard, accidentally collided with the young man's shoulder. It was merely a slight contact, without any real force behind it. The black-clad man, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflicts, noted that the youth exhibited no peculiar reactions and thus decided to disregard him, though his gaze remained fixed on the boy. At that moment, the young man suddenly raised his hand, a simple gesture that instantly sharpened the focus of the three men in black. The leader was about to draw his blade, yet the youth's left hand had already landed on his shoulder. Hey, you bumped into me, he stated. The black-clad man paused briefly, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze on the youth, his grip on the hilt tense, ready to draw the weapon at any moment. The young man frowned, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Hey, when you bump into someone, you need to apologize. What kind of attitude is this? You expect me to apologize? The black-clad man raised an eyebrow. Already on high alert, he naturally assumed the young man was seeking a confrontation, tinging his words with a hint of menace. As he considered it a test, the youth appeared to tremble slightly, murmuring, "And no, it's nothing." After speaking, he seemed to panic and attempted to flee. The black-clad man was taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned the encounter. Could it be that he had misjudged? The boy's fearful demeanor seemed genuine. If it were an act, his performance was exceptional. For a villain, even the slightest hint of intimidation could overwhelm an ordinary person. Every individual exudes a distinct aura, much like a person from the lowest rungs of society instinctively shrinking in the presence of a finely attired noble, regardless of their inner resolve. The ingrained habits born of differing statuses and environments manifest as unavoidable reactions. Thus, the young man's response appeared entirely natural to the black-clad man. With a singular focus on swiftly extracting Lin Xiaoyan, he dismissed further contemplation and quickened his pace to depart, ignoring the young man in black. However, just as he turned away, a chilling gust of wind erupted behind him, as though someone were swinging a blade in his direction. Chapter 19. Cutting grass, the instinctual reactions of martial artists can be terrifying, particularly for those at advanced levels, even without sensing immediate danger. The chilling wind still raised the hairs on the back of his neck, prompting an instantaneous response. The knife was unsheathed, the glinting blade adding color to the night. The sound of metal clashing followed suit. The force transmitted from the blade to his wrist caused the black-clad man's face to tighten, nearly forcing him to drop the weapon as he stumbled backward. This sudden turn of events caught the other two black-clad figures off guard. Yet they made no attempt to act, maintaining their grip on Lin Xiaoyan. The man who had been pushed back stared in shock at the torn flesh of his palm and his trembling right arm, horror unmistakably etched on his face. Abruptly, he looked up at the young man in black before him, his eyes flashing with malice mingled with confusion. The young man, of course, was Li Mengzhou. He paid no heed to the black-clad man's gaze, but instead focused on Lin Xiaoyan, who was also directing his attention toward him. A silent understanding seemed to manifest between them, and Lin Xiaoyan remained calm, quickly averting his gaze. Li Mengzhou, brandishing his worn broadsword, stepped forward toward the black-clad man. Failing to apologize after bumping into someone is quite impolite. It dampens my spirits, he stated, seemingly searching for justification to strike, even if the rationale appeared somewhat contrived. Even if one were unhappy, resorting to violence with a blade seemed excessive. The black-clad man disregarded Li Mengzhou's words, casting a knowing glance at Lin Xiaoyan. He could surmise that the young man was likely there for Lin Xiaoyan's sake, yet he could not fathom from where this youth had emerged. Aside from Lin Jinan and Ding Chusheng within the Qingfeng gang, to be able to push him back with a single strike and inflict a significant wound was no feat a mere novice could accomplish. Initially, he had deemed the task overly simple and dreadfully mundane, but now it appeared increasingly intriguing. He believed the earlier incident was merely a stroke of luck, a result of the youth's ambush granting him a fleeting advantage. Yet, he was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had been on guard against the potential for the boy's sudden assault. In the absence of awareness, coincidences could indeed occur. However, when one is thoroughly prepared for the possible outcomes, the term coincidence could no longer serve as an explanation. The black-clad man advanced toward Li Mengzhou, stating, "You must be here to rescue your young gang leader. I must admit, your performance is commendable. You understood the importance of not alarming the proverbial grass in order to lower our guard. Unfortunately, your strength is insufficient to slay me with one blow. And the consequence of that is that I shall slay you." Li Mengzhou replied coolly, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." The black-clad man sneered, "You appear unfamiliar. You must be a recent addition to the Qingfeng gang. It seems your judgment is lacking, and you are far too young, overly clever for your own good. Joining the Qingfeng gang was undoubtedly your gravest error, and daring to draw your blade against me here is an even greater folly." Li Mengzhou furrowed his brow and replied, "I do not comprehend your words, yet your incessant chatter is tiresome. Since you refuse to apologize, I shall seek justice in my own manner." With that, Li Mengzhou raised his worn blade once more, stepping forward with his right foot, and in the next moment, he was upon the cloaked figure, delivering a powerful strike. This was a rather ordinary blow, one even a child could instinctively execute. However, the effect varied dramatically depending on the individual wielding it. As the blade descended, seemingly devoid of flair, an overwhelming sense of pressure accompanied it, causing the black-clad figure's complexion to shift. This was no mere ambush, it was a direct assault. Yet, the assailant failed to perceive how Li Mengzhou had approached, the distance between them mere meters, hardly enough time for a blink before imminent danger loomed. At such a close range, even the simplest of strikes could prove fatal, for evasion was impossible. The cloaked man felt that realization dawn upon him. Nevertheless, being a seasoned wanderer of the martial world, his body instinctively reacted, a reflex common among practitioners. He endeavored to evade, yet ultimately could not escape the blow. Confusion and helplessness filled his mind, and he had no time to contemplate further, for the moment the blade fell was the moment his life ceased. With a single stroke, Li Mengzhou dispatched the black-clad figure without a hint of hesitation, immediately redirecting his focus towards the two men who were restraining Lin Xiaoyan. The latter were still in shock, staring incredulously at their fallen comrade, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had become a lifeless corpse. Li Mengzhou, of course, would not grant them the luxury of time to recover. One strike each sent them crashing to the ground. Lin Xiaoyan, though somewhat familiar with Li Mengzhou, had not seen him for 3 years. The swift execution of 2 6th-tier martial artists and 1 7th-tier martial artist was akin to mowing grass. Leaving Lin Xiaoyan in a state of astonishment, Li Mengzhou turned to him and asked, "Are you unhurt?" Lin Xiaoyan gazed blankly at Li Mengzhou, forcing a pained smile. "You truly are a little monster. You have grown far stronger since childhood. Li Mengzhou remained non-committal, stating, people inevitably grow stronger with time. Stagnation or regression is undesirable. Lin Xiaoyan fell silent, perhaps realizing that he had been one who remained stagnant. Li Mengzhou did not dwell on it. This was merely his most genuine thought. If he wished to become a practitioner, he must continually strive for strength, for the path of cultivation is far more brutal than the mundane world of martial societies. 3 men have perished here, all from the White Whale gang. If discovered by the authorities, it will spell trouble. I will arrange for their bodies to be disposed of shortly. Lin Xiaoyan replied with a composed smile. After this incident, the conflict between the Qingfeng gang and the White Whale gang will surely escalate, and as the killer, you cannot remain uninvolved. The White Whale gang will certainly learn of tonight's events. My suggestion is that you join the Qingfeng gang. With your abilities, you could assist us and avoid trouble. Li Mengzhou hesitated. He had not come to Huaqing for this purpose. Becoming embroiled in gang disputes would undoubtedly waste valuable time. However, Lin Xiaoyan was his only true brother, while the likes of Cui Zhai and Wang Pan'er from Shuning town were merely friends. The events of the night underscored the extreme danger Lin Xiaoyan faced. To turn a blind eye and depart would be inappropriate both emotionally and rationally. Lin Xiaoyan stepped forward, patting Li Mengzhou on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You need not provide an answer immediately, but I truly hope to fight alongside you. After all, if you insist on heading to the capital, the chances of us meeting again will diminish greatly." A jolt of realization struck Li Mengzhou. He had overlooked this fact. Indeed, he must go to the capital. But Lin Xiaoyan lacked the aptitude for cultivation and was the deputy leader of the Qingfeng gang. This departure would irrevocably separate them into 2 different worlds. Although Li Mengzhou was uncertain of his own cultivation potential, he had pressing matters to attend to. Regardless of whether he could become a practitioner once he left, it would be exceedingly difficult to see Lin Xiaoyan again. A wave of inexplicable sadness washed over Li Mengzhou, accompanied by an unnameable feeling. In the dim light of the flickering candle, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The wind rattled the windows, and the tea on the table had long since cooled. Li Mengzhou leaned against the wall, seated on the bed in the inn. He typically refrained from overthinking unnecessary matters, for he would act when he wished and abstain when he did not. However, the situation concerning Lin Xiaoyan compelled him to reflect. Of course, his contemplation did not last long. A journey to the capital was essential, yet there was no urgency. After all, he had waited 8 years. Since this period might be his last with Lin Xiaoyan, he felt no need for further deliberation. Instead, he considered that joining the Qingfeng gang would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the White Whale gang, and to save time, they must eliminate the latter swiftly. Such thoughts might seem absurd to others. The White Whale gang was one of the largest factions in Xian County, its visible operations spanning nearly half of the Jiang Kingdom. It was laughable for an ordinary youth to think he could take them on, let alone the Qingfeng gang, which was equally strained for resources. Yet, this seemingly delusional notion felt entirely natural to Li Mengzhou, akin to contemplating what to eat for dinner that evening. Just a wall away, on the long street outside the inn, Yi Songyu wore a troubled expression, deeply conflicted. Having never given much thought to money, she had learned a harsh lesson today. Even in the martial world, without silver, one would find it difficult to make any progress. Yet, she did not believe it was wrong to help others, even as hunger gnawed at her strength. Nevertheless, where there is a will, there is a way. After much contemplation, a plan formed in her mind. She recalled the inn and who resided within. Finding a small stone on the ground, she carefully aimed and hurled it at a window. The sharp crack echoed in the stillness of the night, a jarring sound that, while not loud enough to attract attention, was nonetheless clear to those inside the room. Li Mengzhou approached the window, gripping his blade tightly, his eyes sparkling like stars with keen intensity. He had not anticipated the White Whale gang would act so swiftly, discovering his location in such a short span of time. Yet, the intruders did not seem to be particularly skilled, revealing themselves too easily. With a cold smirk, Li Mengzhou gently pushed open the window. In that instant, he clearly observed the situation outside, yet found no suspicious individuals. Just then, a faint sound of wind rustled from below. Li Mengzhou lifted his left hand, recognizing the stone he held, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He had expected a concealed weapon, yet the reality was evidently different. For a master, even a mere pebble can serve as a concealed weapon. Yet this particular stone was evidently devoid of any force. Hearing some faint commotion beneath the window, Li Mengzhou leaned out to gaze below. A charming face distinctly appeared before him. Yi Songyu stood under the window, looking up at Li Mengzhou. Their eyes met, enveloped in an eerie silence. Li Mengzhou frowned. Lifting the small stone in his hand, and inquired, "What are you doing?" With a mischievous grin, Yi Songyu replied, "I couldn't sleep, so I threw stones for fun. I didn't mean to disturb you." Li Mengzhou responded with a nonchalant "oh," and said, "Then go play elsewhere. I need to sleep." He then shut the window, leaving Yi Songyu's smile frozen in place. Suddenly, a sharp thud echoed as the stone struck the window. Li Mengzhou flung open the window again, gazing down at Yi Songyu, declaring, "This time, it's clearly no coincidence." Yi Songyu, somewhat vexed, retorted, "Indeed, it was intentional." Li Mengzhou, perplexed, replied, "I don't believe I've wronged you. I even kindly invited you to dinner. Surely, throwing stones at my window late at night is a case of ingratitude?" Yi Songyu, indignant, stated, "Didn't you say the world is full of villains? I've helped so many people. Is it wrong to indulge in a bit of mischief now and then?" Li Mengzhou shook his head and said, "I merely intended to instill a sense of caution in you. Not everyone is a villain. Don't misconstrue my words. Just because you often do good deeds does not grant you the right to commit even a small misdeed. Your reasoning is flawed." Yi Songyu found his lecturing attitude quite irksome. She was proud, after all, and could not bear to voice her thoughts for fear of ridicule. She feared that Li Mengzhou would mock her. "If there's nothing else, I'll sleep now. Dawn is approaching, and I've never stayed up this late before. I'm truly exhausted. Also, please refrain from throwing stones at my window." With that, Li Mengzhou attempted to close the window once more. Yi Songyu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Wait. I have nowhere to stay." Li Mengzhou looked at her in disbelief, saying, "What does that have to do with me? Why are you telling me this?" Yi Songyu thought him intentionally cruel. This wretched fellow. "Can we find another place to talk? It's tiring to keep looking up like this." Feeling increasingly frustrated, Li Mengzhou replied, "You may go wherever you wish. I'm going to bed. If you want to talk, go ahead. I need not listen." Yi Songyu, having reached her limit, rarely angry but now infuriated, felt she might go mad if this continued. She picked up a stone from the ground and threw it again, this time aiming for Li Mengzhou's face. Li Mengzhou caught the stone effortlessly, displeased as he remarked, "Previously, it could have been deemed a coincidence. Now, you're openly attacking me." Yi Songyu remained silent, tears welling in her eyes, looking pitiful. She inherently possessed a delicate charm that inspired a desire to protect her. And now, with tears glistening, she evoked an even greater willingness for others to sacrifice for her. Li Mengzhou felt a pang in his heart. Yi Songyu was undeniably beautiful, especially when crying, her large, tear-filled eyes fixed upon him, invoking an indescribable sense of guilt within him, making him feel utterly unworthy. He found himself at a loss, feeling somewhat awkward. "Please, don't cry," Li Mengzhou stammered. Yi Songyu merely gazed at him, tears still shimmering in her eyes, remaining silent. Feeling overwhelmed, Li Mengzhou reluctantly conceded, "If you truly have nowhere to stay, then come inside. The innkeepers are already resting, and they won't be able to prepare another room for you. If you don't mind, I can relinquish my room." He was baffled by his own words, sensing that he had unwittingly entangled himself in a troublesome situation. Chapter 21. Fried rice. The inn was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the silvery moonlight, which barely allowed for visibility. The sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the night as the young man, akin to a thief, cautiously made his way to the lobby and opened the inn's door. After closing time, the door was secured from the inside but not locked, making it easy to open. The moonlight outside shone even brighter, casting a more pitiful light on the frail figure standing at the entrance. Li Mengzhou hesitated to look at her, yet in the dimness, the radiant moonlight illuminated the girl's delicate features, making her appear as if she had descended from the moon palace, her porcelain-like face etched into Li Mengzhou's heart. He had never observed a girl so closely before. During his time in Shuning town, he had never shared any overly intimate moments with Wang Pan, whose complexion was neither fair nor smooth, and thus the visual experience was starkly different from that of the girl before him. Li Mengzhou felt a rush of nervousness, his heartbeat quickening as he stared at her blankly. Yet his gaze did not render her bashful. Instead, she playfully thumped her little fist against his chest. Yi Songyu, having not forgotten how infuriated she had been by Li Mengzhou earlier, seized the opportunity for reprisal. The punch was light, not causing any pain, but enough to jolt Li Mengzhou back to reality. He quickly stepped aside, and as Yi Songyu entered, he cautiously closed the door behind her and secured it from within. Upon reaching the second floor and entering his room, Li Mengzhou lit a candle. With visibility restored, he felt an acute sense of awkwardness. After all, it was a solitary man and woman sharing a room. Li Mengzhou was merely a youth himself, having never experienced the innocent stirrings of affection. Though he may have appeared cold on the surface, his 8 years of life had compelled him to mature. Deep down, he was no different from any ordinary boy. It was the nature of youth to indulge in fanciful thoughts, particularly regarding matters of the heart. Yi Sangyu, in contrast, remained far more composed, possibly due to her innocence, as she did not overthink nor consider the impropriety of being in the same room as a stranger. Having already lost her pride, Yi Sangyu decided to embrace the situation and sat down on a stool, declaring, "I'm hungry." Li Mengzhou, momentarily taken aback, looked at her and queried, "And what do you suggest?" Yi Sangyu, exasperated, replied, "If I'm hungry, of course, I need to eat." Li Mengzhou scratched his head and said, "But the innkeepers are already resting. Surely, we cannot disturb them to prepare a meal?" Yi Sangyu, realizing the inappropriateness of such an action, pondered for a moment before saying, "Then you should cook for me." Li Mengzhou initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Yi Sangyu's reddened eyes, as if tears might fall at any moment, he felt that to avoid further awkwardness, he had no choice but to silently nod in agreement, grabbing an oil lamp and stepping out of the room. During his time in Shuning town, as Old Long had never cooked, Li Mengzhou had typically eaten breakfast at Wang Pan's tofu shop, while he prepared meals for himself at noon and night. Thus, the task was not particularly daunting for him. However, he had never cooked for a girl before. Truthfully, as he approached the inn's kitchen, he felt a peculiar sensation. The kitchen was not particularly spacious, yet it was well stocked with ingredients. Li Mengzhou was not adept at crafting elaborate or complicated dishes, but he was quite skilled in preparing common home-cooked meals. Gazing at the ingredients in the kitchen, he hesitated over what dish to prepare. For him, a meal that could satiate hunger was undoubtedly the best choice, and noodles were certainly the primary option. However, the thought of kneading the dough seemed rather cumbersome. After searching around, he ultimately decided to make fried rice. The process was simple and uncomplicated, and it was sure to fill the stomach. Girls might enjoy it, he mused. Yi Sangyu had been dozing off in her room, but the pangs of hunger made sleep elusive, leaving her in discomfort. Suddenly, a wave of homesickness washed over her. Had she known it would be like this, she would not have sneaked out of her home. She had thought the world would be interesting and beautiful, but reality seemed to differ greatly. Propping her chin in her hands, she gazed out at the moonlit night, and the tranquility that enveloped her felt more fitting, her serene demeanor radiating an inexplicable allure. Perhaps this was the essence of youth, capricious, filled with carefree joy, quiet contemplation, and a reckless pursuit forward. Regardless of its nature, there would always be moments, many, in fact, that would linger in memory. When Li Mengzhou entered the room, he was greeted by the sight of this seemingly melancholic girl. The aura of melancholy was faint, as if concealing endless thoughts. Yet, without a doubt, she was also very happy, which created a certain contradiction. Li Mengzhou found it difficult to comprehend, yet he empathized, for he too was a paradoxical individual. Engaging in suitable activities at an appropriate age should be the most ordinary of occurrences. Yet he found himself unable to pursue what was deemed suitable or what he desired. He could only engage in what was expected of him, even if it was something he wished to do. He always felt an illusion that he had not attained what was rightfully his in his youth. Everything felt imposed upon him, as though he were compelled to engage in activities that did not belong to him. At some unknown moment, these obligations became his sole thoughts, his only goal to achieve, even at the cost of his life. The fried rice glimmered golden, resembling grains of gold, releasing a gentle steam. Watching the girl, who sat quietly, savoring the dish he had prepared for her, brought a sense of happiness, an image he had once dared not even dream of. A flutter of emotion stirred within Li Mengzhou. In the innocent moments of youth, devoid of reason and logic, thoughts seemed to arise spontaneously, accompanied by impulsive desires. This was something he could not feel with Wang Pan'er. Currently, he could not articulate his feelings, nor could he explain them. He simply knew they were beautiful. Placing the fried rice before Yi Sangyu, he sat opposite her, a flask of wine from the kitchen beside him. Yi Sangyu, perhaps famished, paid him no mind and eagerly dug into her meal. Li Mengzhou's culinary skills were decent, but the primary factor was that Yi Sangyu was truly hungry, making the fried rice especially delightful. Soon, the plate was empty. Yi Sangyu poured herself a cup of tea, drank it in one go, and contentedly patted her small belly. Li Mengzhou remained composed, taking a sip of his wine. The atmosphere in the room grew comfortable, the earlier awkwardness dissipating. Yi Sangyu stretched lazily, a movement so ordinary that, in Li Mengzhou's eyes, it appeared remarkably endearing. He was even unaware of the thought that had spontaneously emerged in his mind. It was merely an instinctive notion. With a cheerful smile, Yi Sangyu looked at Li Mengzhou and said, "I didn't expect your cooking to be quite good. Why don't you come to my home and be the chef?" Li Mengzhou paused momentarily, then replied calmly, "A gentleman should distance himself from the kitchen. Cooking is merely a necessary skill to fill the stomach." Moreover, this skill pales in comparison to that of a true chef. As long as you enjoy it, that suffices. Yi Sangyu laughed. I do quite enjoy it. Li Mengzhou glanced at her before quickly lowering his gaze. Yi Sangyu evidently had no interest in continuing the conversation. Her eyes were already heavy with sleep. Yawning, she mumbled, I'm going to sleep now. Li Mengzhou did not respond. Yi Sangyu climbed onto the bed, covered herself with the blanket, faced inward, and quickly fell into slumber. Li Mengzhou sat in silence for a moment, quietly extinguishing the candle before deciding to remain there until dawn. It seemed that with Yi Sangyu's arrival, the room was faintly imbued with a floral fragrance. Li Mengzhou was unsure of its origin, but it was pleasant. With less than 3 hours until dawn, he, who had never stayed up so late before, found himself wide awake after the fatigue had set in. He began contemplating how to deal with the Beijing gang. His role in this incident was merely supportive. The crux lay with the Qingfeng gang. If the Qingfeng gang lacked the strength to confront the Beijing gang, then even his involvement would not alter the ultimate outcome. Thus, he believed that the primary issue was not the Beijing gang, but rather the inherent problems within the Qingfeng gang itself. As he pondered these matters, drowsiness gradually crept in, and he unconsciously slumped over the table and fell asleep. Chapter 22. He could surpass Zhao Wuji. The eastern horizon brightened with the first light of dawn, casting the sun's radiance over the world. For the people of Jianghua watching, a new day had arrived. Li Mengzhou awoke early, although he had not slept long, having kept an uncommon vigil the previous night. Yet it did not compel him to rise late. However, having dozed at the table for 3 hours left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As he blinked awake, still in a daze, he suddenly remembered that there was another person in the room. Turning his head in slight panic, he saw Yi Sangyu still soundly asleep on the bed. The visual impact was striking, although she had not kicked off the blanket. Nor had Li Mengzhou inadvertently glimpsed anything inappropriate. Waking to the sight of a beautiful girl sleeping was undeniably a delightful experience. Li Mengzhou could not help but smile wryly. This girl truly had no sense of caution. Despite him not being a bad person, they had only met a few times and knew little of each other. In such circumstances, Yi Sangyu had spent the night unguarded with a relatively unfamiliar man, and now she slept so deeply. He was unsure whether to admire her innocence or chastise her naivety. Li Mengzhou chose not to disturb Yi Sangyu. He had many tasks to attend to that day. The sword, wrapped in black cloth, remained strapped to his back. He quietly picked up a simple knife nearby and stealthily exited the room. At that moment, Yi Sangyu turned over, clutching the blanket tightly, a vague smile gracing her lips as she occasionally smacked her lips, seemingly lost in dreams of sumptuous dishes. On Qing'an Street, at the Qingfeng gang's headquarters, the atmosphere was notably different from the day before. The 2 guards at the entrance were no longer present, and every face bore an air of gravity. Although the 3 individuals who had perished the previous night had been dealt with and not discovered by the authorities, the situation was impossible to conceal entirely, especially with the Beijing gang as the instigator. This morning, the White Whale gang has already initiated actions against the Qingfeng gang. Both gangs appear to have legitimate businesses, and any threat to these enterprises would significantly impact their interests. The White Whale gang's offensive is a form of commercial competition, beyond the purview of governmental interference. The Qingfeng gang is somewhat weaker in business matters. Should they choose to resist, the outcome would not be a mutually destructive one. Consequently, the leaders of the various factions have gathered in Huaqing to devise a strategy. Lin Xiaoyan feels quite troubled, uncertain about how to proceed. One of the 8 faction leaders present, Ding Chusheng, leisurely lifts his teacup and takes a delicate sip, exuding an air of elegance. His keen eyes are fixed on Lin Xiaoyan. Ding Chusheng possesses considerable prestige among the 8 leaders of the Qingfeng gang and was among the earliest followers of Lin Jinan in their quest for dominance. Although not the leader, he holds influence akin to that of the gang leader. Aside from Lin Jinan, only Ding Chusheng's words carry such weight. Furthermore, he is a martial arts master, a formidable presence in the realm of martial arts, and no one dares to disregard him. In his youth, Ding Chusheng was the foremost expert of the Qingfeng gang, renowned for his formidable skills with the blade and likened to a deity of death. Even with age, his stature within the gang remains undiminished. Rather, he has shed the ferocity of youth and adopted a more cultured demeanor, developing a distaste for violence. This transition seems natural, as aging often alters one's interests towards more refined pursuits. Lin Xiaoyan harbors a certain reverence for Ding Chusheng. In his childhood, Ding Chusheng had already transitioned from a life of violence to that of a businessman, leading Lin Xiaoyan to only hear of him through tales. Respect is essential, yet adoration is challenging, perhaps due to generational gaps and differing perspectives. Ding Chusheng advocates against initiating conflict. asserting that the Qing Feng gang is not adequately prepared to disrupt the current stalemate. Although the White Whale gang made the first move by attempting to abduct Lin Xiaoyan, their failure was not due to any actions taken against them, but rather a result of unforeseen circumstances. To act recklessly in retaliation could be detrimental to the Qing Feng gang. He toys with a walnut in his hand and states, "The White Whale gang will not act against us unless they possess absolute certainty." Tian Xiong is no fool. As the leader of the White Whale gang, he will think long-term. Perhaps this is merely a test of our resolve. In a standoff, the side that prepares adequately will seize the initiative. Our leader will soon arrive in Huaqing. Until then, we should avoid conflict with the White Whale gang. Any losses in business will eventually be reclaimed. So we must not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Lin Xiaoyan remained silent, unable to agree with Ding Chuxing's perspective. It was the White Whale gang that sought to abduct him first, and it was merely the unexpected appearance of Li Mengzhou that thwarted their plans. This is not a matter of Li Mengzhou having eliminated members of the White Whale gang. Rather, it is a failure of the White Whale gang's covert strategy, which they will not easily abandon. Lin Xiaoyan finds it perplexing that Ding Chuxing fails to comprehend this. This situation transcends mere business losses. The White Whale gang has already taken action, and they will certainly retaliate if left unchecked. Lin Xiaoyan yearns for the composure to lead. Yet his nature leaves him feeling somewhat at a loss. He harbors many thoughts, unsure of their validity, but lacks the courage to voice them, especially in front of Ding Chuxing. At this moment, another faction leader interjects. Among the 3 deceased members of the White Whale gang was a 7th-tier master, a potential candidate for a leadership position in either gang. Duan Tianxiong sent such an expert to capture the young master, aiming to avoid complications and ensure victory. However, who is this Li Mengzhou? How could he kill a 7th-tier master and 2 6th-tier masters simultaneously? If Li Mengzhou is indeed a formidable figure, then the stalemate is merely a result of equal strength on both sides. Should we gain a master of 8th tier or higher, we would possess ample justification to break the deadlock. This revelation causes a ripple of awareness among the faction leaders, who recognize the significance of the matter. Yet, they also find it astonishing. This Li Mengzhou is a friend of the young master, and it stands to reason that he cannot be too old. While it is not unheard of for individuals under 20 to reach 8th tier mastery, the sudden emergence of such a figure raises questions. Lin Xiaoyan's expression brightens, and he quickly asserts, "Li Mengzhou is my closest brother. He has promised to join the Qing Feng gang. With his assistance, we can break the deadlock." He is interrupted by Ding Chuxing, who gently clears his throat and interjects, "Young master, the influence of one individual cannot alter the grand scheme. I have heard of Li Mengzhou, but he has been missing for 3 years. Even if your bond remains intact, many issues may arise. 3 years is ample time for complications to develop. How can you be certain that his sudden appearance in Huaqing is not part of a larger scheme? Perhaps he was always associated with the White Whale gang, seeking to draw closer to you. You can guarantee your loyalty. But how can you ensure he still views you as a friend?" Lin Xiaoyan's expression darkens, ready to retort, but Ding Chuxing continues, 3 years ago, I had a fleeting encounter with Li Mengzhou. Although we did not exchange words, I have heard the young master speak of him. By now, that boy must be no more than 17. Has there ever been a 17-year-old 8th-tier master in the martial world? The only one that comes to mind is the legendary Zhao Wujin, a prodigy rarely seen in a century. To this day, no one else has emerged to match his caliber. The notion that Li Mengzhou defeated a 7th-tier master could merely be coincidental, a matter of chance rather than strength. Lin Xiaoyan finds himself momentarily speechless. He is indeed unaware of Li Mengzhou's current strength, but he firmly believes in his prowess, recalling how formidable Li Mengzhou was in their youth. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyan personally witnessed Li Mengzhou dispatch the 3 members of the White Whale gang. While it is possible they underestimated him, the fact remains that Lin Xiaoyan cannot doubt Li Mengzhou's capabilities. Perhaps Ding Chuxing's constant undermining has caused Lin Xiaoyan to feel vexed. Without a second thought, he retorts, perhaps Li Mengzhou is the next Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin reached 8th-tier mastery at 17 and ascended to the rank of martial arts master by 26, universally acknowledged as the highest talent in the martial world. Yet, Zhao Wujin has been dead for several years. In this new era, a predecessor like him must be surpassed, and I firmly believe that Li Mengzhou is that individual. Ding Chuxing gazes at Lin Xiaoyan in surprise, not expecting him to dare to counter his words. It appears this young man has indeed matured and can no longer be seen as a mere child. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Ding Chuxing offered a calm smile and remarked, I am already over 50 years old, with only mediocre talent in martial arts, yet I stand just below the masters. All my skills have been forged through the trials of blood and fire. I pride myself on having a discerning eye for talent, and indeed, Li Mengzhou possesses potential. However, I will not naively believe he will achieve great success. Without truly experiencing this world of martial arts, how much can one truly accomplish through mere struggle? Martial arts cannot be mastered solely through personal effort. If he truly grows, there must be a formidable teacher supporting him. But who might that be? Could he pose a threat to our Qingfeng gang? As the young deputy leader, you must not let emotions cloud your judgment, nor should you place blind faith in anyone. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. What then of 3 years? Who can guarantee that Li Mengzhou will not remain the same youth he once was? If he returns with ulterior motives, and we are caught unprepared, it could spell disaster for the Qingfeng gang. Have you considered these matters? Lin Xiaoyan found himself at a loss for words. Although he had unwavering faith in Li Mengzhou, Ding Chuxing's words held merit, leaving him unsure of how to counter them. Just as Lin was grappling with his thoughts, a sudden, crisp sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. During their discussion, both the interior and exterior had been enveloped in silence, making even the slightest noise easily perceptible. Are you speaking of me? Li Mengzhou stepped into the hall, his indifferent gaze sweeping over every face. He bore a sword wrapped in black cloth on his back and clutched a worn, rustic knife in his hand, surveying everyone present with unflinching eyes. Chapter 23. This wine is unsatisfactory. Ding Chuxing furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had only met Li Mengzhou once 3 years prior, he recognized him nonetheless. Observing Li Mengzhou closely, he noted the youth's somewhat gaunt figure, yet his countenance was resolute, his eyes vibrant, unyielding even amidst the pressure of so many Qingfeng gang leaders gathered. He was certainly not an ordinary junior. Moreover, Li Mengzhou's attire was peculiar, clad entirely in black, with the knife he held also bearing a dark blade. Ding Chuxing observed the knife closely, spotting stains that, to his trained eye, were undoubtedly remnants of congealed blood. His eyes narrowed as he remarked, "That knife is quite good, but alas, the blade is damaged and no longer usable." Li Mengzhou did not meet Ding Chuxing's gaze. Merely replied coolly, "It is merely for cutting grass. Its condition does not hinder its use." Ding Chuxing toyed with the walnut in his hand, silent for a moment before saying, "You must have overheard some of our conversation. After all, this is a matter concerning the Qingfeng gang, and you are, in essence, an outsider. I am grateful for your rescue of our deputy leader, but your actions have led the White Whale gang to target us. You may need to make a choice, and, while you're at it, share your experiences over the past 3 years and why you have returned to Huaqing at this juncture." Li Mengzhou frowned, stating, "There is nothing of interest to recount. I have already agreed to temporarily join the Qingfeng gang, and once we deal with the White Whale gang, I will withdraw." Lin Xiaoyan hesitated, caught between his thoughts. Ding Chuxing fixed his gaze on Li Mengzhou, suddenly laughing. "You speak of resolving the White Whale gang? Regardless of whether you can achieve this, what grounds do we have to trust you? If you were to betray us mid-course, it would catch us entirely off guard. It is not that I doubt you personally, but this is a matter of great consequence for the entire Qingfeng gang. You have an obligation to clarify all matters to earn our trust. If your appearance in Huaqing is indeed coincidental and unrelated to the White Whale gang, I would have nothing more to say, and the Qingfeng gang would welcome your membership wholeheartedly." Li Mengzhou met his gaze steadily, responding indifferently. "I do not have the habit of sharing my past experiences with others. Whether you believe me or not is of little consequence to me. The Qingfeng gang is a prominent faction on par with the White Whale gang. Is it truly so fragile that it falters at the slightest difficulty? Or does Elder Ding fear the White Whale gang?" Ding Chuxing's expression darkened, his voice cold as he replied, "When I, Ding Chuxing, roamed the martial world, you did not yet exist. I have never feared anyone with the name of the Mad Blade. However, this is not solely my concern. I must consider the entirety of the Qingfeng gang and the interests of each individual. It is natural for the youth to be a bit brash, for I too have traversed this age, but let us speak plainly. The Qingfeng gang currently lacks the strength to guarantee victory over the White Whale gang. A strategic retreat is necessary. You yourself present many uncertainties, and furthermore, I do not trust your abilities. Do you truly believe that your presence alone can ensure our victory over the White Whale gang? Does that not strike you as laughable?" Li Mengzhou replied nonchalantly, "I will prove myself with facts. Whether you choose to believe me is not my concern, it is yours. If Elder Ding suspects my intentions, feel free to monitor me. I trust that you possess the confidence to ensure that any schemes of mine could not possibly come to fruition under your watchful eye." Ding Chuxing found himself unable to counter Li Mengzhou's words, as doing so would equate to questioning his own abilities. He had not anticipated that this young fellow could articulate himself so well. He chuckled softly, saying, "In the face of overwhelming strength, any schemes would naturally fall flat. Very well, Since you are unwilling to disclose other matters, you must at least demonstrate that you stand firmly with the Qingfeng gang. Why not present us with the head of a White Whale Gang Hall Master as a token for joining? This would undeniably prove your worth to the entire Qingfeng gang. If you succeed, I shall personally prepare a welcoming gift for your induction. Li Mengzhou understood Ding Chuxing's true intention. A Hall Master of the White Whale Gang would at least be an 8th-tier expert. Not to mention that the White Whale Gang would never risk the life of a Hall Master just to plant a spy in the Qingfeng gang. The question remained as to whether Li Mengzhou could even kill an 8th-tier expert. After all, it was not merely about slaying an 8th-tier master. As the Hall Master of the White Whale Gang, he would certainly have many powerful protectors around him, rarely acting alone. In Ding Chuxing's eyes, Li Mengzhou could not possibly accomplish such a feat. Even if he did succeed, it would only serve to raise further suspicions about his character. As a person lacking strength, accomplishing the impossible would indicate more than just luck. It would suggest ulterior motives. It could very well be a ruse. A staged death of a White Whale Gang Hall Master to win Li Mengzhou the trust of the Qingfeng gang. Of course, this was merely Ding Chuxing's conjecture. Others were unaware of his thoughts, and perhaps some might have considered it, but chose to remain silent. Ding Chuxing stood and approached Li Mengzhou, gently patting his shoulder and whispering, "Good luck." He left the hall with a smile, followed by the other hall masters bidding farewell to Lin Xiaoyan. Soon, the hall was left with only Li Mengzhou and Lin Xiaoyan. The latter, with concern, spoke. "Mengzhou, this is no trivial matter. Do you have confidence?" Li Mengzhou looked at him, puzzled, and said, "What does this have to do with me? I never agreed to anything." Lin Xiaoyan was momentarily speechless. Given Li Mengzhou's earlier silence, everyone likely assumed he had given tacit consent. Lin Xiaoyan felt troubled, uncertain of how to proceed. Li Mengzhou leisurely took a seat on a nearby chair, glancing at the tea beside him before looking up and asking, "Is there any wine?" Lin Xiaoyan brought some wine and sat beside Li Mengzhou, sighing deeply. "I never imagined that Ding Bo's thoughts would diverge so greatly from mine. It feels incongruous with his character. Although he makes many valid points, if the White Whale Gang has already initiated an attack, does retreating not imply that our Qingfeng gang is afraid of them? Are we devoid of the courage to counter? Even if we manage to resolve this predicament, our Qingfeng gang would still have succumbed to the White Whale Gang, leaving us with no face to present to the entire Jianghu community. The whispers of the Jianghu can be quite daunting. They pertain to a gang's dignity. To retreat without a fight is an act of cowardice, one that will invite ridicule from other gangs. While this may not have immediate consequences, the psychological disadvantage is a serious issue that could severely affect the morale of our members. Simultaneously, Lin Xiaoyan recognized that a strategic retreat might indeed be the wiser course of action. For the Qingfeng gang currently lacks the strength to engage in a full-scale war with the White Whale Gang. The variables are too numerous. A minor misstep could lead to total ruin. Thus, Lin Xiaoyan found himself increasingly conflicted, uncertain whether to take the initiative or to temporarily withdraw to ensure a fleeting peace. Listening silently to Lin Xiaoyan's words and observing the worry etched on his face, Li Mengzhou took a sip of wine and frowned slightly, remarking, "This wine is rather unpleasant. Lacking in depth, you may have been deceived when purchasing it." Lin Xiaoyan stared at Li Mengzhou in astonishment. At such a tumultuous moment, it was perplexing that Li Mengzhou was focused on whether the wine tasted good. Chapter 24. The maiden enjoying the plum blossoms alone. Li Mengzhou seemed oblivious to Lin Xiaoyan's gaze, stating, "Since you have already formed your own ideas, why concern yourself with the opinions of others? The Qingfeng gang may not solely belong to you or your father. It belongs to all those who have contributed to its growth. Yet, at the end of the day, the Qingfeng gang still bears the Lin surname. And as the young master, you possess a degree of influence. Having ideas is better than having none at all, regardless of whether they can be realized. You must strive with all your might to test them." Li Mengzhou set down his cup and turned to Lin Xiaoyan, speaking earnestly. "Moreover, I believe your concerns are misplaced. Choosing to strategically retreat when unprepared is indeed a prudent approach. Recklessly advancing would be the folly of a brute. However, the crucial question is, what is the White Whale Gang's objective? Their decision to take the initiative, regardless of the justification, indicates they are fully prepared. If the Qingfeng gang retreats, it will not halt the White Whale Gang's advance. Rather, it will only bolster their morale, leading to an even more ferocious onslaught, placing the Qingfeng gang at an absolute disadvantage with no means of retaliation." Lin Xiaoyan let out a bitter laugh, saying, "Do you think I am unaware of this? You yourself have said that the Qingfeng gang is not governed by a single person. This is no longer the time when the gang was newly established, and the leader held the ultimate authority. Once the interests of many are threatened, the leader's position becomes expendable. At that point, the threat will not be external, but internal. Li Mengzhou pondered for a moment before replying. If retreat is unfeasible and aggressive action is equally impractical, then there is but one solution. Lin Xiaoyan inquired. What do you propose? Li Mengzhou lifted his cup, contemplated, then set it back down, saying, under the dual pressures of external threats and internal strife, let us first address the internal issues, eliminating any potential unexpected factors and solidifying the unity of the entire Qingfeng gang. Only then can we muster enough strength to confront the White Whale gang. Lin Xiaoyan shook his head, replying, it sounds simple, but it is far from easy to accomplish. Even if we successfully resolve the internal issues, the overall strength of the Qingfeng gang will significantly wane. How can we then hope to contend with the White Whale gang? Li Mengzhou observed Lin Xiaoyan in silence, aware of his intelligence, yet recognizing his rather timid nature, or perhaps his lack of decisiveness. Over the years, he had gravitated towards the behavior of a spoiled youth, making it difficult for others to perceive any ambition in him. Aside from his title as the young master, few within the Qingfeng gang truly regarded him with any esteem. The distinction between Lin Xiaoyan and Li Mengzhou was that while both could identify the problems at hand, the former hesitated, often engaging in self-doubt, leading his thoughts to remain mere notions that could not affect change. Li Mengzhou was nearly certain that Lin Xiaoyan already possessed the answers to his own questions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to propose more critical inquiries as soon as Li Mengzhou articulated them. Lin Xiaoyan's lack of confidence persisted. Even though he was the young master of one of the largest gangs in Shuning County, the environment in which he had grown up had not bred arrogance. Rather, it had instilled a sense of inferiority within him. As Li Mengzhou contemplated the roots of Lin Xiaoyan's insecurities, he quickly identified a pivotal figure. If your concern is that the Qingfeng gang lacks the strength to contend with the White Whale gang, then the only solution is to seek allies. Should other gangs be willing to aid the Qingfeng gang, it could fill the void left by resolving the internal strife. Lin Xiaoyan paused, saying, in all of Shuning County, there is no gang brave enough to confront the White Whale gang unless. He fell silent, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Li Mengzhou replied coolly, unless the Zhuke Hall is willing to intervene. As the largest gang in Shuning County in years past, though now relegated to the background, it is the only faction with the strength and courage to stand against the White Whale gang. Lin Xiaoyan lamented, that is impossible. The Zhuke Hall will not assist the Qingfeng gang. I am well aware of this. Li Mengzhou rose and walked toward the door, stating, how can we know unless we try? Saixuan is situated in the southern alley of Huaqing, a renowned tea house famed for its excellent location and picturesque scenery, which naturally attracts elegant individuals. Unlike ordinary tea houses, Saixuan boasts a vast area, with dedicated courtyards for esteemed guests to enjoy their tea in tranquility, undisturbed. Each courtyard bears a melodious name, filled with various flowers that reflect their respective species. The courtyards feature resting rooms, long corridors, and pavilions, all harmonized by the gentle sound of flowing water and the presence of artificial hills, making it reminiscent of a wealthy family's estate. At the hour of shun, within the courtyard named a tree of cold plum, two young women were admiring the blossoms in full bloom. The girl in the purple dress sat in a pavilion, her cool countenance seemingly devoid of color, exuding an air of nobility and mystery that immediately suggested her elevated status, making her seem quite unapproachable. Beside her stood a girl in yellow, appearing obedient, with their contrasting postures clearly indicating their respective ranks. The purple-clad maiden wore a delicate jade bracelet, crafted from rare ice crystal jade, a treasure that is priceless, particularly uncommon in Shuning County. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, creating a lively rhythm that mingled with the sounds of the wind rustling through the branches, as if composing a delightful melody. The courtyards of Saixuan were separated by narrow paths, paved with blue stone slabs, allowing guests to pass by quietly without causing disturbances, a mutual understanding among the patrons of Saixuan. At this moment, three men appeared at the entrance of the A Tree of Cold Plum courtyard. They seemed to be casually surveying their surroundings, although they were dressed elegantly. Their demeanor was incongruous, suggesting they were not truly refined individuals. A man clad in a cerulean robe inadvertently caught a glimpse of a graceful figure clad in purple, seated elegantly in a pavilion, through the half-open gate of a blossoming plum tree. His eyes instantly sparkled with astonishment. Disregarding the decorum of the CE pavilion, perhaps he had none, he cleared his throat and pushed the door open. Two companions, seemingly aware of the cerulean-robed man's intent, followed with playful smirks, linking arms with him. The cerulean-robed man adjusted his attire, standing outside the pavilion, striving to present a congenial smile as he addressed the woman in the purple dress. My lady, to sit alone admiring the plum blossoms must be rather dull. Allow me, this young master, to keep you company and converse about life's aspirations. The woman in purple paid him no mind, not even glancing his way, while a girl in yellow shot a warning glare at him. Unfazed by this silent threat, the cerulean-robed man relished the woman's indifference. The two companions exchanged glances and quickly chimed in. My lady, please show some grace. Our esteemed young master Ding is renowned in Huaqing, the heir of the Bayou restaurant. Not just anyone has the privilege to converse with him. Imagine how many would envy you for this. The woman in purple remained unmoved, and the girl in yellow disdainfully remarked, what is so remarkable about the heir of Bayou restaurant? In our elder sister's eyes, he is no better than refuse. Be sensible and leave at once, or you might find your esteemed self turned to rubble. This blatant disregard for his status darkened the expressions of the two speakers. Yet, the cerulean-robed man remained cheerfully unperturbed, replying, in this Huaqing, none dare look down upon my Bayou restaurant. You are indeed a remarkable lady. This makes things all the more interesting, which I find quite appealing. The girl in yellow glared at him with contempt. The cerulean-robed man, emboldened, stepped into the pavilion, intending to sit across from the woman in purple. Just as he was about to take his seat, the woman spoke up. Is Bayou restaurant affiliated with the Qingfeng gang? Her voice was melodious and gentle, yet carried an icy undertone that seemed to pierce the very core of one's being. The cerulean-robed man was momentarily taken aback, enraptured by the woman's voice, and instinctively replied, indeed, it is the Bayou restaurant under the Qingfeng gang. Upon receiving her answer, the woman in purple lapsed into silence once more, seemingly disinterested. The cerulean-robed man, eager to continue, leaned in, but before he could begin, the woman coldly interjected. Have you finished your show? I detest the presence of unclean individuals before me. As her words echoed, footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, accompanied by an unremarkable voice. I thought you were quite interested, so I refrained from interrupting. The newcomer was a youth clad entirely in black, who moved with a lightness that allowed him to swiftly bypass the two men outside the pavilion. He reached out and seized the cerulean-robed man, lifting him effortlessly and tossing him out of the pavilion. The cerulean-robed man was caught off guard. Had it not been for his two companions catching him, he would have landed unceremoniously. The youth was none other than Mengzhou, still bearing the sword wrapped in black cloth upon his back, though he did not wield it, as bringing a weapon into the CE pavilion was deemed inappropriate. After expelling the cerulean-robed man from the pavilion, Mengzhou seated himself with ease. The woman in purple regarded him with a hint of a smile. The cerulean-robed man glared at Mengzhou, infuriated not only by the audacity of the youth's actions, but also by the fact that he had elicited a smile from the very woman he sought to impress. Shoving away the hands of his companions, the cerulean-robed man spoke in a low, intense voice. Youngster, this is CE Pavilion, not a place for filth like you. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Instead of erupting in anger, he sought to claim the moral high ground, reminding all that those who entered CE Pavilion were unarmed, thus avoiding any brawls. Though he had suffered a loss, he believed himself justified. Mengzhou cast a casual glance at the cerulean-robed man, seemingly surprised by his restraint, yet his expression remained devoid of any surprise, exuding an air of disdain. I merely disposed of a piece of trash, yet you dare to speak to me with such arrogance. I ought not to stoop to the level of refuse. But my temper is rather poor, and I feel inclined to take actions far more excessive. However, upon reflection, such behavior seems beneath me and may soil my hands. So it would be best if you left on your own. The girl in yellow watched Mengzhou with curiosity, finding his words amusing. The cerulean-robed man's face darkened. The insult of being labeled trash was one few could endure, and he was on the brink of an explosive outburst. His two companions could no longer restrain themselves, for it appeared that Mengzhou's insult toward the cerulean-robed man was more egregious than any affront to them, revealing their subservient nature. Before you stands the heir of Bayou restaurant. Do you know what power lies behind Bayou restaurant? It is none other than the Qingfeng gang. As mere lackeys, they resorted to such threats to assert themselves. Mengzhou furrowed his brow. He had observed the events in the courtyard and was well aware of the cerulean-robed man's identity, including his surname, Ding. Gazing at the cerulean-robed man, Mengzhou calmly inquired, what relation do you have to Ding Chusheng? The cerulean-robed man preferred not to rely on coercion. He favored overpowering his opponents with his own strength. Yet, he did not shy away from allowing his subordinates to reveal his identity, relishing the fear that would surface upon their recognition. He looked at Mengzhou with a sense of pride and declared, to be frank, Ding Chusheng is my uncle. He has no sons and dotes on me dearly. He added this last remark to convey the closeness of their relationship, a bond akin to that of a father and son. Should anyone dare to harm him, they would have to weigh the potential retribution from Ding Chuxing. Li Mengzhou remained silent. The cerulean-robed man looked eagerly at Li Mengzhou, anticipating the terror that would soon grace his face, perhaps even a plea for mercy. However, he was met with an expression devoid of emotion, as if Li Mengzhou were not even present. This caused the cerulean-robed man's countenance to darken as he began to sense something amiss. As the nephew of Ding Chuxing, the foremost expert of the Qingfeng gang, he had been nurtured with care, and though he may be a wastrel, it did not imply he was a fool. He had merely grown accustomed to bullying the weak. Once his mind began to churn, he quickly grasped the subtle nuances. The woman in purple, along with her attendant, had seemingly dismissed the Bayou restaurant, which was inherently problematic. Unless they were not from Huaqing, they could not possibly be ignorant of the power that Bayou restaurant commanded. And thus, their indifference was peculiar. Even if they were unaware of Bayou restaurant's significance, he had already revealed his identity. In the entire Xian County, it was impossible for anyone to be ignorant of Ding Chuxing. Even in the martial world, the name of the Madblade Ding Chuxing resonated loudly. Yet, despite this, the woman in purple and the girl in yellow continued to exhibit their usual demeanor. If they were not simply indifferent, it could only mean they held no fear of Ding Chuxing or the Qingfeng gang. Upon contemplating this, the man in the green robe found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. What struck him as even more peculiar was that the suddenly appearing boy in black seemed far more unperturbed than the two young ladies. Did this not imply that his uncle, Ding Chuxing's reputation had become somewhat diminished? The man's expression fluctuated between gloom and clarity as he recalled his uncle's admonitions to remain calm when confronted with the unknown, to take time to ponder rather than rush in like a fool. If it were not for the fact that his uncle's name no longer held the power it once did, then the most improbable of reasons must now be considered. After dismissing all other conjectures, the only remaining explanation, however unlikely, could only be the singular truth. They truly harbored no fear of Ding Chuxing, and perhaps not even of the Qingfeng gang. Thus, their disdain for the Bayou wine house seemed justifiable. Yet, even as this thought crossed his mind, the man in green was reluctant to accept it, for it was not merely a matter of others. It pertained to his own pride and dignity. How could he retreat in disgrace simply out of apprehension? Perhaps the reason was not as he surmised, but rather that the trio before him genuinely did not recognize Ding Chuxing. Though this possibility was slim, he preferred to believe it to be the truth. He conveniently overlooked that Li Mengzhou had indeed mentioned Ding Chuxing's name. If he could utter the name, how could he possibly be unfamiliar with him? Chapter 26. Old friends at the sea pavilion. While the man in green was still lost in thought, Li Mengzhou suddenly stood, striding directly towards him. I am somewhat acquainted with Ding Chuxing, and as of today, I have joined the Qingfeng gang. In light of my connection to him, we can settle our differences amicably, but I would like you to grant me a favor by departing. The man in green regarded Li Mengzhou with surprise, uncertain if this constituted a concession, sensing something amiss. However, as they were both members of the Qingfeng gang, he hesitated to press the matter further. Being aware of the precarious situation both the Qingfeng gang and the Beijing gang found themselves in, though he was unconcerned with their internal strife, he feared Ding Chuxing's knowledge of it. Given the other party's intent to de-escalate, he found himself with an opportunity to step back gracefully. Affecting a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "Who would have thought that a flood would wash over the Dragon King Temple, nearly harming one of our own? Joining the Qingfeng gang is indeed a commendable choice. I have high hopes for you. We will surely meet again, and I shall not press the issue this time." The man in green turned and left, with his two companions hastily following. Li Mengzhou was somewhat taken aback by the man's decisiveness. He had anticipated that the man would seize the opportunity to create further trouble, which would inevitably lead to a confrontation. Watching the man exit the courtyard, Li Mengzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, a quiet smirk escaping him. "This does not seem to be your style. You have changed considerably over the past 3 years," came the voice of the girl in the purple dress from behind him. Li Mengzhou turned to face her, remarking, "I had thought you had long forgotten me." The girl in the purple dress wore a gentle smile, brushing her hair behind her ear as she replied, "Sister has always remembered her brother, yet it seems that brother only now recalls sister after arriving in Huaqing, which is rather disappointing." Li Mengzhou resumed his seat across from her, his demeanor calm as he stated, "We are not particularly familiar. If I can remember you, you should consider yourself fortunate." The girl in the purple dress was unperturbed, merely adopting a somewhat mournful tone. "Your words are rather hurtful, brother. Upon receiving your invitation, I set aside all my affairs and arrived early at the sea pavilion to await you." Li Mengzhou's expression shifted awkwardly as he replied, "Please refrain from speaking to me in that manner. It does not suit you. It sounds as though you and I share some profound connection, and I have cast you aside, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. The girl in the yellow dress misinterpreted this. Not recognizing Li Mengzhou and initially unable to comprehend why the girl in purple had come to the sea pavilion to meet someone deemed important, she now appeared to understand a bit better. Her own expression seemed even less composed than Li Mengzhou's, for she had never witnessed the girl in purple speaking to a man in such a manner, even if he was merely a youth. The girl in yellow seemed to feel she had inadvertently stumbled upon a secret about the girl in purple, discovering that she favored younger men. And upon observing Li Mengzhou's demeanor, she believed him to be of a similar age. The girl in purple, however, did not dwell on this. She found Li Mengzhou quite amusing, with his boyish yet mature demeanor, which exuded an air of seriousness that she enjoyed teasing, relishing his vexation when he became flustered. Sister truly holds affection for her brother. How could there be a misunderstanding? Li Mengzhou, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, grasped the teapot on the stone table and took several hurried sips, stating, "If you truly care for me, I fear Lin Xiaoyan will be in tears." The girl in purple's pupils shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Adopting her previous calm demeanor as she softly inquired, "When did you join the Qingfeng gang?" Li Mengzhou replied, "Did I not mention it earlier? Just today?" The girl in purple pondered for a moment before saying, "So, the recent aggression from the Beijing gang towards the Qingfeng gang must be connected to you. The key figure behind it?" Li Mengzhou reflected, "It is likely due to my having killed 3 members of the Beijing gang. Yet this matter should only be known to the Qingfeng gang and the Beijing gang. You seem quite invested in this situation. May I assume your true concern lies with Lin Xiaoyan's near abduction?" The girl in purple swirled her teacup, regarding Li Mengzhou with indifference. "Your purpose in seeking me out is not simply to reconnect with an old friend. Feel free to speak plainly. Beating around the bush is not your style, and I do not appreciate such an approach." Li Mengzhou sighed in silence, admitting, "I, too, dislike such indirectness, but when faced with you, I find myself at a loss. Very well, I came here to seek your assistance, or rather, the support of your Zhuke Hall." The girl in purple was a member of Zhuke Hall, and not just an ordinary one, but its current leader, known throughout Xian County as the most formidable woman, Immortal. Immortal was a remarkably low-profile individual. Aside from the upper echelons of various gangs in Xian County, very few had truly seen her, which was why the man in green had failed to recognize her earlier. Li Mengzhou produced a jade box from his robes, opening it and presenting it to Immortal. "I know you have an affinity for jade ornaments, though you may not necessarily wear them. I have devoted much of my day to procure this for you. Its true value should be evident to your discerning eye." Immortal gazed at the pair of jade pendants nestled within the box. They were not complete, but rather imperfect, having been severed for some reason. Only when the two pieces were united could they form a truly whole piece of ink jade. Gently caressing the surface of the pendants, Immortal remarked softly, "The ink jade is the last masterpiece of Master Tianxian from 60 years ago. As a master of jade craftsmanship, Master Tianxian holds a status akin to that of a founding ancestor, unmatched for a century. Thus, the jade artifacts crafted by him are considered priceless treasures. As the final creation of Master Tianxian, the ink jade's significance transcends that of all other jade artifacts. He dedicated his life to jade, yet faltered in matters of the heart. The obsidian jade symbolizes the profound love between Master Tianxian and his wife, who, in his pursuit of crafting exquisite jade, neglected his family, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of his ailing spouse. During this time, Master Tianxian was utterly absorbed in the creation of this jade piece, oblivious to the deteriorating health of his beloved. Aware of the jade's significance to her husband, she bravely concealed her suffering and refrained from revealing her dire condition. When Master Tianxian finally succeeded in completing the obsidian jade, eager to present it to his wife as the first to behold its unveiling, he was instead met with the heart-wrenching reality of her impending death. This revelation struck him profoundly. He forsook the most cherished creation of his life to devote himself to caring for her, hoping for her recovery. Alas, fate was unkind. His wife had already succumbed to a grave illness beyond the reach of salvation. In a moment of despair, Master Tianxian destroyed the obsidian jade with his own hands, allowing it to follow his wife into oblivion. Thus, the jade was forever buried in the mortal realm, only to resurface at a later time, when the world learned of its tale from Master Tianquan's nephew, elevating the jade to unparalleled worth. This tale encapsulated not only the fruits of a lifetime's labor, but also the deep love and remorse he harbored for his wife. Such intimate revelations elude those indifferent to jade, though the young woman in the yellow dress had been by Immortal's side for some time. It was her first encounter with such a poignant story, stirring feelings of sorrow and bringing tears to her eyes. while the narrative flowed from Mo Lian's lips. She too seemed enraptured by it, taking a long while to regain her composure, delicately closing the jade box and holding it close to her heart. Suddenly sensing Li Mengzhou's gaze, Mo Lian paused momentarily before commenting. The obsidian jade embodies love, a truly precious gift, especially for women who cherish jade adornments. Yet, do you not find it peculiar to present it to me? Li Mengzhou, slightly taken aback, replied, why would it be strange? The young woman gently wiped away her tears, humorously retorting, our elder sister has declared this jade a token of love. By giving it to her, are you not confessing your feelings? Chapter 27. The White Jade Tavern. Li Mengzhou was surprised, yet somewhat resigned as he said, acquiring this obsidian jade was no simple feat. Perhaps I was merely fortunate to learn that it resided with a wealthy merchant in Huaqing. I certainly did not possess the means to purchase it, nor was I certain he would sell it, so I took it upon myself to liberate it from his residence. I undertook this endeavor knowing full well the risks of being pursued by the authorities, and I trust that you, Emoji, can appreciate my sincerity. Now that the obsidian jade is in your possession, it rightfully belongs to you, and what you choose to do with the other piece is entirely your affair. Mo Lian gazed intently at Li Mengzhou, silently conveying her thoughts. Your sincerity is undeniable, but does this not place a rather burdensome hot potato in my hands? This is not the proper way to offer a borrowed gift. Li Mengzhou shrugged. There's no need to dwell on the means. I did leave a small sum of silver with that merchant. Although it was but a mere tale, it's still a transaction, is it not? Besides, my funds did not come from thin air. After all, the obsidian jade fortuitously happened to be in Huaqing. Mo Lian shook her head, stating, I intend to negotiate with the merchant regarding the obsidian jade in the future, as I certainly do not wish to entangle myself with the authorities. Li Mengzhou scratched his head awkwardly, saying, by taking this course, does it not render the carefully prepared gift meaningless? It feels as though I have accomplished nothing. Yet you have had to part with a considerable sum. Mo Lian smiled. At the very least, the obsidian jade is in my possession, rendering any expense worthwhile. Moreover, I have never been one to relinquish what I possess. Whatever the merchant may decide, it shall be mine. Li Mengzhou smirked slightly before adopting a serious tone. If that is the case, Emoji, you have accepted this gift, and thus there should be no reason to refuse me any longer. Mo Lian leisurely handed the jade box to the young woman in the yellow dress for safekeeping, took a sip from her teacup, then rose to exit the pavilion. Standing amidst the plum blossom grove as if to admire the blossoms that would not bloom in this season. At the sea pavilion, various flowers flourished, and efforts were made to ensure blooms from different seasons could flourish concurrently, a meticulous and complex craft. Fortunately, amidst the world, there existed floral artisans, albeit few in number. But given the scale of sea pavilion, finding a floral artisan was not overly challenging. Floral artisans hold a unique vocation, possessing extraordinary abilities and qualifying as potential cultivators. However, mere qualification suffices not. Without the capability to open their chi, they remain forever distant from the path of cultivation. Yet they possess the ability to perceive the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth, leading some to devise various special professions to secure their livelihoods. Their ability to sense and manipulate the spiritual energies of nature forms the cornerstone of their existence. Some became diviners, others practitioners of arts, and a portion became floral artisans. They can channel the spiritual energies of the cosmos to nourish blossoms, allowing all flowers to bloom in every season, unaffected by the whims of climate. This endeavor demands considerable energy and cannot be pursued whimsically. While the status of floral artisans may not be exceedingly high, they are still afforded great respect in certain circles, particularly among flower enthusiasts, for whom floral artisans occupy the highest echelons of esteem. Thus, while floral artisans may not ascend to the ranks of cultivators, they certainly do not suffer in the mundane realm, often achieving modest prosperity, though not vast wealth, leading lives free from want. Li Mengzhou followed Mo Lian into the plum grove. Mo Lian turned to him, stating, although the obsidian jade was a gift from you, in the end, I must still purchase it with my silver, which does not justify taking such risks for the Zhuke Hall to assist the Qingfeng gang. Li Mengzhou appeared to anticipate this response and expressed no surprise, merely stating, what if I had additional conditions? Or perhaps a wager between us, with stakes you would never refuse. After leaving Sea Pavilion, Li Mengzhou visited the Qingfeng Hall, but did not meet with Lin Xiaoyan. Instead, he enlisted the help of the Qingfeng gang members to gather information. As dusk approached, Li Mengzhou ambled down the street, clutching a worn blade. The blade appeared old and harmless, its edge marred and long overdue for disposal. It is not uncommon for wandering knights to traverse the city, while rare. They seldom attract undue attention, especially someone as unassuming as Li Mengzhou, simply dressed and wielding a nondescript, battered knife. It would lead others to perceive him as an ordinary farmer, his knife merely a tool for cutting grass rather than a weapon. Li Mengzhou aimed to reach the capital, necessitating cost-saving measures. Hence, he remained clad in his attire from Shuning town, without consideration for a new outfit. His destination was the White Jade Tavern, not out of fear of the seemingly genial man in the blue robe, who secretly schemed, but rather due to the connection between the blue-robed man and Ding Chuxing. If there were any uncertainty surrounding the Qingfeng gang, it undoubtedly stemmed from Ding Chuxing. Should he defect to the White Whale gang, it would inflict irreparable damage upon the Qingfeng gang. Joining the Qingfeng gang was merely to assist Lin Xiaoyan, as he had more pressing matters to attend to and was disinclined to squander time in watching. Thus, he acted swiftly, seizing every opportunity for decisive action. He did not harbor deep suspicions regarding Ding Chuxing. Rather, he found himself pondering some of the latter's statements during their time in Qingfeng Hall. Under normal circumstances, Ding Chuxing's plan would undoubtedly be sound, as he is, after all, considering the well-being of the entire Qingfeng gang. However, in light of the fact that the White Whale gang is clearly seeking excuses to provoke conflict, a relentless retreat would merely hasten the downfall of the Qingfeng gang. At such a critical juncture, negotiations are entirely implausible. Therefore, Ding Chuxing's staunch opposition to waging war against the White Whale gang presents a significant issue. The name of the Mad Blade is not merely a title. Even in his advancing years, he cannot be so weak as to exhibit such timidity. Thus, it seems to Li Mengzhou that Ding Chuxing's actions are utterly inconsistent with his true character. When circumstances deviate from the norm, one must suspect ulterior motives, and Li Mengzhou recognizes the necessity of targeted actions. The only vulnerability of Ding Chuxing lies in his nephew, whom he regards as his own. Within the Bayou Tavern, a man garbed in blue sits alone, indulging in drink amidst a table in disarray. It is evident that he had previously been surrounded by numerous companions. Yet his foul mood prompted him to dismiss them all. Since the return of Si Xuan, his resentment has only deepened. After all, the individual he resents is merely a newcomer to the Qingfeng gang, a lowly lackey. Although he holds no significant power within the gang, his uncle's stature allows him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gang's leader. Were it not for the tumultuous times facing the Qingfeng gang and his uncle's repeated warnings to maintain a low profile, he would not have chosen to remain passive. Attempting to drown his sorrows in alcohol, the man clad in blue rises to the window, where a fleeting silhouette catches his eye, causing him to furrow his brow. Soon after, a sound of rustling emerges from behind him, as a figure dressed in black stealthily enters through another window. The man in blue, known as Ding Muxuan, remains facing the window, feigning ignorance. Ding Muxuan, the black-clad figure intones, his voice deep and ominous. Ding Muxuan drains his cup and replies, "This is Bayou Tavern. If you have business, couldn't you choose a different location? It would be troublesome if my uncle found out." The black-clad man chuckles softly. "If you have done something, why fear discovery? Your timidity explains your lack of accomplishment within the Qingfeng gang, merely a debauched scion indulging in revelry at Bayou Tavern." Ding Muxuan's brow tightens as he demands, "What do you want?" The black-clad figure pours himself a drink, surveying the mess before him with a cold smile. "It seems young Master Ding is in a foul mood, but I am not inclined to choose a time when you are in better spirits. The conflict between the White Whale gang and the Qingfeng gang is nearing its conclusion, and your uncle is a pivotal figure. I hope you will not show mercy. Should we discover that you are plotting in secret, you know well what fate awaits you." Ding Muxuan turns to face him, indignation etched on his features. "You need not remind me. If there's nothing else, kindly take your leave." The black-clad figure casually remarks, "The youth lacks patience. You must have some knowledge of the White Whale gang's trump cards. If you are not a fool, you will understand how to discern and make the right choices. I am merely here to inform you that within 3 days, the Qingfeng gang will be utterly obliterated from Xianjun." Ding Muxuan's expression grows complex. The black-clad man shows no concern for Ding Muxuan's thoughts and continues, "Lin Jinan will arrive in Huaqing tomorrow morning. I require young Master Ding's assistance in uncovering his precise route. If you can eliminate Lin Jinan outside the city, it would be a delightful surprise for the White Whale gang and would save us considerable time and trouble. I trust you do not wish to remain in waiting. Decisive action is the way of kings. Regarding Lin Jinan's arrival in Huaqing, no one is more knowledgeable than your uncle, Ding Chuxing, making this task solely yours. The last attempt to capture Lin Xiaoyan to threaten Lin Jinan failed. Thus, it would be far simpler to eliminate Lin Jinan directly, the most efficient and reliable method." Ding Muxuan replies in a low tone, "I understand." The black-clad figure turns towards the window, smiling as he says, "I await young Master Ding's favorable news." Ding Muxuan remains silent, watching as the black-clad figure leaps from the window, swiftly disappearing into the long street. The night darkens, mirroring Ding Muxuan's troubled spirit. Restlessly seated, he takes a deep swig of his drink, muttering angrily, "One day, I shall make the White Whale Gang pay dearly for their insolence." Young Master Ding's temper is quite formidable, yet those who only know how to bluster are destined to achieve little. A voice suddenly pierces the stillness of the elegant chamber. This unassuming voice strikes Ding Muxuan's heart like a hammer, causing him to startle and scan the surroundings in terror. "Who goes there?" Li Mengzhou nonchalantly pushes the door open, raising his blade to close it once more. He sits across from Ding Muxuan, observing a jug of wine before pouring himself a glass. Savoring the aroma, he nods in satisfaction before drinking it all. Indeed, Baiyu Tavern offers excellent wine, or is it merely a rare vintage in young Master Ding's private collection? Ding Muxuan, still shaken, stares at Li Mengzhou, unable to comprehend how he encountered this individual here. "How did you get in?" Li Mengzhou gazes at him with curiosity, saying, "I simply walked in. This is a tavern, after all. How could there be a prohibition against admitting guests? While this may be your domain, it is evidently not secure. I can enter freely, and it seems others can come and go as they please, even bypassing the front door. It appears young Master Ding must reconsider the security of Baiyu Tavern." Ding Muxuan attempts to relax in his chair, though his gaze remains fixed on Li Mengzhou. Internally, he is unsettled, as his secret has been uncovered. Yet, as the nephew of the mad blade Ding Chusheng, he suppresses his anxiety and casually inquires, "What did you hear just now?" Li Mengzhou silently drinks, lowering his head as he replies, "What does young Master Ding wish for me to have heard? Should I claim I heard everything, or that I heard nothing at all?" Ding Muxuan's clenched fists beneath the table reveal his turmoil. He knows without a doubt that Li Mengzhou has indeed listened in. Maintaining composure becomes increasingly difficult as cold sweat trickles down his face. Li Mengzhou glances at Ding Muxuan, subtly shaking his head. If he had truly heard nothing, Ding Muxuan's inquiry and his distressed reaction would undoubtedly reveal that there is an issue at hand. Should there be malicious intent, it would be easy to exploit the situation for intimidation. Though Ding Muxuan possesses some cunning, he is not on par with ordinary debauched youths. However, his psychological fortitude is lacking. He realizes he may have overestimated Ding Muxuan. Initially, he thought Ding Muxuan could endure temporary setbacks without resorting to reckless revenge. Recognizing the disparity in strength between the two sides, he anticipated a more calculating individual, but it appears he was mistaken. Nevertheless, Ding Muxuan's ambition is undeniably considerable. Earlier, within the elegant chamber of Baiyu Tavern, Li Mengzhou clearly overheard the conversation between Ding Muxuan and the black-clad figure. Since entering the realm of martial mastery, he has seemingly transcended into a state of simplicity, akin to returning to the essence of being. This state, while distinct from mere cultivation, shares a similar essence, remaining inconspicuous and appearing as an ordinary person, all the while possessing extraordinary skill. Thus, he felt no need to deliberately conceal himself. Neither Ding Muxuan nor the man in black noticed Li Mengzhou outside the door. Even if they had, they would have thought little of it. After all, a bustling tavern like this one was a place of constant comings and goings, devoid of any sense of threat. Li Mengzhou had initially suspected Ding Chusheng of harboring ulterior motives, only to discover that the true trouble lay with Ding Muxuan. Had he not visited the Baiyu Tavern, it would have been difficult to uncover this truth. It remained uncertain whether it was due to Li Mengzhou's good fortune or Ding Muxuan's misfortune. However, Li Mengzhou was unsure whether Ding Chusheng was aware of this situation. If he had not allied with the White Whale Gang, why then had he behaved in such a manner at Qingfeng Hall? Li Mengzhou pondered quietly, sensing that Ding Chusheng still seemed suspect. And where there is suspicion, resolution is required, and the sooner the better. His gaze settled on Ding Muxuan. Ding Muxuan was inwardly anxious, contemplating how to extricate himself or perhaps simply leave Li Mengzhou behind, for the Baiyu Tavern was his domain, teeming with his people. Capturing Li Mengzhou would be an effortless task. Just as he was about to enact this plan, intending to stall Li Mengzhou and then call for help, Li Mengzhou spoke first. "I greatly admire the reputation of your esteemed predecessor, Ding Chusheng, and I wonder if you would be so kind as to accompany me to visit your uncle?" Ding Muxuan was momentarily taken aback. Presenting Li Mengzhou to Ding Chusheng seemed a more prudent course of action. Surely, Li Mengzhou would meet his demise in front of Ding Chusheng. Yet, this also posed a significant risk, and Ding Muxuan dared not truly take Li Mengzhou to meet Ding Chusheng. He wished to refuse. But Li Mengzhou made it clear that he would not be afforded that opportunity. It was not a request to begin with. Reaching out, he seized Ding Muxuan's shoulder, pinning him firmly in place. Ding Muxuan's face flushed crimson. His shoulders slumped as he glared at Li Mengzhou, growling. What do you mean? Li Mengzhou replied in a calm tone. I merely wish to be a guest at your home. Ding Muxuan was tempted to curse. At the same time, he was struck by fear at the prowess of the youth before him. He had barely registered the events, as Li Mengzhou, who had been seated across from him, suddenly appeared before him. The sheer speed and decisiveness of Li Mengzhou left him at a disadvantage. Though Ding Muxuan yearned to resist, the immense force gripping his shoulder felt akin to shackles, bone deep and unyielding. Any attempt to move resulted in sharp pain, rendering him nearly voiceless. Ding Muxuan was a 6th-tier master in martial arts. To be overpowered by someone would require at least an 8th-tier expert. Despite his disbelief in Li Mengzhou's capabilities, the reality was undeniable, extinguishing any thought of rebellion. As Li Mengzhou maintained his grip on Ding Muxuan, his left hand still pressing down on the shoulder, an onlooker might mistake their relationship for one of camaraderie, a casual display that would not raise suspicions. Moreover, Li Mengzhou subtly warned him that should he dare to make a sound, he would dislocate his arm. Thus, under the humiliation of compliance, Ding Muxuan was escorted out of the Bayou Tavern without encountering any opposition. Chapter 29. The most beautiful sunset. The Ding residence is located on North Street in Huaqing. Within the realm of the Qingfeng gang's influence, Xianan County is vast, and Ding Chuxing possesses more than one residence. However, Huaqing holds significant importance for the Qingfeng gang, especially since his nephew resides at the Bayou Tavern in Huaqing. Consequently, Ding Chuxing would certainly have a dwelling in the city. This residence is modest in size. As Ding Chuxing seldom visits Huaqing, it merely serves as a temporary abode where he may find rest. Although not grand, the courtyard is meticulously maintained, featuring a rockery, a small flower bed, and a petite pond. The staff is minimal, comprising about 3 or 4 individuals, primarily tasked with tending to the fish in the pond and caring for the flower beds in Ding Chuxing's absence. That night unfolded as usual. Having finished dinner, he was reading by candlelight when a commotion broke out outside his study, followed by the abrupt entrance of a staggering figure. Ding Chuxing furrowed his brow, chastising Muxuan. After all I have taught you, how can you still be so reckless? Ding Muxuan trembled, lowering his head in a show of deference, too apprehensive to meet Ding Chuxing's gaze. Esteemed elder, I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you will not take offense. Li Mengzhou stepped into the study, his starry eyes fixated on the man seated before him. He surveyed the room's decor, noting the absence of weapons, which he had expected to see among the various scrolls and potted plants. He regarded Ding Chuxing with mild surprise. I did not expect you, esteemed elder, to be such a cultured individual. I had assumed that the home of the Mad Blade would be filled with weaponry. It seems I have judged too hastily by appearances. Ding Chuxing silently observed the youth before him, seemingly unfazed by Li Mengzhou's arrival. Perhaps his composure and exceptional mental fortitude kept him from revealing any surprise. He had developed a habit of reading in the study before bed. In his youth, he lacked talent and could scarcely recognize characters, his only skill being in combat. As he aged, he began to appreciate depth, even hiring a tutor to gain a semblance of literacy. He no longer wielded a blade, but instead tended to flowers, nurtured fish, read literature, and dabbled in military strategy, living quite contentedly. Gesturing for Li Mengzhou to take a seat, Ding Chuxing remarked, with age comes change in one's preferences. Do you truly believe me to be merely a brute? Li Mengzhou responded, this is merely a reflection on the discrepancy between my assumptions and reality. Please, esteemed elder, do not misconstrue my words. Ding Chuxing chuckled. What one perceives is often subjective, especially when it comes to unfamiliar individuals. One cannot expect to see through someone at a single glance. We are conditioned to doubt the surface, which complicates human interaction. What is revealed on the surface is not necessarily false, yet it is seldom the whole truth. Sometimes, being overly confident in one's perceptions can lead to grave misunderstandings. Li Mengzhou found this deeply resonant. Indeed, one's self-awareness can easily lead to misconceptions about others. Presently, he was more eager to ascertain whether he had misjudged Ding Chuxing. North Street in Huaqing is a tranquil locale, a primary reason why Ding Chuxing chose to reside there. Initially, Li Mengzhou struggled to comprehend this choice, but through various experiences, he began to understand how profoundly a person can change. He could not help but chuckle at himself. Ding Muxuan entered the study, watching as Li Mengzhou departed, his expression a complex blend of emotions. He had not eavesdropped on the conversation between Li Mengzhou and Ding Chuxing, leaving him unaware of their exchange. All he discerned was that Ding Chuxing's countenance appeared somewhat displeased, which caused a ripple of anxiety within him. Strangely, Ding Chuxing said nothing to him, appearing lost in contemplation. Subsequently, Ding Muxuan was placed under house arrest. Upon returning to the inn, Li Mengzhou discovered that Yi Songyu was absent from the room. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He mused that even if she intended to leave, she should at least have said goodbye, though their relationship was tenuous. Such courtesy was the least one could extend. Discarding his plain blade aside, Li Mengzhou was about to recline on the bed when he suddenly heard a noise, and his brow furrowed. The inn rose 3 stories high, its top adorned with green tiles. Night had fully descended, and a bright moon seemed to hover just above the roof, casting light upon a petite figure. When Li Mengzhou climbed onto the roof, he found Yi Songyu there. Yi Songyu sat atop the roof, her back turned to the luminous moon, the silvery light enveloping her as if she were a celestial being descended into the mundane world. Resting her elbows on her knees, she cradled her face in her hands, gazing silently into the distance, lost in thought, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Li Mengzhou observed her in a trance. At that moment, Yi Songyu was undeniably at her most exquisite, the ethereal moonlight casting an enchanting glow that rendered her seemingly flawless. Without the adornment of rouge or powder, her lips appeared somewhat pallid, and the fine pores on her cheeks were distinctly visible in the moon's silvery radiance. Resembling a delicate porcelain doll, such innate beauty is rare indeed. He perceived Yi Songyu as a soul untouched by hardship, inherently kind-hearted, and adept at finding joy within herself. Her smile often gracing her face, rarely revealing such sorrowful countenance. Yet, as Li Mengzhou silently regarded her, he sensed an undercurrent of concern. Her previous smiles now seemed to carry a weight of forced cheerfulness. Unsure of the burden she bore, he felt an unexpected discomfort rising within him, a sensation that perplexed him deeply. After a moment's hesitation, he settled beside her. While this was not the highest point in the city, the absence of towering structures allowed for an unobstructed view of the moon, which felt almost within reach, and the nightscape of the city unfolded before them. Yi Songyu, noticing Li Mengzhou's presence, did not turn to him but spoke as if in a monologue. Life is perhaps the most uncontrollable of all things. Though it is beautiful, it can also be fraught with pain. What, then, is the true meaning of existence? Li Mengzhou furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Fate is predetermined by the celestial order. For ordinary individuals, it remains an elusive concept. Some seek to master their destinies, which gives rise to practitioners of the path. Yet even these practitioners cannot alter their fates. As they cannot inherit the will of the heavens, they merely pursue the shadows cast by celestial forces in this world. Nevertheless, compared to ordinary people, practitioners possess a deeper understanding of fate, even able to brush against its essence. Fate is ultimately an enigma, inexplicable to us. The essence of life and all things is bestowed by the celestial order, and one day, those who pursue its shadows may unravel the conundrum of destiny. I wonder if the current pinnacle of practitioners has attained such enlightenment. It is said that becoming a practitioner extends one's lifespan. Perhaps this too is a means of altering one's fate." Yi Songyu tilted her head slightly, regarding Li Mengzhou, and said, "What you speak of must be recorded in the classics. Many paths of cultivation have been lost to the mundane world, and most are mere fragments, interpretations of the practice. Indeed, practitioners may draw closer to fate, but merely becoming one does not guarantee a longer life. It is but a process. Most practitioners are unable to change their destinies. Perhaps the legends of longevity are merely aspirations or fantasies that dwell in the hearts of people, fundamentally non-existent." Li Mengzhou looked at her with surprise. "I had no idea you possessed such insight into the ways of cultivation. I have always been curious. You seem to possess extraordinary prowess. Yet it appears you have never trained in martial arts. Are you, perchance, a practitioner yourself?" He harbored doubts, for Yi Songyu's physique appeared frail, lacking the vigor characteristic of martial artists. Yet she had undeniably demonstrated strength that seemed out of place for someone of her stature. Yi Songyu's mood appeared to deepen in melancholy as she murmured, "If only I were a practitioner, at least I would not feel as I do now." Li Mengzhou remained silent, sensing her yearning for the life of a practitioner, mirroring his own sentiments. Yet, if Yi Songyu was neither a practitioner nor trained in martial arts, how had she managed to swiftly subdue a dozen beggars with her fragile frame and navigate the perilous world of the martial arts with such ease? This conundrum left him bewildered. He suddenly found Yi Songyu to be an enigma, concealing numerous secrets within her. Her generous actions in aiding beggars suggested a well-to-do background. How could a young lady of such stature venture alone into the treacherous world? A sudden desire to delve deeper into her character stirred within him, an impulse both sudden and irrational. Yi Songyu's gentle voice broke the silence. "I truly miss home, yet I hesitate to return." Li Mengzhou inquired, Why is that? Did you run away? Are you unhappy at home? Or perhaps not well received, facing adversity? She shook her head. Not at all. I simply wish to explore. My family cares for me deeply. I snuck away, and when they discover my absence, they will surely send someone to find me. But it took me such effort to escape, and I long to experience many things yet, savor the world's culinary delights, and seek out the elusive snow goose flower. Li Mengzhou pondered before responding. Family is of utmost importance. I cannot fathom why you felt the need to sneak away, but at least you should not cause them worry. Moreover, with your funds depleted, your options are limited. You are beautiful, and it is all too easy to encounter danger. Staying home would be far more comfortable. Yi Songyu seemed taken aback, her gaze fixed on him in a peculiar manner. Her attention lingered on the word beautiful. Although she had received countless compliments on her looks throughout her life, mostly from elders, this was the first time a young man had praised her so directly. It was not that other boys found her unattractive. Rather, she had had little interaction with boys outside of her brother. Feeling her gaze upon him, Li Mengzhou grew slightly anxious, instinctively averting his eyes, and asked, "What is it?" Yi Songyu remained silent, her eyes still locked onto him. The scene appeared idyllic. Beneath the moonlight, a pair of young souls sat atop a high building, gazing into each other's eyes. Strangely, Li Mengzhou felt a flutter of unease in his heart. In the innocence of youth, he was quite naive about matters of the heart, especially before any awakening. Those subtle feelings lacked desire, manifesting only as simple thoughts. Perhaps as he matured, he would reflect on past opportunities with regret, wishing he could replay those moments with greater wisdom and a different perspective on life's intricacies. Yet in that moment, enveloped in youthful ignorance about love and romance, he might entertain mischievous thoughts without truly understanding how to act upon them. Such notions were often juvenile, merely embodying the restlessness and daydreams of adolescence. This simplicity and beauty were undeniable. However, with maturity, one's thoughts could become convoluted, rendering the innocence of youth somewhat unrealistic and unhealthy. At least for Li Mengzhou at this juncture, he could not grasp the peculiar feelings stirring within him, nor could he articulate them or summon the courage for any bold actions. He perceived Yi Songyu as a daring young woman, though she appeared delicate, perpetually exuding an air of fragility. Her actions belied a disregard for others' opinions. Just as she now maintained an unwavering gaze upon him, unflinching, Li Mengzhou began to feel an unease that she seemed oblivious to, as if her gaze held no impropriety at all. Just as Li Mengzhou was about to speak, Yi Songyu interrupted, asking, "What prompted you to leave Shuning town?" Yi Songyu had her reasons for departing from home, and she felt certain that Li Mengzhou must have his own motives, especially since they were both alone in this world. Although Li Mengzhou was reluctant to disclose his reasons, deeming it unnecessary, he found himself surprisingly candid in response to Yi Songyu's inquiry. "I intend to go to the capital," he revealed. Yi Songyu's eyes brightened at this revelation. "I must confess, I have never visited the capital. My brother, however, frequents it, as he is a disciple of a cultivation sect there." Li Mengzhou expressed his astonishment. "Your brother is a cultivator?" Yi Songyu nodded, explaining, "He is the most gifted in our family when it comes to cultivation. Grandfather wished to nurture his talents. For in this world, the status of a cultivator is paramount. My brother's ascension to becoming a cultivator is a significant blessing for our family. However, as grandfather ages, my brother has focused his attention on home. It seems he lacks a strong passion for cultivation, yet he still visits the capital regularly to ease grandfather's worries." Li Mengzhou, possessing only cursory knowledge of the world of cultivation, had merely perused books on the subject and was unaware of the specifics regarding sections. Can disciples of a sect leave at will? Should they not remain within the sect to cultivate, rather than roam the streets? Yi Songyu chuckled softly. "Each sect has its own rules. Take the Li Palace Sword Academy, where my brother studies, for instance. While the sect maintains strict standards for cultivation, it is relatively permissive in other respects. In fact, my brother spends more time at home than in the academy. Perhaps he is contemplating inheriting the family business to alleviate grandfather's burdens. For him, cultivation is a secondary concern. I am unsure of his prowess, but he seems to be a cultivator at the materialization stage and has reached its pinnacle, which is commendable." Li Mengzhou understood that the materialization stage was the third level of cultivation, impressive to ordinary people, yet not particularly remarkable among cultivators. There were 8 stages of cultivation, and only those at the 4th stage and above were deemed formidable. He was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in cultivation and would never belittle the materialization stage, as most cultivators, barring those with exceptional gifts, would struggle to advance beyond the 4th stage. Cultivation was contingent upon one's innate talent for those with lesser endowments. The 3rd and 4th stages were already realms far beyond reach. Surely, The Li Palace Sword Academy does not fall under the three orthodox teachings of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. Li Mengzhou's academic knowledge was substantial. He recognized that within the realm of cultivators, Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism represented the orthodox traditions, flourishing vigorously. Due to the academies established by Confucianism across various nations, their primary objective was to cultivate talents for the ruling court, not solely for cultivators, but predominantly for scholars. While they may be the most familiar to the general populace, they were somewhat inferior in the realm of cultivation compared to Taoism and Buddhism. Nonetheless, the cultural atmosphere in the Jiang Kingdom was heavily influenced by literature, and Confucianism held a prestigious position, serving as the backbone of the entire nation. Furthermore, Li Mengzhou was aware that beyond the three orthodox teachings, there existed two other sects of cultivation, one being the sword cultivators, and the other a unique approach attempting to encompass all three teachings through the infusion of celestial energies into the body. The latter was represented solely by the Star-Gathering House, the largest cultivation sect in the Jiang Kingdom, thus indicating a diversified approach to cultivation that did not exclude any method. Except for the outsiders who caused chaos over 50 years ago, Li Mengzhou had limited understanding of the events during the demon suppression era, but he knew that, regardless of Jiang Kingdom's stance, they had to unify against the outsiders. Otherwise, they would inevitably become the target of widespread enmity. He pondered why the outsiders faced such rejection. Was it merely due to their differing cultivation methods compared to the orthodox teachings? Yet, in a realm that acknowledged the existence of the Star-Gathering House, why could it not tolerate the presence of outsiders? This seemed particularly incongruous in a nation as inclusive as Jiang. Clearly, there was a deeper reason behind this, though Li Mengzhou could not fathom it at present. As for sword cultivators, Li Mengzhou's understanding was even more superficial. He silently glanced at the sword wrapped in black cloth slung across his back, lost in thought. Chapter 31. The young lady named Ji Nen Yi Songyu, evidently not well versed in cultivation matters, remarked, "The Li Palace Sword Academy should be the only sect for sword cultivators in the Jiang Kingdom. I have heard my brother mention it, but I did not pay much attention to the details, so I am unaware of the distinctions involved." Li Mengzhou nodded in silence, aware that sword cultivators had been dwindling in this land, with very few sects remaining. Were it not for the persistence of some, they might have vanished altogether. As he spent more time with Yi Songyu, he quickly discerned that this beautiful young woman was not overly complicated. Everyone harbors secrets, whether they be joyous or burdensome. And at least Yi Songyu faced hers with courage. Though Yi Songyu had run away from home, Li Mengzhou did not perceive it as an act of evasion. Rather, it seemed her way of pursuing happiness. He had no intention of prying into her secrets, but as he gazed at her profile, a sudden urge to protect her welled within him. "Since your brother possesses cultivation talent, surely you must as well?" Li Mengzhou mused, convinced that Yi Songyu might indeed be a cultivator. Otherwise, he found it difficult to comprehend how she had so effortlessly subdued a dozen beggars, all of whom had clearly suffered severe internal injuries. Yi Songyu replied calmly, "I do possess some talent, but having cultivation aptitude does not guarantee that a sister will share the same gift as her brother. Apart from him, there are no other gifted individuals in my family. I have my reasons. Although I have the potential for cultivation, I cannot become a cultivator." Li Mengzhou inquired, "Why is that?" His curiosity was piqued. How could one possess cultivation talent, yet be unable to actualize it? Yi Songyu fell silent. Sensing a sudden shift in her mood, Li Mengzhou wisely refrained from further questioning. After a moment, Yi Songyu exhaled softly, seemingly regaining her composure. She turned to him, smiling, and said, "In truth, I have always wished to become a cultivator myself, so my family would no longer need to worry about me. Moreover, there is someone I deeply admire and aspire to emulate. I believe that if I could become like her, no difficulty would ever be insurmountable." Li Mengzhou gazed at her in confusion. After a brief contemplation, Yi Songyu softly uttered, "Xiao Jinan is a rare cultivation prodigy in the Yin Kingdom, recognized as one of the few young geniuses in the world. According to both my brother and the records in the chronicles of the universe, she stands out among young female cultivators as the most formidable. She is neither a cultivator from the serene lands of Shanghai nor a student of an academy, yet she has surpassed many geniuses who have emerged from such places. According to the records in the chronicles of the universe, Xiao Jinan embarked on her cultivation journey at the age of 5, reached the materialization stage by 7, and now, at only 18, has achieved the 5th stage, standing on the brink of its pinnacle, if she has not already reached it. Unfortunately, there have been no new records in the chronicles, so I cannot know for certain. The Chronicles of the World chronicles extraordinary tales, primarily documenting the exploits of young prodigies in cultivation. Regardless of where these talents may reside or what feats they may accomplish, the Chronicles swiftly disseminates new volumes for the world to behold. The identity of the author remains shrouded in mystery, yet it is evident that this individual possesses remarkable prowess. After all, in a world so vast, how could every occurrence possibly be recorded? Even if the focus is solely on young talents, the task remains nothing short of astonishing. However, Mengzhou is not concerned with the author's identity. He is merely astonished that a girl named Xiao Zinin is poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the fifth realm. Countless cultivators inhabit this world, and those who reach such heights have likely sacrificed countless years. While it is conceivable that a few have entered the fifth realm before the age of 20, Mengzhou has heard little of them. Such feats are typically reserved for true prodigies, making it clear that this is no simple endeavor. Not only does Yi Songyu aspire to become someone like Xiao Zinin, but Mengzhou also yearns to attain the same heights as her, even daring to dream of surpassing her. Regrettably, at 17 years of age, he has yet to even cross the threshold of cultivation, which is undeniably disheartening. Mengzhou considers himself a genius. Yet, even the most gifted individuals may find it challenging to catch up when so far behind. Strangely, the name Xiao Zinin has etched itself deeply into Mengzhou's heart. It seems he can no longer afford to linger in Huaqing, setting aside the notion of surpassing Xiao Zinin. Failing to even enter the realm of cultivation would be a true blow to his pride. It is far better to depart for the capital sooner rather than later. Mengzhou begins to feel a sense of urgency. At that moment, Yi Songyu suddenly inquired, "When will you set off for the capital?" Mengzhou paused for a moment before replying, "It should be soon." Yi Songyu pondered for a moment and timidly added, "Could you take me along when you leave?" Observing Yi Songyu's bashful demeanor, Mengzhou, almost on impulse, replied, "Of course. That's wonderful. That way, I will have travel expenses. Otherwise, without any silver, I wouldn't know what to do alone," Yi Songyu exclaimed joyfully. Mengzhou's expression darkened slightly. He sensed he may have misunderstood something, and the feeling was unsettling. The following morning, Mengzhou arrived at Qing'an Street. Outside Qingfeng Hall, numerous carriages were stationed, and curious townsfolk engaged in idle chatter. For the common people, understanding the conflict between the Qingfeng gang and the Beijing gang was a challenge. Mengzhou proceeded directly into Qingfeng Hall. It seemed that the key figures of the Qingfeng gang had gathered, many of whom scrutinized Mengzhou. Some were familiar with him from earlier discussions, while others were not. Undoubtedly, they were all aware of the wager between Mengzhou and Ding Chuxing. Mengzhou feigned indifference to their gazes, though he felt a tinge of confusion. He had seemingly forgotten about the task of retrieving the head of a certain Beijing gang leader, as he had never actually agreed to it. It was merely an assumption made by the Qingfeng gang. Lin Xiaoyun remained troubled in his room. Upon Mengzhou's entrance, he stated, "My father will arrive in Huaqing today. Soon, we shall see whether he engages in battle with the Beijing gang or seeks peace." Lin Xiaoyun poured a glass of wine for Mengzhou and handed it to him, saying, "This is a rare delicacy I procured from the wine fragrance hall in the North Street, Lingxiao Zui. It should suit your taste." Mengzhou accepted the wine glass and took a sip, remarking, "Lingxiao Zui leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips. Indeed, at the moment it enters the throat, one feels as if soaring towards the clouds. However, this wine seems to have quite an intoxicating effect. It could easily lead to inebriation for those with lesser tolerances." Lin Xiaoyun, lacking the mood to discuss wine, hesitated before asking, "Have you seen Immortal?" Mengzhou nodded, taking a seat opposite him, and softly replied, "I made a wager with her." Lin Xiaoyun, visibly anxious, asked, "What was the wager?" Mengzhou, unfazed, took another sip of Lingxiao Zui, savoring it before finally saying, "She agreed to temporarily collaborate with the Qingfeng gang to counter the Beijing gang. However, the premise is..." "What is it?" Lin Xiaoyun shot up, fixing his gaze on Mengzhou. Mengzhou appeared unperturbed by Lin Xiaoyun's reaction, casually continuing, "This is precisely the wager I made with her, stipulating that you would demonstrate your strength and lead the Qingfeng gang to victory over the Beijing gang. In exchange, you would secure the support of the Zhuke Hall. Should you fail, we may never meet again, and the Zhuke Hall could very well aid the Beijing gang in extinguishing the Qingfeng gang." With the passing of the former head of the Zhuke Hall, Immortal was set to assume a considerable burden. Fortunately, she managed affairs adeptly. Although the Zhuke Hall could no longer thrive as it once did, it remained orderly, never seeking enmity with others. Immortal, slightly older than Lin Xiaoyun, belonged to the same generation, yet their choices diverged significantly. Transitioning from a young master to the head of the Zhuke Hall, and moreover as a woman, Immortal bore many burdens that outsiders could scarcely fathom. In contrast, Lin Xiaoyun seemed like a flower in a greenhouse, not meant for this world. Yet sometimes, Individuals from disparate worlds are drawn together by certain circumstances, allowing them to meet and share a story that belongs solely to them. Chapter 32. The Beauty of Blossoms and People. Observing Lin Xiaoyun's contemplative expression, Li Mengzhou refrained from saying more. All he could do was wait for Lin Xiaoyun's choice. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jinan appeared in Huaqing and arrived at Qing'an Street. Ding Chuxing followed suit. Li Mengzhou understood that the Beijing gang's plan had once again faltered. Without Ding Muxuan's covert assistance, the Beijing gang could not ambush Lin Jinan en route, allowing him to arrive safely in Huaqing. He cast a silent glance at Ding Chuxing, who was also observing him, yet neither spoke a word. The Qingfeng gang essentially revered Lin Jinan and Ding Chuxing, naturally splitting into two factions. Many had subtly warned Lin Jinan, but he had never intended to regard Ding Chuxing with suspicion. Outsiders remained outsiders. No one truly comprehended the bond of brotherhood between Lin Jinan and Ding Chuxing. However, the thoughts of their respective subordinates varied, making infighting inevitable. Conflicts frequently arose. Yet Lin Jinan and Ding Chuxing had never expressed their positions on these matters. After deliberation regarding the Qingfeng gang's approach to the Beijing gang, although opinions were polarized, a consensus emerged between Ding Chuxing and Lin Jinan, with Lin Xiaoyun rallying the spirits with his motivating words. The previously hesitant and disorganized members of the Qingfeng gang finally united as one. The internal issues within the Qingfeng gang primarily stemmed from Ding Chuxing and Lin Jinan. With these two leaders aligned, there was little for others to dispute. With internal strife quelled, the only remaining task was to prepare for the impending confrontation with the Beijing gang. As Li Mengzhou departed Qing'an Street, he noticed Ding Chuxing waiting for him at the street corner. Seated within a carriage, Ding Chuxing waved him over. After a moment's hesitation, Li Mengzhou climbed aboard the carriage, and the driver flicked the reins, gently urging the spirited horses forward, causing the carriage to sway as it moved. The space within the carriage was confined, and Li Mengzhou sat opposite Ding Chuxing, remarking, "It seems that Senior Ding has made a decisive choice." Ding Chuxing remarked, "Perhaps I have become quite muddled in my old age, no longer perceiving matters with the precision I once did. I had already sensed the collaboration between Muxuan and the White Whale gang, yet I never anticipated that Muxuan harbored ambitions to overthrow the Qingfeng gang. I have no children of my own, and I have excessively indulged this nephew of mine, although I impose strict regulations on him in certain aspects. The thoughts of the youth elude my understanding. Muxuan possesses great ambition, yet he lacks the mettle for such endeavors, blissfully unaware of being manipulated. Despite the White Whale gang not directly contacting me, I cannot remain idle for Muxuan's sake. Perhaps I am selfish. Regardless of Muxuan's missteps, I still wish to protect him. However, my approach has been misguided. It has only now dawned upon me that instead of being subjugated by the White Whale gang, I would be better off dismantling them entirely. In doing so, all threats would cease to exist." Li Mengzhou quietly interjected, "The hearts of parents are pitiable. Though you are not related by blood, I can comprehend your sentiments, Senior Ding." With the aid of the Zhuke Hall, the Qingfeng gang stands united. The White Whale gang is destined to stir no significant waves. They once plotted to abduct Lin Xiaoyun and even contemplated assassinating the Lin gang leader. While such tactics may lack sophistication, they are nonetheless effective. Perhaps we might reciprocate their methods. Ding Chuxing narrowed his eyes, slightly taken aback by Li Mengzhou's suggestion. He inwardly lamented his own aging, recognizing that this realm belongs to the youth. As he gazed at Li Mengzhou's retreating figure from the carriage, his expression grew complex. He lifted the curtain, casting his eyes upon the still visible Qingfeng Hall, his fists clenching tightly. The flower city at dusk seemed unchanged, yet beneath the surface, transformations were brewing, an impending torrent that would irrevocably renew the city from this night onward. In a small courtyard adorned with a lone winter plum tree, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. On the stone table before them lay an array of pastries and tea. A girl in a yellow dress stood at the entrance, perplexed as she observed the two individuals in the pavilion. To her knowledge, her elder sister had always maintained a stern demeanor towards men, yet recently she had clandestinely met with two suitors, igniting a curious itch within the girl's heart. The woman in the pavilion was none other than Immortal, still clad in her purple dress. With an air of calm detachment, she glanced at the man across from her, indulging in the pastries with grace. Her movements were gentle, as she delicately pinched a piece of pastry. She savored it with such care that it seemed she was not merely eating, but performing an art that captivated those around her. Lin Xiaoyun felt an awkward tension in the air as he gazed at Immortal, uncertain of what to say. He wished Li Mengzhou were present, for at least he could rely on him to spark a conversation. Yet, Immortal appeared disinclined to initiate dialogue. Feeling that as a man he should not be so timid, he resolved to take a step forward. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he began. Regarding the bet with Mengzhou, I must confess I was unaware beforehand. Before he could finish, he mentally chastised himself. Why had he mentioned that? Was he inadvertently negating his promise? Would Mengzhou misinterpret his words? Anxiety gnawed at him, prompting a hasty clarification. I mean no offense. What Mengzhou said reflects my own thoughts. I am truly grateful for your willingness to assist the Qingfeng gang, and I will honor my promise to win this battle and not disappoint you. Mo regarded Lin Xiaoyun without uttering a word. He offered a self-deprecating smile. I know you have never believed in me, and I cannot blame you. A person like me, content to drift through life, lacks ambition and the courage to confront formidable foes. I admire Mengzhou, though he wanders from place to place. His resolve remains unwavering. He knows what he desires and what he does not. He pursues his goals and understands the importance of refusal, facing challenges head-on rather than evading them. He aspires to be a practitioner, fully aware of the impracticality of his dreams, yet his spirit remains unshaken. After all, he strives to act. Even if the outcome is unsatisfactory, he harbors no regrets. It may seem foolish, but it is undeniably genuine, is it not? Mo lowered her gaze, lost in thought, before suddenly asking, in an environment brimming with young women, who do you think would be more popular, you or Mengzhou? Lin Xiaoyun paused, then quietly replied. It would likely be Mengzhou. Though he is often taciturn, it is only with strangers. He genuinely desires to engage in conversation, especially with those he finds compatible. He can be both warm and aloof. Such contradictions perhaps render him all the more enigmatic. Do not girls tend to favor mysterious men? Mo chuckled lightly before adopting a serious tone. This is your greatest flaw. You constantly undermine your own worth. This is merely a hypothetical scenario, not an actual occurrence. Yet you assume you would lose, harboring no intention to win. Do you truly believe yourself inferior? As the deputy leader of the Qingfeng gang, you are a competent scion. Can you not surpass even an ordinary citizen? Lin Xiaoyun found himself entranced by Mo's fleeting smile, staring at her in a daze. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she snapped. What are you staring at? Startled, Lin Xiaoyun quickly waved his hands, insisting, I wasn't looking. With a soft sigh, Mo seemed at a loss for words. Lin Xiaoyun cast a furtive glance at her, murmuring, Mengzhou is no ordinary citizen. He is a monster. Feigning ignorance of his comment, Mo continued, only by recognizing your true self can you determine the path forward. I believe Mengzhou has already conveyed the conditions under which the Zhuke Hall will support the Qingfeng gang. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, the Zhuke Hall will indeed turn against you. Lin Xiaoyun regarded Mo solemnly, asserting, I will give it my all. Seeing Lin Xiaoyun's rare expression of resolve left Mo momentarily taken aback. She lifted her teacup to mask her surprise, responding coolly, let us hope so. Lin Xiaoyun's gaze remained fixed on Mo, his heart brimming with an unprecedented certainty. Though Mo was preoccupied with her tea, she could still sense his intense stare, which inexplicably warmed her cheeks. A plum blossom fell gently from its branch, drifting softly to the ground. The flowers were beautiful, the people enchanting, and the tranquil atmosphere was simply delightful. Chapter 33. The Master's Alliance birds flitted across the streets, darting through alleys to alight upon a tree adorned with withered yellow leaves. Shaking their wings as their small, glimmering eyes reflected the silhouette of a girl. Yi Songyu leaned against the window of the inn's second floor, resting her chin in her hands, exuding a sense of ennui. At that moment, she seemed to notice someone and stealthily picked up an empty teacup from the table, hurling it with force. Whoosh! The wind rushed past. The ceramic teacup, marked with a plum blossom emblem, plummeted swiftly, poised to strike a man below on the head. Yet, the man raised his right hand, capturing the cup with a resounding clap. Tilting his head slightly upward, he caught sight of Yi Songyu's mischievous grin. Hey, if that teacup were poisoned, wouldn't you be in trouble for catching it barehanded? He mused. I suppose one must accept their fate. The man below was none other than Mengzhou, who shook his head slightly, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement at Yi Songyu's prank. He soon entered the inn, ascended to the second floor, and upon pushing the door open, he saw Yi Songyu standing nearby. Mengzhou hesitated for a moment and remarked, last time you stayed here. It was out of necessity, but surely you can't stay here again tonight. Let me arrange another room for you. Yi Songyu feigned displeasure and replied, what? Do you find me distasteful? Are you so eager to drive me away? Mengzhou mumbled, no, that's not what I meant. After all, it is not entirely appropriate for a man and a woman to share a room. Mengzhou felt that for the sake of Yi Songyu's reputation, it was necessary to secure another room. Yet, Inexplicably, a twinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. Yi Songyu tilted her head in thought, suddenly leaned closer to Li Mengzhou, locking her gaze onto his eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. Hey, that's too close, he stammered. What are you doing? With her eyes crescent-shaped in mirth, Yi Songyu cheerfully replied, I don't mind at all. Why should you? It's just your bed, how stingy. Li Mengzhou silently scoffed, thinking the core issue lay elsewhere. As night descended upon Qing'an Street, silence enveloped everything. In a certain room of Qingfeng Hall, Lin Jinan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A hint of melancholy etched on his brow. A knock echoed, and Ding Chuxing stepped inside. It seems we haven't had a peaceful conversation together in quite some time. Lin Jinan chuckled lightly. After all, we have aged and can never return to our youthful days. Ding Chuxing sighed softly. Perhaps it is indeed time we let go, entrusting our burdens to the younger generation. I understand your concerns for Xiaoyan, but perhaps the opportunity with the White Whale Gang could expedite his growth. Lin Jinan replied, I know my son best. He has many ideas, but has never had the chance to realize them. He must be bound by something. He has never faced real adversity. To mature, he must experience trials. Engaging in conflict with the White Whale Gang will inevitably lead to casualties, and while it is perilous, it is the best training for Xiaoyan. If I were to leave one day, Xiaoyan would suffer alone. No matter how worried I am, it is beyond my control. Xiaoyan must learn to stand on his own. Ding Chuxing pondered for a moment, then said, the person who has influenced Xiaoyan the most is not us elders, but that Li Mengzhou. However, Li Mengzhou merely serves as a catalyst. The one who can truly change Xiaoyan is the girl from Zhuke Hall. Lin Jinan fell silent for a moment before responding. Xiaoyan and Lianer grew up together as childhood sweethearts. I know his feelings for her. Had it not been for the troubles at Zhuke Hall, they might have already wed. Yet, because of this situation, Lianer has become strong, and their encounters have become increasingly rare. On the surface, they seem to have grown distant, but Xiaoyan's feelings have never wavered. He cannot assist her, and his frustration consumes him, leading him to doubt his own abilities to protect her. Ding Chuxing, somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of the matter, remarked, a person's growth primarily hinges on changes within their heart. Only Xiaoyan can clarify his thoughts to regain his confidence. We can only support him from the sidelines. Today's events have already shown that Xiaoyan's mindset is beginning to shift, which is a positive sign. Our task is to assist him as best we can and wait patiently. Lin Jinan, deep in thought, offered a faint smile. As a father, I too am not without my weaknesses. After the Qingfeng Gang grew in power, my ambitions gradually faded, and I became indecisive. There is much I cannot bear to part with, and I am no longer suited to be the leader of this gang. Ascending to high positions inevitably alters one's perspective, increasing one's attachments, such as power and wealth. Though I do not place great value on these, my status as a leader means I cannot choose freely. To gain something, one must relinquish something else. Desiring to gain without sacrifice makes it exceedingly difficult. Casting aside his thoughts, Lin Jinan turned to Ding Chuxing and inquired, what are your thoughts on this young man, Li Mengzhou? Ding Chuxing appeared contemplative, and after a lengthy pause, he replied, he is no mere fish in the pond. Lin Jinan was somewhat surprised and asked, what leads you to that conclusion? He himself was not well acquainted with Li Mengzhou. Since rescuing him from the fighting arena in Mengzhou, the boy had scarcely spoken. Although he was unsure how Lin Xiaoyan had become friends with Li Mengzhou, he harbored a certain wariness toward this young man. After all, at merely 12 years of age, Li Mengzhou had exhibited a ruthlessness that was astonishing, battling ferociously against a fierce tiger and ultimately turning the tide against it. For an ordinary youth to achieve such feats was truly extraordinary. From the moment Li Mengzhou entered his sight, Lin Jinan realized that once this boy matured, he would have significant implications for the martial world, either for good or ill. If he followed the righteous path, Li Mengzhou could undoubtedly benefit the entire martial community, with limitless potential ahead. Conversely, if he were to stray into the dark path, he could equally become an unparalleled force. Lin Jinan sensed an unsettling aura of killing intent within the young Li Mengzhou, indicating that he must have taken lives before being sold to the fighting arena. His adeptness at surviving adversity allowed him to outsmart and ultimately defeat a ravenous striped tiger. In terms of mental fortitude, Li Mengzhou's calmness in the face of peril was something Lin Xiaoyan could never hope to match, even with the latter being 3 years his senior. Lin Jinan's thoughts aligned with Ding Chuxing's perspective. While he had not witnessed 12-year-old Li Mengzhou's performance in the arena, he had observed the 17-year-old version, which revealed the boy's exceptional nature. Li Mengzhou's ambitions lie beyond Huaqing and Xianan County. Thus our concerns may be unfounded and could inadvertently lead to irreparable consequences. Given the current situation, perhaps it is best to observe the unfolding events, as this may indeed be the most prudent course of action. Ding Chuxing looked at Lin Jinan, hesitating before stating, the conflict between Qingfeng Gang and White Whale Gang may reach the ears of the Master Alliance. If they send someone to Huaqing, how shall we respond? The Master Alliance, established by martial masters of the martial world, consists of few members, yet they are renowned martial experts who oversee the entire realm. Within Shuning County, there are only 2 martial masters, yet they are pivotal figures. Even one martial master siding with a particular gang can deal a devastating blow to others. The Qingfeng Gang had indeed contemplated courting martial masters, for with their presence, the gang would be invincible. However, martial masters are extraordinary beings who typically refuse to join any gang, preferring a life of freedom. Yet, as life is full of surprises, what if some martial masters still yearn for power and wealth? In such cases, it is plausible that these martial masters could become embroiled in gang disputes for their own interests. Ding Chuxing was particularly wary of this, especially since he knew that one of the 2 martial masters in Shuning County had a less than stellar reputation. Lin Jinan, too, recognized this possibility and pondered aloud. The Master Alliance has rejected our Qingfeng Gang. They would not easily turn against the White Whale Gang, would they? They have traditionally remained uninvolved in gang disputes. Unless there is pressure from the court, the Master Alliance would remain in the shadows. As long as we do not escalate matters, we should be able to coexist peacefully. Although this is the sentiment expressed, both Lin Jinan and Ding Chuxing harbor unspoken thoughts. Chapter 34. An abundance of silver seeking the young master's assistance. The night was deep and serene, with moonlight cascading like water. Li Mengzhou stepped out of the inn. In the end, Yi Songyu chose to stay in his room, leaving Li Mengzhou in a state of helplessness, even experiencing a peculiar sense of relief. Moreover, Yi Songyu lacked funds. Although the inn's lodging prices were not exorbitant and Li Mengzhou was staying in a modest room, he was reluctant to squander his travel expenses. Having survived in the darkest and most trying circumstances of the Jiang Kingdom, Li Mengzhou had developed a stubborn attachment to money. Without it, one could hardly make progress. He would never waste silver on unnecessary matters. It was not that he was miserly. Rather, it was a habit. For someone like Li Mengzhou, who had never interacted with the upper echelons of society, the notion of luxury was indeed difficult to grasp. His target for the night was Duan Tianxiong, the leader of the White Whale Gang. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the king. Li Mengzhou did not have overly complicated schemes. That was the concern of the Qingfeng Gang. His task was simply to eliminate Duan Tianxiong, after which he would leave the rest to Lin Xiaoyan and their companions. The night was dark, winds howled, and ominous clouds shrouded the sky, hinting at an unsettled evening. On the west street of Huaqing, territory belonging to the White Whale Gang, Duan Tianxiong, a man in his 50s, bore a presence more akin to a middle-aged individual, his signs of aging not overtly pronounced. His imposing stature and formidable aura made him a true leader of a gang, even more so than Lin Jinan. Yet, Duan Tianxiong was a hefty man. Perhaps his only flaw. It was said he possessed immense strength and had built the White Whale Gang's reputation through sheer might. His renown in the martial world even surpassed that of the notorious Ding Chuxing, known for his ferocious blade. While Ding Chuxing wielded his sword with overwhelming ferocity and a strong sense of principle, Duan Tianxiong was notorious for his cunning and unscrupulous methods, showing no regard for ethical boundaries. At this moment, 2 distinguished guests were being welcomed in Duan Tianxiong's residence. His corpulent figure blocked the entrance. His eyes squinted to the point of invisibility, creating an ominous impression. Approaching were 2 figures. The foremost was a middle-aged man, his expression devoid of emotion, appearing detached from the world, as if he were a hermit indifferent to the bustling martial realm. Following closely was a young man clad in a striking green robe, his head bowed and posture relaxed. The vividness of his green robe caught Duan Tianxiong's attention immediately. He smirked subtly before greeting them with feigned warmth. Young Master Qin Jun's visit honors my humble abode. It truly brings light to my dwelling. The young man in the green robe glanced at Duan Tianxiong with a languid expression, responding, "You flatter me, gang leader Duan." Duan Tianxiong appeared to hold great respect for the young man, repeatedly bowing, then curiously inquired about the expressionless middle-aged man. "May I ask who this is?" The middle-aged man, without sparing a glance at Duan Tianxiong, replied coolly, "Lu Qingsong." The young man in the green robe added, "This is the newly appointed martial arts master from Shuning County, now a member of the Master Alliance." Duan Tianxiong was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He felt a surge of trepidation and hastily bowed, saying, "Ah, Master Lu. I apologize for my earlier negligence. Please forgive me." The young man raised his eyelids, displeased, and remarked, Gang leader Duan. It seems inappropriate to discuss matters at the entrance. Duan Tianxiong quickly apologized and respectfully invited the two inside. After the servants served tea, the young man spoke again. Gang leader Duan. The grievances between your White Whale gang and the Qingfeng gang have persisted for some time. Ordinarily, the Master Alliance would not intervene. Is there a hint of bribery in this invitation? Duan Tianxiong cursed inwardly. He did not consider young Master Chun to be a paragon of justice. His words were clearly laced with insinuation, subtly chiding him. True to his status as the leader of the White Whale gang, Duan Tianxiong smiled and said, Young Master Chun, you misunderstand. I merely have some excess silver that I cannot spend, and I sought your assistance in using it. As he spoke, he gestured grandly, and several servants entered, carrying large chests filled with gleaming silver and gold, as well as numerous banknotes. The sheer volume was astonishing. Young Master Chen glanced at the chests, maintaining an impassive demeanor, and stated, since gang leader Duan finds himself in a predicament, the Master Alliance, which oversees matters of the martial world, has reason to assist. I shall begrudgingly help you spend this excess silver. Duan Tianxiong feigned joy, saying, Indeed, I am truly grateful for your help, young Master Chen. Internally, he scoffed at the young man's shamelessness. If not for the martial arts master as his mentor, he would hardly warrant any attention. He stole a glance at the middle-aged man, Lu Qingsong, feeling anxious. After all, he was sitting with a true martial arts master. Lu Qingsong seemed to sense Duan Tianxiong's gaze and remarked indifferently, Wealth is but an external possession. One cannot take it with them in death. It is truly the most mundane of things. Duan Tianxiong's lips twitched in confusion. He could not comprehend Lu Qingsong's words. Was he truly someone who regarded wealth as worthless? As he pondered, Lu Qingsong continued, Gang leader Duan, do you hold me in contempt? Duan Tianxiong's heart trembled with unease. And he stammered, What does Master Lu mean? I would never dare to look down upon you. Lu Qingsong remained aloof, stating, While money may be trivial, since gang leader Duan has requested young Master Chen's assistance, why do you act as if I am invisible? Though I detest such matters, one must still observe the proper etiquette. Duan Tianxiong realized Lu Qingsong's intent. He was clearly trying to extort him while feigning indifference to wealth. A perfect guise of hypocrisy. Duan Tianxiong was not one to be easily coerced, yet the presence of these two individuals from the Master Alliance, particularly the martial arts master, rendered his position precarious. What could have been extortion now felt like a tribute. Gripped by frustration, Duan Tianxiong forced a smile, saying, Master Lu speaks the truth. To be candid, I do have some excess silver at home, so much so that I momentarily forgot about it. I am truly at fault, and I would appreciate your help in utilizing it. With that, several more large chests were brought forth. Duan Tianxiong seethed internally. He had always been the one scheming against others, never the one to be outmaneuvered. Yet, his lack of strength left him no choice but to swallow his pride. Nonetheless, he was not one to suffer in silence. He silently vowed to seek vengeance when the opportunity arose. As a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, young Master Chen's displeased voice interrupted his thoughts. Gang leader Duan, what is the meaning of this? If you seek my assistance, why leave behind a portion? Do you underestimate me, thinking I cannot handle such sums? Duan Tianxiong felt as though he were on the brink of despair. In order to quell the extortion incident, each individual was tasked with delivering a box of silver to both Chen Jun and Lu Qingsong. Although the White Whale gang amassed considerable wealth through both legitimate enterprises and nefarious dealings, their resources were finite. In the blink of an eye, nearly half had vanished, leaving Duan Tianxiong seething with murderous intent. However, he dared not act upon his impulses, choosing instead to endure the humiliation in silence. Having previously attempted to abduct Lin Xiaoyun and eliminate Lin Jinan, only to fail, Duan Tianxiong was already simmering with rage. Now, having established a connection with the Master Alliance of Xian County, he could foresee the impending disaster for the Qingfeng gang. When the time came to swallow up all of Qingfeng gang's business in Xian County, the substantial silver he had dispatched would soon be recouped. However, thoughts of exacting revenge on Lu Qingsong and Chen Jun were merely fleeting fantasies. Despite his resentment, he could only feign ignorance and mutter curses within the confines of his mind. Chapter 35. Conspiracy. With his eyes slightly closed, Lu Qingsong understood that having accepted the benefits, he was obliged to provide an explanation. The matter of dealing with the Qingfeng gang was quite straightforward. A coalition meeting could be organized in Huaqing, gathering all parties to ensnare the Qingfeng gang entirely, thus establishing the White Whale gang as prestige. Duan Tianxiong's eyes brightened, instantly perceiving that his expenditure of silver was not in vain. Fortunately, Lu Qingsong was not one to take money without delivering results. and it seemed he would handle the affair with great care. Yet, a hint of worry crept in as he cautiously inquired. In Xian County, apart from Master Lei, there is also Master Yang. To convene a coalition meeting, we must secure the approval of the entire Master Alliance in Xian County. I wonder if Master Lu has made any arrangements? Xian County was home to only 2 martial arts masters, though they were members of the Master Alliance. There was no official hall for the Alliance in Xian County. Its sole base of operations was located in Fengjiang City within the borders of Jianghua. Hosting a coalition meeting locally did not require reporting to the Master Alliance, yet it necessitated the consent of the martial arts masters present. Chen Jun, being a disciple of Master Lei, could naturally represent his teacher, and with the endorsement of the newly ascended Master Lu Qingsong, it should have been a foregone conclusion. However, if Master Yang opposed it, the coalition meeting could not proceed. Master Lei was merely the second in command in Xian County. The true pinnacle was occupied by Master Yang, who held a significant position within the Master Alliance, far surpassing that of Master Lei and the newly initiated Lu Qingsong. Moreover, it was well known that Master Lei and Master Yang were at odds, while coexistence was maintained due to their shared membership in the Master Alliance. Any misstep could lead to ruthless conflict. With a cold smile, Chen Jun remarked, "That old fellow Yang Lin is currently absent from Xian County. Although I find it hard to accept, I must concede that had Yang Lin been here, we would indeed have refrained from making any bold moves. Once the coalition meeting is held to eliminate the Qingfeng gang, how we proceed afterward is entirely within our control. Besides, that old fellow Yang Lin cannot remain arrogant for long. Master Lu possesses a formidable background, and not even Yang Lin, let alone the entire Master Alliance, would dare to act recklessly." Lu Qingsong closed his eyes in contemplation, seemingly indifferent to Chen Jun's comments, or perhaps choosing not to respond. Duan Tianxiong was somewhat taken aback. The pinnacle of the martial arts world was undoubtedly the martial arts masters, the most elite of beings. In the entirety of Jianghua, the number of martial arts masters was scant. Not all were affiliated with the Master Alliance, yet all were recorded within its ranks. It was common knowledge that the Master Alliance was founded by Zhao Wuji, once hailed as the most gifted martial artist. Zhao Wuji remains the strongest martial artist to this day, with rumors suggesting that when he ascended to the Master Realm, he made a name for himself by slaying a peak celestial radiance practitioner. Ordinary martial arts masters may slightly surpass those at the upper level of celestial radiance, but cannot dominate them. Zhao Wuji is the only martial arts master capable of slaying peak celestial radiance practitioners with his mastery. To this day, no one has been able to rival him on the martial path. Though Zhao Wuji gained considerable fame in his youth, he truly became a household name following this legendary battle, which cemented his reputation. Regrettably, Zhao Wuji lacked the aptitude for further cultivation, and thus his journey was curtailed. Nevertheless, in the eyes of ordinary folk and martial artists alike, Zhao Wuji remains an almost divine figure. As a native of Fengjiang, the Master Alliance was established in Fengjiang City, which ranks among the largest cities in Jianghua, rivaling the capital in prosperity. The distinction lies in the fact that the capital attracts predominantly cultivators, while Fengjiang City serves as a gathering place for martial artists. Over the decades, the Master Alliance has developed, with its membership remaining in the single digits. Yet all are renowned martial arts masters. After all, attaining the Master Realm is exceedingly rare. Reaching this level is no easier than becoming a cultivator. The martial path is fraught with challenges, and the barriers to breakthrough are formidable. The fact that the newly ascended martial arts master Lu Qingsong possesses the ability to suppress the Master Alliance left Duan Tianxiong incredulous. The only entities capable of overshadowing the Master Alliance would likely be the Jianghua court or other formidable cultivators. Contemplating this, Duan Tianxiong felt a chill run through him. If previously he had been wary of Lu Qingsong's martial prowess, now he felt genuine apprehension. Should Lu Qingsong have a celestial being backing him, the Master Alliance would indeed think twice, let alone a mere gang leader from Xian County. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of delight. Lu Qingsong clearly embodied a duplicitous nature, undoubtedly driven by greed. As long as he was willing to assist, subduing the Qingfeng gang would be a trivial endeavor. Unaware of Duan Tianxiong's thoughts, Chen Jun's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he said, "I have heard that the woman named Mo Lian from the Zhuke Hall in Huaqing possesses extraordinary beauty. I wonder if she lives up to her reputation." Duan Tianxiong paused, replying, "I have not interacted much with Mo Lian, but she is indeed a rare beauty. At the coalition meeting, the Zhuke Hall will have no choice but to attend. And then young Master Chen will have the opportunity to behold her beauty firsthand. If young Master Chen trusts me, I could arrange for her to be brought to your chambers." In truth, Duan Tianxiong had long coveted Mo Lian, but if young Master Chun had an interest, he would have to part with her reluctantly. Chen Jun waved his hand, chuckling. One must not resort to base means when courting a beauty. With my charm, is it not likely that Mo Lien would willingly come to me? Duan Tianxiong nodded in agreement, suppressing his disdain. While Chen Jun was indeed decent-looking, he was hardly striking enough to inspire a beauty to throw herself at him. Yet, given his esteemed status, such a scenario was not entirely impossible. Nevertheless, Duan Tianxiong believed that Mo Lien was no ordinary woman. Even if she were, she would surely have to compromise in the face of the Master Alliance. A twinge of jealousy coursed through Duan Tianxiong. Li Mengzhou stealthily entered Duan Tianxiong's residence with the intent to eliminate him. Yet, at that moment, he found himself contemplating a different course of action. Concealed in the shadows, he watched as two figures departed the residence, their silhouettes growing faint. Li Mengzhou's eyes narrowed in intrigue. He discovered an unexpected development. The White Whale Gang had actually enlisted a martial arts master to oversee their operations. A most unfortunate revelation for the Qingfeng Gang. Sensing the presence of a powerful figure within the residence, Li Mengzhou decisively altered his strategy, refraining from approaching too closely. Confronted by a master of the same realm, he could not guarantee whether he would go unnoticed. Although the distance was somewhat great, Li Mengzhou could faintly hear the conversation between Lu Qingsong and Duan Tianxiong. Initially contemplating to discreetly eliminate Duan Tianxiong, he reconsidered, as their intention to hold an alliance meeting amidst the gathering of heroes in the martial world made the prospect of a powerful counterattack by the Qingfeng Gang far more intriguing. However, Li Mengzhou harbored a certain apprehension toward Lu Qingsong. If the latter indeed had a cultivator as a backing, it could lead to substantial complications, especially with the Master Alliance entangled in the matter. This posed a significant crisis for the Qingfeng Gang. Despite his inner turmoil, Li Mengzhou suddenly discovered that he was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable excitement. He had slain initial-stage cultivators before, yet had never faced a martial arts master. In terms of overall strength, martial arts masters surpassed initial-stage cultivators by a considerable margin. Thus, the thrill of confronting a formidable opponent seemed instinctual, completely overshadowing his faint trepidation. Li Mengzhou resolved to leave Duan Tianxiong to Lin Xiaoyan, as he felt it was essential to provide Lin with an opportunity to fulfill his promise to Mo Lien. Observing the figures that had not yet fully vanished, he stealthily approached. Crossing a street, he distanced himself from the West Street, when Chun Jun's attentive gaze suddenly halted. A mysterious smile adorned his lips as he addressed Lu Qingsong. Master Lu, it is quite late. With tomorrow's alliance meeting to prepare for, perhaps you should rest. It is my first visit to Huaqing, and I wish to explore a bit more. Lu Qingsong said little, believing that Chen Jun would not encounter any danger alone. Given that Chen Jun was a favored disciple of Master Lei from the Master Alliance, having already achieved the 8th rank in martial arts at such a young age. Once Lu Qingsong departed, Chen Jun headed directly towards a certain direction. Shortly after, Li Mengzhou appeared at the point of their separation, his brows slightly furrowed. Compared to Chen Jun, he was far more intrigued by Lu Qingsong. However, noticing the direction in which Chen Jun was heading, along with a figure vaguely revealed from that way, caused his pupils to constrict. Chapter 36. The man in the green robe outside the window inside the inn. Yi Sangyu found herself exceedingly bored, having already explored every corner of Huaqing and unsure where to venture next. Moreover, she dared not roam outside late at night. The recent rivalry between the Qingfeng Gang and the Beijing Gang in the business realm had affected the tranquility of Huaqing, making it perilous for a girl to venture out alone at night. In her boredom, she resorted to counting stars by the window. Suddenly, a voice arose from below. The bright moon is splendid, yet it pales in comparison to your grace. The sight of you gazing at the stars at a 45-degree angle is utterly enchanting. I humbly wish to earn the privilege of sharing the moonlight with you. Yi Sangyu was taken aback as she looked down at the seemingly elegant young man. Chen Jun, feeling quite proud of himself, believed he was a paragon of literary and physical charm, a remarkable figure in contemporary society. Such extraordinary individuals often felt a profound loneliness, yearning for a like-minded beauty to accompany them. At that moment, the girl in the inn's second-floor window seemed to be the ideal candidate. Alas, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, a sharp sound resonated, and the beauty within the window vanished, the window firmly closed. With a momentary stiffness in his smile, Chun Jun exhaled softly, yet his grin only deepened, as Yi Sangyu's indifference to his advances seemed to intrigue him further. Raising his hand towards the window, his palm morphed into a claw, and with a sudden jerk of his shoulder, an invisible force seemed to emanate, causing the window to swing open with a resounding crack. Chen Jun felt that conversing with the beauty from such a distance was inappropriate. With a stamp of his foot, he leapt into the air, intending to vault over the window. However, a teacup suddenly flew out from within the room. Mid-air, Chen Jun, with a calm smile, sidestepped the teacup and reached for the window ledge, using it to propel himself inside. Yi Songyu, feeling a surge of panic, especially upon seeing the smiling face peering in from outside, instinctively kicked out. Chen Jun, while attempting to climb through the window, maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "My lady, please remain calm and do not misunderstand. I only wish to draw closer to you." He dismissed her kick, not even considering to block it. But as the wind from her foot approached, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The surrounding space seemed to exhibit signs of tearing, and the gust of wind was undeniable, indicating the force behind her kick was considerable. Taken aback, he momentarily froze, and the sole of her foot struck his handsome face. Blood splattering forth as he emitted a cry, propelled backward at an astonishing speed. His expression shifted to one of displeasure as he landed awkwardly, barely avoiding a fall. Feeling a sharp pain in his nose, blood trickled down, distorting his once handsome visage. Thus, he no longer appeared charming. Compared to beholding a beautiful girl, he cherished his appearance far more, for it was his greatest pride. Gazing at Yi Songyu, who had appeared at the window, Chen Jun suppressed the rising anger within him and coldly remarked, "I did not expect you to possess martial prowess. This makes things even more interesting." Even though he had been ambushed and was unprepared, Chen Jun believed he should not have been struck down by an ordinary person. The seemingly delicate girl turned out to be a martial arts expert, elevating his initial whimsy to a near-manic obsession, compelling him to pursue Yi Songyu by any means necessary. While Yi Songyu had managed to repel Chen Jun momentarily, she was evidently still frightened. Thoughts of Li Mengzhou crept into her mind, a subconscious yearning for security in an unsettling moment. She did not know why Li Mengzhou was the first person that came to mind. Perhaps it was because he was the only one she knew in Huaqing, or for other reasons unknown, but in this tense emotional state, she was unable to contemplate her situation, her thoughts and actions purely instinctual. Chen Jun once again lunged towards the window, his energy coiling around him, forming a protective barrier. With his 8th rank in martial arts, he believed he could contend even against a 9th rank master. A cold smile graced his lips as he observed the flicker of fear on Yi Songyu's pale face, filling him with self-satisfaction as he quickened his pace, closing in on the inn's second-floor window in an instant. In the stillness of the night, the street lay deserted, ensuring that no one would witness Chen Jun, the fierce tiger, poised to pounce upon the frail and pitiful rabbit that was Yi Songyu. Outside the inn stood a phoenix tree, nestled in a corner of the alley, not far from the second-floor window. The leaves, tinged with a hint of yellow, swayed gently in the breeze, occasionally shedding a few. Particularly, the gust stirred by Chen Jun's swift movements sent the leaves swirling down like snow. This was a commonplace occurrence. However, an eerie scene soon unfolded. The fallen leaves suddenly drifted against the wind, as if drawn by some unseen force, their green and yellow hues blending in the night sky as if to paint a masterpiece. Water flows downwards is a natural state. Should there be anomalies, there must be factors of irresistible force at play. The fallen leaves appeared to be under some control, as if attempting to defy nature itself. They formed serpentine shapes in midair, the sound echoing like firecrackers, as the leaves enveloped the area around the inn for dozens of meters. It was a beautiful sight. Should a celestial maiden descend upon the phoenix leaves, dancing gracefully amidst them, it would seem entirely harmonious. However, for Chen Jun, this was far from beautiful. He discovered that the sycamore leaves were surging towards him, affecting his entire aura, and he sensed an impending collapse. The space around him was disturbed, forcing him to retreat. The sycamore leaves were swirling around him, seemingly intent on sealing off all his escape routes. Strangely, these leaves had become remarkably sharp. A careless brush against his face resulted in a sharp sting, and upon touching them, his fingers became stained with blood. What was happening? Chen Jun was both astonished and perplexed. Although it was known that the highest martial arts could inflict harm with mere leaves, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. He had only heard tales that such feats were achievable by martial masters. Yet, these masters could not manipulate leaves as if they were extensions of their own arms, effortlessly directing them at will. Unbeknownst to him, a girl stood at the inn's window, her complexion pale as she fixated intently on Chen Jun, her right index finger trembling slightly. An invisible silver aura flowed around her. If Li Mengzhou were present, he would quickly recognize it as the manifestation of the earthly spiritual energy accessible only to cultivators. Though Li Mengzhou could not perceive this energy, he had encountered it on multiple occasions. Yi Songyu was harnessing this energy to manipulate the leaves, even endowing them with lethal sharpness. Yet her physical and mental strength was evidently insufficient for such exertion, as her face had turned ghostly pale. Chen Jun was frantically battling the onslaught of leaves, his green robe in tatters, unable to shield him from the relentless assault, leaving his skin marred with numerous cuts, a truly pitiful sight. Internally, he was gripped by panic, a natural response when confronted with the unknown. His martial talent was exceptional, otherwise, he would not have been taken as a disciple by a master and advanced to the 8th tier by the age of 19, capable of contending with 9th-tier experts. Thus, he was prideful, his arrogance swelling to the point of disdain for all. He possessed formidable strength and the mightiest of backgrounds in the martial realm, believing himself to be invincible. Yet now, it seemed as though his understanding was on the brink of shattering. He was cornered, unaware of who his adversary was. In this flower city, he knew there could be no other martial master besides Lu Qingsong, and this realization only deepened his fear, for he was uncertain of what he faced. Though he might have vaguely considered the idea of a cultivator, he dared not believe it. More importantly, cultivators were forbidden from harming ordinary people. Even martial practitioners faced dire consequences for such actions, and only martial masters continuously ascend to the realm of cultivators. His energy surged, clearing a swath through the leaves, allowing him a broader view. It was then that he spotted Yi Songyu at the window, noting her gestures. With her movements, the sycamore leaves began to transform. In that instant, enlightenment struck him, but it was overshadowed by terror. If these leaves were under Yi Songyu's control, her identity could only be one of two, either a martial master or a cultivator. Whichever it was, she was certainly beyond Chen Jun's capacity to confront. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this seemingly fragile girl be a martial master, or even a cultivator? The master realm was the pinnacle of martial arts, and no talent could reach such heights in their teenage years, making her a cultivator all the more terrifying. Chen Jun began to regret his decision to provoke this girl. He feared he was now facing inevitable doom. Even though he was a member of the Martial Master Alliance with a martial master as his mentor, in the eyes of a cultivator, he was merely a speck of dust, not to mention that even a novice cultivator could easily dispatch dozens of him. He had surrendered to despair, his face now ashen. He was unwilling to accept this fate. He had not come to the Flower City to meet his demise. It felt particularly unfortunate that his first venture away from his master would lead to such a dire situation. Yet, instead of remorse, he felt a deeper resentment towards Yi Songyu. If she were a cultivator, she should have revealed herself sooner. Pretending to be frail was utterly despicable. He even contemplated that if given another chance, he would not hesitate to kill a cultivator at the 8th tier, a feat that would surely make him renowned. As if fate had heard his silent wish, the whirlwind of sycamore leaves surrounding him suddenly vanished without a trace, accompanied by a gust of wind that scattered the remaining leaves to the corners of the walls. The unexpected reprieve left Chen Jun momentarily stunned, gazing ahead in disbelief. Some leaves floated to the second-floor window, many entering the room, causing Yi Songyu to stifle a groan, beads of sweat rolling down her delicate face. As if she had suddenly become exhausted, her arms propped against the window ledge, her body trembling slightly. Yi Songyu observed the dazed Chen Jun, her eyes betraying a hint of despair. She was reluctant to harm others, a crucial aspect of her character, but more importantly, her body was incapable of wielding the earthly spiritual energy to such an extent. She was completely drained, even finding it difficult to breathe. Finally coming to his senses, Chen Jun quickly recognized Yi Songyu's dire condition, an uncontrollable joy surfacing within him as he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. The heavens have not forsaken me. It seemed that even if she were a cultivator, she was likely only at the initial stage of visualization, perhaps the weakest of all cultivators. You cannot kill me. His arrogance returned, the earlier fear fading into a memory he wished to forget, an embarrassment he would never wish to relive. Now, with the tides turned, the initiative was back in his hands. He coldly fixed his gaze on Yi Songyu. Cultivators were prohibited from killing ordinary people, a heavy tenet of the laws of the Jiang Kingdom. Chen Jun felt as if he held a get-out-of-jail-free card, and Yi Songyu appeared to have lost her capacity to resist. Such a weak cultivator posed no real threat. While cultivators could not kill within cities, the wilderness was beyond the reach of governance. Although rules existed, they required witnesses. In desolate places, if a cultivator wished to kill, who would ever know? Even if this was not a remote area, Yi Songyu was no longer in a position to contemplate killing. Her inability to act rendered her harmless. Perhaps she was the weakest of cultivators, yet any cultivator was still incomparable to an ordinary martial practitioner. Though Chen Jun struggled to comprehend the implications, this was undoubtedly an opportunity for him to turn the tables. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was being watched by another. Li Mengzhou, concerned for Yi Songyu's safety, had abandoned his pursuit of Lu Qingsong and was now witnessing a shocking scene. Yi Songyu was actually suppressing Chen Jun. He believed that if her strength were merely half a notch stronger, she could eliminate Chen Jun in an instant. Yi Songyu's apparent frailty was no act. Manipulating earthly spiritual energy consumed both stamina and mental fortitude, especially for a novice cultivator. While Li Mengzhou could not ascertain Yi Songyu's stage of cultivation, her frail constitution hindered her ability to master the manipulation of such energy, leading to a downfall that destroyed what should have been a winning scenario. However, there was one point that Li Mengzhou simply could not comprehend. Although the utilization of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would indeed deplete physical strength and vitality, it was not as exaggerated as one might think. Aside from the excessive use of uncontrollable powers, the most common reason for such exhaustion was simply being unfamiliar with the spiritual energy during the initial visualization stage. As practitioners grew more accustomed to the energy, particularly after opening their qi, this phenomenon would largely cease to occur. Thus, Li Mengzhou could reasonably deduce that Yi Songyu was merely a practitioner in the visualization phase. However, observing Yi Songyu precariously balanced on the window ledge, it seemed her situation was far more dire. Yi Songyu had consistently denied being a practitioner, and while the initial stage of visualization did not qualify one as a true cultivator, she had undeniably stepped through the threshold of cultivation. Li Mengzhou found himself at a loss to discern the specific issue. As he watched Chen Jun advance towards Yi Songyu once more, Li Mengzhou realized that this was not a moment for idle musings. Yi Songyu was bereft of the strength to resist and was on the brink of life-threatening danger. With each step Chen Jun took, Yi Songyu's breath grew heavier, her expression one of helplessness, lost in thought. Chen Jun wore a smug smile, his confidence flourishing as he contemplated the situation. He had encountered many women, but never a practitioner, let alone a female cultivator. The mere thought excited him. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him in the most fortuitous manner, contrary to his initial belief that he was doomed. The heavy footsteps echoed ominously in Yi Songyu's heart, a sound that was dreadfully foreboding. She curled up on the ground, her back against the window ledge, wrapping her arms tightly around herself, yearning for someone to come to her aid. She thought of her beloved brother and Li Mengzhou. Faintly, she could hear the commotion outside, as if Chen Jun were attempting to climb through the window. The rustling noise resonated in her mind, and even with her head bowed, she could sense the gaze of eyes fixed upon her. Her body trembled slightly, tears shimmering in her eyes, feeling the impending approach. In that moment of tightening despair, an unexpected sound broke the tension, as if a gust of wind swept past her. Then, after a brief silence, a cool and familiar voice reached her ears. "It's all right." Yi Songyu looked up, her complexion pale and eyes reddened. Before her stood a young man clad in black, his head bowed as he regarded her. It was a face she recognized well, one she had thought of many times in that fleeting moment. Li Mengzhou crouched down and gently stroked her hair, speaking softly. "If you feel afraid, it's all right to cry, but before you do, would you care to witness a little spectacle?" Yi Songyu gazed at him with confusion. Li Mengzhou helped her to her feet, directing her gaze outside. Following his lead, she saw the man in the green robe struggling to rise in the street. Li Mengzhou spoke in a low voice. "Kindness is intrinsic, but you must also learn to better protect yourself. When faced with malice, you must become the greater villain, instilling fear in them. Fear is the most dreadful force in the world, capable of utterly shattering one's spirit. To avoid being bullied, strive to become strong, making all who encounter you tremble. In that way, you shall be invincible." Yi Songyu remained silent, merely observing the profile of Li Mengzhou, a youth only a year her senior. Why did their worldviews stand in such stark contrast? This was a mystery she could not unravel. Many of Li Mengzhou's statements she found difficult to accept, yet strangely, they seemed to be gradually validated, dismantling her once beautiful illusions. Had she not hesitated earlier, had she acted decisively to eliminate Chen Jun, it would have been a trivial endeavor, and she would not now be on the brink of collapse from exhaustion. But was taking a life truly so simple? Chapter 38. The blade Chen Jun harbored intentions towards her, yet nothing had truly transpired. Yi Songyu struggled to reconcile the notion of killing someone over this. However, she was not naive. If something had indeed occurred, it would be too late. Thus, even though she could not agree with Li Mengzhou, she found herself unable to refute him, for deep down, she understood he was correct. "Do you consider yourself strong?" Li Mengzhou replied nonchalantly, "No." Yi Songyu furrowed her elegant brows. Li Mengzhou pointed at Chen Jun below and continued, "But I am at least stronger than him. Thus I can bully him at will." Yi Songyu sensed something amiss and widened her eyes, asking, What if he is stronger than you? Li Mengzhou paused for a moment, then replied with righteous conviction, then I would run, using every ounce of strength to escape. Yi Songyu was taken aback, responding incredulously. So your philosophy is merely to bully the weak and fear the strong? Li Mengzhou turned to her, stating, this is the fundamental truth. If you cannot win, why not flee? What is pride and dignity worth? Are they more valuable than your life? Yi Songyu found herself at a loss for words. Li Mengzhou gently grasped the hilt of the sword wrapped in black cloth behind him and said contemplatively, once, someone imparted this wisdom to me. At the time, I dismissed it, considering it shameful and a sign of weakness. Yet, having truly experienced such circumstances, I now understand that nothing is more important than preserving one's life. As long as one survives, one can do whatever it takes. For it is only by living that one can grow stronger, and at some point, reclaim the dignity that was once cast aside. The person who had to flee in the face of weakness will be crushed beneath your feet, deprived of any opportunity to escape. For likely, when they return, you may find yourself the one who must run. To prevent such a scenario, one must extinguish all hope decisively while one possesses the ability. Yi Songyu remained silent, unsure of what to say, for Li Mengzhou's words seemed to carry weight. At that moment, Chun Jun's mood was far from pleasant. He had just been kicked out of the window again, and the young man and woman began to chat, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This infuriated him, igniting a rage within. As a disciple of a martial arts master, his status was noble, backed by the Master-S Alliance. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention, accustomed to others' flattery. When someone ignored him, he felt utterly uncomfortable, perceiving it as an affront to his dignity. Facing Chun Jun's piercing glare, Li Mengzhou appeared unfazed, continuing to address Yi Songyu. He is furious and wishes to reclaim his pride, yet he fails to grasp the situation. Perhaps blinded by arrogance, unable to cast aside his pride to choose escape. Thus, his opportunity silently slips away. Yi Songyu understood the implication of Li Mengzhou's words and asked, a hint of terror in her voice, you intend to kill him? Li Mengzhou nodded, saying, he has a master of the martial arts realm, who is acquainted with many formidable fighters. If I let him go, it would bring me significant trouble. While his master would undoubtedly seek retribution after his death, he may not necessarily trace it back to me, because no one else knew he would die here. Letting him go would mean that everyone would be aware of my intent to kill him, and at that point, I would be the one facing death. There was another reason that Li Mengzhou did not disclose. Chun Jun was allied with the White Whale Gang. Inevitably, both sides would have to clash. So why shouldn't Li Mengzhou take the initiative? Perhaps it could also serve to confuse the situation and distract Lu Qingsong. Although Lu Qingsong had no close relationship with Chun Jun, he had come to Flower City with him, and if Chun Jun were to die here, he would have no way to explain it to Chun Jun's master. If he sought the killer, he would no longer be able to concern himself with the matters between the Breeze Gang and the White Whale Gang. While this was merely Li Mengzhou's speculation, and perhaps Lu Qingsong did not care about Chun Jun's life or death, it was at least a plausible scenario, thus advantageous to him. Yi Songyu did not comprehend any of this. Even if Li Mengzhou claimed it was out of a desire to avoid trouble that he wanted to kill Chun Jun, the root of the matter stemmed from her. Perhaps, setting aside all other factors, Li Mengzhou was motivated to commit murder for her sake. With this thought, Yi Songyu's gaze towards Li Mengzhou took on a different hue. If Li Mengzhou were aware of Yi Songyu's thoughts, he would surely feel helpless. For in his view, whether or not to kill Chun Jun had little to do with Yi Songyu, although there were indeed reasons involving her. The primary motivation was Li Mengzhou's own desire to end Chun Jun's life. Thus, even in the absence of Yi Songyu, he would still proceed with the act. Without further regard for the other, Li Mengzhou leaped down from the second floor of the inn. Chun Jun, with a grim expression, watched as Li Mengzhou approached him step by step. He had overheard their entire conversation. After all, as a martial arts master of the 8th rank, it was difficult for him not to hear given the proximity and Li Mengzhou's lack of effort to lower his voice. Yet, as Li Mengzhou had stated, Chun Jun had no chance of escape. He found it almost laughable. As he looked at Li Mengzhou standing before him, Chun Jun said darkly, you seem to know quite a bit about me. Since you are aware that my master is a master-level expert, you must also know where I come from. Yet you still have the audacity to speak so boldly. I truly commend your courage. Li Mengzhou wiped his knife with his sleeve and replied coolly, your master is a martial arts master, but you are not. Chun Jun scoffed. Even so, if I wish to kill you, you can only submit to your fate. Is that so? Li Mengzhou slightly raised his eyes, gripping the hilt of his knife, and with a flash of cold light, he struck out. A gleam of coldness manifested abruptly. The knife glistened under the bright moonlight, appearing as a deadly weapon that ensnared Chun Jun's neck. Li Mengzhou's expression remained indifferent. maintaining his knife-swinging motion as if frozen in time. Before him, Chen Jun clutched at his neck with both hands, his eyes widening in disbelief. Blood streamed through his fingers, quickly staining his chest. Witnessing this scene, Yi Songyu's face paled, yet for some inexplicable reason, she did not avert her gaze, fixated on the slow extinguishing of a life. Li Mengzhou did not observe this tableau. Instead, he entered the inn, procured a burlap sack, and as it was late, the inn was deserted. Save for a sleepy attendant at the counter, Li Mengzhou moved quietly, unnoticed. Returning to the empty street, he placed Chen Jun's body into the sack, hoisting it over his shoulder. Casting a glance at Yi Songyu, he said, "I will return shortly." At the junction of North Street and West Street in Flower City lay a large lake, fed by a river from outside. He tossed the sack into the lake, where it quickly sank to the bottom. Subtle traces of blood surfaced, and as Li Mengzhou's knife wind swept across the water, it created ripples that dispersed the red stains, rendering them undetectable. The water in this lake was not for drinking. It was merely a spot where some would fish in their leisure time, though fish were scarce, serving only to pass the time. Chen Jun's body would likely be discovered eventually, but this was not a concern for Li Mengzhou. He had not intended to conceal it, merely ensuring Chen Jun's body was not left outside the inn. Upon returning to the inn room, Yi Songyu still sat against the wall beneath the window. Her condition appeared troubling. Her complexion had transitioned from pale to a waxen yellow. Her breathing was rapid, and her eyes were slightly closed, resembling someone teetering on the edge of life. Li Mengzhou's brow furrowed. He crouched before Yi Songyu, placing his fingers on her pulse. Although Long Lao was a physician and they had spent 3 years together, Li Mengzhou did not possess medical knowledge. Yet as a martial artist who had advanced to the master level, discerning Yi Songyu's state was not challenging. Carefully, he lifted Yi Songyu onto the bed, covering her with a blanket, and sat beside her, lost in thought. Yi Songyu's constitution was weaker than he had anticipated, akin to that of a frail old person. Li Mengzhou could not comprehend what was amiss. Even if she had overexerted herself using the energy of heaven and earth, it should not have rendered her this weak. Clearly, the current state of Yi Songyu had no direct correlation with her use of celestial energy. Chapter 39. The fading verdancy in the mountains and fields around the Hour of the Pig. Yi Songyu finally regained consciousness. She had been in a hazy state, half awake, recalling some events while forgetting others. Throughout this period, Li Mengzhou had remained by her side. By rights, a martial artist who had attained the master level could go days and nights without sleep, yet perhaps due to habit, Li Mengzhou was exceedingly fatigued, as if caught in the same stupor as Yi Songyu during her semi-unconsciousness. However, when Yi Songyu instinctively let out a soft moan upon awakening, it roused Li Mengzhou, who had not fully succumbed to sleep. Their eyes met. The candle had burned down to its base, casting a dim and shadowy light in the room, creating an atmosphere that seemed to invite intimacy. Yi Songyu's pale face was tinged with a hint of crimson. This was because Li Mengzhou was very close to her, seated on the floor beside the bed, looking directly at her face. Li Mengzhou also felt somewhat awkward, his cheeks warming, and he quickly averted his gaze, failing to seize this fortuitous moment. The silence in the room grew even more peculiar than before. Ultimately, it was Li Mengzhou who broke the silence, saying, "You were using the energy of heaven and earth to control the phoenix leaves earlier, weren't you?" Yi Songyu nodded slightly. She was not deliberately concealing it. Since Li Mengzhou was already aware, she had no reason to deny it, whispering, "I have been frail since birth. My brother said my aptitude for cultivation was decent, so he taught me the method to visualize the energy of heaven and earth. However, my body cannot withstand the immense influx of energy during the celestial baptism, so I cannot become a cultivator. Only those who reach the celestial realm are considered practitioners. At the visualizing stage, I am merely slightly stronger than an ordinary martial artist." Therefore, her assertion that she was not a practitioner was not entirely a lie. Li Mengzhou raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, glancing at Yi Songyu's seemingly indifferent expression. He softly inquired, "Since your brother is a practitioner, has he not sought a way to improve your constitution? As you mentioned, a frail constitution is congenital. Ordinary methods would indeed yield little effect, but practitioners should possess special means, no? Improving one's constitution is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. However, it is not entirely devoid of methods, even in this mundane world. Through a combination of exercise and a balanced diet, one can indeed enhance their physical condition." Yi Songyu's eyes reflected a swirl of complex emotions, revealing that the matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. Her lips murmured, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Li Mengzhou, disinterested in prying into others' secrets, respected Yi Songyu's silence and did not press her for answers. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Songyu suddenly spoke, In truth, my brother has discovered a method, undergoing the divine blessing of Amaterasu to become a practitioner. Yet for me, this is an impossibility. Even if a remedy were found, enduring the process of enhancing one's resistance during the ritual would entail unimaginable dangers. Even the Apothecary Valley lacks absolute confidence in this, which is why my family has been reluctant to take such risks. Mengzhou hesitated briefly before replying. If there is a way, one must at least consider it. However, if such an endeavor poses a threat to one's life, it certainly warrants serious deliberation. Having a frail constitution is not the end of the world. What matters is living joyfully. There are countless ordinary people in this world, and even the most destitute among them manage to lead fulfilling lives. To me, a slightly weaker constitution is of little consequence. Yi Songyu merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The conversation came to a halt, and Li Mengzhou turned to Yi Songyu, saying, "You should rest well, though dawn will soon break." Yi Songyu nodded and gradually closed her eyes. Li Mengzhou continued to sit by the bedside, aware that he too needed a good night's sleep. For many matters awaited him after the sun rose. The death of Chen Jun would likely go unnoticed for some time. Lu Qingsong felt no concern for Chen Jun's late return, as he believed no one in Huaqing could harm him, nor would any faction dare to offend him. As the first light of dawn began to emerge, Duan Tianxiong paid a visit to Lu Qingsong. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the downfall of the Qingfeng gang. The alliance meeting typically convened in taverns, yet this occasion would be an exception. 30 miles outside Huaqing lay a valley, within which stood a manor belonging to the Master Alliance, where Master Lei occasionally retreated for rest. As one of the only 2 masters in the entire Xian County, he had many places to call home, a privilege rightfully afforded to martial arts masters within the martial world. The decision to hold the alliance meeting here was deliberate. Should conflict arise within Huaqing, the authorities would undoubtedly intervene swiftly. Even martial arts masters lacked the power to contend with the court, while minor skirmishes might be overlooked by officials. A significant disturbance would surpass the jurisdiction of the local government. The magistrate of Huaqing prioritized his own reputation above all else, fearing the repercussions of any indiscretions. The authorities occasionally granted favors to certain factions, yet those factions were equally obligated to reciprocate when the time came. If a situation were to escalate, it could not occur within the city. Otherwise, it would be a matter of saving face for all involved. Lu Qingsong's arrangements pleased Duan Tianxiong, who inwardly celebrated that his investment had not been in vain. He dared not harbor thoughts of retaliation against extortion. Instead, he focused on doing his job well, which was the best outcome he could hope for. Invitations from the Master Alliance were swiftly delivered to the leaders of the various gangs in Xian County. The territory was effectively divided between the White Whale Gang and the Qingfeng Gang, with only the Vermilion Bird Hall standing as a contender. Thus, the number of gang leaders qualified to attend the alliance meeting was relatively limited. Moreover, Lu Qingsong had no intention of inviting lesser figures. Their presence would only serve to waste time. As autumn descended upon the mountains and fields, the verdant hues began to fade, and the cool breeze swept through the valley, composing a delicate melody. The sound of wheels rolling over the ground intermingled with the occasional whinny of horses, as various carriages emerged from Huaqing and converged towards a common destination. Lin Jinan, clad in a gray robe, lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside, where a gentle stream babbled and the wind rustled through the trees. Xian County had gained a martial arts master, and it was said that this alliance meeting was convened by the newly appointed master. Sitting across from him, Ding Chusheng raised an eyebrow and softly remarked, "This may very well be a banquet of treachery." Lin Jinan pondered. The alliance meeting traditionally requires the approval of all local martial arts masters to be held. While it seems rather coincidental, could it possibly be unrelated to the White Whale Gang? Ding Chusheng replied, "Master Lei of Xian County has always held a disdainful view of the martial factions, though Master Yang Lin once declined to become a guest elder of our Qingfeng Gang. Master Lei is aware of this and appears to harbor an even greater animosity towards us. Master Lei is not a paragon of virtue. Our previous oversights in not visiting him may lead him to believe we only regard Master Yang Lin. Should Duan Tianxiong offer him substantial benefits, there is no guarantee that Master Lei would not resurrect old grievances to suppress us through the White Whale Gang." Lin Jinan, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "How could a narrow-minded martial arts master gain admission to the Master Alliance? In their youth, they dream of becoming a great master and hold profound respect for those who have achieved such status in the martial world. They fantasize about one day joining the Master Alliance, but if it were filled with individuals like Master Lei, it would be a tragedy for the martial world. The enmity between the Qingfeng Gang and Master Lei is somewhat inexplicable. While he publicly scoffs at martial factions, All it takes is sufficient incentives for him to intervene without regard for his own dignity as a martial arts master, readily fabricating various excuses to position himself as a paragon of righteousness. In the past, a faction was annihilated due to their association with Master Lei, as they had established ties with the opposing side, and the faction that succumbed lacked the financial means to surpass their rivals, resulting in their slaughter at Master Lei's hands overnight. Such secrets are not widely disseminated, yet the truth has a way of surfacing over time. Nevertheless, no one has managed to hold Master Lei accountable. When the Master Alliance came to investigate, they were easily appeased by him, as he could produce ample dubious evidence to silence them. Even if the martial world were aware, most would remain silent, allowing Master Lei to dominate Xian County with impunity. Had it not been for Master Yang Lin's superior strength, Xian County might have long succumbed entirely to Master Lei's whims. In contrast to Master Lei, Master Yang Lin embodies the true essence of a martial arts master. His attire is unpretentious, and his abode is far from opulent, except during grand celebrations. When he graciously receives gifts from the martial world and offers guidance, he refrains from engaging in disputes between factions or overtly assisting either side. The Qingfeng gang, wishing to cultivate a closer relationship with Master Yang Lin, has made numerous visits, refraining from offering gifts and merely engaging in casual conversation. However, when they finally revealed their true intentions, they were met with rejection. Such occurrences are not unique to the Qingfeng gang. Many factions have attempted similar overtures. However, for various reasons, Lin Jinan had not sought an audience with Master Lei and had no intention of offering him gifts, as doing so would be seen as unjustly targeting him. Since both Master Yang Lin and Master Lei hold equal status, it was only natural for Lin Jinan to visit one and not the other, but the primary reason was that Master Lei had previously hinted at Lin Jinan's shortcomings, which he had not comprehended at the time. This led Master Lei Ming to believe that Lin Jinan was offering gifts to Master Yang Lin while neglecting him, which he perceived as a provocation. For various reasons, he refrained from retaliating immediately. However, given Master Lei Ming's temperament, it was inevitable that he would eventually target the Qingfeng gang once an opportunity arose. Thus, Lin Jinan's apprehension about the sudden call for an alliance meeting, especially amidst the heightened tension between the Qingfeng gang and the White Whale gang, was a natural response. At this moment, Ding Chuxing remarked, "An alliance meeting cannot simply be convened at will, especially not for a newly ascended martial arts master. Even if Lei Ming grants permission, Master Yang Lin's presence complicates matters. If there were a conspiracy at play, Master Yang's character would certainly not allow it. Perhaps we are overthinking. Furthermore, the meeting is set to gather the major factions of Xian County. Even Lei Ming would lack the audacity to cause trouble at such an event." Lin Jinan sighed softly, expressing hope that this would be the case. Nearby, in a carriage, sat Lin Xiaoyan and Li Mengzhou. Li Mengzhou silently polished a wooden knife with a white cloth, while Lin Xiaoyan lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside, mirroring his father Lin Jinan's stance, a true testament to their familial resemblance. "Miss Mo Lian is likely to arrive late," Li Mengzhou remarked, seemingly aware of Lin Xiaoyan's observation. Feeling slightly awkward, Lin Xiaoyan lowered the curtain and turned to Li Mengzhou, saying, "I cannot shake off this unsettling feeling, as if something is about to transpire. Perhaps I am merely overthinking." Li Mengzhou remained silent, fully aware that the alliance meeting was bound to encounter issues. With the involvement of the Masters Alliance, the situation would inevitably become complicated, and to ensure absolute safety, proactive measures were necessary. "I am feeling unwell. I need to step out for a moment. I will return shortly," Li Mengzhou stated, leaping from the carriage before Lin Xiaoyan could respond, swiftly disappearing into the wilderness as the carriage continued on its way. At noon, within a valley stood an estate bustling with thousands of disciples from various factions in Xian County, who had gathered, set up camp, and ignited bonfires in a lively atmosphere. Although the number of factions attending the alliance meeting was limited, each had brought a significant contingent, adhering to customary practices. The alliance meeting, established by the Masters Alliance, served as a cordial gathering for factions, during which disciples would engage in friendly sparring. A larger attendance could generate momentum, and exceptional performances might earn appreciation from the Masters Alliance, thereby elevating the faction status. Excluding the Qingfeng gang and the White Whale gang, the remaining factions were filled with excitement, oblivious to the hidden complexities of the alliance meeting. However, due to the customary vigilance of the martial arts community, the leaders of each faction had arranged for numerous patrols in the vicinity as a precaution. Nevertheless, they believed that no significant issues would arise during the alliance meeting, resulting in a rather lax defense, merely a formality. The meeting hall within the estate was already arranged with dozens of grand chairs for the higher-ups of the factions. Apart from the host seat at the front, the first row was reserved for prominent factions like the Qingfeng Gang and the White Whale Gang. Notably, only those of the highest status had the privilege of arriving last. The smaller factions, knowing their place, dared not be tardy and arrived early to await the proceedings. The larger factions alone had thousands of members, while even the smallest factions struggled to muster 100. Of course, the smallest factions, with only 100 members, were deemed unqualified to participate in the alliance meeting. Duan Tianxiong had arrived at the estate early but had not made his presence known. Inside the estate's inner chamber, Lu Qingsong observed Duan Tianxiong below, his expression darkening. Chen Jun has been missing for an entire night, and you have no leads? Lu Qingsong, originally indifferent, could no longer maintain his composure upon failing to locate Chen Jun. As a newly ascended martial arts master in the Masters Alliance, his standing paled in comparison to that of Chen Jun's teacher, Master Lei Ming. Since Chen Jun had accompanied him to Huaqing, Lu Qingsong felt compelled to provide an explanation to Master Lei Ming. Duan Tianxiong felt unjustly accused. Lu Qingsong had left with Chen Jun that very night, and now he was being questioned about Chen Jun's whereabouts. As the leader of the White Whale Gang, being addressed in such a manner was humiliating. Had it not been for Lu Qingsong's status as a martial arts master, Duan Tianxiong would have drawn his weapon on the spot. Master Lu, I have dispatched my disciples to search every corner of Huaqing, yet we have found no trace of young Master Chen Jun. Lu Qingsong tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair, snapping it off with a crack. He glared coldly at Duan Tianxiong, stating, Master Lei will soon arrive here. If you cannot locate Chen Jun before then, you may present his head to me. As Duan Tianxiong exited the inner chamber, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The pressure exerted by Lu Qingsong was daunting, yet the prospect of Master Lei Ming's imminent arrival filled him with dread. While Lu Qingsong may have had an extraordinary background, within the territory of Xian County, it was Master Lei Ming's reputation that instilled true fear. Duan Tianxiong was not concerned about which side Master Lei Ming would align with. As long as both Lu Qingsong and Chen Jun were present, Master Lei Ming would not be an adversary. However, if Master Lei Ming appeared, it would mean additional financial burdens for Duan Tianxiong, and they would be substantial. More critically, Chen Jun's current disappearance was particularly alarming, as he was Master Lei Ming's disciple, rumored to be cherished as a beloved son. Should Chen Jun remain unaccounted for, Duan Tianxiong could hardly guarantee that Master Lei Ming would not unleash his wrath upon the White Whale Gang. While associating with two masters of martial arts was undoubtedly a remarkable opportunity, it was akin to courting danger. The standing of martial arts masters in the hearts of the public was akin to that of emperors, where the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Duan Tianxiong could scarcely afford to dwell on these thoughts, nor could he attend to the Qingfeng Gang. His sole focus was to find Chen Jun, even if it meant discovering a lifeless body. This desperate thought emerged in a moment of urgency, not realizing that Chen Jun had indeed become a corpse. As various factions converged upon the valley outside Huaqing, simultaneously, a group of travelers entered the city. This group consisted of 3 women, all clad in identical attire. They wore garments as white as snow, their beauty natural and unadorned, resembling the rosy hues of dawn reflecting off snow. Each possessed a captivating grace, akin to orchids in a secluded valley, exuding an enchanting allure. Though they walked among mortals, they resembled celestial beings, their clear eyes and gentle glances evoking a sense of reverence that deterred any from gazing directly at them, as to do so would be the utmost affront. Such ethereal maidens appearing on the streets of Huaqing inevitably stirred a considerable commotion. Even though they donned wide-brimmed hats and veils to obscure their exquisite features, their aura, distinct from that of ordinary women, remained the most radiant presence. Each of them wielded a sword, moving with the swiftness of the wind, defying the stereotype of delicate women. They seemed entirely oblivious to the gazes of those around them, their focus unwavering as they strode straight down the long street and entered an inn. From a vantage point on the second floor of the inn across the street, Yi Songyu observed the stunning women who should not have been in a place like Huaqing. A glimmer of intrigue sparkling in her eyes. She recalled some tales her brother had shared, seemingly recognizing the identities of these women. Their attire must belong to the Jianjiao Academy, reputed to be the only sect for female cultivators in the Jiang Kingdom, where all disciples were women. Chapter 41. It is not to strike others, but to endure strikes. The Jianjiao Academy is a sect dedicated to cultivation. And apart from their presence in the capital and Fengjiang City, it is rare to find female disciples of the Jianjiao Academy traversing the world. This was not Yi Songyu's first encounter with their disciples, merely a case of unfamiliarity, yet she could still identify them by their garments. Yi Songyu was curious as to why disciples of the Jianjiao Academy had appeared in Huaqing. pondering whether they were merely passing through or if there was another reason. She had heard her elder brother mention that disciples of the cultivation sect occasionally walk among the mundane world for practical training. Perhaps the appearance of the disciples from the Jinjia courtyard in Huaqing is a reflection of this. At this moment, those female disciples from Jinjia courtyard were engaged in conversation within an inn, gathered in a single room. Senior Sister Nansheng, we have pursued this path. Yet the elusive Yuan ghost has vanished without a trace. This person is cunning and likely concealed in the shadows, making it unwise for us to act recklessly, as we may fall into a passive position. Nansheng stood by the window, hands clasped behind her back, observing the bustling street outside. Her delicate brows arched slightly as she spoke softly. The Yuan ghost has disrupted the order, ruthlessly taking the lives of numerous innocents. Since the court has entrusted us with the task of apprehending him, we must not bring shame upon our sect. While seeking assistance from the authorities is indeed viable, it is bound to invite complications. You should discreetly investigate in Huaqing and identify potential hiding spots for the Yuan ghost. It is not so easy for a cultivator to blend in among ordinary people. One of the female disciples interjected, the Yuan ghost arrived in Huaqing before us, making our search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Earlier, there were discussions about the alliance at the inn. Could it be that the Yuan ghost has infiltrated it? After all, it gathers many formidable figures from the martial world, providing an ideal refuge. Moreover, the alliance is the talk of the town, making it a conspicuous yet seemingly secure hiding place. Conversely, it could indeed be the most suitable option. Nansheng, petite and youthful in appearance, was simply regarded as a senior sister because her cultivation surpassed that of several other disciples from Jinjia courtyard. She was still but a girl, and upon hearing the rational observations of her fellow disciple, she found them plausible. The disciple, however, was not merely speculating. They had been pursuing the Yuan ghost for quite some time. Failure to capture him would surely result in punishment from their master, and they were determined not to overlook any potential leads. Additionally, the Yuan ghost had connections with numerous individuals from the martial world, making it logical for him to seek refuge among them. Having made her decision, Nansheng turned and declared, "Then we shall split our forces. I will personally visit the alliance's location outside Huaqing, while you remain here to investigate further, lest the Yuan ghost take advantage of an opportunity to escape." The two disciples nodded in agreement, assured of Nansheng's safety. In terms of cultivation, she was far superior to the Yuan ghost, and defeating a martial master was as simple as taking candy from a child. However, the Yuan ghost's cunning nature rendered him elusive and in direct confrontation. He would hardly stand a chance against the disciples of Jinjia courtyard. Lin Jinan, the leader of the Qingfeng gang, has arrived, boomed a voice at the entrance of a manor 30 miles outside Huaqing. The heads of various small gangs turned their attention towards the entrance. Recently, the conflict between the Qingfeng gang and the Beijing gang had stirred significant unrest, and the scent of bloodshed hung heavy in the air throughout the entire Xian County. In such a tense atmosphere, the sudden emergence of a master-level expert to convene an alliance was bound to create a charged encounter, promising an intriguing spectacle. Lin Jinan and Ding Chuxing greeted the leaders of the smaller gangs with polite nods before taking their seats in the front row of the Grand Hall, while the members of the Beijing gang had yet to arrive. This was, of course, a deliberate arrangement by Duan Tianxiong. In truth, the Beijing gang had already arrived, but they were choosing to make their entrance later than the Qingfeng gang. Ding Chuxing, his expression stern, turned to Lin Xiaoyan beside him and inquired, "Where is Li Mengzhou?" Lin Xiaoyan replied timidly, "He went to the restroom but has been gone for quite a while. He should be back soon." In Ding Chuxing's presence, Lin Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, especially in such a tense environment where Ding Chuxing exuded an aura reminiscent of his younger days in the martial world, intimidating without needing to raise his voice. A presence that Lin Xiaoyan found daunting. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyan's response, Ding Chuxing remained silent. He suspected that Li Mengzhou had harbored intentions to eliminate Duan Tianxiong the previous night, but he was unaware of whether the plan had come to fruition. All he could observe was the arrival of Beijing gang members. Mo Lian, the leader of the Zhuke Hall, has arrived. The welcoming bouncer shouted loudly. Lin Xiaoyan quickly turned his gaze to the entrance. He saw Mo Lian adorned in a purple gown, accompanied only by a girl in yellow, standing out starkly in contrast to the other gangs, who had brought more followers. Mo Lian wore a purple veil, an odd sight among the rough men present at the alliance meeting. After all, this was a gathering of martial factions, where even respectable businesses were not expected to be associated with anything delicate. A woman like Mo Lian was indeed an anomaly, seemingly out of place in the rough and tumble atmosphere. Yet, no one dared to underestimate her. As the designated successor of the former leader of Zhuke Hall, She possessed her own ruthless capabilities. Although Mo Lian had sacrificed territory to preserve Zhuge Hall, it did not signify her defeat. Many gangs sought to capitalize on this opportunity to target Zhuge Hall, some even setting their sights directly on Mo Lian. A mere girl, while safeguarding her own position, was also tasked with maintaining stability within Zhuge Hall. A precarious balancing act that was, regrettably, a necessary strategy. The gangs that aimed to seize parts of Zhuge Hall's territory were not insignificant. According to the rules of the martial world, they had reasons to ensure that Zhuge Hall's remaining strongholds were not ravaged. Moreover, Zhuge Hall was merely nestled in Huaqing and posed no threat to the larger gangs. Those who harbored ulterior motives against Zhuge Hall found themselves decisively dealt with by Mo Lian, who wielded forceful means to crush several smaller gangs in their attempts. It soon became clear that even a diminished Zhuge Hall, with only Huaqing as its base, was not to be trifled with. While Mo Lian had not expanded her territory, she had made the members of Zhuge Hall fiercer than ever. Faced with a group of desperate individuals, no one dared to risk their lives. Only 2 people from Zhuge Hall. Mo Lian must not take this alliance meeting seriously. Many gang leaders expressed their dissatisfaction within the courtyard. They regarded the gathering with utmost importance, taken aback, while Mo Lian seemed to attend casually, as if she were merely there for a meal. Even when Zhuge Hall had once dominated Xian County, they would not have dared to act so casually at an alliance meeting. Regardless of Mo Lian's capabilities, a gang led by a woman was simply not taken seriously. Perhaps it was a matter of pride. Unable to attain Mo Lian's favor, they sought to belittle her. Lin Xiaoyun glared at Mo Lian, hearing the murmurs around him, and felt a surge of indignation. Mo Lian cast a fleeting glance at him and calmly remarked, "If you cannot bear to listen, then go confront them directly. Why show your teeth and growl?" Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyun stood up, prepared to actually confront those individuals. Mo Lian, seemingly surprised, swiftly pulled him back into his seat, saying, "Acting impulsively is the folly of the immature. To attack a group single-handedly is not to strike others, but to invite harm upon oneself." Lin Xiaoyun felt inexplicably aggrieved. "But you told me to confront them. They said you were incapable." Mo Lian stared at the irritated Lin Xiaoyun, momentarily taken aback, before regaining her composure. "You must possess the strength to back it up. If you lack the power, you must learn to endure. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. For now, sit quietly." Lin Xiaoyun obediently obeyed, yet occasionally cast a fierce glare at those who whispered around him. Mo Lian glanced at Lin Xiaoyun, a smile gracing her lips, a smile that seemed tinged with sweetness. Chapter 42. Wanderer in the dense valley, weeds thrived and scattered stones dotted the ground, which appeared rather dry. Occasionally, wild rabbits would leap past, stirring up a cloud of dust. Mengzhou waved his hand to disperse the haze and rose silently, gazing into the distance at the official road where horse-drawn carriages passed intermittently. He watched intently as, in a nearby hollow, Duan Tianxiong conversed with several individuals, who subsequently made their way toward Huaqing. Just as Duan Tianxiong departed, a shadow stealthily approached him and swiftly abducted him, dragging his substantial frame out of sight. Mengzhou furrowed his brow, taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Duan Tianxiong was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of martial arts, and for anyone to approach him unnoticed was a feat in itself. To abduct him rendered Duan Tianxiong utterly defenseless. He noted that the shadow was a slender man, a stark contrast to Duan Tianxiong's corpulence, like an elephant compared to a mouse. Even an elephant could stumble over a stone, though it was unexpected. Mengzhou found it not particularly strange. It seemed only natural that the slender man had the upper hand. Had Duan Tianxiong managed to turn the tables, it would have been far more unusual. This thought struck him suddenly, leaving him uncertain of its origins. He could only speculate that the slender man might indeed be a master, likely far superior to Duan Tianxiong. Could he be a martial arts sage or a practitioner? Regardless, such individuals would hardly resort to stealthy ambushes, as such tactics seemed beneath their status. Of course, for Mengzhou, the youngest master in the realm, the manner of engagement, whether through ambush or direct confrontation, held little significance as long as victory was assured. A stir in the distance caught his attention. The fragrance of gardenias wafted toward him before the figure even arrived. He turned slightly to observe a young maiden, appearing no older than 16 or 17, approaching with measured steps. Initially walking along the official road, she soon altered her course, veering into the adjacent valley. Clad in garments as white as snow and wearing a conical hat, she was difficult to overlook, regardless of her attempts at concealment. Perplexed, Mengzhou wondered what she was attempting to hide. As the maiden drew nearer, surrounded by trees with their withered gray bark, Mengzhou, dressed in black, found it easy to conceal himself if he chose the right position. He was hard to detect unless one looked closely. However, proximity would render him easily visible. The maiden paused, her eyes widening in momentary surprise as she caught sight of Li Mengzhou leaning against a rock. The stark contrast of black and white was striking. Li Mengzhou scrutinized the girl, noting her exquisite beauty, skin as smooth as cream, brows like wisps of smoke, her eyes sparkling with starlight and a hint of aloofness. Her flowing black hair cascaded down to her waist, exuding a sense of ethereal purity, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. In his estimation, she surpassed Wang Pan'er from Shuning Town in beauty, though it felt unfair to compare, given his only familiarity with Wang Pan'er over the past few years. Now, however, he had also encountered Yi Sanyu. If comparing Yi Sanyu to this maiden, Li Mengzhou might lean toward Yi Sanyu as the more favorable contender. The maiden's otherworldly aura might outshine Yi Sanyu's, yet in various aspects, Yi Sanyu still held an edge. This was merely in terms of appearance and demeanor. Yi Sanyu was an ordinary girl, while this maiden was anything but. Even with Li Mengzhou's mastery, he could not fully perceive the depths of the white-clad maiden. As if a veil of mist obscured his vision, leaving him bewildered, regardless of the setting or circumstance. It is generally considered impolite for a man to stare at a woman, even if they are merely a boy and a girl. Nansheng's first impression of Li Mengzhou was far from favorable, and this negative impression lingered for quite some time, rarely offering a chance for redemption. To admire beauty is a natural inclination, while few would wish to gaze upon something unpleasant. Thus, Li Mengzhou felt no wrongdoing in his observation. Nor did he intend to linger further. He glanced toward the estate nearby, preparing to depart. However, Nansheng called out to him, her voice as melodious as a songbird. Yet Li Mengzhou detected an undercurrent of arrogance and disdain. "Hey, have you seen a slender middle-aged man?" Li Mengzhou hesitated briefly, recalling the person who had ambushed Duan Tianxiong. Turning to Nansheng, he pondered for a moment before replying, "I haven't seen him." Without waiting for her response, he walked away. Nansheng's brows furrowed as she watched Li Mengzhou's retreating figure, a surge of anger rising within her. It was not merely that he failed to provide the answer she sought, but rather his blatant disregard for her presence. Just moments earlier, he had been staring intently, only to suddenly act as if he were indifferent to her. Nansheng quickly realized that this was likely the carrot-and-stick approach her mentor had mentioned. Men who employ such tactics are the most despicable. Recalling her mentor's warnings before her departure, Nansheng endeavored to calm her turbulent emotions. Observing Li Mengzhou's direction, she furrowed her brow slightly before a smile graced her lips. Within the estate's chamber, Duan Tianxiong cried out as his hefty frame crashed to the ground. Lu Qingsong, calmly sipping tea, raised an eyebrow without glancing at the fallen Duan Tianxiong, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on the door. A slender shadow darted past the entrance. Invigorating Lu Qingsong, Duan Tianxiong scrambled to his feet, turning to see the man who had ambushed him casually seated. His eyes filled with rage, he bellowed, "You little wretch! How dare you ambush me? I shall grind you to dust." His massive fist cut through the air, embodying the might of a master at the peak of martial arts. Just his punch hinted at the emergence of formidable energy, the air before him seeming to rip apart. It would be trivial to crush a novice martial artist entering the 9th rank. Yet, the slender man, still leisurely sipping his tea as if at home, suddenly spat the contents toward Duan Tianxiong. Though such a tactic was unseemly, it proved effective. Any ordinary person would have evaded it, but Duan Tianxiong did not. He paid no heed to the spit of the slender man. His heart was consumed by murderous intent. Before Lu Qingsong, he had already lost face, submissively obeying the man's commands. Yet what was this slender man? The dignity of the leader of the White Whale Gang would not permit any disrespect. He could not afford to let this incident go unpunished. He was determined to dominate Xian County. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground reverberated through the chamber. Blood spurted from Duan Tianxiong's mouth as he stared blankly at the slender man before him, his mind momentarily blank. His punch, capable of killing a novice in the 9th rank of martial arts, met with the tea spat out by the diminutive man. As if colliding with a formidable wall, not only did he fail to close the distance to the small man, but he was also violently repelled, his internal organs feeling as if they had been displaced. Duan Tianxiong found himself at a loss. Even after wandering the martial world for most of his life, he could not comprehend such an occurrence. Lu Qingsong, casting a fierce glare at Duan Tianxiong, expressed a degree of reverence toward the small man, saying, "Brother Yuan, please temper your wrath. This man is the leader of the White Whale Gang, and he cannot perish here." Lu Qingsong was not defending Duan Tianxiong out of loyalty, but rather recognizing that having accepted the man's money, he could not turn a blind eye to his fate. After all, it would tarnish his own reputation. The diminutive man scoffed. What is a mere gang leader? What difference does it make if he is killed? Lu Qingsong understood that the small man was indifferent to the status of these martial figures. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. The White Whale Gang seeks to absorb the Clear Wind Gang, having invested a considerable sum. Brother Yuan, you find yourself in a predicament. Worldly wealth is indispensable. So why make things difficult for yourself? The small man narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, being pursued by those women is indeed unpleasant. For your sake, I shall forgive his disrespect. He cast a sidelong glance at Duan Tianxiong and then addressed Lu Qingsong. I would appreciate it if you could prepare some silver for me. Those women have already tracked me to Flower City, and it won't be long before they find this place. I cannot linger here. Lu Qingsong dared not contradict the small man's words. His position within the Master Alliance was largely due to the small man's backing. Rumors circulated that the small man had a connection to a practitioner, but that was not entirely accurate. He had once aided a distressed cultivator, thus forming a brotherly bond. And that cultivator was, in fact, the diminutive man before him. This man, known as Yuan Gui, was a practitioner of the sky illuminating realm. Yet, for the martial masters of the world, someone merely at the level of sky illuminating was not particularly fearsome. However, Yuan Gui stood at the pinnacle of the sky illuminating realm, placing him among the absolute elite of the secular world. Aside from prodigies like Zhao Wuji, no martial master could compare to a practitioner at the peak of the sky illuminating realm. Lu Qingsong had only just entered the master realm, being merely stronger than a novice in the initial visualization stage of cultivation. The passage of time in martial arts is extensive, especially after reaching the pinnacle, beyond talent. Strength is measured by age. Naturally, the longer one immerses themselves in the martial arts, the greater their strength becomes, making it evident that one who has just entered this realm cannot be compared. Lu Qingsong never dared to speak of Yuan Gui in public. It was common knowledge that he had a practitioner as a backing, but few knew who that practitioner was or their background. In the hidden world of cultivation, there also existed a hierarchy, though it did not strictly align with the societal classes. Cultivation has its sects, the sect being the most significant. And above these sects lie the more mysterious realms of serene mountains and seas, the only existence that can overshadow the secular court. There are both sect practitioners and rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators are those without any sect affiliation, often looked down upon by many sect practitioners, as they are typically seen as mediocre individuals struggling in their cultivation journey. However, not all rogue cultivators are of this ilk. Some are respected by sect practitioners. Among rogues, there exists a distinction. Some are individuals of low aptitude who were not accepted by any sect or were expelled, while others are those who voluntarily left their sects to wander. This latter group often possesses considerable strength. Nevertheless, rogue cultivators are a minority, often mingling with the masses, existing as reclusive masters rarely seen. Thus, aside from these exceptions, the standing of rogue cultivators in the world of cultivation is not particularly high, primarily depending on their own cultivation. Those below the third realm are seldom respected. However, once one reaches the fourth realm, it at least indicates a certain level of aptitude, allowing even the elderly a chance to enter a sect as a guest instructor, thereby gaining access to the upper echelons of society. A practitioner like Yuan Gui, being merely at the second realm of sky illuminating, holds one of the lowest statuses in the cultivation world. Lacking talent and background, he is akin to someone merely surviving. Yet such an individual can thrive in the secular martial world, easily losing themselves in worldly temptations, forever remaining in obscurity. Lu Qingsong was unaware of Yuan Gui's true identity. After all, to an ordinary person, not to mention a sky illuminating practitioner, even someone at the initial visualization stage would seem godlike. Yuan Gui had assisted Lu Qingsong in swiftly advancing to the master realm, and Lu Qingsong would provide Yuan Gui with everything he required. Their relationship, seemingly rooted in mutual benefit, gradually evolved into a friendship over time. After all, shared interests often breed the strongest bonds, and they found it challenging to seek another who understood them as well. Perhaps due to Yuan Gui's accustomed solitude, he too yearned for a friend worthy of his companionship. Yet, the disparity in their strengths and statuses led Lu Qingsong to maintain an air of reverence toward Yuan Gui, making their relationship somewhat delicate. At times, Yuan Gui was reluctant to admit it, but when pursued by the Jinji Academy, his first thought was of Lu Qingsong, which hinted at something deeper. Yuan Gui was not particularly handsome. His name conveyed the essence of his persona. Consequently, he had been abandoned by his parents at a young age, deemed an ill-fated individual. Nevertheless, Yuan Gui was resolute, dedicating nearly 20 years to searching for cultivators in hopes of altering his fate. The sects of cultivation do not concern themselves with a person's appearance, but Yuan Gui, though possessing some cultivation aptitude, was rather mediocre, falling into the category of being dispensable. He had once joined a small sect with fewer than 100 disciples, and the sect leader was merely a fourth realm practitioner. The resources available for cultivation were limited, and naturally, Yuan Gui's poor aptitude rendered him unworthy of such resources, ultimately leading to his departure from the sect. During his period of despair, he encountered a rogue cultivator who, despite being only at the third realm, lived a carefree life away from the sections. They robbed other rogue cultivators, sharing the meager resources they obtained, which turned out to be more substantial than what Yuan Gui had ever accessed in the sect. He became the disciple of that rogue cultivator and successfully underwent the sky-illuminating baptism, opening his energy channels. However, the meager resources were no longer sufficient for his ambitions. The rogue cultivator, now aged, harbored no hope of breaking into the fourth realm. Thus, while the man slept, Yuan Gui killed him. Although he lost a companion to share resources with, the issue of aptitude still hindered Yuan Gui's progress. He realized he could never truly enter the world of cultivation and, as he approached middle age, knew he would soon become a sluggish elder. In his despair for the future, he found himself dwelling on the past, nurturing a deep resentment toward the parents who had abandoned him. After all, had they been ordinary people, he might at least have enjoyed a complete life. The journey from being cast out to seeking a path in cultivation may sound straightforward, but the tribulations he faced over decades were far from beautiful or smooth. The hardships he endured and the disdain of others, the humiliations he suffered, led him to contemplate ending his own life. A sense of utter hopelessness that erupted at this moment. He subsequently located his parents, now in their old age, and cruelly murdered them. Shortly thereafter, the incident was reported, leading to an investigation by the Bureau of Mystical Affairs due to the killing of ordinary individuals by practitioners. For various reasons, disciples from the Jinji Academy pursued Yuan Gui to Flower City. Lu Qingsong was unaware of the specifics. He only knew that Yuan Gui had slain ordinary people, and according to the laws of the Jiang country, practitioners were forbidden from harming them. Currently, Lu Qingsong and Yuan Gui were like grasshoppers on the same string, and he could only exhaust his efforts to assist Yuan Gui. Duan Tianxiong quickly discerned Yuan Gui's identity as a practitioner, and a chill ran down his spine. He had previously considered killing a practitioner. Had he provoked one, the entire White Whale gang would face annihilation. There was no need for direct confrontation. A practitioner's mere promise could compel countless factions to serve them. Moreover, Yuan Gui seemed to be an ally of Lu Qingsong. If the Master Alliance sought to obliterate a gang, it could be done with ease. Contemplating this, Duan Tianxiong trembled, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He could not recall how he exited the cabinet. Upon reaching the front courtyard, he was jolted back to reality by the flattery of the waiting minor gang leaders. Silently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he took a seat in the first row of the grand chair. The various leaders of the White Whale gang arrived in succession. Lin Jinan shifted his gaze from Duan Tianxiong to Ding Chusheng and remarked, "Why does Duan Tianxiong seem so peculiar?" Ding Chusheng, equally perplexed, sensed something amiss, believing there must be a hidden agenda. According to Duan Tianxiong's usual demeanor, he would not neglect the Clear Wind gang, which would typically prompt him to mock them. His current silence hinted at a conspiracy. After a brief wait, a commotion arose from outside the courtyard, causing the gang leaders to stir once more. The host of this alliance meeting, the third martial arts master of Xian County, Lu Qingsong, appeared amidst a throng of admirers. For many, it was their first encounter with this esteemed figure. The emergence of a new martial arts master in Xian County was no secret, having been the subject of much discussion in the martial world. Even the mere mention of his name commanded deep respect. Dressed in a dusty gray robe, Lu Qingsong exuded an air of ethereal grace, his brow marked by the vicissitudes of worldly life. His profound eyes sparkled like lightning, piercing through the hearts of those who met his gaze, as if he could see into their very souls. The gang leaders, upon beholding Lu Qingsong, felt their spirits tremble, unable to meet his gaze, compelled to acknowledge his superiority. Such an otherworldly martial artist was indeed beyond their reckoning. With his eyes slightly lowered, Lu Qingsong sat serenely at the head of the courtyard, commanding universal respect. Even the leaders of the Clear Wind gang and White Whale gang lacked the standing to sit alongside him, let alone the audacity to do so. The seating arrangement within the courtyard was orderly, based on the hierarchy of the martial world. Now, all invited guests to the alliance meeting had assembled. Chapter 43. Interest. Lu Qingsong surveyed the assembly with a gentle smile and began, "I believe you all are familiar with my identity. Thus, I shall forego further introduction. Although today Xian County Alliance Conference is convened under my name, I am not the most pivotal figure here. Master Lei Ming will also grace us with his presence. However, he is currently delayed and may arrive shortly. I trust you are all curious about the purpose of this assembly, and I shall not keep you in suspense. The Master Alliance is renowned throughout the martial realm, yet seldom intervenes in its affairs. The last alliance meeting was held many years ago. The martial world must adhere to certain principles, which is why the Master Alliance exists, but the various factions must also abide by these principles. Our standing within the Master Alliance is not particularly high, and this necessitates the collective effort of all the gang leaders. Therefore, Xian County needs a manager to alleviate the concerns of the Master Alliance, fostering harmony between the court and the martial world for the greater good of the Jiang nation. The leaders remained silent, their eyes fixed on Lu Qingsong. They understood his implication. Ultimately, it entailed selecting the foremost gang in Xian County, effectively establishing a single faction to dominate the territory. This was undoubtedly an exhilarating prospect for the entire martial world. Yet it was evident that such a favorable outcome would not favor the smaller gangs. Only the Clear Wind Gang and White Whale Gang had the qualifications to vie for this position, and even the Zhuke Hall likely lacked that standing now. Once a single gang ruled Xian County, the smaller factions would not adhere to the martial world's principles, but rather to the dictates of the ruling gang. This could hardly be considered a good outcome. While small, these gangs valued their freedom and would not submit to others. Any imposition of stricter regulations would transform the martial realm itself. The smaller factions would find no opportunity to rise. They could not comprehend why the Master Alliance would make such a decision, as Lu Qingsong claimed it was for the sake of the martial world and the Jiang nation. The assembled leaders scoffed at the notion. The martial world was inherently a realm of freedom, and the existence of rules served merely as a baseline or a courtesy. It was akin to two swordsmen engaged in fair combat. Employing underhanded tactics would violate the martial principles and be looked down upon in the realm. Rules were not meant to constrain martial heroes, but to prevent the proliferation of malevolent practices. Should someone monopolize power, the martial world would inevitably undergo a fundamental shift. The Master Alliance's existence was never intended for domination, but rather to maintain equilibrium within the martial realm. Lu Qingsong's words clearly contradicted the original intent of Zhao Wuji, the founder of the Master Alliance. While Lu Qingsong's statements might incite uproar among the larger factions, they were deemed unacceptable by the martial populace of Xian County. Mishandling this situation could incite a bloodbath, not only within Xian County, but beyond. Beyond the ideals of the martial world, the factions were primarily concerned with their individual interests, and Lu Qingsong's declarations would evidently infringe upon those interests. Thus, even in the face of a martial arts master, they would not yield. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to speak or respond. They understood the implications, but were unwilling to be the first to voice them. Lu Qingsong had anticipated this reaction. This was not a resolution decreed by the Master Alliance, and he did not require their approval. Everything he stated was merely a pretext. He certainly did not dare to oppose the Master Alliance, even with Yuan Gui, the celestial practitioner, at his back. For he could not expect to gain favor in the presence of the entire Master Alliance. This alliance meeting had not been reported to the Master Alliance. Aside from Xian County, no one was aware that such a conference was underway. Once everything was set in motion, Master Lei would have the means to quell any tumult, ensuring that the martial world of Xian County remained stable and that the rules remained unchanged. The only alteration would be the emergence of a dominant faction in Xian County, replacing the previous equilibrium between two powers. He glanced at Duan Tianxiong, who understood the implication. At that moment, Duan Tianxiong had regained his composure, realizing that the White Whale Gang was on the verge of a prosperous period, and his task was to seize this opportunity. Master Lu is considering the welfare of the martial world and the betterment of Xian County. Do any of you have objections? The martial realm belongs to all of us, not to any single individual. Even with the emergence of a manager in Xian County, I believe that no one will seek to undermine your interests. Otherwise, it would be challenging to gain the people's support. I stand in support of Master Lu's decision and the Master Alliance's resolution. Xian County indeed requires proper governance, allowing you all to reap greater benefits. Why not embrace this opportunity? Duan Tianxiong rose from his grand chair, casting a dispassionate gaze over the assembly, particularly regarding Lin Jinan and the members of the Qingfeng gang, his eyes betraying a hint of derision. He had indeed touched upon a crucial point. As long as there were no interests at stake, these martial sects would not necessarily oppose the arrangement. Compared to the codes of the martial world, these factions were not benevolent. When profit was in sight, who would care for any rules? We, the Haiyan Gang, support the Master Alliance. We support Master Lu. We, the Qingxi Gang, support the Master Alliance. We support Master Lu. After a brief silence, several factions swiftly made their decisions. Almost all the prominent gangs in Xianing County were present, and Lu Qingsong did not contest Duan Tianxiong's assertion, implying that, given the circumstances, they had no reason to oppose. Should Lu Qingsong renege on his promise, he would likely face the wrath of the entire martial community. Even the Master Alliance would be unable to shield him, and the Alliance's reputation would suffer as well. This had essentially become a firm commitment, with no room for breach. Yet, some factions hesitated, including the Qingfeng Gang and Zhuke Hall, who remained silent. Lin Jinan and Ding Chuxing could not fathom Lu Qingsong's intentions. The alliance meeting had been called unexpectedly, and the selection of the foremost gang in Xianing County had coincidentally linked itself to the ongoing conflict between the Qingfeng Gang and the White Whale Gang, raising concerns about potential complications. Duan Tianxiong's public support for Lu Qingsong had already placed the Qingfeng Gang at a disadvantage. Although Lin Jinan hesitated, he could not afford to remain completely silent, as that would leave a poor impression on Lu Qingsong. After exchanging a glance with Ding Chuxing, Lin Jinan expressed the Qingfeng Gang's agreement. Mo Lian, however, remained silent, gazing at Lu Qingsong and lost in thought. At this moment, it was the hour of Shun. With the sun still high and radiant in the sky, Lu Qingsong narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Mo Lian in the front row with a hint of intrigue, and smiled. You must be Miss Mo Lian of Zhuke Hall. Do you have any objections to this matter? Mo Lian toyed with the jade ornament on her wrist. Her icy gaze fixed on Lu Qingsong as she inquired, I wonder how Master Lu intends to elect the foremost gang in Xianing County? Lu Qingsong responded with a calm smile. It is quite simple. We shall employ a widely accepted method in the martial world. The strong shall prevail. Each gang will select their mightiest member to compete, and the victorious individual S gang will be declared the foremost in Xianing County. This indeed was a straightforward approach, albeit somewhat hasty, yet it promised to yield considerable interest. Should the assessment rely on the foundations of the gangs, smaller factions would stand no chance. This method was undeniably fair, and no one could contest it. Mo Lian fell silent, contemplating. If strength alone determined the outcome, Ding Chuxing would likely emerge as the strongest contender, beneath the martial masters. Ding Chuxing was not only the first expert of the Qingfeng Gang, but also the foremost expert in Xianing County. Many in attendance recognized this, leading to various thoughts and speculations. It seemed as though Lu Qingsong was intentionally favoring the Qingfeng Gang, despite Ding Chuxing's advancing years. He was by no means diminished in prowess. Compared to his past, his strength had likely only intensified through experience. The assembled factions did not believe they could defeat the formidable Ding Chuxing. As everyone mulled over their thoughts, Lu Qingsong suddenly interjected with a smile. I almost forgot to mention, since we are to select the foremost gang in Xianing County, we must primarily consider the capability of the gang leaders. Of course, if any leader is unwilling, they may designate another member to compete on their behalf. This revelation surprised those who had thought Lu Qingsong was deliberately favoring the Qingfeng Gang. As one of the largest factions in Xianing County, it would be quite embarrassing for the leader of the Qingfeng Gang to shy away from battle, even though the rules allowed for another representative to be chosen. Yet, would Lin Jinan truly take such a step? For smaller factions, this was not a significant concern. They had little to lose before the giants of the realm. However, Lin Jinan, as the leader of the Qingfeng Gang, had much to consider, particularly regarding his own reputation. This was not merely a matter of the leader fighting or a member stepping in, since it was stipulated to be a contest among leaders. If Lin Jinan chose to remain silent, his retreat from the contest would inevitably become a point of derision among the martial community, regardless of the eventual outcome. Ding Chuxing prepared for battle, unconcerned with matters of prestige or whether he was taking advantage of a weaker opponent. He was merely adhering to the rules. But Lin Jinan, who had remained silent, raised a hand to halt him. Although Lin Jinan was also at the 9th tier of martial prowess, he was still regarded as one of the elite among the various factions present at the alliance meeting. In a similar vein, while faction leaders might be willing to face Lin Jinan, they would hesitate to confront Ding Chuxing, knowing the latter posed a far greater threat. Aside from major gangs like Qingfeng and White Whale, which boasted multiple 9th tier martial artists, many faction leaders were also at the 9th tier. For smaller factions, lacking even a single 9th tier martial artist, possessing an 8th tier martial artist was already regarded as exceptional. Thus, for these smaller factions, no matter who the larger gangs sent into battle, their hopes of victory were slim. Lacking sufficient strength, they could hardly blame others. While Ding Chuxing hesitated, He saw no apparent issue with the arrangement, and among the leaders present, none could surpass Lin Zhinan, so he chose to remain silent. The courtyard quickly cleared a space ample enough for the combatants to spar freely. Duan Tianxiong approached Lin Zhinan with a smile, saying, "Since Brother Lin is so enthusiastic, why not let me have the honor of testing your 13 paths fist?" Lin Zhinan furrowed his brow. The expressions of those present varied. They had not anticipated that the confrontation would commence with the leaders of the Qingfeng gang and White Whale gang facing off against one another. Lin Xiaoyun observed the scene, feeling no concern for his father's safety, stating, "Duan Tianxiong and my father are evenly matched, having both entered the 9th tier of martial prowess for many years. While they have yet to reach their peak, it will be difficult to determine a clear victor. Nevertheless, I believe my father will ultimately prevail." This was a testament to a son's blind admiration for his father. Ding Chuxing remained silent, his focus solely on the imminent battle. At this moment, Mo Lian cast a fleeting glance towards the back, where a young man clad in black stood. Having just arrived in the courtyard, the youth noticed Mo Lian's gaze and, with his head lowered, walked directly over to sit beside the girl in the yellow dress. Li Mengzhou did not watch the ongoing confrontation between Lin Zhinan and Duan Tianxiong, but turned to Mo Lian, asking, "Are the members of Zhuke Hall lying in wait outside the estate, anticipating trouble at this alliance meeting?" Mo Lian had only brought the girl in the yellow dress into the courtyard, leading others to mistakenly believe they were alone. In truth, many members of Zhuke Hall had arrived, but remained hidden in the shadows. Mo Lian regarded Li Mengzhou with a light smile. "You didn't disappear for half a day just to follow me, did you?" Li Mengzhou scratched his face and replied, "I merely happened to see them. They are quite adept at concealing themselves." Mo Lian smiled. "I never engage in battles without assurance. The sudden convening of this alliance meeting caught me off guard. Naturally, I must be cautious. Lu Qingsong, being a newly minted martial master, should not technically have the authority to convene such a meeting. I heard that Master Lei Ming will also be present, and his reputation is rather questionable. Should there be any underlying schemes, without adequate preparation, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Li Mengzhou could not help but admire Mo Lian's meticulous mind and further respect her decisiveness. Merely based on a slight suspicion, she dispatched the elite of the Zhuke Hall, ever prepared for the impending conflict at the alliance meeting, a level of audacity that many men would lack. Thus, he remarked, "Indeed, there are issues with this alliance meeting. Fortunately, you have made preparations, sparing us from being caught off guard at the last moment." Mo Lian did not seem surprised, nor did she inquire how Li Mengzhou had come to know of the issues surrounding the meeting. With a calm demeanor, she explained, "The Master Alliance typically announces the convening of an alliance meeting at least a month in advance, detailing the reasons for its assembly. While there have been instances of gathering martial artists without justification, such occurrences are rare, typically reserved for significant events within the community. Recently, however, nothing of notable consequence has transpired in the martial world, and this meeting is to be held within the jurisdiction of Xian County, under the name of a newly ascended Master Realm expert, which is inherently irregular. Out of respect for the Master Alliance, no factions would voice objections to such a meeting. Many may overlook this detail, but my understanding is quite profound. Lu Qingsong's convening of the alliance meeting certainly did not receive the Master Alliance's sanction, and it is possible that even Master Yang Lin is unaware of this matter. Why else would he only state that Master Lei Ming would attend while omitting any mention of Master Yang? One must consider that even for an alliance meeting held in Xian County, all martial masters affiliated with the Master Alliance would inevitably be present. There would be no absentees. Li Mengzhou scratched his head, feeling somewhat out of his depth regarding such matters. He had merely overheard a conversation between Lu Qingsong and Duan Tianxiong, thus gaining insight into the true purpose of this meeting. Otherwise, he would have remained as oblivious as many others. He suddenly perceived that Mo Lian was indeed exceedingly clever, and in comparison, Lin Xiaoyun appeared rather insignificant. If these two were to form a household, Lin Xiaoyun's position would be precarious, potentially leading to familial tragedy. Turning his gaze towards the engrossed Lin Xiaoyun, Li Mengzhou found him somewhat pitiable. Why did he have to develop feelings for a woman like Mo Lian? Who could unravel any secret? In the future, should Lin Xiaoyun attempt to conceal even the slightest detail in her presence, he would undoubtedly face a most dismal fate. A pitiful and humble man, Lin Xiaoyun seemed to have just noticed Li Mengzhou seated at the back. He disdainfully remarked, "You've been in the restroom for quite a while, haven't you?" Li Mengzhou remained silent. He looked up to see that the match between Lin Zhinan and Duan Tianxiong was about to commence. This seemingly evenly matched battle captivated everyone's attention, as they speculated on who might emerge victorious or if it would end in a draw. Lin Jinan's 13 routes fist was a creation of his own, known for its versatility and ferocity. However, with the passage of time and shifts in his mindset, that ferocity had waned, and the execution of the 13 routes fist no longer reached its former pinnacle. A mindset plagued by indecision could not harmonize with the ferocity of his techniques, resulting in an incongruity that prevented him from fully realizing the art of his fists. Though Li Mengzhou had not known Lin Jinan long, he could still discern significant changes in him compared to 3 years prior. Li Mengzhou could comprehend the shifts in Lin Jinan's state of mind. His current status and position starkly contrasted with those of his youth, and perhaps the monotony of daily life had dulled his once ambitious spirit. Contentment with the status quo stifles further progress. Only an ever-expanding ambition can propel an individual to greater heights. Having ambition is not inherently negative, it merely depends on the direction of that ambition. Wishing for a better life is a form of ambition, as such aspirations drive one to strive for improvement. Conversely, when one loses sight of their desires, they enter a stagnation phase, often finding life devoid of meaning and struggling to muster interest in any particular pursuit. This is a common affliction for those in elevated positions. While Li Mengzhou perceived Lin Jinan as holding a significant status in this small realm, he was not the highest, yet compared to ordinary individuals, Lin Jinan's worth and position were indeed unattainable. In terms of wealth, he could undoubtedly rank among the affluent merchants of the Jiang kingdom. In stark contrast, Duan Tianxiong harbored no such complacency. Although slightly older than Lin Jinan, his ambition had never waned. If anything, it had intensified. He would not be satisfied with the current standing of the White Whale gang and remained ever vigilant for opportunities to ascend. This match was one such opportunity. Duan Tianxiong launched his attacks ruthlessly, pressing forward and forcing Lin Jinan to retreat, entirely dominating the encounter. While most spectators could discern that Lin Jinan had yet to unleash his full potential, this situation was invariably disadvantageous for him. Lin Xiaoyun was confident in his father, observing the unfolding battle while stating, "The initial ferocity of the assault can indeed seize the advantage, but it also comes at a significant cost to stamina. If one cannot defeat the opponent with a single strike and becomes embroiled in a stalemate, the party expending more energy will gradually find themselves at a disadvantage. That will be the moment for my father to mount a counterattack." Ding Chuxing concurred with Lin Xiaoyun's assessment, remarking, "Your father is typically composed and will not act recklessly. In a contest where opponents are evenly matched, a steady approach may not be the best strategy. However, Duan Tianxiong's relentless assault will surely deplete his stamina quickly. Consequently, a stable defense will become a winning strategy. When two individuals of similar strength engage in a leisurely battle, not only is it time-consuming and exhausting, but the outcome will likely result in mutual destruction, which is not advisable. Only by seizing the opportunity to launch a vigorous assault can one secure victory over their opponent. However, should the outcome of an aggressive assault prove unsatisfactory, the defensive party naturally assumes the initiative. In this context, it becomes merely a matter of time before Lin Jinan triumphs over Duan Tianxiong. With a ferocious wind at his back, the corpulent Duan Tianxiong advanced, intent on crashing into Lin Jinan to amplify the latter's injuries. Yet, his movements were slightly delayed. Lin Jinan sidestepped deftly, encircled Duan Tianxiong's neck with his arms, stepped forward, and with a swift bend of his waist, brought Duan Tianxiong crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaoyun exclaimed with delight, "Duan Tianxiong's movements are clearly faltering. In the next move, my father will surely incapacitate him." Ding Chuxing was about to concur, but suddenly furrowed his brow, as if he had detected an anomaly. Li Mengzhou abruptly remarked, "Uncle is about to lose." Ding Chuxing cast a surprised glance at Li Mengzhou. Lin Xiaoyun also looked at her in astonishment, saying, "What are you talking about? My father is on the verge of victory. Duan Tianxiong is already exhausted, his energy depleted, making it difficult for him to turn the tide." Li Mengzhou shook her head, replying, "That is true under normal circumstances, but Duan Tianxiong's physique inherently surpasses that of Uncle Lin. To bring him down requires significantly more effort. Of course, this is negligible for a martial artist at the 9th rank, but what if Duan Tianxiong is more than just a 9th rank martial artist?" Ding Chuxing's pupils constricted sharply. Thanks to Li Mengzhou's insight, he finally understood the peculiar feeling he had sensed earlier. Before each of Duan Tianxiong's strikes, there was a brief moment of hesitation. For an ordinary martial artist, this fleeting instant might go unnoticed, but Ding Chuxing perceived it clearly. He had simply failed to grasp what this pause signified. It was evidently a suppression of the surging force during an instinctive palm strike. He had retracted much of his power, resulting in the momentary halt. This was not a sign of Duan Tianxiong's exhaustion, but rather a deliberate tactic on his part. While everyone believed Lin Jianan was poised for victory, Duan Tianxiong leisurely brushed the dust from his clothes, casting a sneering glance at Lin Jianan, his eyes brimming with derision. With a swift lateral movement, his corpulent form vanished in an instant. Lin Jianan's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, he crossed his arms in front of himself. But a fierce gust from the left revealed that Duan Tianxiong had inconspicuously closed the distance. With a grin, he declared, "That was merely a warm-up. Now you shall witness my true strength, Lin Jianan. Enjoy it." With a resounding crash, Duan Tianxiong's massive fist struck Lin Jianan squarely on the head. Lin Jianan felt his mind buzz and momentarily lost focus, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Under the gaze of all present, Duan Tianxiong bellowed and swung his arm, sending Lin Jianan tumbling to the ground. The stone floor of the courtyard shattered with a loud bang, and amidst the swirling dust, Lin Jianan was propelled once more, only for Duan Tianxiong to step forward and press his hand down on Lin Jianan's head, forcing him into yet another intimate encounter with the ground. The fissures in the earth spread like a spider's web, the muffled thuds reverberating, sending tremors through the onlookers. A decorative hill in the courtyard was swept away by the explosive winds, shattering with a crack, sending debris flying perilously close to bystanders and causing chaos in the courtyard. Lin Jianan lay on the ground, bloodied and incredulous as he stared at Duan Tianxiong. His entire body ached, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his spirit utterly crushed. Duan Tianxiong chuckled coldly. For him, this battle was far from over. His garments billowed, inflating rapidly as energy swirled around him, coalescing into shimmering threads from his palms. The overwhelming pressure made the air in the courtyard feel as though it had been dispelled, creating a suffocating sensation. Half-step master. Ding Chuxing sprang to his feet, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and realization. A half-step master represents the transition between a 9th-rank martial artist and a martial arts master, transcending the limitations of the 9th rank without yet achieving the mastery of true energy. Ding Chuxing himself was a half-step master, which was why he ranked as the foremost expert beneath the martial arts master of Xianjun. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Duan Tianxiong had also stepped into this realm. Just recently, Duan Tianxiong had been merely a 9th-rank martial artist. What had transpired in such a brief span to advance his martial prowess so dramatically? Mastery in martial arts is a gradual process. There are no shortcuts, and significant leaps in power are rare unless a master imparts their techniques. Yet, the path to becoming a martial arts master is fraught with challenges. Who would willingly bestow their lifetime of effort upon another? He had no time to ponder further, for in the next instant, Lin Jianan was on the verge of losing his life beneath Duan Tianxiong's hand. With a sudden jolt, Ding Chuxing dashed forward. The blade sliced through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust, and in midair, there were successive explosive sounds, like thunderclaps shattering the sky. The force of the blade collided with Duan Tianxiong's palm, their energies clashing and compressing before erupting in the next moment. Both figures were sent flying backward. With a series of thuds, they both staggered to a halt 5 meters apart. Their eyes locked. Ding Chuxing was struck with astonishment. This brief exchange had proven to be evenly matched. Duan Tianxiong's pupils constricted before he quickly regained his composure. The palm that had been behind his back was already severely damaged, trembling uncontrollably. He regarded Ding Chuxing with gravity, quietly acknowledging him as the first expert of the Qingfeng gang. Even with his newfound power, he could not casually claim victory over his opponent. Silence enveloped the courtyard. No one had anticipated such a scene. The fact that Lin Jianan had fallen despite overwhelming advantage was not the most shocking revelation. What truly left the audience speechless was the revelation that Duan Tianxiong was a half-step master. This rendered the leaders of other factions virtually powerless. They were merely astonished by this fact while lamenting that their own factions could not ascend to become the premier power in Xianjun, oblivious to the increasingly sinister atmosphere that was developing in the venue. Suddenly, Lu Qingsong, who had been seated at the head of the table, opened his eyes wide, a glint of menace flashing through them as he solemnly declared, "During this contest, life and death are predetermined. Who allowed you to interfere?" His voice resonated as if echoing deep within their minds. Ding Chuxing trembled all over, slowly expelling a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Even a half-step master would be nothing more than an ant when faced with a true martial arts master. Lin Xiaoyun's voice rose in indignation. "If this is a competition, it should be a matter of restraint. How can one take a life?" Lu Qingsong's cold gaze turned toward Lin Xiaoyun, his tone measured. "When I spoke of the rules, did I ever mention restraint? Since I did not, then life and death shall be disregarded during the contest. Young man, do you dare to voice any dissent?" Under the scrutiny of a martial arts master, Lin Xiaoyun felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his face turning ashen. Yet, just as he was about to retort, a figure stepped in front of him. Li Mengzhou interposed herself, breaking Lu Qingsong's oppressive gaze upon Lin Xiaoyun, and spoke indifferently. While you may not have explicitly mentioned restraint, you also did not state that life and death are disregarded. Does a dignified martial arts master truly wish to engage in sophistry? Or is your purpose in convening this alliance meeting to extinguish the lives of all present? Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The members of various factions suddenly awoke from their stupor, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they looked toward Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong remained calm, quietly observing Li Mengzhou as he spoke. Who are you? Do you comprehend the consequences of slandering this master? Li Mengzhou raised the wooden knife in his hand, resting it on his shoulder, and nonchalantly replied, I am merely a minor figure in the Qingfeng gang, unfamiliar with Master Lu and devoid of any concept of martial arts masters. However, since Master Lu has convened this alliance meeting, those of us in attendance must adhere to the rules, and Master Lu must do the same. Has there ever been an occurrence like this at past alliance meetings? Not only were the rules for selecting the foremost gang never violated, but the bouts were merely for show, with the true intent being camaraderie among allies. Why then? Has the situation changed here with Master Lu? Without a reasonable explanation, it is unlikely anyone will acquiesce. Lu Qingsong narrowed his eyes, coldly asserting, the rules of the Master S Alliance are my rules, and my rules are yours. You have no right to disregard them or oppose them, otherwise. It would be disrespectful to the Master S Alliance. A child may utter nonsense without consequence, but do those present wish to confront the Master S Alliance? By the end of his statement, Lu Qingsong's voice reverberated like thunder, instantly silencing everyone present. The representatives from various factions exchanged glances, even with their courage. They dared not defy the Master S Alliance, for a single martial arts master dispatched by the Alliance could easily annihilate them. Li Mengzhou merely cleaned his ears, not expecting those minor factions to side with him. In a calm tone, he continued, can Master Lu alone represent the Master S Alliance? Should I interpret this as your desire to control the Alliance, harboring rebellious intentions? Traditionally, the convening of an alliance meeting requires an edict from the Master S Alliance. Yet it seems no such announcement was made prior to today's gathering. If this meeting does not reflect the Master S Alliance's intentions, what then? Is the purpose of your unilateral convening? Lu Qingsong's expression darkened. The alliance meeting had no established rules and did not require an edict from the Master S Alliance. Especially for one held locally, it simply required the consent of all martial arts masters in the Xian County who had joined the alliance. As long as the meeting proceeded smoothly, no one would seek trouble. However, should this matter be disseminated, particularly to the ears of the Master S Alliance, it would inevitably lead to complications, as the true purpose of this meeting was questionable. If it were merely a standard gathering, the Master S Alliance would not intervene. But any misstep would certainly attract their scrutiny. Li Mengzhou adeptly seized upon this point, prompting Lu Qingsong to regard him with renewed interest, no longer viewing him as an inconsequential individual. In truth, Li Mengzhou had merely listened to Mo Lian's advice and gained some understanding of the Master S Alliance's rules, which enabled him to articulate such arguments. Otherwise, he would have had no grounds to threaten Lu Qingsong. This realization ignited a murderous intent within Lu Qingsong. If he could eliminate those who sought to cause chaos, the Beijing gang could naturally ascend to become the foremost faction in Xian County, and the remaining minor factions could easily be intimidated into silence. After all, while the Master S Alliance held a prestigious status, they still had to heed the powerful martial arts masters of the local factions. Lu Qingsong chuckled lightly, self-mockingly reflecting on how he had nearly been threatened by a mere youth. Such a scenario was indeed absurd. Yet, just as he calmed his thoughts, Li Mengzhou's next words ignited his fury. Li Mengzhou stepped forward, dragging the wooden knife across the ground, creating a long mark and sparking a flicker of flame as he raised his gaze and calmly declared, if Master Lu's rule is that there are no rules, then this alliance meeting is far from over. According to your own stated rules, it seems you have not mentioned that Master Lu cannot participate in the contest. So I hereby challenge you. Do you dare to accept? The gathering gasped in disbelief, challenging a martial arts master? While it is said that the fearless young are unafraid of tigers, this youth was far too reckless. Lu Qingsong paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. He had no reason to point out that each faction could only send one representative. Since this youth was courting death, he might as well indulge him. Actively killing Li Mengzhou would only serve to vindicate Li Mengzhou's earlier threats, but if Li Mengzhou was willingly walking to his own demise, then Lu Qingsong need not hold back. Li Mengzhou, have you lost your mind? Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed, grabbing Li Mengzhou. Despite his confidence in Li Mengzhou's abilities, he could not fathom how he believed he could defeat a martial arts master. Even Immortal stood beside Li Mengzhou, frowning and shaking her head, urging him not to act impulsively. However, Li Mengzhou remained expressionless, quietly telling Immortal, Sister Imo, you may inform the people from Zhuke Hall outside. I believe a fierce battle is imminent. Immortal, exasperated, pinched Li Mengzhou's ear and scolded. Do you understand what it means to face a martial arts master? He is not comparable to the fierce tiger you killed in your childhood or any opponent you have previously defeated. You will die. Li Mengzhou's expression soured slightly, not from fear but from the pain of Immortal's grip, though he could not cry out, fearing it would be embarrassing. He took a deep breath, brushing off Immortal's delicate hand, and replied, Who knows if I will die? One cannot know without facing an opponent. With that, he boldly advanced towards Lu Qingsong, leaving no room for Immortal or Lin Xiaoyan to dissuade him. Immortal glared fiercely at Li Mengzhou, gritting her teeth. That damned fool. Lin Xiaoyan appeared perplexed, but was primarily concerned for Li Mengzhou's safety. He could not comprehend why the usually composed Li Mengzhou had suddenly lost his senses and sought to challenge a martial arts master. Was he seeking death? Meanwhile, in a chaotic corner of the courtyard stood a girl in white. Her captivating eyes were fixed on Li Mengzhou, and she scoffed, expressing her disdain. Subsequently, her gaze began to survey everyone in the courtyard. Anyone who met her eyes felt an involuntary chill run down their spine, yet no one noticed the girl in white, as if she did not exist at all. At this moment, Li Mengzhou had already positioned himself 3 paces away from Lu Qingsong, towering over him by nearly half a head. Intentionally lifting his chin, he looked down upon Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong had never imagined a moment in his life where he would be gazed down upon by a youth he deemed insignificant. The feeling within him was indescribable, and he struggled to find appropriate words to articulate his emotions. The only certainty he held was that this youth was soon to meet his end. One ought to possess self-awareness. A moment of obstinacy could be seen as courage, but it could equally be perceived as foolishness. Young man, which category do you believe you belong to? Li Mengzhou met Lu Qingsong's gaze, his expression unchanging as he stated, as one ages, one tends to become obstinate, yet you, though not old, have begun to stagnate, accustomed to spouting grand philosophies. Alas, what you consider wisdom is, in my eyes, mere drivel, devoid of substance. Lu Qingsong, hands clasped behind his back, laughed heartily. Indeed, the youth possess a boldness seldom seen. Those who are self-righteous are often of your ilk, though you are merely a fool. I must admit, challenging a martial arts master is a commendable act of bravery. However, do not engage in such folly as to flaunt your skills before the experts. This is not bravery, but sheer foolishness. Li Mengzhou shook his head, gripping his knife as he approached. I prefer to speak with facts. Uttering threats before a battle or provoking the enemy is utterly meaningless. It only serves to make you appear foolish and does not reflect the demeanor of a martial arts master. Lu Qingsong's expression darkened, but before he could respond, Li Mengzhou charged at him with astonishing speed. With a swift flick of his arm, the wooden knife sliced through the air, its force overwhelming, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound. Seeking death, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Qingsong's eyes. He had not regarded Li Mengzhou as a threat. Thus he bore no weapon. With his mastery as a martial artist, even unarmed, he could easily shatter steel with a mere fingertip. Faced with the powerful strike of the wooden knife, Lu Qingsong remained calm. As the blade descended, he swiftly dodged, his energy swirling around him like a gossamer veil, barely deflecting the knife from his chest. Simultaneously, his fist descended towards Li Mengzhou's head. The energy could be used for both offense and defense. The wooden knife could not penetrate the energy shield, and since Li Mengzhou's attack had not ceased, he was unable to perform any other actions in that fleeting moment. However, Lu Qingsong was entirely unrestrained. Even in the briefest of instants, he could accomplish many things. He did not hold back with this punch, and thus Li Mengzhou's fate was bound to be dire. After all, it was his head that was under attack, and with the energy enveloping Lu Qingsong's fist, not even the toughest steel or stone could withstand such force. Yet, just as his fist was about to make contact with Li Mengzhou's head, the wooden knife suddenly reversed direction, producing a resounding clang. Li Mengzhou was propelled backward, soaring 100 meters before crashing into the courtyard wall, sending dust billowing into the air, while cracks rapidly spread outward from the point of impact on the wall. A look of astonishment crossed Lu Qingsong's face. Although he had repelled Li Mengzhou with a punch, the outcome was evidently unsatisfactory. Li Mengzhou, now holding the wooden knife with his right hand, merely bent at the waist and quickly regained his footing. The knife showed no signs of damage whatsoever. It was already a significant surprise that he had not been killed by the punch, but the fact that the already damaged wooden knife remained intact was utterly baffling. Not only was Lu Qingsong incredulous, but the onlookers from various factions also displayed expressions of shock. Even Lin Xiaoyun, who knew Li Mengzhou best, was taken aback. He stared blankly at Li Mengzhou, then turned to Mo Lian beside him, saying, "So it turns out martial arts masters aren't as formidable as one might think." Mo Lian furrowed her brow, glancing at Li Mengzhou before shifting her gaze to Lu Qingsong, pondering, perhaps Lu Qingsong did not exert his full strength. However, the force of that punch was immense. It felt as if the entire space trembled, though I'm not quite sure how it happened. Li Mengzhou's ability to withstand that punch is certainly not mere fortune. She looked at Lin Xiaoyan and added, "Martial arts masters are not as simple as you imagine. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be 3 martial arts masters in the entire Xian County, even if Lu Qingsong is the weakest among them. Killing a martial artist below the 9th rank is as easy as squashing an ant. Especially with the energy released, he can both attack and defend. Outside of practitioners, martial arts masters are invincible in the martial world, easily breaking walls and tearing steel as if it were tofu. Do you really believe your body is tougher than walls and steel?" Lin Xiaoyan's face paled slightly, worry etched on his features as he said, "Then is Li Mengzhou doomed? Even if he can withstand one punch from a martial arts master, what about the second?" Mo Lian shook her head with a sigh. "That's why I said Li Mengzhou is too impulsive. His overconfidence in facing an unbeatable opponent will lead to dire consequences." Lin Xiaoyan turned his gaze back to Li Mengzhou. The black-clad youth stood tall and indifferent, repeatedly tightening his grip on the wooden knife as he fixed his eyes on Lu Qingsong, slightly lifting his foot to approach. As he passed by Mo Lian and Lin Xiaoyan, Li Mengzhou seemed to anticipate their words and spoke first, "I know what I am doing." Lin Xiaoyan's unvoiced concerns were swallowed back down. Standing resolutely before Lu Qingsong once more, Li Mengzhou decisively denied him the opportunity to speak, raising his knife to strike. However, Lu Qingsong's reaction was equally remarkable, perhaps feeling humiliated for not having killed Li Mengzhou with a single punch. He transformed his energy into a blade and preemptively swung at Li Mengzhou's waist. Li Mengzhou had no choice but to retract his knife, rolling to evade the strike. Though the ensuing exchanges were fierce, with Lu Qingsong attacking relentlessly and Li Mengzhou dodging with apparent difficulty, he sustained no significant injuries. Having failed to land a decisive blow after several attempts, Lu Qingsong grew anxious, not out of fear of being unable to defeat Li Mengzhou, but because of the embarrassment he faced. In front of so many witnesses, it would be disgraceful for a distinguished martial arts master to be unable to subdue a mere youth. Chapter 46. The Abyss. Though Lu Qingsong had recently attained the martial arts master level, rendering him incomparable to true martial arts masters, he was still a martial arts master nonetheless. Moreover, this was his first battle before the public in the martial world, a moment that should establish his reputation. He could not afford any mistakes. Otherwise, his newly acquired status as a martial arts master in Xian County would become trivialized, failing to earn the respect it deserved in the eyes of the martial community. Lu Qingsong had not ascended to the master level through conventional means. He had taken shortcuts. However, the path of martial arts has no shortcuts, and such expediency invariably comes with drawbacks. For example, his mental state was poor, preventing him from experiencing the gradual cultivation that seasoned martial arts masters undergo, which refines their mindset to a tranquil state. He could not reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Though he held the title of martial arts master, he remained the weakest among them. The rogue cultivator Yuan Gui had forcibly infused Lu Qingsong with the energy of heaven and earth, enhancing his martial arts prowess, a feat that should have been impossible. This led to Lu Qingsong's energy being akin to an inferior product, unlike true energy. The distance over which his energy could be projected was limited, and its power significantly diminished, rendering it not impervious. Through his continuous evasions, Li Mengzhou had made multiple contacts with Lu Qingsong's energy and had begun to understand its nature. While energy signifies the status of a martial arts master, the ability to wield it against an opponent might lead others to regard him as such. However, this assumption was flawed. It was akin to a half-step master being able to vaguely sense the flow of energy. Lu Qingsong was merely stronger than a half-step master, but had not truly reached the realm of a genuine martial arts master. In essence, Lu Qingsong was a pseudo-master. Having never fought a true martial arts master before, Li Mengzhou had been observing to familiarize himself with his own strength. But upon realizing that Lu Qingsong was merely a facade, his interest waned. Meanwhile, Lu Qingsong, feeling embarrassed, had become somewhat flustered, leading to erratic movements as he launched frenzied attacks, completely neglecting his own defense. At that moment, a spark of brilliance flickered in Li Mengzhou's eyes. After dodging a wave of energy, he lowered his body, swiftly closing the distance to Lu Qingsong. Due to the wooden knife's disadvantage in length at close quarters, he swiftly pivoted his wrist and delivered a heavy blow to Lu Qingsong's throat with the knife's handle. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Lu Qingsong, seasoned by countless battles, felt a jolt of alarm as Li Mengzhou closed in on him. An overwhelming sense of impending doom surged through him, compelling his body to retreat instinctively in an attempt to evade the lethal strike. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow to his throat, the distance created afforded Li Mengzhou the opportunity to alter his attack. With a swift flick of his arm, the blade descended forcefully, striking Lu Qingsong's chest and nearly cleaving him in two. Blood gushed from the wound as Lu Qingsong staggered backward, fear evident in his eyes. Had he not reacted quickly, that single strike would have claimed his life. Li Mengzhou, wielding a simple blade, stood unfazed, merely feeling a twinge of regret. Despite Lu Qingsong being a mere pseudo-master, he exhibited a certain prowess, responding with an exaggerated reflex. Yet, the injury inflicted was grave. Lu Qingsong's sternum was fractured, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. For an ordinary person, such wounds would be fatal. As he felt the relentless flow of blood and experienced dizziness, Lu Qingsong coughed violently, his fear escalating to a paralyzing intensity. His thoughts were consumed by the singular desire to survive. The sensation of life slipping away was unbearable. Although Lu Qingsong's life was ticking away, Li Mengzhou had no intention of sparing him. He raised his blade once more, poised to deliver a fatal blow that would send Lu Qingsong to the afterlife, beyond the reach of salvation. However, just as the blade was mere inches from its target, Li Mengzhou's expression shifted dramatically. The atmosphere around him altered instantaneously, a potent force descending upon him, an attack infused with the essence of the earth and sky, a technique of a practitioner. It felt as if an immense mountain had settled upon him, crushing him into the ground. At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. A practitioner of the Tianzhou realm was present. Such an entity, capable of effortlessly eliminating him, was leagues beyond the likes of a novice. Could it be that a Tianzhou practitioner lurked here, and seemingly an adversary? An image of a slight man who had ambushed Duan Tianxiong outside the manor flashed in his mind. Indeed, Yuan Gui had finally revealed himself. He could not bear to witness Lu Qingsong's demise. Despite their initial alliance being born of mutual benefit, Yuan Gui had come to regard Lu Qingsong as a friend, evident in his assistance in cultivating his martial prowess, a task that severely taxed one's foundational strength. "Yuan, save me," Lu Qingsong cried out, his face ashen and his body swaying dangerously. Under the weight of his grievous injuries, even a martial master would struggle to maintain composure, let alone a pseudo-master. His mind swirled in confusion, and his eyelids felt heavy, threatening to close in eternal slumber. He dared not succumb to sleep, fully aware that doing so could seal his fate. As Lu Qingsong fell to Li Mengzhou, the sudden appearance of a mysterious figure left the onlookers stunned. They were astonished that the dark-clad youth had bested a newly ascended martial master. Such an event was difficult for them to comprehend. Mo Lian gazed, mouth agape, at Li Mengzhou sprawled on the ground, whispering softly, "I thought he was merely overconfident. I never imagined he possessed such strength." Lin Xiaoyun's perspective differed. He viewed Li Mengzhou as a monster. Even though he had defied the impossible, it was not beyond his comprehension. Yet, seeing Li Mengzhou suddenly collapse in agony prompted him to rush forward without hesitation. However, as he approached within 3 meters, he felt a sudden loss of weight and fell to the ground. He was worse off than Li Mengzhou, blood erupting from his mouth, muscles straining, particularly his face, which was mottled with hues of blue and red, as if on the verge of bursting. Yuan Gui focused solely on Li Mengzhou, even disregarding the consequences of harming innocents. He refrained from indiscriminately taking lives to avoid drawing attention from the Jianjian. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoyun would not merely be coughing up blood, but would meet a far grimmer fate upon encountering the overwhelming force of the heavenly essence. From Yuan Gui's perspective, killing Li Mengzhou would be a trivial task. If he could rescue Lu Qingsong, he would depart immediately, confident that even if the Jianjian were alerted, they could not capture him. With this in mind, he steeled himself to eliminate Li Mengzhou, yet a sudden awareness pricked at him. His gaze swept across the crowd. At that moment, the sound of a sword echoed. A fierce wind surged through the courtyard. He felt as if he had been entirely locked onto. Cold sweat streamed down his face. Finally, he spotted a young woman in white. She gripped the hilt of her sword, the blade unsheathed by 3 inches, glinting ominously. In a mere instant, the sword was drawn and struck. Yet, In that fleeting moment, Yuan Gui let out a desperate scream and transformed into a blur, escaping the courtyard just as the young woman drew her sword. At the brink of death, he abandoned Lu Qingsong. Nan Sheng, momentarily halted in her action, coldly observed Yuan Gui's retreating figure, murmuring, "This time, I shall not let you escape." She fully unsheathed her sword and swung it in the direction he fled. Soundlessly, Yuan Gui had already vanished from sight. With his speed, he could cover several miles in an instant, his swiftness being his greatest asset, allowing him to evade pursuit from the Jianjian time and again. Although Nan Sheng's cultivation surpassed his, she could not match his speed and had repeatedly failed to capture him. However, after her sword slice, a distant scream pierced the air. It was unmistakably Yuan Gui's voice. Nan Sheng cast a fleeting glance at the recovering Li Mengzhou before leaping out of the courtyard in pursuit of Yuan Gui. Freed from his earlier constraints, Li Mengzhou stood unsteadily, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he contemplated the paths taken by Yuan Gui and Nan Sheng, deep in thought. It dawned on him that both were practitioners, seemingly adversaries, with the woman exhibiting even greater prowess. If that slight man was a peak practitioner of the Tianzhou realm, then could the woman be a practitioner of the Qingwu realm? The stages of cultivation are fourfold: the initial stage of visualization, the second stage of Tianzhou, the third stage of Qingwu. The initial stage of visualization is the first phase. The second phase spans from the opening of the Qi Si to the fourth stage. The fifth to seventh stages encompass the third phase, while the final stage remains scarcely documented in cultivation texts. The world knows of an eighth stage beyond the seventh. Yet its nature remains a mystery, as few individuals reach the fourth stage, marking them as truly extraordinary beings akin to terrestrial immortals. Most practitioners of the path find themselves halted at the second stage. Only those with extraordinary talent can effortlessly shatter barriers and ascend to higher realms. For those of lesser aptitude, entering the third stage is not entirely devoid of hope, yet it inevitably demands a considerable investment of time, with the fifth realm often being the utmost limit. Thus, the significance of one's innate qualities is paramount, as they determine the distance one may traverse on the journey of cultivation. Apart from the elderly figures at the Ningxu Temple and Master Long, Li Mengzhou finally encountered true cultivators, those who had genuinely opened their Qi Si, which starkly illuminated the chasm between him and these adept practitioners. To claim that he felt no sense of desolation would be a falsehood. He even entertained thoughts of their unattainable heights. Nevertheless, this realization did not deter him from his steadfast resolve to become a cultivator himself. For experiencing the might of those adept in cultivation only intensified his yearning for such formidable power. Though Li Mengzhou had already ascended to the realm of martial arts master, he had yet to truly step into the pinnacle of martial prowess, for even masters vary in strength. Zhao Wujia, the foremost figure in martial arts, stands as the most formidable master in the realm, having once slain a practitioner at the peak of the Tianzhou stage. In contrast, Li Mengzhou found himself utterly defenseless against Yuan Gui, an existence capable of annihilating him in an instant. "I will catch up to your pace and become a cultivator, reaching heights you have long yearned for but never attained." With a gentle exhale, Li Mengzhou turned to face Lu Qingsong. Lin Xiaoyan had already been assisted to the side by Mo Lian. The members of the Vermilion Hall were also converging upon the courtyard. Chapter 47. The arrival of the Silent Knight. Duan Tianxiong's expression shifted erratically. What should have been a foolproof opportunity for the White Whale Gang to dominate Xianjun County had unexpectedly gone awry. He harbored resentment towards Lu Qingsong. What sort of martial arts master could be defeated by a mere youth? The thrill he felt when injuring Lin Jinan had dissipated entirely. He fixed his gaze intently upon Li Mengzhou, perplexed by the identity of this young man. Regardless of who he was or how he had vanquished Lu Qingsong, this boy must die. As the members of the Vermilion Hall surged in, Duan Tianxiong regained his focus. He had already intended to eradicate the Qingfeng Gang during this alliance meeting, secretly amassing the elite forces of the White Whale Gang. With a single command, he unleashed them in all directions. Thus commenced a grand melee among all the gangs of Xianjun County. Those who had simply come to attend the alliance meeting were innocent. They had brought but a meager number of followers, and in the ensuing chaos, no one could avoid being caught in the crossfire. Moreover, with the personnel of the Qingfeng Gang flooding in, the entire estate erupted into a frenzy. Yet, none of this seemed to concern Li Mengzhou. He ambled toward Lu Qingsong, entirely indifferent to the blades and swords that occasionally whizzed past him or the bodies that fell at his feet in agony. Lu Qingsong's consciousness was fading. He could no longer discern Li Mengzhou's face, his vision blurred, as though multiple shadows danced before him. The sun was setting, and the moon would soon rise. Though the horizon had just begun to acquire a dusky hue, darkness would swiftly descend, and it would not take long before the night enveloped the land entirely. When the tranquil night arrived, only the stars above would shine brightly, yet they could not illuminate the earthly scene. The estate beyond Huacheng would remain shrouded in a veil of obscurity. However, this scene had yet to unfold, for within the estate, darkness had already prevailed. The slaughter of thousands, if not tens of thousands, rendered the vast courtyard insufficient for combat. Thus the estate was filled with the sounds of frenzied combatants. Even the nearby valleys echoed with the clash of life and death. The glimmer of blades and the shadow of swords were but a prelude. The color of blood had already overtaken the night, covering the ground. Mengzhou stood quietly in the courtyard, as if the world were enveloped in tranquil silence. Untouched by any disturbance, Lu Qingsong knelt before him, his head bowed low, blood dripping from the edges of his garments, staining the earth, a veritable figure of blood. His body trembled slightly, faint breaths still escaping him, indicating that he had not yet succumbed. Mengzhou gazed down at him and softly spoke. Since you have had the fortune to join the Master Alliance, it is prudent to conduct oneself honorably. Why must you entangle yourself in the affairs of the Qingfeng gang and the White Whale gang, driven by insatiable greed, ultimately leading to your own ruin? Lu Qingsong could not respond. His awareness was nearly extinguished, blood loss rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Even the wounds no longer bled, for his lifeblood had run dry. Mengzhou silently raised his simple blade, suddenly arching an eyebrow as he glanced towards a direction beyond the estate, then returned his gaze, allowing the blade to descend. And Lu Qingsong fell lifelessly to the ground, his life extinguished. Almost in the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the estate. The combatants appeared momentarily stunned, instinctively halting their actions, turning their gazes outward. A figure soared over the high courtyard walls, an elderly man clad in a plain yellow robe gracefully alighting within the courtyard. He stood out like a crane amongst chickens, his imposing presence sweeping across the estate, rendering all present breathless. This was an elderly man of remarkable vitality, tall and upright. With his hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze surveyed all present, including the lifeless bodies strewn about. What is happening here? Can someone provide me with an explanation? The elder's voice bore no emotional inflection, yet it struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer, causing the majority to blanch. With some even collapsing to the ground in despair. Master Lei Ming. A hushed murmur arose, stifled as if they dared not voice their astonishment at his presence. Compared to the newly minted martial arts master Lu Qingsong, the renowned Lei Ming master was undoubtedly a far more terrifying figure. Especially since Lei Ming was known for his erratic temperament, no one dared to offend him, fearing that a careless word could result in dire consequences. Due to the checks and balances of the Master Alliance, martial arts masters were generally unable to kill indiscriminately. However, Lei Ming was an exception, as he preferred to strike first and explain later, always finding ways to evade accountability to the Alliance. The public figures of martial arts masters were already fearsome, but should they resort to underhanded tactics, who could withstand their might? Ding Chuxing and Lin Jinan bore the most distressed expressions, particularly the latter, who, gravely injured, nearly spat blood under the pressure of Lei Ming's authoritative shout. Just as someone was about to report the events truthfully, a calm voice unexpectedly interjected. Have you come to dispense justice, or to aid the rebels against the Master Alliance? The speaker was Mengzhou, his countenance composed as he regarded Master Lei Ming. The so-called rebels against the Master Alliance referred to the deceased Lu Qingsong. Although Lu had violated the Alliance's rules in his attempts to assist the White Whale gang in seizing territory, branding him a traitor to the Alliance seemed excessive. However, this was of little concern to Mengzhou, as he sought to provoke Master Lei Ming. He longed to engage a true martial arts master in battle, and Lei Ming was the ideal candidate. Moreover, he was well aware that Lei Ming had colluded with Lu Qingsong, Duan Tianxiong, and others, revealing that he was not a benevolent figure. Thus he held no fear in confronting him directly. However, for those present from various factions, particularly the innocent parties inexplicably caught in the chaotic melee, this was undoubtedly a deafening proclamation. Master Lei Ming cast a sharp gaze toward Mengzhou, his eyes glinting with an unmistakable edge. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of power radiated from him, causing those nearby to instinctively recoil in astonishment. Mengzhou appeared to question him, yet his inquiry resembled more of a provocation directed at Master Lei Ming, regardless of which side Master Lei Ming would align with. It was deemed quite unseemly to inquire directly. Master Lei Ming refrained from addressing Mengzhou's question, instead fixing his gaze upon the lifeless body of Lu Qingsong sprawled at his feet. Did you kill Lu Qingsong? Although he dismissed Li Mengzhou's significance and doubted any connection between the youth and Lu Qingsong's demise, he still posed the question. Li Mengzhou calmly nodded and replied, "The newly appointed martial arts master of Xianjun County is rather unremarkable, easily dispatched." Master Lei Ming narrowed his eyes, observing the reactions of those around him. It seemed that Li Mengzhou's assertion held some truth. Incredible. This was the first thought that sprang to Master Lei Ming's mind. Although killing Lu Qingsong would not pose a great challenge for him, should it indeed be the act of a mere youth, the matter warranted careful consideration. Nearby, Duan Tianxiong's expression fluctuated between shadows of uncertainty. Lu Qingsong was no longer a viable ally, and with Master Lei Ming's appearance, he was his sole reliance. As he witnessed Li Mengzhou preparing for a confrontation with Master Lei Ming, a smirk of mockery crept into his heart, yet he was eager to stoke the flames further. He approached Master Lei Ming with feigned trepidation, bowing deeply as he stated, "Master Lei, I have pressing news to convey." Master Lei Ming did not turn his attention to Duan Tianxiong, merely responding with a curt, "Speak." After a contemplative pause, Duan Tianxiong devised a scheme. Adopting a mournful demeanor as he continued, "It is my fault for failing to protect young Master Qinjun. Li Mengzhou not only defied authority, but also killed Master Lu. He has also slain young Master Chen. I wish to avenge him, yet the Qingfeng gang and their rabble obstruct me. I fought desperately, yet my strength faltered." Li Mengzhou regarded the weeping Duan Tianxiong with skepticism. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Tianxiong's attempt to fabricate a reason to accuse Li Mengzhou inadvertently revealed a truth. Qinjun was indeed killed by Li Mengzhou. Master Lei Ming's eyes darkened with a chilling resolve. Noting the absence of Qinjun's presence alongside Lu Qingsong's corpse, he began to believe Duan Tianxiong's words, convinced that he would not dare to deceive or manipulate him. However, he did not erupt in rage. At his level of mastery, control over one's emotions had reached an unparalleled zenith. While he was known for his unpredictable temperament, it did not denote recklessness. With a cold gaze fixed upon Li Mengzhou, he intoned, "Why did you kill Qinjun? Do you not realize he was my disciple? Should you admit your guilt, I shall merely reduce you to ashes. Should you deny it, I will ensure your suffering is profound." Li Mengzhou, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "Whether I confess or not, the outcome remains bleak. Why should I divulge anything to you?" Master Lei Ming retorted coldly, "If you refuse to speak, your demise will be excruciating. Should you acquiesce, it may be a swifter end. You possess no other options." Li Mengzhou shook his head. "You want to reduce me to ashes? If that is the case, would it not lead to a scenario where you ultimately choose not to kill me? Thus, I have even less reason to comply. As it appears there is room for negotiation." Master Lei Ming inhaled deeply. "Your arguments are baseless. To remain silent is to confess. While this may seem an abuse of power, your act of killing my disciple justifies my response as a teacher. Even your Qingfeng gang must be expelled from Xianjun County today." Li Mengzhou scoffed, "If you wish to fight, then fight. There is no need to fabricate reasons, as it will not alter the final outcome." Master Lei is indeed hypocritical. Provoking repeatedly, even a statue would be incensed. Master Lei Ming slowly drew his sword, stating, "To knowingly defy authority while exhibiting some measure of courage is commendable for a youth. Alas, today you shall learn the price of reckless audacity devoid of strength." The words of Master Lei Ming were laden with praise yet reeked of impending death. Indeed, none present dared to provoke a martial arts master, especially one as decisive as Master Lei Ming. Although he was not the strongest in Xianjun County, he was undoubtedly the most formidable presence. Li Mengzhou's defiance against Master Lei Ming and his intention to engage in combat was an act few would dare to undertake. Such bravado was lamentable yet self-destructive. While Li Mengzhou had slain Lu Qingsong, many were oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his death. Perhaps it was carelessness or mere fortune. But none believed Li Mengzhou had triumphed through sheer strength. Facing a foe as formidable as Master Lei Ming, the gazes directed at Li Mengzhou were tinged with complexity. Perceiving the youth's arrogance as misplaced, believing him lucky in his encounter with Lu Qingsong, thus daring to confront Master Lei Ming. Indeed, youth is often marked by folly. Duan Tianxiong felt a surge of delight within. He believed he had regained the advantage he previously lost. Henceforth, no faction in Xianjun County would impede the White Whale Gang's advance. Li Mengzhou would perish. The Qingfeng Gang would face annihilation. A bright future awaited the White Whale Gang. Ding Chuxing and Lin Jinan hesitated. Though they wished to support Li Mengzhou, he was up against Master Lei Ming. Even with the full might of the Qingfeng Gang, it would be insufficient to contend with him. Yet, to witness Li Mengzhou's execution would spell a dire fate for the Qingfeng Gang, as foretold by Master Lei Ming. Lin Xiaoyun, however, experienced little indecision. regardless of the circumstances. He would unwaveringly stand beside Li Mengzhou. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, he could not bear to watch his friend perish. If death was to come, they would face it together. Such was the bond Lin Xiaoyan felt. Li Mengzhou was his dearest friend, though they had not sworn an oath of shared life and death. They understood one another implicitly. He believed that should he find himself in peril, Li Mengzhou would not abandon him. Moreover, Li Mengzhou had already demonstrated this, for he had become embroiled in this conflict to aid the Qingfeng gang, to assist Lin Xiaoyan. The more he pondered this, the more resolute Lin Xiaoyan became. Suddenly, he charged toward Li Mengzhou, positioning himself at his side, and solemnly declared, "Let us face death together. He is but a martial arts master. Even if we cannot triumph, we shall at least take a piece of him with us." Li Mengzhou felt a stir of emotion, patting Lin Xiaoyan's shoulder. "It is not yet time. Neither of us shall perish. The crisis facing the Qingfeng gang remains unresolved, and Mo Lian awaits your return. These matters require your attention. I shall clear all obstacles in your path. All you must do is trust me unconditionally and observe." Master Lei Ming furrowed his brow, disinterested in witnessing the camaraderie between the two. Regardless, everyone was destined to perish, yet Li Mengzhou's disregard for him had undeniably ignited his wrath. "The long sword has been unsheathed," and Master Lei Ming coldly remarked, "It seems I have wandered too little in the martial world, for even a mere clown dares to speak so boldly. Since you all wish to court death, I shall oblige. My words are a promise. Whoever can extinguish the Qingfeng gang first shall be the foremost faction in Xianjun County. I hope you all seize this opportunity well." The members of various factions exchanged glances. Aside from the Zhuke Hall, everyone was tempted. Regardless of who emerged victorious in this confrontation, it was evident that Master Lei Ming would be the ultimate victor. Who among the foolish would support the Qingfeng gang? Conversely, aligning with Master Lei Ming's intent to annihilate the Qingfeng gang would not only yield immense benefits, but also curry favor with him. Truly a win-win situation. Duan Tianxiong was the first to act. Soon, the once silent courtyard, now stirred by Master Lei Ming's presence, was filled with the glint of blades and the clash of steel. In the chaos, no one cared for anyone else, as cries of battle echoed throughout. Amidst the tumult, Duan Tianxiong suddenly appeared behind Li Mengzhou, attempting a sneak attack. He wished to please Master Lei Ming, for a grand martial arts master engaging personally would be a loss of dignity. He was eager to play the role of a sycophant. The blade's edge struck fiercely. The disparity between Duan Tianxiong and Lu Qingsong lay merely in the absence of perfected qi, resulting in a suppression of aura. In truth, both were at the threshold of mastery, with Lu Qingsong having stepped further, already reaching the level of a martial arts master. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, Li Mengzhou twisted his waist, eyes fixed on Master Lei Ming, and then swung his knife directly. A gust of wind swirled into existence. Duan Tianxiong's face stiffened, and the descending blade halted abruptly as he instinctively raised his weapon to defend. A sharp crack resounded. The blade shattered in response. Duan Tianxiong's corpulent body was sent flying, and in midair, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire being had been disassembled, suffering unprecedented injury. It was only upon crashing to the ground that he realized the truth. Lu Qingsong's death was no accident. The slash that had been delivered so casually, without even a glance from Li Mengzhou, bore a terrifying strength. In that fleeting moment, Duan Tianxiong felt an overwhelming dread. It was the suffocating fear of death approaching with nowhere to hide. He could not fight back. He could not defend himself. The very real possibility of death loomed. Yet, he did not perish. Collapsing to the ground, Duan Tianxiong was engulfed in confusion. Having truly felt Li Mengzhou's formidable power, he no longer blindly believed it was due to Li Mengzhou's inability to slay him with a single strike. Rather, it was a deliberate choice to spare him. Why? Li Mengzhou provided the answer, though not directly to Duan Tianxiong. He continued to gaze at Master Lei Ming and remarked to Lin Xiaoyan, "Duan Tianxiong of the Beijing gang is the true culprit behind all this. To kill him with your own hands would be the best testament to your promise to Mo Lian." He paid no heed to whether Lin Xiaoyan had the capability to slay the half-step master Duan Tianxiong. He was aware that Duan Tianxiong was already gravely injured. Lin Xiaoyan, too, did not hesitate. He did not question his ability to kill Duan Tianxiong, but understood that he must do so. Witnessing Li Mengzhou's instantaneous defeat of Duan Tianxiong inevitably piqued Master Lei Ming's interest. In the midst of chaos, as their gazes met, Master Lei Ming remarked indifferently, "No wonder you could kill Lu Qingsong. You indeed possess some skill. It is impossible to achieve such feats without having reached the realm of a master. I am curious, at such a tender age, how did you attain such martial prowess?" The truth always surpasses rhetoric. Master Laming could not deny Li Mengzhou's strength. Yet it was indeed an astonishing matter. Reflecting on his own arduous journey in martial arts, Master Laming recalled the sweat and hardships he had endured. Finally stepping into the master realm in his 40s, a sign of considerable talent in martial arts. For martial arts is a path where every step counts. The road ahead is clear. As long as one is willing to tread it, greatness is assured. However, scaling lofty mountains is never as steady or swift as walking on flat ground. The master realm represents the greatest peak in martial arts. This requires time. The sooner one reaches the summit, the greater the indication of martial talent. Unlike cultivation, where limitations of aptitude may create insurmountable chasms that obstruct the path, making it difficult for practitioners to advance further, martial arts differ. As long as one persists and does not give up, even those with lesser talent can still conquer great heights. Few, however, can endure long enough to reach the summit. The significance of distinguishing martial talent is undeniably crucial. For on the same path, some will traverse swiftly while others lag behind. The swift will have the opportunity to ascend mountains earlier, while the slow may perish at the foot of the mountain due to insufficient time, unable to ascend. Historically, the individual with the highest martial talent was Zhao Wujia, the founder of the Master Alliance, who reached the summit and entered the Master Realm before the age of 30. In light of this understanding, how could Master Laming believe that a mere youth like Li Mengzhou could enter the Master Realm, surpassing Zhao Wujia, who had never been surpassed in history? This was a contradictory and convoluted matter. The observable facts seemingly only point to Li Mengzhou having indeed entered the Master Realm, unless this youth were not a martial artist but a practitioner. This notion was something Master Laming could not and would not accept. Perhaps ordinary people may not comprehend. But as a martial arts master, he understood the severity with which the Jiang Kingdom enforced laws against practitioners who harm ordinary people. Whether rogue practitioners or disciples from established sects, they would be held accountable without exception. Although some practitioners may test the boundaries of these laws, the ultimate outcomes rarely end well. Either they are executed on the spot or condemned to eternal confinement in the dark, sunless prisons of the Xianjing division. Li Mengzhou had already killed Lu Qingsong and possibly even Qin Jun. According to the laws of the Jiang Kingdom, martial artists are also counted among the ordinary people who cannot be harmed by practitioners. If Li Mengzhou were a practitioner, he had committed a grave crime. If he were not, then he must also have a significant likelihood of being a formidable figure who has entered the Master Realm, undoubtedly making him the youngest master in history. Master Laming felt a sense of threat. For a martial prodigy, especially one who is an enemy, must be snuffed out in the cradle. Li Mengzhou wasted no words, primarily fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen complications, preventing him from engaging in a decisive battle with the martial arts master. The knife in his hand was unsheathed, not because he deemed it useless, but because Cui Zhai could not craft a sheath. Although Cui Zhai was the finest craftsman within the vicinity of Shuning town, he was utterly clueless when it came to knife sheaths and sword scabbards. Compared to the renowned top craftsmen of the martial world, Cui Zhai could only be considered an apprentice. Given the scarcity of people in Shuning town, his skills appeared remarkable. Chapter 49. The Broken Knife Without a Sheath. The speed of drawing the knife becomes swifter, yet it loses the element of concealment, making it impossible to achieve surprise. However, this shortcoming can be compensated for with speed. As Li Mengzhou executed his strike, the air around him transformed, the almost imperceptible moisture coalescing into glistening ice shards, suspended around the blade in a stunning display. This breathtaking spectacle, at least visually, was a true marvel. The blow was aimed at Master Laming, and the powerful edge of the blade sliced through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. All present were taken aback, instinctively turning to witness the scene, including Ding Chusheng, who regarded Li Mengzhou with astonishment. This was the first time Li Mengzhou had unleashed his formidable aura in public, although he had previously done so unnoticed during his battle with Lu Qingsong. When he had struck with his fist, the aura had enveloped his blade, allowing him to withstand Lu Qingsong's seemingly certain blow, not only surviving but also leaving his weapon unscathed. Witnessing the might of this strike, both Ding Chusheng and Lin Jinan were visibly shaken. While Li Mengzhou's victory over Lu Qingsong had seemed somewhat inexplicable, they now comprehended the reality. The aura was a power wielded only by martial masters. A manifestation of peak cultivation turned into a lethal weapon. Mo Yin's martial talent was already exceptional, reaching the 9th-tier warrior realm at a young age, far surpassing Lin Xiaoyan. Yet, in the face of the younger Li Mengzhou, her prowess appeared rather ordinary. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration as she murmured, "How can there be such a powerful man in the world?" A glance at Lin Xiaoyun, who was preoccupied with Duan Tianxiong, elicited a disapproving click of her tongue. What a pitiful man. Lin Xiaoyun, fully engrossed in his struggle against Duan Tianxiong, remained oblivious to Mo Lian's disdain, setting aside the astonishment of others. Master Lei Ming was mentally prepared for the display of Li Mengzhou's strength, further solidifying his resolve to eliminate him. A talent as prodigious as this, surpassing even the legendary Zhao Wujing at the same age, was both a source of envy and trepidation. As Li Mengzhou unleashed his strike, Master Lei Ming had already summoned his own aura, a terrifying force that surpassed even Li Mengzhou's. This was to be expected, despite Li Mengzhou's remarkable talents. He had only recently entered the Master Realm, while Master Lei Ming had decades of experience. After the initial strike, Li Mengzhou swiftly executed a second and a third, generating a flurry of blows, each infused with his aura, as if the courtyard were engulfed in a tempest. No one dared approach the lethal radius surrounding the two combatants. Within that sphere, the dust was swept away, and the stone floor cracked under the pressure, reverberating with the force of their conflict. With an impassive expression, Master Lei Ming remarked, "Your talent indeed qualifies you to stand alongside the legendary Zhao Wujing, yet you shall never achieve his heights. The world of martial arts is exhilarating, but one must also exercise restraint. Only through accumulation can one venture further. You may possess greater talent than Zhao Wujing, but you are destined to falter here. While it is regrettable, it is an inevitable outcome." Li Mengzhou suddenly lifted his gaze, his grip on the blade trembling imperceptibly. His cold eyes fixed on Master Lei Ming as he retorted, "I detest your condescending demeanor. Spare me your words during battle. You might inadvertently lose your focus." A chilling malice glimmered in Master Lei Ming's eyes as he coldly replied, "You stubborn brat. To dare slay Lu Qingsong and harm my disciple, your death is imminent. I shall not grant you an easy demise. I will relish in tormenting you in retribution for Chun Jun's spirit." With a flick of his sword, a deafening crack echoed through the air, the sound of compressed aura exploding forth. Li Mengzhou's once mighty blade aura appeared to slow, ensnared by Master Lei Ming's overwhelming force. Seizing the moment, Master Lei Ming shattered the formidable aura before him, unleashing a devastating strike directly upon Li Mengzhou. Li Mengzhou frowned. He had yet to experience such extraordinary prowess. The space around him felt as if it were entirely sealed, his blade's might rendered impotent. And the pressure he faced was far more terrifying than encounters with the likes of Elder Long or the initial stage cultivators at the Taoist temple in Shuning. No wonder Master Lei Ming was a peak martial artist, rivaling the likes of the Tianzhou cultivators. Li Mengzhou quickly manifested a layer of icy crystals upon his blade, launching them at Master Lei Ming like a torrential downpour. This was a physical manifestation of his aura, akin to the manipulation of spiritual energy, granting martial masters the right to be compared with the celestial cultivators. Yet, in terms of experience and cultivation, Li Mengzhou was vastly outmatched. Were it not for being compelled by Elder Long to endure 2 years of medicinal baths, enhancing his physique beyond that of a martial master, he would likely have been dispatched in mere moments. Each tiny shard of ice represented a blade of energy, but under Master Lei Ming's sword, the piercing chill of his aura erupted, causing the ice to dissolve upon contact. When the sword struck Li Mengzhou's blade, a resonant clang echoed, sending him stumbling back 3 steps. The surface of his blade was marred with severe cracks, unable to withstand the onslaught. With the aura still clinging to his weapon, Li Mengzhou pivoted sharply, launching himself like an arrow toward Master Lei Ming once more. The clash between Li Mengzhou and Master Lei Ming left the onlookers in awe. Both were formidable adversaries capable of commanding respect. However, it was evident that Master Lei Ming held the upper hand, his long-established prowess overshadowing Li Mengzhou's strength. Before the crowd could fully process the spectacle, a blinding light erupted from Master Lei Ming's sword, sending Li Mengzhou flying again, accompanied by the sound of shattering. As fragments of his broken blade littered the ground, Master Lei Ming concentrated all his aura into this strike, which surged skyward, appearing as if it could cleave mountains and rivers, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, Li Mengzhou had no time to admire his opponent's prowess. He gazed down at the remaining hilt in his hand. This was the second blade he had lost. The first had shattered when he defeated an initial stage cultivator at the dilapidated temple outside Shuning. This time, however, the destruction was complete. His blade was reduced to mere splinters. This stark reality underscored the disparity between a martial master and an initial stage cultivator. Those who had not opened their meridians and received the celestial baptism could not hope to compare with the apex of martial prowess. He was not lamenting the loss of the blade. Without it, he was bereft of a weapon to continue the fight. Although he bore on his back a sword, Shrouded in black cloth and never before revealed to the world, its time to shine had not yet come. Though Li Mengzhou could keenly sense the sword's fervent desire to be drawn, he chose to disregard it. The timing was simply not right. Without the sword, even with a body fortified by medicinal baths, he would stand no chance against a sword strike from a martial arts master. Li Mengzhou lacked certainty about whether his enhanced physique could withstand such an assault. He recalled the words of Elder Long, who had spoken of the medicinal baths as more than mere physical enhancement. Yet, having not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, he remained unaware of whether the effects of the baths would manifest. The sword behind him continued to emit a faint quiver, as if urging him to draw it. Since the moment he had taken up the sword, it had remained largely dormant. Even during his encounters with Elder Long and that novice practitioner, it had shown no interest. Perhaps the Master of Thunder truly surpassed both Elder Long and the novice, and Li Mengzhou's overwhelming suppression had awakened the sword for the first time, igniting its thirst for battle. He grasped the hilt gently, attempting to calm it. It seemed the sword sensed its master's state of mind, though reluctant. It ceased its trembling and returned to silence. Nansheng had returned to Huaqing, her countenance grim, and the remaining two disciples of the Jinjia Academy exchanged uneasy glances. At this moment, one of them hesitantly remarked that Yuan Gui has mastered an elusive and unpredictable form of movement, living up to his name. He prefers to lurk in the shadows, and if we cannot capture him head-on, we might miss our chance entirely. Locating a ghost deliberately hiding becomes exceedingly difficult. This statement was not meant to cast blame on Nansheng, yet her mood darkened considerably. It was disheartening to have located Yuan Gui only to let him slip away right under her nose. Particularly, Nansheng had the strength to eliminate Yuan Gui, but his repeated escapes reflected poorly on her capabilities. Yuan Gui is gravely injured. He cannot have gone far. This time, I was careless. But I shall not make the same mistake again. When I catch him, I will show him no mercy. Driven by a strong desire for retribution, and being young and inexperienced, even the slightest setback weighed heavily on her heart. The state of one's mind is the most challenging aspect of cultivation. Requiring numerous experiences and insights, it cannot be achieved overnight. Though her cultivation was still in its infancy, it was somewhat understandable. It is akin to a youthful individual possessing the mindset of an elderly sage, which appears utterly incongruous. Given her age and current progress, it was natural for her to be emotionally volatile and restless. To regain her dignity and avoid disappointing her master, Nansheng wished to leave Huaqing without delay, and the group set off that very night to pursue Yuan Gui's whereabouts. Yi Songyu had been observing the situation at the opposite end. After witnessing the disciples of Jinjia Academy depart, she let out a subtle sigh of relief. She was unsure why she felt so anxious. Perhaps it was because someone from Jinjia Academy shared a close relationship with her brother. Although she yearned for home, she was reluctant to be found by her brother, instinctively wanting to hide from anyone who might recognize her. The sky gradually darkened, yet the streets remained bustling with passers-by. A white-robed elder caught Yi Songyu's eye. He appeared to be an ordinary old man, yet there was an unmistakable aura of the extraordinary about him. He lacked the frailty typical of his age. Exhibiting a spirited demeanor, his steps light as a breeze, moving faster than many young people. His expression was calm, as though he were not in a hurry, but rather strolling leisurely. The subtleties of one's demeanor are often perceptible at a glance. A disheveled beggar exudes no aura, while someone of notable status, even when attempting to conceal it, will still be distinctly different from a beggar. An elegant presence amidst a crowd of ordinary individuals is easily noticed. The elder had just exited a tavern and was making his way toward the city gate, seemingly intending to leave the city. Yi Songyu, merely passing the time by observing the pedestrians, was unaware that the elder's destination was a manor outside Huaqing. Nor did she know that Li Mengzhou was also within that very estate. Chapter 50. The effects of medicinal baths. Li Mengzhou's movements suggested he was about to draw his sword, though no one but him was aware that he bore a sword on his back. After calming the sword's yearning to be drawn, he discarded the hilt of the knife he had been holding. With the knife, he was no match for Master Thunder. Without any weapon, it was as though he had already lost. He did not harbor feelings of anger or any other emotion. He simply longed to engage in battle with a martial arts master, not to win, for he had accepted from the outset that victory was beyond his grasp. This was merely an opportunity for him to recognize his own shortcomings and clarify the chasm separating him from true martial arts masters. In the arena, Master Thunder regarded Li Mengzhou with cold scrutiny, stating, "I have overestimated you. Perhaps this was inevitable, despite your youth and entry into the master realm. It only attests to your high potential, not your strength. Lacking combat experience and mastery over your energy, Even the most gifted remain weak before they mature. Li Mengzhou gazed at him in silence. Master Thunder had not anticipated a response from Li Mengzhou and continued, "It is inappropriate for you to wield a sword against me, as you have not yet earned the right to draw one. Although this sword was not prepared for you, it is a privilege for you to witness it now." Li Mengzhou thought to himself that this sword was not intended for him, yet his own sword lacked even the slightest interest in being drawn against Master Thunder. The sword's quivering was not due to intrigue in Master Thunder. It was merely an impulse driven by a thirst for blood. However, upon grasping its master's intent, the sword truly exhibited no interest whatsoever. This sentiment could easily be directed back at Master Thunder, yet Li Mengzhou found no interest in engaging in such banter, considering it a tedious endeavor. "How dull," he muttered under his breath, genuinely feeling the tedium, a reflexive utterance. Master Thunder raised an eyebrow, advancing toward Li Mengzhou while wielding the sword. With each step, the energy emanating from him surged, until he was enveloped entirely in an overwhelming aura. Yet, within that aura, which seemed capable of tearing everything asunder, Master Thunder's form stood like an unyielding mountain, emanating an air of divine majesty. In the realm of martial arts, a master is regarded as a god among mere practitioners, and such formidable beings naturally carry an imposing presence. The mastery of martial arts is arduous, and the cultivation of energy is no different. Among masters, one can discern whose energy is more robust, a quality accumulated over time. Neglecting one's training will result in a decline in energy. The divine is devoid of emotion, merely a component of the cosmic order. In the moment he drew that sword, Master Thunder embodied a deity of judgment, particularly in the instant he unleashed that strike, a sword imbued with subtle intent, a force that transcended the realm of martial arts. He was perilously close to the prowess of Zhao Wuji from years past. Only Li Mengzhou truly understood that Master Laming was still far from the level of Zhao Wuji. As Master Laming approached, wielding his sword with an imposing presence, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. Many combatants ceased their violent actions, captivated by the prospect of witnessing the clash between Master Laming and Li Mengzhou, which was undoubtedly more intriguing than eliminating their adversaries. This was a confrontation between masters, a rarity even in the martial world. Moreover, Li Mengzhou appeared to be the youngest martial arts master in existence. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, his name would surely echo throughout the martial community, potentially even inspiring storytellers to weave tales of his exploits to earn their livelihood. The martial world has never been short of stories, but the mere title of the youngest martial arts master was already a sensational hook. Mo Lian's attention was entirely focused on Li Mengzhou, observing his calm demeanor, unaware of his thoughts at that moment. Each step of Master Laming shattered the stone floor beneath him, creating a terrifying spectacle. Mo Lian seized a knife from another person and threw it towards Li Mengzhou, naturally assuming he was adept with blades. Given his consistent possession of a simple knife meant for chopping meat, cutting grass, and even taking lives, Li Mengzhou caught the knife, and truth be told, compared to the rather ordinary blade forged by Cui Zhai, this weapon belonged to a martial artist and was significantly sharper. After all, Cui Zhai's knife was not intended for killing. It was merely Li Mengzhou who employed it in such a manner, while the martial artist's knife was designed explicitly for murder, stained with blood that suggested its previous owner had taken many lives in the recent chaos. Mo Lian remained silent, aware that she could not assist Li Mengzhou. The caliber of this battle was beyond the reach of anyone present. Her gaze shifted to Lin Xiaoyan, who was seen placing a knife against Duan Tianxiong's neck before forcefully striking down. Duan Tianxiong's eyes widened in disbelief as his corpulent body fell to the ground. He could never have imagined meeting his demise at the hands of Lin Xiaoyan, a notorious scion. Having been gravely injured by Li Mengzhou prior, Duan Tianxiong was significantly weakened, though he was still not easily overcome by Lin Xiaoyan. Thus, the latter spent considerable effort, and in slaying Duan Tianxiong, he too bore wounds, nearly collapsing as he followed his adversary to the ground. Though it felt as if he had been completely drained, he instinctively glanced towards Mo Lian. Their eyes met, and Lin Xiaoyan managed a strained smile. Mo Lian quickly turned away, revealing her smile only when he could not see her. Li Mengzhou observed the ground shattered by Master Laming's feet and, with a firm stomp, contemplated that although he had attained extraordinary physical strength through medicinal baths and had entered the realm of masters, he seemed to lack in sheer power. Shattering the bluestone floor was not particularly remarkable. Even ordinary martial artists could accomplish this. Those below the third rank might require all their strength, while higher-ranked martial artists could achieve it effortlessly. However, to stroll nonchalantly like Master Laming and reduce the bluestone floor to dust was a feat that transcended mere shattering. It was akin to someone being able to split a watermelon with their bare hands, yet another capable of crushing it into juice. Clearly, they were not on the same level, and it seemed instinctively impossible. Li Mengzhou held advantages in physical strength and speed, yet in pure power. Even with the enhancement of his external energy, he could not reach the level of Master Laming. His physical prowess stemmed from 2 years of medicinal refinement, while his speed had been honed during 3 years as an assassin in Shuning Town, where speed remained paramount for a killer. If one could achieve a swift kill, who among assassins would willingly engage in a protracted battle? Master Laming stood before Li Mengzhou, and with a poised sword, he lunged towards him. Li Mengzhou adapted to the blade's sensation and simultaneously swung his knife in response. The black blade glimmered as if cleaved from the depths of hell, while Master Laming's strike was equally formidable. Upon their collision, an astonishing shockwave erupted, causing the very earth to tremble, and the energy radiated like a brilliant light, as if on the verge of splitting apart. Witnessing this spectacle, even Ding Chuxing began to worry that the courtyard might be obliterated by their confrontation. The surrounding trees, tables, and chairs had been cleared, as if swept away by a tornado, leaving nothing in their wake. The windows rattled violently, and tiles fell from the rooftop, shattering upon impact with the ground. Though Li Mengzhou's strike was delivered, it seemed to have little effect. It merely mitigated some of Master Laming's tremendous force. Yet the residual energy still ravaged Li Mengzhou's insides. Fortunately, his robust physique absorbed some of the impact, so the true damage was minimal, though he still felt immense discomfort. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The sight of Li Mengzhou coughing blood stunned the onlookers, who then turned to the unscathed Master Laming, questioning whether the rising star of the youngest martial arts master was destined to fall in this very battle. The girl in the yellow dress grasped Mo Lian's sleeve. Her eyes filled with anxiety. Mo Lian's purple veil had fallen, and while her expression remained calm, her heart was anything but. She pondered whether to risk the entire Zhuke Hall to save Li Mengzhou, but even such an endeavor would likely prove futile against a martial pinnacle like Master Laming. In this chaotic melee of thousands, nearly half had already perished, and many of the allies did not belong to Zhuke Hall or Qingfeng Gang, dwindling their numbers even further. A martial arts master, even a single individual, could annihilate them in a matter of time. Lin Xiaoyun, supported by members of Qingfeng Gang, though weak and battered, firmly asserted, "The fight is not over. Li Mengzhou may yet prevail. I have faith in him." In truth, most of Qingfeng Gang's members were reluctant to risk their lives for Li Mengzhou by provoking Master Laming. The only one who genuinely cared for Li Mengzhou was Lin Xiaoyun. Even Ding Chuxing and Lin Jinan would merely feel regret, not willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Perhaps Mo Lian would dare to take the plunge, but the members of Zhuke Hall might not share her sentiments. Compared to Qingfeng Gang, they were even less concerned about Li Mengzhou's fate, and, apart from Mo Lian and the girl in the yellow dress, hardly anyone recognized him. As soon as Lin Xiaoyun's words left his lips, Master Laming raised his sword, and Li Mengzhou's knife shattered upon the ground, sending him hurtling backward. His body crashed through a courtyard wall, becoming buried in rubble. A hint of confusion crossed his face. Although he coughed up blood once more, he seemed unfazed as he brushed off the debris and struggled to stand. Touching his body, he discovered a sword wound across his chest, blood dripping from the deep gash. While the depth was not terrifying, it was conspicuously severe. Anyone would perceive it as a grave injury, potentially fatal. Yet only Li Mengzhou understood that it was merely a relatively severe, superficial wound. The haze of confusion faded from his eyes, replaced by a sense of secret elation. The medicinal bath concocted by Elder Long, intended to catalyze his potential, had saved him. Indeed, although Elder Long's initial intention was to harm him, he inadvertently bestowed upon him tremendous benefits. From this moment on, he finally began to appreciate the effects of the medicinal bath, feeling fortunate to have been recognized by Elder Long as a seed, for without such acknowledgement, he would not have encountered this extraordinary opportunity. He even found himself daydreaming about what it would be like to possess an indestructible body. Though he considered this notion somewhat exaggerated and implausible, it was a harmless thought. In stark contrast to Li Mengzhou's secret delight, Master Laming's expression was quite grim. Despite unleashing 3 successive sword strikes, he had failed to take Li Mengzhou's life, an undeniably embarrassing situation. He began to wonder if he had subconsciously held back. Now, he intended to be serious, for Li Mengzhou's continued existence was a humiliation to him. At that moment, Li Mengzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and casually picked up an abandoned knife from the ground, advancing directly toward Master Laming with the blade in hand. This was nothing short of a provocation. The veins on Master Laming's forehead throbbed. and the fierce energy emanating from his sword was palpable as he prepared to strike once more. Chapter 51. His name is Zhao Wuji. The autumn moon was veiled by dark clouds, casting the night into an abyss devoid of light. Outside the once vibrant estate, which had inexplicably fallen into an eerie silence, the sound of gentle footsteps echoed. An elderly man clad in a white robe slowly entered the estate. He disregarded the frozen expressions of those nearby and the distant figures still locked in battle, making his way into the courtyard, where a profound silence reigned. Master Lei Ming's sword-wielding motion faltered as he turned to gaze calmly at the elder in white. The old man smiled serenely, returning his gaze to Master Lei Ming, though his attention seemed primarily focused on Li Mengzhou. It had been 11 years since he last breathed his final breath while still murmuring Li Mengzhou's name. If he had known of the young man's current achievements in martial arts, he would undoubtedly have felt immense pride. The elder's eyes betrayed no sorrow or joy, evoking a sense of emotional tranquility devoid of any fluctuations. Li Mengzhou met the elder's gaze but remained silent. Yet the elder appeared to have much to say. He scrutinized Li Mengzhou closely and remarked, "Time has passed too long. The timid child of yesteryear has grown into a formidable figure. If not for the burden you carry, I might have found it difficult to recognize you." Li Mengzhou feigned surprise, replying, "Ah, I remember you now." The elder continued, "If a few dark lines did not appear on your forehead, I would feel quite disappointed in myself. Were you merely pretending to be silent, pondering who I might be?" Indeed, Li Mengzhou recognized the elder but struggled to place the familiar face after so many years. Only upon hearing his words did he connect him to someone from his memories. Master Yang Lin. Not only did Li Mengzhou recall this figure, but the others in the courtyard also reacted, unable to suppress their astonished gasps. Yang Lin, once one of the two great masters of Xian County and the strongest in the region, had held a transcendent position within the Master Alliance. However, for reasons unknown, he had chosen to retreat from the world at a certain point, diminishing his influence within the Alliance. To emerge from seclusion, one must first engage with the world. As one of the founding members of the Master Alliance, Yang Lin's prestige in the martial realm was naturally immense. After achieving success, he sought to withdraw entirely, a task far from simple. Ultimately, Yang Lin had not truly vanished from the world of martial arts, having retained a nominal title within the Master Alliance while effectively severing ties. For this reason, Master Lei Ming had increasingly disregarded Yang Lin, who, despite retaining some influence in the Alliance, had lost much of his representational power. However, it was undeniable that Master Yang Lin's prowess remained formidable within the Master Alliance. And it was this very apprehension that prevented Master Lei Ming from entirely severing ties with him. Yet, no one had anticipated Master Yang Lin's sudden appearance at this alliance meeting, seemingly familiar with Li Mengzhou. A sense of foreboding gripped Master Lei Ming's heart as he scrutinized Master Yang Lin, speaking in a low voice, "Brother Yang, instead of enjoying tea and nurturing your spirit at the upper pavilion, what brings you to Flower City?" Yang Lin had not been in Xian County recently, and Master Lei Ming was puzzled as to when he had returned, unable to fathom the reason behind Yang Lin's sudden appearance in Flower City and at the alliance meeting. "Lei Ming, I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding this alliance meeting and why I was not informed beforehand. Regardless, this gathering was intended as a friendly exchange among various factions, yet it has devolved into a violent clash with significant casualties. Upon my arrival, I witnessed you seemingly intent on killing this young man, which appears to contradict the principles established by the Master Alliance." Yang Lin regarded Master Lei Ming with an indifferent expression, though his tone did not carry the weight of an accusation. It was clear that he held a hint of reproach. The initiative to host this alliance meeting had been sanctioned by Master Lei Ming himself, and it had been orchestrated during Yang Lin's absence from Xian County. Yet, Master Lei Ming had not anticipated Yang Lin's sudden presence. His countenance darkened considerably. After a prolonged silence, he spoke calmly. "You are aware that our county has recently welcomed a new martial arts master, a fact witnessed by you when he joined the Master Alliance. However, now that Lu Qingsong has perished at this young man's hands, it is an affront to the Master Alliance. Furthermore, this individual has also slain my disciple Qin Jun, making it only natural for me to seek his life in retribution. The Qingfeng gang and the Zhuke Hall's protection of this young man amounts to a betrayal of the Master Alliance. The actions of the heroes in eliminating this villain are equally justifiable." Master Lei Ming chose not to address the matters of the alliance meeting directly, but instead sought to monopolize the reasoning behind the situation, attempting to quell Yang Lin's potential wrath. Given that Lu Qingsong seemed to have backing from a practitioner, even as a newcomer to the Master Alliance, his status was somewhat delicate. His inexplicable demise here was no trivial matter, and even Yang Lin could not shield the perpetrator. However, this explanation infuriated Lin Xiaoyan, who could not care less about Master Lei Ming's authority and retorted angrily. It was clearly Lu Qingsong who colluded with that old scoundrel Duan Tianxiong to oppress the Qingfeng gang. Our resistance is entirely justified. Do not falsely accuse us of wrongdoing. I will not accept it. The intricacies of this alliance meeting were already tenuous, and Lin Xiaoyan quickly grasped the crux of the matter. In the past, he might have chosen silence, but this time, he boldly stood up to confront Master Lei Ming. Even Mo Lian was taken aback, staring at Lin Xiaoyan and suddenly finding him somewhat dashing. Lin Zhinan and Ding Chuxing opted for silence, not out of fear of contradicting Master Lei Ming, but in tacit agreement with Lin Xiaoyan's words. Master Yang Lin, unlike Master Lei Ming, believed that once the truth was revealed, he would not forsake righteousness in favor of Master Lei Ming. Master Lei Ming's expression darkened further as he glared at Lin Xiaoyan, drawing his sword with the intent to strike. Yet, Li Mengzhou flashed into position, standing protectively in front of Lin Xiaoyan. He turned to Master Yang Lin and said, I believe you have much to discuss with me. Why not eliminate this man first? As for the truth, I trust you are already well aware of it. Hence your presence here. Li Mengzhou understood that he could not overpower Master Lei Ming. This was a fact. Therefore, seeking Yang Lin's assistance did not strike him as inappropriate. Perhaps, driven by deep-seated enmity, Yang Lin might choose differently, but regrettably, he held no personal vendetta against Master Lei Ming. What existed was merely the fact that Li Mengzhou had killed Master Lei Ming's disciple, a grievance belonging solely to Master Lei Ming. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she glanced at Li Mengzhou before turning her attention to Master Lei Ming, her expression becoming solemn. According to the investigation by the Master Alliance, Lei Ming has committed grave offenses, having annihilated multiple sects for personal gain, amassing a fortune of over 100,000 taels. He even sold the women of his household into brothels and is currently extorting money from the White Whale gang, disrupting the peace of Xianing County. The evidence is irrefutable, warranting his expulsion from the Master Alliance and the forfeiture of his cultivation to be handed over to the authorities for prosecution. Master Lei Ming gazed at Yang Lin in disbelief. These transgressions were indeed his own, and even more than these, yet he had always exercised caution, ensuring no incriminating evidence fell into the hands of outsiders. The rumors circulating in the martial world concerning him had been dismissed as slander by Master Lei Ming himself, as the Master Alliance could not find any evidence to substantiate them. Now, however, he found himself suddenly exposed and would not easily acquiesce. Once these crimes were laid bare, they would no longer be mere matters of the martial world. The authorities would inevitably intervene, and stripped of the protection of the Master Alliance, even a martial arts master would find it difficult to extricate himself from such a predicament. This is slander. How can the gossip of the martial world be taken seriously? Did not the Master Alliance already conduct an investigation? Now, you bring this up as if you believe I, Lei Ming, am easy to manipulate. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he fixed a sinister gaze on Yang Lin and said, could it be that you, Master Yang, are intentionally framing me? If the Master Alliance intends to expel me, surely someone would have sent word for me to go to Fengjiang City. Your mere words hold no weight. Do you think I can be intimidated by you? Yang Lin, seemingly aware that Master Lei Ming would not confess, reached into her robes and produced a token, presenting it before him. This is the Master Alliance's order. To those who see it, it is as if they are face to face with the highest authority of the Master Alliance. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall be executed on the spot. Master Lei Ming, true to his name, appeared as if struck by lightning, his body stiffening as he stared at the token of the Master Alliance, his heart sinking into despair. The autumn wind howled, swirling dry leaves about. The streets of Huaqing were devoid of pedestrians, yet, as the midnight hour approached, a certain tavern still glimmered with candlelight, where two patrons sat across from one another. The surroundings enveloped in tranquility. The affairs of the Alliance had concluded, and Master Lei Ming would not submit easily. However, with the tides turned against him and knowing he was no match for Yang Lin, death seemed the only outcome. Later, his body was taken away by the authorities. And prior to that, the White Whale gang was obliterated by the Qingfeng gang, leading to a resounding victory for both the Qingfeng gang and Zhuke Hall, achieving a win-win situation. Yet, Li Mengzhou did not partake in the celebratory feast of the Qingfeng gang and Zhuke Hall, instead finding himself in that tavern. Seated opposite Master Yang Lin, Li Mengzhou uncorked a wine jar, lifting a bowl from the table and blowing gently to dispel the imagined dust. Two empty wine bowls rested before him as he cradled the jar in his hands and filled two large bowls to the brim. He raised one bowl and offered it to Master Yang Lin, gazing into the depths of his own bowl in silence for a moment before speaking. Though I was not in Fengjiang, I am aware of the day he departed. After all, a man like him is always the subject of much attention. Discussions abound even in tea houses and taverns, and rumors would even reach the depths of the mountains. Master Yang Lin likewise regarded his bowl, watching the liquid ripple within. You are the most gifted individual he ever encountered, yet you are but an unrefined gem in need of polishing. 7 years prior, you faced calamity in Mengzhou, enduring a year of hellish existence. He was aware of it all, yet he did not rescue you. Partially, it was due to his own impending demise, but it also served as a trial for you. After you determined to forge your own path, another challenge awaited you, offering you the opportunity for breakthrough. Thankfully, you did not let him down. You successfully vanquished all adversaries, emerging from that organization at the tender age of 11. You utilized every resource at your disposal to annihilate that group entirely. I have been observing you all along. In that life and death crisis, your Meridian foundation was damaged. Ultimately, you found yourself in the fighting arena of Mengzhou. I had intended to rescue you, yet Lin Jinan of the Qingfeng gang acted first. I thought it might be your chance, so I merely watched, but I lost track of your experiences after you left Xianing County 5 years later. Listening to Master Yang Lin's words, a glimmer sparkled in Li Mengzhou's eyes, as if he were reminiscing about those bygone days. Although many memories had faded, the vivid moments that transpired in his life remained indelibly etched in his heart. The figure Master Yang Lin spoke of was the most significant person in Li Mengzhou's life, the one who truly transformed him. After being displaced at the age of 5, with only a sword for companionship, he was timid, weak, and fearful, a target for anyone to bully. Yet, just days before his 6th birthday, he encountered a man. This man appeared to be a youthful elder, introducing himself as Zhao Wuji. Chapter 52. The ruined temple beneath the drizzling rain. At that time, Li Mengzhou lay in a graveyard at midnight, his frail body trembling in the cold wind. Nearby, wild dogs eyed him hungrily. The wild dogs had come to the graveyard for a simple purpose: to satiate their hunger by scavenging on decaying corpses, and if they encountered a tempting, living creature, they would not hesitate to unleash their fangs. At barely 6 years old, Li Mengzhou had no courage to fight for his life against the wild dogs. Fear consumed him. Though he should have gripped the sword tightly, he lacked the bravery to do so, and his emaciated frame could hardly lift the weapon's weight. Instead, he could only cry silently, the sword feeling like an unbearable burden pressing down on him. In that moment, he caught sight of Zhao Wuji. He cried out for help, his voice hoarse, yet Zhao Wuji did not come to his aid. For reasons unknown, Zhao Wuji observed the small child struggling to lift the sword, which was far too large and heavy for his slight frame, and a curiosity sparked within him to see if the child could indeed raise the weapon. Upon closer examination, Zhao Wuji discovered that the sword itself was not particularly heavy. It was the scabbard that added weight. Little Mengzhou lacked even the strength to draw the sword from its sheath, let alone lift the entire blade. However, Zhao Wuji's passive observation inflicted deep emotional scars on the young boy, spreading fear throughout his being. Perhaps out of anger, he managed to pull the sword halfway from its sheath, but ultimately could not draw it fully. Zhao Wuji, sensing he might be a tad cruel, intervened and chased away the wild dogs. Yet, little Mengzhou clung to him. Having experienced profound despair, he saw Zhao Wuji as his sole lifeline. The timid child was indeed pitiable and endearing, yet such traits were not befitting of a boy. At Zhao Wuji's age, he had already become a second-tier martial artist. He could easily handle a single wild dog, let alone a pack. In comparison, little Mengzhou appeared all the more feeble. Initially, Zhao Wuji felt a sense of responsibility to guide the child into becoming a true man, but upon grasping the sword, his perspective underwent a dramatic shift. For the sword was exceedingly heavy, far heavier than he had anticipated. Even as a peak master of martial arts, he needed to exert considerable effort just to hold the sword properly. Little Mengzhou's frail form was evidently weakened by hunger. His already slight strength was further diminished. Yet he still managed to carry the sword with him, even managing to draw it halfway. Zhao Wuji harbored suspicions that Li Mengzhou possessed an innate divine power, marking him as a prodigy in the martial arts. Upon conducting a thorough examination, Zhao discovered that Li Mengzhou was indeed extraordinary, leading him to contemplate taking on a disciple. Unfortunately, Li Mengzhou proved to be even more feeble than Zhao had anticipated, resembling a clay figurine unable to stand, and his foolishness was truly disheartening. This foolishness did not imply that Li Mengzhou lacked progress in martial arts. On the contrary, under Zhao Wuji's guidance, he ascended the martial path in a remarkably short span of time, achieving the rank of a first-tier martial artist. Regrettably, his character was excessively timid. and his foolishness resided within his thoughts. Although he possessed exceptional talent in martial arts, he hesitated even to crush an ant, burdened by countless concerns. Such a disposition was evidently ill-suited for a long journey along the martial path. Moreover, a mere hint of fright could send him into tears for an entire day, which exasperated Zhao Wuji immensely. He believed that in order for Li Mengzhou to achieve success in martial arts in the future, the foremost priority was to transform his character, shattering his fragile heart. Due to this very character, over the past year, Li Mengzhou had lived in solitude, subject to bullying, which resulted in him speaking in a voice so soft that he eventually became somewhat incapable of articulating his thoughts. In his interactions with Zhao Wuji, Li Mengzhou oscillated between tears, often struggling to utter a single word. Had it not been for Zhao Wuji's recognition of Li Mengzhou's prodigious martial talent, he would have undoubtedly struck him down in that moment of tears. The true transformation of Li Mengzhou's mindset occurred 3 years later, after Zhao Wuji had endured 3 years of torment from him. At the age of 9, Li Mengzhou finally learned to communicate normally, crying less frequently, and perhaps due to excessive weeping, he grew somewhat incapable of shedding tears altogether, perpetually wearing an expression akin to one who feels owed a debt. During this year, Li Mengzhou genuinely opened his heart, revealing his background and inner secrets to Zhao Wuji, and he resolutely aspired to tread the path of the strong. The passage from 9 to 17 years marked the span of 8 years. Departing from the protective wings of Zhao Wuji, Li Mengzhou set forth on an 8-year journey, seeking light within the darkness. His acquaintance with Master Yang Lin also transpired during his 3 years with Zhao Wuji. However, Master Yang merely knew that Li Mengzhou was Zhao Wuji's sole disciple, oblivious to the essence of Li Mengzhou himself. Yet, this was of little consequence. 3 years after Zhao Wuji's passing while in search of the path of cultivation, Li Mengzhou was unable to bid him farewell. His original aspiration to become a powerful being grew ever more resolute in the wake of Zhao Wuji's demise. Beyond his own necessity to become a practitioner, he also carried Zhao Wuji's beliefs, allowing this yearning to take root within him, compelling him to embark on the road to the capital of the Jiang Kingdom. As the wind rustled through the mountains, bearing fallen leaves, it stirred the sparse foliage still clinging to the branches, accompanied by a soft rustling sound. Countless sounds melded together, forming a symphony, as though the entire mountain were whispering in hushed tones. Dark clouds loomed in the distance. Li Mengzhou lifted his gaze to the sky. Rain was imminent. In the direction from which the dark cloud approached lay the capital of the Jiang Kingdom, a realm inhabited by practitioners. At present, Li Mengzhou was not a practitioner. Thus he could not enter this world. The once gray sky appeared as if doused in dark ink. The leaden clouds above grew heavier, and in a matter of moments, the daylight had entirely faded. Plop! Raindrops struck Li Mengzhou's face. A torrent of rain cascaded down. Li Mengzhou quietly observed the slanting rain, then silently unfurled an oil paper umbrella. He had no fondness for being soaked, even though the ambience was quite suited for a downpour, particularly if not for the presence of Yi Songyu beside him. The umbrella's expanse primarily shielded her, as her frail constitution would render her vulnerable to the rain's chill. They had departed from Huaqing. The Qingfeng gang had risen to become the largest gang in Xianan County, with the Zhuke Hall having merged into Qingfeng, now the most significant faction within the gang, still led by Mo Lian. Naturally, Mo Lian had assumed another role, that of the gang leader's wife. This had no connection to Lin Jinan, who had relinquished his position to Lin Xiaoyan. After the events concerning the Beijing gang and the alliance, Lin Jinan gained new insights, seeking to rediscover his initial intentions. Thus, he resolved to wander the world, experiencing and participating in the tales of the martial world. Meanwhile, Yang Lin officially withdrew from the Master Alliance. At Li Mengzhou's suggestion, he became a guest elder of the Qingfeng gang, with the sole purpose of enjoying retirement. Li Mengzhou harbored a strong aversion to farewells. Thus, upon informing Lin Xiaoyan and Mo Lian of his impending departure, he did not await the farewell banquet they intended to organize, but left early with Yi Songyu. This was a prior agreement made with Yi Songyu. The two would journey together to the capital. Alas, the weather turned unfavorable, forcing them to seek shelter in the woods for the night. Li Mengzhou despised dark and damp caves, having lived in such environments since the age of 5, often in even worse conditions, resulting in a deep loathing. Fortunately, Providence favored the earnest. Amidst the forest, he discovered a dilapidated temple. Temples and Taoist shrines are commonly found in the wilderness. Even in secluded mountains, such places are not scarce. Though Li Mengzhou could not fathom why they always appeared in uninhabited areas. Perhaps such locales were better suited for cultivation, and once word spread, there would inevitably be incense offerings and worshippers drawn to them. ensuring a steady flow of incense. The dilapidated temple was quite simple, as its very name suggested. Yet it provided a meager refuge from the rain. At the center of the temple sat a statue, weathered by time, now reduced to a clay effigy, missing a portion of its head and one hand entirely. Mengzhou's first task was to kindle a fire for warmth. Fortunately, the temple contained ample dry grass, though this alone would soon prove insufficient as it would quickly burn out. Consequently, Mengzhou set his sights on the crumbling temple door. He decisively dismantled the entire door, retrieving a rustic knife from behind to chop it into kindling. This knife had been forged at the blacksmith's shop prior to his departure from Huaqing, its quality vastly superior to that of Cui Zhai's. Though he had secured the wood, lighting the fire proved to be a challenge. The fire starter he had brought from Shuning town had gone missing, leaving him to resort to friction for ignition. Fortunately, Mengzhou possessed some experience. After a considerable effort, he ultimately succeeded in igniting a flame. Yisongyu sat beside him, arms wrapped around her knees, watching him intently as he tended to the fire. Once warmth began to emanate, she glanced at the open entrance and remarked, "While it offers shelter from the rain, the wind outside is unimpeded, howling in, rendering this fire nearly ineffective." Mengzhou had indeed positioned the fire away from the wind, but it was not sufficient to provide warmth. Not only had he dismantled the temple door, but the windows were also in disrepair, failing to block the wind. Hearing Yisongyu's words, Mengzhou replied nonchalantly, "We'll make do for one night. The rain isn't heavy, and it should cease by morning." Yisongyu wrapped herself tighter, weakly murmuring, "I'm hungry." Mengzhou promptly retrieved provisions from his pack. Knowing they were bound for the capital, he had prepared some food before their departure, albeit simple fare, mostly flatbreads, which were not very palatable once cooled. Nevertheless, under the present circumstances, having something to eat was a fortune in itself. Originally intending to hand it directly to Yisongyu, he hesitated, withdrew his hand, and instead fashioned a makeshift rack with some extra kindling over the fire to toast the flatbread. This would at least soften the bread, making it more palatable. Chapter 51. More than friends, yet not quite lovers. Yisongyu sat beside him, her arms wrapped around her knees as she watched Mengzhou tend to the fire. Once warmth began to radiate, she gazed at the wide open entrance and remarked, "Though it provides shelter from the rain, the wind still howls in, rendering the fire rather ineffective." Mengzhou had indeed positioned the fire away from the wind, but it was insufficient for warmth. Not only had he dismantled the temple door, but the windows were also shattered, offering no protection from the elements. Upon hearing Yisangyu's words, Mengzhou replied calmly, "Let us endure this night. The rain is light, and it should cease by morning." Yisongyu huddled closer, murmuring, "I am hungry." Without delay, Mengzhou retrieved provisions from his backpack. Since they were headed to the capital, he had prepared some simple fare before their departure, primarily flatbreads, which were less enjoyable once cooled. However, given the circumstances, having food was a blessing. Initially, he had meant to hand the bread to Yisongyu directly, but after a moment's thought, he retracted his hand, opting to toast the bread over the fire instead to make it easier to consume. After completing this task, Mengzhou took a swig from his wine gourd, then naturally extended it to Yisongyu, saying, "Have a sip to warm yourself." Yisongyu wrinkled her brow, replying, "I refuse to drink such unpleasant liquor." Mengzhou shook his head, stating, "You fail to appreciate the finer things in life." Observing Yisongyu shivering from the cold, he fell silent for a moment, scanning the surroundings until he noticed a few porcelain bowls on the altar before the deity, containing the remnants of overripe bananas and apples. Without a second thought, he picked one up and stepped outside, rinsing it thoroughly with the rainwater until it gleamed. Yisongyu watched him curiously, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Mengzhou remained silent, turning to exit the dilapidated temple again, this time holding an oiled paper umbrella. Outside stood a fruit tree, heavy with ripe fruit, and the ground was littered with those that had already fallen. Most of them were spoiled, yet Mengzhou's gaze was fixed on the tree. He spotted a type of red berry, common in the wild, sweet, and edible. Standing beneath the tree, he clapped his hands together, causing a gust of wind to dislodge a shower of fruit. Mengzhou collected a substantial amount before returning to the temple, pouring the wine into the clean bowl. He then sliced the fist-sized fruit, allowing the juice to flow freely before adding it to the bowl as well. He retrieved the softened flatbread from the rack and placed the bowl atop it, turning to Yisongyu and saying, "This warm wine should be more palatable. If it gets too cold tonight, it may be difficult to endure, so a little warmth from the wine will help." He handed her a piece of flatbread and took one for himself, biting into it heartily. Yisongyu stared at the warm flatbread in her hands, then glanced at the steaming bowl of fruit wine, feeling a surge of warmth within her. The flatbread had cooled and was less than appetizing, so toasting it reflected a thoughtful gesture. She believed that Mengzhou, being a boy, wouldn't he care about the temperature of the bread. His efforts were undoubtedly for her sake. Moreover, given her coldness and her earlier comment about the unpalatable wine, Mengzhou had gone through the trouble of washing bowls and seeking out fruit to mitigate the fiery taste of the alcohol, showcasing his considerate nature, which touched Yisongyu deeply. Having essentially run away from home, feeling isolated in the world, even the slightest warmth became magnified, causing her to gaze dreamily at Mengzhou. Unbeknownst to him, Mengzhou remained oblivious to the depth of her thoughts. His actions were indeed motivated by concern for her well-being, yet he harbored no ulterior motives. This was evident as he focused solely on eating his flatbread. Both fell into a comfortable silence, encircled by the fire while they ate, though Yisangyu's gaze remained fixed on Mengzhou. At this moment, noticing that the wine bowl had begun to steam, Mengzhou took some dry grass to protect his hands and lifted the bowl from the rack, taking a tentative sip. The warmth was just right, and the sweetness of the fruit infused the wine, making it considerably more enjoyable. He offered the bowl to Yisongyu, saying, "It's ready. The flavor is not as strong and should be quite pleasant." Yisongyu also took some dry grass to cradle the bowl. And though the temperature of the wine was perfect, the bowl itself was still quite hot. Carefully, she took a sip, finding it sweet, with just a hint of spiciness, yet still within an acceptable range. As the warmth of the wine spread through her, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she held the bowl delicately, sipping intermittently, appearing quite adorable. Mengzhou found himself momentarily entranced by the sight. Seemingly aware of his gaze, Yisongyu shyly extended the bowl toward him, softly saying, "Have some." Mengzhou shook his head, lifting his own wine gourd, saying, "This will suffice for me." Yisongyu replied, somewhat dissatisfied, "Cool wine warms the body slowly. Are you rejecting it because I've already drunk from it?" Mengzhou was taken aback, thinking to himself that he had taken the first sip and she had not objected, so he dared not refuse. Seeing her slight pout, he took the bowl from her and sipped cautiously, mindful not to drink too much, as it was meant to warm her. If he drained it, he would need to prepare another batch, which would be quite troublesome, especially since there wasn't much wine left in the gourd. Yisongyu appeared quite pleased, continuing to sip quietly from her bowl. Though the warmed wine stirred a bit of intoxication, complemented by the sweet fruit, it was still alcohol. After a few sips, her cheeks deepened in color, and her eyes began to glaze over, signaling to Mengzhou that she might be on the verge of drunkenness. However, he made no move to stop her. If she were to get drunk, at least she would sleep soundly until morning, avoiding a night of shivering. Yet he did not anticipate that a tipsy Yisongyu might prove to be somewhat troublesome. Her cheeks were not just red, they seemed to radiate warmth, especially in the firelight, enhancing her beauty. She drained her bowl of warm wine and tossed it to the ground, swaying slightly before resting her head on Mengzhou's shoulder. In that instant, he felt his body stiffen. Perhaps it was the proximity to the fire, or perhaps the effects of the alcohol. But Yisongyu radiated a warmth that was palpable, reaching deep into Mengzhou's soul. He dared not push her away, remaining rigid as he sat there, his eyes fixed on the crackling fire, feeling as if he had turned into a statue. This was not his first experience with such intimate contact with a girl. During his time in Shuning town, Wang Pan would occasionally hug him, but this felt entirely different. He regarded Wang Pan merely as a younger sister. With Yisongyu, it was evidently something more, though he couldn't quite articulate what set it apart. Yet he could distinctly feel his heartbeat quicken, a sensation akin to suffocation enveloping him. Yisongyu refrained from any further audacious actions, merely clutching tightly to his arm. While this brought a sigh of relief to Mengzhou, it also ignited a whirlwind of thoughts within him. Stealing a glance at Yisangyu's delicate features so close at hand, he could feel her breath brushing against his face, a delightful tickle that was oddly comforting. In a moment of reckless impulse, Mengzhou lowered his head, tempted to indulge in mischievous thoughts. However, upon the slightest touch of Yisangyu's visage, he felt as if struck by lightning, rendering him utterly incapable of proceeding further. Thus, the two remained with their faces mere inches apart, as if time itself had frozen. At that instant, Yisongyu even leaned in slightly, leaving Mengzhou feeling like a fool. The fire flickered down to embers, and the dim light of the temple cast shadows upon the intertwined figures of the young pair. The night slipped away in a hurried manner. Upon awakening early the next morning, both Mengzhou and Yisongyu felt discomfort. Mengzhou, constrained by an awkward sitting posture, had been held captive by Yisongyu throughout the night, and moving was out of the question. After such a night spent in this position, his body felt as if it were falling apart. Yisongyu, on the other hand, had slept soundly but awoke with a throbbing headache after consuming an entire bowl of wine. The two shared an unspoken understanding, choosing not to mention the intimacy of the previous night. Once the rain ceased, they mounted their horses and set forth toward the capital city. Their pace was neither swift nor slow, and within the span of half a month, they arrived at Ninglu City. This city lay in close proximity to the capital, situated on the outskirts of Fengjiang County. Though it was a small town, its vibrancy rivaled that of Huaqing in Xian County. Over the course of their journey, the bond between the young man and woman appeared to deepen. They had certainly shared numerous experiences, both joyous and discontented. Under Li Mengzhou's protection, Yi Songyu felt free to pursue her desires, and they conversed with a familiarity that bordered on intimacy, resting comfortably in a state of friendship that hinted at something more. Chapter 52. The inn in the sordid alley. As the sun cast shimmering reflections on the water's surface, Li Mengzhou exhaled softly, gazing toward the distant Ninglu city. Yi Songyu knelt by the stream to wash her face, then suddenly stood before Li Mengzhou, extending her hand. Li Mengzhou assumed she sought a hug, a gesture of mild intimacy that had become almost commonplace between them. He was indifferent, readily offering his embrace. However, Yi Songyu's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "No? I'm hungry. You owe me food." Embarrassment washed over Li Mengzhou, and he sheepishly withdrew his outstretched arms. Rummaging through his pack for the snacks he had purchased in another city, he noted that Yi Songyu had quite the appetite, frequently requesting food, and throughout their journey, she had sampled delicacies from every city they passed. This resulted in a rapid depletion of Li Mengzhou's funds. What he had initially calculated would suffice for their journey to the capital was now nearly exhausted. With a hint of complaint, he muttered, "I hardly have any silver left. I can barely afford one more dinner, and if I stretch it out, it might cover a night at the inn, but by tomorrow, I'll truly be penniless." Yi Songyu, seemingly oblivious, continued to munch on her snack, her cheeks full as she mumbled, "Then you can work part-time at the inn, washing dishes, serving plates, whatever. After all, I'm with you, and you have to take care of me." Li Mengzhou thought to himself that if she were his wife, it would be a different matter, but as it stood, he saw no reason to support her, especially given her voracious appetite. Observing the pained expression on Li Mengzhou's face, Yi Songyu playfully pinched his cheek and said, "All right, if it comes to it, I'll find work in the city, perhaps do some embroidery to earn some silver." Li Mengzhou, wiping the crumbs from his face that Yi Songyu had inadvertently transferred, earnestly replied, "I'm a man. I cannot allow you to work for money. It's enough that you have that spirit. You need not worry. I will find a way." Yi Songyu's background was undoubtedly impressive, and Li Mengzhou recognized that as a young lady of high standing, it would be somewhat demeaning for her to earn silver through embroidery. He had no desire to see her resort to such means. Yet, her willingness to consider it touched him deeply, causing him to overlook the fact that his current financial plight was largely due to her own indulgence. Shaking off the non-existent dust from his clothes, Li Mengzhou approached the stream to wash his face, feeling revitalized by the cool water. He wore black attire, yet it was no longer the same garb he had once donned. His clothes had become tattered during his time with the Huaqing Alliance. Besides some garments gifted by Lin Xiaoyan, he now wore clothing that Yi Songyu had helped him purchase in a city they passed through, though he had ultimately paid for it himself. The black attire symbolized not only Li Mengzhou's dark past, but also served practical purposes during his days as a killer, as black garments were easier to conceal and less prone to stains, allowing for prolonged wear. Therefore, he had little fondness for white clothing. Additionally, his slightly darker complexion rendered white attire even less flattering. The clothing he now wore was quite expensive, costing him 8 taels of silver. A significant sum considering that for an ordinary family, 1 tael could sustain living expenses for an entire month. To spend 8 taels on a single garment seemed to him an absurd and foolish decision. Nevertheless, it was the outfit that Yi Songyu had chosen, and he felt compelled to wear it, even if it caused him some internal discomfort. Moreover, the quality of the expensive clothing was undeniably comfortable. Had his complexion been a shade lighter, adorned in this 8-tael robe, he would undoubtedly exude the aura of a wealthy young master, complementing Yi Songyu perfectly by his side. On this note, Li Mengzhou felt a sense of contentment. After washing his face, he returned to Yi Songyu, who once again extended her hand. Li Mengzhou anticipated another request for food, but instead, Yi Songyu declared that she was tired and wished for him to carry her. In the end, he complied, squatting down so that Yi Songyu could joyfully clamber onto his back as they made their way toward Ninglu City. Their silhouettes stretched far beneath the evening sun. It was now deep autumn, nature was withering, and tourists were scarce. Ninglu City appeared particularly desolate from the outside. As evening approached, the setting sun painted the sky blood red, casting a tranquil hue over Ninglu City. At this moment, Li Mengzhou and Yi Songyu walked side by side along the streets within the city. Once they passed through the city gates, Yi Songyu insisted that Li Mengzhou no longer carry her. Their relationship had grown somewhat closer, and as long as their physical interactions remained within reason, neither would mind. However, this did not imply that they could behave intimately in public. It may have seemed romantic for a man to carry a woman, yet in the eyes of society, it was deemed improper, and gossip was the least of concerns. Particularly regarding a young lady's reputation, such actions could hold severe implications. Though the customs of Jiang country were not excessively traditional, there were still boundaries. In a more rigidly feudal dynasty, even a married couple displaying affection in public would be frowned upon. Yi Songyu's shyness and subsequent nervousness were entirely understandable. Although Li Mengzhou was not particularly concerned about such matters, it was not feasible to truly burden Yi Songyu while entering the city. The two walked forward in silence. Perhaps fatigue from the journey and the dwindling of their coins extinguished their desire to admire the scenery of Ninglu City, and as the sky darkened, the streets offered no entertainment. Aside from finding a way to earn some money, their primary concern was to locate an inn for accommodation. They sought one that was affordable, lest they find themselves with a roof over their heads, but without food to eat at night. Affordable inns existed, yet they were destined to be small and situated in less desirable locations. After several turns, they finally settled on one. Li Mengzhou looked up to see the prominent four characters indicating it was indeed an inn. Nestled in a narrow alley, it would be hard to find without prior knowledge. As they approached, a young innkeeper emerged, a cloth draped over his shoulder, smiling broadly as he greeted them. "Dear guests, are you here for a meal or a room?" Li Mengzhou surveyed the inn's somewhat disordered environment, but deemed it acceptable enough, casually replying, "A room, please." The innkeeper, typically a loquacious individual, enthusiastically remarked, "You've come to the right place. Among all of Ninglu, our inn is undoubtedly a prime choice. Though small, it is well equipped. Have you seen the banner at our entrance? It bears the inscription of a renowned scholar from Ninglu. Here, it feels just like home, ensuring you a most comfortable stay. Furthermore, that scholar has obtained great honors. Those letters are quite valuable." Hearing the innkeeper's incessant chatter, Li Mengzhou could not help but feel a twinge of disdain. Not to mention the insignificance of this shabby inn, the so-called renowned scholar's inscription seemed to lack intellectual merit, and the notion of obtaining honors felt like mere bluster. However, observing the innkeeper's apparent enthusiasm, he decided to jest. "This isn't some shady establishment, is it?" The innkeeper, suddenly serious, replied, "How could you say that, dear guest? We conduct honest business here. Just look at my warm hospitality. Where else would you receive such treatment? Moreover, the endorsement from a great scholar speaks volumes." Li Mengzhou, weary of his ramblings, smacked his lips and said, "Just find us any available room." The innkeeper glanced at Yi Songyu and, perceiving their need for only one room, smiled knowingly, assuming they were a young couple, and led them into the main hall. The decision to share a room was driven not only by the desire to save money, but also by their weeks of companionship, having shared a few days in Huaqing without any awkwardness. The inn had 2 floors. The first floor featured the main hall, with only 4 or 5 tables and benches, while the second floor offered a limited number of rooms. At that moment, the hall was devoid of guests, leading Li Mengzhou to speculate that there might not be any patrons at all. Behind the counter sat a woman, seemingly in her 30s, idly munching on sunflower seeds. Dressed in a form-fitting green satin garment, her curvaceous figure and slightly mature features exuded an undeniable allure. Upon hearing their footsteps, the innkeeper casually looked up, her eyes brightening at the sight of the handsome young man and the strikingly beautiful girl accompanying him. The young man, with his tall stature and dark complexion, walked silently, his star-like eyes glancing around, presenting an air of charm. Compared to the fair-skinned youth, Li Mengzhou may not have been conventionally handsome, yet his demeanor often outshone mere physical appearance. With well-defined features, despite his darker skin, he was far from unattractive, contrasting favorably against the frail scholars typically seen. However, the innkeeper's attention was not drawn by Li Mengzhou's looks, but rather by a subtle aura she sensed emanating from him. It was not the typical aura of a rogue, but a chilling presence of latent danger. The innkeeper was confident in her perception, having encountered many dangerous individuals before. She herself was somewhat acquainted with the world of martial arts, making her particularly sensitive to such energies. Yet, the presence of such a formidable aura in a youth was somewhat alarming. While a butcher might exude a sense of danger from their constant exposure to blood, that was merely the mark of the lower echelons. True masters, like notorious bandits, carried a more subdued yet potent air of danger, making them harder to detect. From this perspective, this young man seemed not a novice, but rather someone seasoned in the ways of the world. Li Mengzhou, aware of the innkeeper's prolonged gaze, reflected that while he had jested about the inn being a shady establishment, it indeed bore signs of dubious potential. Individuals from the martial world could often gauge someone's extraordinary capabilities through their aura and demeanor, but could not discern the depth of their strength. Such insights came from true practitioners, who could reveal their prowess without needing to resort to conflict. Thus, while the innkeeper sensed that Li Mengzhou was not a simple youth, she did not presume him to be extraordinarily powerful. After all, he was merely a young man. Li Mengzhou could also surmise that the innkeeper was not an ordinary person. Yet he could not ascertain whether she was a master of martial arts. However, maintaining a sense of caution was always prudent. The innkeeper then set aside the sunflower seeds, rose from her bench, and warmly approached the counter, a smile gracing her face as she spoke. Our inn offers fair prices, treating all guests with integrity. Across Ninglu City and even beyond, we are a well-known establishment. Staying with us is undoubtedly your best choice. Li Mengzhou privately thought that the innkeeper, like the innkeeper before her, was adept at self-promotion, her claims of excellence somewhat absurd. He had chosen this shabby inn to save money. Her exaggerated claims were rather laughable. Sensing Li Mengzhou's silence, the innkeeper felt a tinge of awkwardness, realizing she may have overstated her case. After all, the inn's remote location and cluttered main hall, littered with sunflower seed shells, were hardly appealing. Li Mengzhou pondered if she would still be so enthusiastic if she knew of their meager finances. Yet, judging by appearances, Yi Sanyu was clad in fine silks, and even Li Mengzhou's attire was worth a fair amount of silver, leading one to believe they were not impoverished, while in reality, they were as destitute as could be. How has business been recently? Li Mengzhou casually inquired. The innkeeper replied without missing a beat. Our business has always been good. It's your good fortune that we happen to have a room available. Li Mengzhou smiled silently, noting the absence of any guests and the stillness of the second floor, that hardly constituted good business. However, he had no desire to expose the innkeeper's embellishments. Yi Sanyu then asked, "What is the price for 2 nights' accommodation?" The innkeeper responded, "If you wish to stay, including 3 meals a day, it will be exactly 1 tael of silver." Li Mengzhou furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the innkeeper as he said, "Ninglu is not a large city. Even the most lavish inns charge no more than 1 tael, and that is for establishments with good environments and fine dishes. Yours, though, appears rather shabby. Do you not think 1 tael is a bit excessive?" He ultimately refrained from uttering any excessively harsh words. Given the conditions of this inn, it was likely only marginally better than a pigsty. There was but a single attendant, yet the prices were commensurate with those of a top-tier establishment, leading one to suspect it might truly be a scam. The proprietress, however, displayed no fluctuation in her demeanor as she stated, "Our rates have always been thus. I have already mentioned that our inn boasts a prestigious reputation. Do not be deceived by the fine embellishments of others. Their service is notoriously poor. To stay at our inn is to experience comfort and warmth akin to home. This price is not exorbitant. In fact, it may even be a bargain." Li Mengzhou was slightly taken aback by the proprietress's audacity, but with merely a couple of silver coins and a few copper pieces left in his pocket, he could scarcely afford to part with them all. He had intended to earn some travel funds in Ninglu City. Thus it would be impractical to stay for merely a day, or even 2, at such steep rates. He had not anticipated that he had already found the worst inn in Ninglu City, where the cost of 2 days' stay rivaled that of the finest inns. As if he were being treated like a plump sheep to be sheared. As he contemplated whether to intimidate the proprietress, she unexpectedly shifted her stance, saying, "If the esteemed guest truly wishes to stay, the price is negotiable. While 1 or 2 silver coins remains unchanged, I can offer you a longer stay at a reduced rate. Although the overall cost would still amount to 1 or 2 silver coins, the price would be considerably diminished, making it more palatable." Reluctantly, Li Mengzhou, not inclined to seek other accommodations, retrieved a piece of broken silver from his waist and handed it to the proprietress, saying, "I cannot ascertain the duration of my stay. Should it fall short, I shall compensate accordingly." The proprietress, with a cheerful demeanor, exchanged glances with Li Mengzhou and Yi Sanyu before instructing the attendant to lead them upstairs to inspect the room. Upon reaching the second floor's east wing, the attendant took his leave. Li Mengzhou opened the door to the room, only to be greeted by an indescribable odor that was neither outright foul nor merely musty. Dust coated the surfaces, suggesting it had been ages since anyone had occupied the space, and it was evident that it had not been cleaned. Li Mengzhou realized that even if one were to stay for a month at the price of 1 or 2 silver coins, it would still be a grievous loss. Nevertheless, with payment already rendered, staying was no longer a choice. Dust floated through the air, prompting Yi Sanyu to cough a few times before hastily retreating from the room. Li Mengzhou opened the window and gazed at the crescent moon ascending into the night sky. Turning to Yi Songyu, he inquired, "Do you sense that the proprietress harbors ulterior motives? Why did she suddenly alter her terms and offer us a discount?" Yi Songyu furrowed her brow, analyzing the situation. This inn is evidently devoid of guests. Her self-praise seems aimed at retaining us as her sole patrons. Perhaps she hopes to extract more money. But having discerned we are not affluent, she has opted for a slight reduction, adhering to the notion that even a small morsel is worth something. Li Mengzhou, observing Yi Songyu's earnest expression, found her reasoning somewhat compelling. Suddenly, she shifted her focus, fixing her gaze on Li Mengzhou's face. "I noticed the proprietress seemed to scrutinize you closely. Though your complexion may be somewhat dark, you are not unappealing. Perhaps she has taken a liking to you, intending to keep you here and sneak into your bed at night." Li Mengzhou's face darkened further, perhaps due to Yi Songyu's growing familiarity, as her remarks became increasingly bold. How could a young girl utter such words? Yet, it was rather endearing, and he wondered if the proprietress truly harbored such intentions, seeking to take advantage of him. Shaking his head to dispel the fanciful thoughts, he remarked, "Regardless, it is you who will be in the bed, not I. If the proprietress were to sneak in, it would only be to impose upon you." Yi Songyu appeared startled, covering her mouth in terror. "That is too frightening." Li Mengzhou exited the room, stating, "I shall fetch the attendant to clean up. Otherwise, it is untenable for anyone to stay here." He felt it should not fall to him to make such a request. The attendant ought to have taken the initiative. Descending to the lobby, he found the proprietress absent and did not inquire after her, merely instructing the attendant to tidy the room and prepare some food. The attendant complied while adding, "The proprietress is not here, so the meal may take some time." Li Mengzhou expressed surprise. "Do you not have a cook? Must the proprietress prepare the meals herself?" The attendant candidly replied, "We did have one, but he left due to unpaid wages." It was difficult to fathom how this inn remained operational. The promise of warmth akin to home seemed a mere illusion for the impoverished souls who might find solace in its confines. With a sigh, Li Mengzhou reflected on his own hardships since entering the world at the tender age of 5, enduring the bitter cold of lonely nights, scavenging for sustenance among wild dogs. His hands bore the stains of bloodshed. He had been trafficked and ensnared by a ruthless assassin organization, surviving against the odds. In this perilous realm, he had endured the most desolate years, and the state of this inn, compared to his previous lodgings, felt almost heavenly. Though he did not particularly mind the surroundings, he was acutely aware that he needed to conserve his funds for the journey to the capital. Had it not been for Yi Songyu's company, he would have preferred to stay in a dilapidated temple rather than this inn. Ultimately, he had no desire to take lives. Yet in this brutal world where life was treated as expendable, he was compelled to do so, for to refrain from violence would only invite his own demise. If not for the fortunate encounter with Zhao Wujia, which led him onto the path of martial arts, he might have succumbed to despair and left this world by the age of 6. Once the attendant had tidied the room and departed, Yi Songyu could no longer contain herself and collapsed onto the bed, exclaiming her exhaustion. Although Li Mengzhou felt fatigued as well, he chose not to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor, releasing his internal energy to envelop him as he entered a state of cultivation. At the level of a martial arts master, one does not merely rely on brute strength or diligent practice to enhance one's abilities. Rather, it requires entering a state of enlightenment where one skillfully harnesses and amplifies their internal energy, representing a mental breakthrough. Given his current prowess, he could not even contend with Master Laming, let alone approach the pinnacle of martial arts. He needed to cultivate additional means of self-preservation. Once in the capital, even the most ordinary individual could be a practitioner, capable of easily ending his life. When Li Mengzhou finally opened his eyes from meditation, the night had fully descended, and he surmised it was well past mealtime. Noticing Yi Songyu's absence from the bed, he furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. Before he could descend the stairs, he heard voices emanating from the lobby. Shortly thereafter, a figure, swathed in layers of clothing, approached the staircase. The narrowness of the stairs compelled Li Mengzhou to step aside, allowing the individual to pass. This person was somewhat shorter, obscuring their features, and walked straight past Li Mengzhou towards the west wing. As Li Mengzhou observed the retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered this silhouette before. Chapter 54. October morning, 2 bowls of noodles. His contemplations were swiftly interrupted by Yi Songyu's voice. Looking up, he saw her engaged in conversation with the proprietress at the counter, their expressions radiant and seemingly quite amicable. Outside the inn, flickering flames caught his attention, and he noticed the attendant busily arranging the hearth in the lobby. Standing in the grand hall and gazing outward, The view instantaneously transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. A burst of fireworks ascended into the sky above the deep alley, resembling 1,000 blossoms scattered by an eastern wind, falling like rain. The city of Ninglu was alive with many individuals celebrating with fireworks, as if the entire town were enveloped in resplendent hues and flames. Mengzhou found this perplexing, but soon heard the innkeeper's voice. Tomorrow is the October Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival, a day for honoring ancestors. Besides the customary practices, the townsfolk will also engage in lively festivities. This signifies the arrival of increasingly colder days, necessitating the offering of warm clothes for the deceased to endure the winter. The living partake in symbolic activities, hoping for warmth and good fortune in the frigid days ahead. The October Festival is a traditional celebration, during which women present their crafted cotton garments for their children and husbands to don for the changing season. If the weather remains warm, unsuitable for cotton, they still encourage their family members to try them on for good luck. Men typically prepare stoves and chimneys on this day, ensuring everything is in order before attempting to light a fire, guaranteeing warmth during the cold. In addition to food, incense, and paper money, an indispensable offering is the spirit clothing, which is burned as part of the ancestor worship, known as sending cold clothing. Mengzhou was aware of this holiday, but failed to realize it was the following day. Honoring ancestors, he sighed softly, his mood suddenly dimming, despite his usual demeanor of calmness. At that moment, Yi Sangyu couldn't help but feel a pang of homesickness. Exchanging a glance with Mengzhou that conveyed a sense of shared sorrow, although she was unaware of the entirety of Mengzhou's story. Hearing him mention he was an orphan made her reflect on her own fortunate circumstances, feeling undeserving of her indulgences and regretting her impulsive departure from home. Knowing how much her family must worry, the innkeeper, whose age was likely similar to that of Yi Sangyu's mother, grasped her small hand, providing a measure of warmth. Unbeknownst to her, the innkeeper's gesture was not motivated by the thoughts occupying Yi Sangyu's mind. Mengzhou sensed something amiss. He perceived a sly glint in the innkeeper's eyes, as if she were deliberately taking advantage of Yi Sangyu. The meal was prepared, and since there were hardly any guests at the inn, the innkeeper joined Mengzhou and the others at their table, while the waiter sat alone nearby. Mengzhou vaguely recalled something and inquired, "Did another guest arrive? Why was he not called down to join us for dinner?" The innkeeper replied, "That person is rather peculiar. He insisted on not being disturbed during his stay and requested not to be called for dinner. I wonder what he is up to." Mengzhou frowned slightly, choosing not to respond further. The food on the table was far from gourmet. It included a plate of peanuts, a plate of fennel beans, and a plate of braised eggplant, entirely vegetarian. The only meat dish, the braised fish, appeared unappetizing. Nevertheless, Mengzhou thought that as an innkeeper, the food couldn't be too terrible. So he picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. His expression soured immediately. His already dark complexion turned an even deeper shade of blue, rendering his countenance almost indescribable. With his face contorted, he looked at the innkeeper and managed to ask, "How much salt did you add?" The innkeeper, slightly anxious, replied, "Is it too salty?" Mengzhou, his face still dark, responded, "Please remove the word too." The innkeeper responded with a casual, "Then let's consider it salted fish." Despite the lackluster braised fish and eggplant, the peanuts and fennel beans were edible, but they were insufficient to satiate Mengzhou's hunger, leaving him quite distressed. The innkeeper seemed to focus solely on the peanuts and fennel beans, so Mengzhou decisively claimed the meager portions. Thus, this dinner, albeit lacking in flavor, was somewhat lively. Yi Sangyu hardly ate, despite her generally good appetite, as it did not extend to unpalatable food, causing her similar distress. Upon returning to their room, she lay on the bed, clutching her stomach and unable to sleep soundly. Mengzhou could only offer her the remaining snacks to tide her over. Yi Sangyu, sprawled on the bed, munched on the snacks while glancing at Mengzhou, who was standing by the window, lost in thought. "Do you think there might be snow geese flowers in the capital?" she asked. Mengzhou, having never visited the capital, contemplated for a moment before responding. While snow geese flowers are rare, the capital of the Jiang Kingdom should have a variety of everything. Yi Sangyu seemed particularly fond of snow geese flowers. While Mengzhou had only heard of them and never seen one, but he imagined that the flowers she yearned for must be quite beautiful. The two exchanged quiet musings, and soon the room fell silent as Yi Sangyu, unbeknownst to herself, drifted off to sleep. Mengzhou tucked her in and returned to stand by the window. The night rain in Fengjiang County approached unexpectedly, especially in Ninglu, where it was a common occurrence. The wind picked up, causing the river to roar, followed by the rumble of thunder and rain. The flashes of lightning and thunder would likely instill fear in anyone alone and harboring dark thoughts. Mengzhou thought of the person in the West Wing, tightly wrapped in layers. He was merely a bit hungry, which led to his wandering thoughts. The earlier meal had failed to satisfy him, leaving him feeling as though he had eaten nothing at all. He suddenly realized that the fact this inn was still operational was nothing short of miraculous. A hungry stomach, after all, makes for a restless night. He contemplated whether he should venture into the inn's kitchen to see if there were any ingredients available, suspecting that the innkeeper might be stingy with her supplies, deliberately serving inedible fare. It was true that the innkeeper's culinary skills were lacking. The portions of peanuts and fennel beans were meager, and the sole fish dish had been poorly prepared, ultimately consumed begrudgingly by the waiter. Yet, Mengzhou felt the kitchen must still harbor a wealth of ingredients. This inn was indeed a shady establishment, and the innkeeper's heart was too dark. Cautiously, he pushed open the door and crept toward the kitchen. The inn was remarkably quiet, devoid of any light. Fortunately, Mengzhou had excellent vision and avoided colliding with anything. The innkeeper and the waiter both lived in the inn, and there were few rooms on the second floor. The innkeeper occupied one, while the waiter slept on the floor of the main hall. Mengzhou descended the stairs, careful not to disturb the waiter, moving like a thief. As expected, the kitchen was stocked with fruits, vegetables, and meat. He casually grabbed a tomato to munch on before finding some prepared noodles and hastily concocting 2 bowls of noodles. Since Yi Songyu had hardly eaten, she would likely be hungry soon and might wake up, so he prepared a bowl for her as well. Returning to their room on the second floor, he found Yi Songyu still not fully asleep. The aroma of the noodles roused her. "What is it?" she exclaimed excitedly. Though the room was dark and she could see nothing, Mengzhou placed the 2 bowls on the table and lit a candle, replying, "I just made 2 bowls of noodles. If you're hungry, you can have some." Yi Songyu hesitated. "Will this make me gain weight?" Mengzhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. She had consumed so much on their journey, yet now she was suddenly concerned about her weight. After some reluctant persuasion from Mengzhou, Yi Songyu ultimately decided to abandon her worries about gaining weight, for in this world, one must never forsake the joys of culinary delights. Just as it was the first time Mengzhou prepared fried rice for Yi Songyu, when one is extremely hungry, anything consumed seems delightful. Mengzhou considered his culinary skills quite commendable, certainly superior to that of the innkeeper's wife. Thus, Yi Songyu promptly devoured a bowl of noodles, enhanced with minced meat by Mengzhou, which rendered the dish even more delectable. Satisfied, she patted her small belly and yawned, her eyes glistening with drowsiness. Mengzhou returned the 2 empty bowls to the kitchen, placing them among a pile of unwashed dishes, and slowly made his way back to the room. Yi Songyu was sprawled across the table, seemingly asleep. After closing the door, he lingered for a moment, savoring the blissful emptiness that followed a hearty meal, before deciding to carry Yi Songyu back to bed. However, as he laid her down on the bed, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Yi Songyu's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and her complexion appeared excessively pale, indicating that her condition was far from simple fatigue. He reached out to touch her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot, far beyond the norm. An inappropriate thought crossed his mind. If he were to place an egg there, it would surely cook in no time. Realizing the inappropriateness of such a thought, he recognized that Yi Songyu was evidently ill, and not with a mere cold. Mengzhou felt utterly helpless. Despite having spent 3 years in the company of the apothecary, Old Long, he possessed no medical knowledge. Moreover, being in the unfamiliar city of Ninglu at such a late hour left him unsure of whom to seek for assistance. The only person he could turn to was the innkeeper's wife. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the room towards her quarters. The innkeeper's room was not far from the east wing, merely separated by 2 rooms. In his urgency, Mengzhou did not knock, but barged in. Upon entering, he froze at the sight before him. The innkeeper's wife turned her gaze towards him, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. The room was devoid of candlelight, but the sound of the door opening was loud enough for her to understand the intrusion. Yet, that was not the most pressing concern. She was only partially dressed, and regardless of whether he could see her or not, it was an embarrassing situation. Perhaps the innkeeper's wife could find solace in the dim lighting, thinking he might not notice her state. However, Mengzhou clearly saw everything. His remarkable eyesight allowed him to perceive the details, and with the window open, the faint moonlight illuminated the room. It was the first time he had seen a woman in such a manner, leaving him somewhat dazed. The innkeeper's wife seemed to come to a realization, adopting an air of nonchalance as she hastily donned her clothing. Once assured that she would not reveal anything further, she turned to the indistinct figure at the door and calmly inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Nothing is the matter." Mengzhou snapped back to reality, disregarding the enchanting image he had just witnessed. "My wife is unwell. It seems she has fallen ill. Could I trouble you to find a physician? I am not familiar with Ninglu and wish to avoid wasting time." The innkeeper's wife appeared more anxious than Li Mengzhou, quickly rushing out to the east wing. Upon seeing Yi Songyu's pallid state on the bed, she exclaimed, "You take care of her. I will fetch a doctor right away." Without waiting for Li Mengzhou's response, she hurried out. Li Mengzhou was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though the innkeeper's wife had a closer bond with Yi Songyu than he did. Her genuine urgency was unmistakable, leaving him puzzled, sensing something was amiss. The innkeeper's actions were swift. She entrusted the task of finding a physician to the waiter, while she herself went to the kitchen to boil a pot of water for Yi Songyu. Although she found the signs of prior use in the kitchen puzzling, she did not dwell on it. Upon returning to the second floor with hot water, the innkeeper's wife soaked a towel to wipe Yi Songyu's forehead. Compassion etched on her face. "This does not appear to be a mere cold. Is your wife generally in poor health?" Li Mengzhou recalled that Yi Songyu's constitution was indeed fragile, but he was unclear about the specifics. The innkeeper's wife cast a reproachful glance at him, saying, "How can you be a husband and be unaware of your wife's ailments?" Feeling a twinge of shame, he reminded himself that he was not truly her husband. Fortunately, the waiter promptly returned with the physician, which was no easy task at such a late hour, and Li Mengzhou expressed his gratitude. The elderly physician examined Yi Songyu's pulse and concluded that she was weak and lacked sufficient vitality. He prescribed a remedy, assuring them that with proper care, she would soon recover, although her condition required ongoing attention to avoid more severe complications. Li Mengzhou, naturally grateful, realized the importance of the matter and felt compelled to express his appreciation, despite his lack of expertise in such matters. When it came to the physician's fee, he had no choice but to approach the innkeeper's wife once more. She readily provided the payment, sending the waiter to accompany the physician and procure the necessary medicine. Initially, Li Mengzhou had viewed the innkeeper's wife as somewhat mercenary, but his perspective shifted, recognizing the effort and resources she was expending for the sake of a mere guest. After all, should anything happen to the patrons of the inn, the establishment would bear some responsibility, and assistance would not be withheld. Once the waiter returned with the medicine, Li Mengzhou took it upon himself to prepare the remedy, while the innkeeper's wife tended to Yi Songyu. Brewing the medicine was a straightforward task. He had observed Old Long's methods for concocting medicinal baths in Shuning town. Though the processes differed, the fundamental steps remained the same. Nonetheless, it being his first attempt, Li Mengzhou inadvertently turned the kitchen into a smoky mess, the pungent aroma of herbs mingling with the haze. Upon carrying the concoction back to the second floor, the innkeeper's wife assisted in administering the medicine to Yi Songyu before retiring to rest. As Li Mengzhou relaxed, fatigue washed over him, yet he dared not rest. He sat beside Yi Songyu, keeping a vigilant watch over her. Around the time of the ugly hour, Yi Songyu finally stirred awake. Hearing the commotion, Li Mengzhou snapped out of his drowsiness and turned to her, noticing a hint of color returning to her pallid face, which brought him a measure of relief. "Still," he inquired with concern, "you are awake? How do you feel?" Yi Songyu gazed at Li Mengzhou, lightly furrowing her brows, her voice somewhat hoarse as she replied, "I only have a slight headache. I am fine." Li Mengzhou hesitated before asking, "What exactly is the matter with you? How could you suddenly faint?" Yi Songyu silently regarded him, seemingly lost in thought. Li Mengzhou let out a wry laugh, saying, "If it is inconvenient for you to share, then forget it." Yet, in truth, there was nothing that could not be shared. Yi Songyu attempted to sit up, and Li Mengzhou assisted her in propping herself against the bedpost. She offered a faint smile and softly said, "In truth, I am cursed by Dao Tian, since birth. I have been afflicted with a peculiar illness that renders me unfit for physical exertion. Even slight exertion can lead to dizziness, hence I have grown accustomed to fainting. My father and brother sought out physicians far and wide, even reaching the apothecary valley, yet none could cure this ailment. It was only after my brother joined the Sword Academy that he was able to request the headmaster to contact Master Chenru, the leader of the apothecary valley. Master Chenru, the esteemed lord of Yaowang Valley and the foremost physician in the realm, possesses unparalleled medical skills. Regrettably, he too finds himself powerless against my affliction. He articulated that to truly heal this congenital disease, one might need to undergo the divine baptism of Amaterasu and become a practitioner, thereby altering one's fate through personal endeavor to achieve miracles. Yet, due to my frail constitution, the overwhelming force of celestial energy during the opening of the Chi could very well lead to my demise before I even become a practitioner. Therefore, discovering a potential remedy feels as futile as having none at all, and I have resigned myself to this fate. This is why I contemplate departing from home. Firstly, to seek solace, and secondly, to genuinely witness the world beyond my sheltered existence. For so long, my illness has kept me confined, and I yearn to behold the outside world. I hope that by doing so, Even in death, I shall harbor no regrets. Li Mengzhou remained silent, listening intently. He could sense Yi Songyu's emotions, the helplessness, the unequal treatment compared to others, the inability to pursue one's passions, and the constant specter of life-threatening danger. The mere act of persevering demonstrates immense courage. Though Yi Songyu spoke simply, Li Mengzhou understood the depth of her suffering. Even in unconsciousness, she endured great torment. Yi Songyu's delicate countenance remained pale, yet her smile was radiant. She grasped Li Mengzhou's hand and said, Master Chenru once foretold that I am destined to live no longer than 17 years. With little time left until my 17th birthday, and aside from not having found the snow geese flower, I bear no other regrets. My father and brother wish to shield me from risks, but I am aware that death is imminent. Thus, it may be prudent to attempt to open my chi and undergo the baptism of Amaterasu. If I succeed, I may live. If not, it matters little, for death awaits regardless. Li Mengzhou's heart trembled. He was at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming sadness. Yi Songyu smoothed the furrowed brow of Li Mengzhou with a gentle smile, saying, Do not wear such a sorrowful expression. It pains me as well. You should wish for my happiness, and thus you too must find joy. Li Mengzhou managed a strained smile, though it was far from pleasant. I support your decision. If there truly are no other options, as Yi Songyu stated, we all must face death eventually. Perhaps, by taking this chance, one could endure the power of the baptism of Amaterasu and delay demise. Meanwhile, in the quiet of the night, shrouded in darkness, a figure cloaked in secrecy leaned against the door, waiting for silence before retreating to the bed. In the solitude of his room, he revealed his visage, a face that was somewhat familiar to Li Mengzhou. Yuan Gui, a rogue adept closely associated with Lu Qingsong, a practitioner at the realm of distant travels. He had narrowly escaped the pursuit of Nansheng, a disciple from the Jinjia courtyard, but not without sustaining severe injuries that rendered him more cautious than ever. His arrival in Ninglu City was no mere coincidence. He had come to track down Li Mengzhou. After eluding Nansheng, he returned to Huaqing and learned of Lu Qingsong's demise at the hands of Li Mengzhou. Regardless of his motives, Yuan Gui intended to avenge Lu Qingsong by eliminating Li Mengzhou, although he had already committed grave sins and was indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. He understood that escalating matters could lead to his own demise if Nansheng pursued him further. Thus, he refrained from direct confrontation in Ninglu City, opting instead to seek an opportunity to eliminate Li Mengzhou discreetly. Given his cultivation level, even severely wounded, killing a young martial arts master should not pose too great a challenge, and he held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Were it not for his need to evade Nansheng, he would have confronted Li Mengzhou openly, as he was well aware of Nansheng's proximity to Ninglu City. Additionally, Yuan Gui sought not a swift death for Li Mengzhou, but rather wished to torment him, relishing the satisfaction of vengeance when the young man was at his most vulnerable. As Yuan Gui plotted his scheme, Yi Songyu, weary from fatigue, drifted into slumber in the east chamber. Meanwhile, Li Mengzhou found himself wide awake, contemplating weighty matters. Not far from Ninglu City, along the official road, a procession advanced at a leisurely pace. Leading them was a young man clad in a blue robe. Possessing an attractive countenance that could easily be described as handsome, a natural air of nobility encircled him, indicative of a distinguished lineage. Following closely were a dozen robust men, all dressed as servants, equipped with swords and exuding a strong martial demeanor, evidently seasoned warriors of no less than the 7th rank. Accompanying the blue-robed youth was an elderly gentleman, his gray hair and robe lending him an amiable appearance. He bore a sword upon his back. Without it, he would appear like an ordinary elder, devoid of any remarkable traits, yet his repressed aura revealed the essence of a true master. Even the warriors behind him regarded the old man with reverence. Young master, not far ahead lies Ninglu City, one of the martial men reported as he rode forward. The blue-robed youth nodded, reflecting for a moment before responding. After a night of travel, everyone is weary. Since Ninglu City is just ahead, there is no need to rush. Let us rest here and enter the city tomorrow morning. The warrior acknowledged his command, signaling his companions to halt. They had provisions at hand, and upon dismounting, they set about preparing a meal in a nearby open space, securing the reins to a tree trunk while one of them kindled a fire. Being on the official road, they were unlikely to encounter wild beasts, and clearly, they were unperturbed by danger. The blue-robed youth seated himself upon a stone, observing the gray-robed elder before rising once more. Mr. Wu, I am immensely grateful for your personal accompaniment on this journey. The elder slightly inclined his head, replying, Young master, there is no need for such formalities. It is my duty to help locate the young lady. Now that we believe she may be in Ninglu City, it is only fitting that I accompany and protect you. The blue-robed youth held profound respect for Mr. Wu, not solely due to age. Understanding the young man's concerns, Mr. Wu said, regardless of whether the informant was mistaken, we ought to proceed. While we cannot be certain the young lady is in Ninglu City, if the informant's words hold any truth, she must pass through this city. In a 100-mile radius, Ninglu City is the only viable place to rest. Thus, if she is traveling, she would undoubtedly choose Ninglu and not continue forward. As for the young man accompanying her, we shall only comprehend that upon meeting the young lady, the man in the blue robe, driven by a fierce protectiveness for his sister, seized every opportunity to ensure her safety, even if it meant risking a mistaken identity. The sudden appearance of a stranger beside his sister filled him with concern. His sister, innocent and adorable, had not interacted with many people and was easily deceived, which only heightened his anxiety. He resolved, we must take a moment to rest, and then proceed into the city at once. Otherwise, my heart will be restless. Mr. Wu understood the young master's intentions but cautioned, at this hour, the gates of Ninglu City are most likely closed. Even if we desire to enter, we have no means to do so. Please do not be overly anxious. Although the young lady has not yet undergone the celestial baptism, her aptitude for cultivation is exceptional. In her current state, she can protect herself unless she encounters a peak martial arts master. Though the blue-robed man grasped this logic, as an elder brother, he could hardly bear the thought of his sister being out of his sight. She was as precious to him as a fragile treasure, and he could not afford to entertain any notions of chance. However, he recognized that at this hour, entering the city was impossible, leaving him to endure his unease and solitude. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed along the official road. As he turned his gaze, he saw 3 splendid steeds racing towards him, their riders 3 young women clad in identical white garments, swords in hand, adorned with conical hats and veils, exuding an air of grace and valor. The leading maiden possessed an enchanting figure and an extraordinary presence, even with her hat concealing her features and her travel-worn appearance. She could not entirely obscure her elegance. The martial artists accompanying her acted swiftly, gripping their weapons with caution as they scrutinized the advancing figures. Amidst the whinnying of the steeds, the trio reined in their horses, halting on the official road. The blue-robed man stepped past the martial artists to greet the leading young woman, inquiring, "Might you be a disciple of the Jinjia Academy?" These 3 young women were indeed members of Nansheng's entourage. Nansheng, upon dismounting and recognizing the blue-robed man, replied, "I am Nansheng, a 6th-generation disciple of Jinjia Academy, under the tutelage of the master of Haitang Mountain. It is an honor to meet you, Brother Yi." The blue-robed man responded, "Ah, so you are a distinguished apprentice of the master of Jinjia Academy. May I inquire what brings you 3 sisters to travel through the night with such urgency?" Nansheng replied with a hint of frustration, "To be candid, Brother Yi, there has been a wild cultivator in Xian County who has harmed innocent citizens. The Xianjing Division has been tasked with investigating the perpetrator and has handed the matter over to Jinjia Academy for execution. We have been pursuing this individual for several days, but he has repeatedly evaded capture. At long last, we managed to apprehend him in Huaqing, but regrettably, I let my guard down, allowing him to escape." Upon hearing that Nansheng was of a similar age to his sister and had faced setbacks, the blue-robed man felt a pang of sympathy. He asked, "Did you track this wild cultivator here? Might he have taken refuge in Ninglu City?" Nansheng, aware of the connection between Brother Yi and her own elder sister, replied honestly, "Based on our pursuit, it is highly likely that he is hiding within Ninglu City. I have severely injured him, and he cannot have gone far. We are certain to capture him this time." The blue-robed man did not dwell on admiring Nansheng's determination. Rather, he felt troubled at the prospect of the wild cultivator lurking within Ninglu City. If he were to encounter his sister by chance, it could spell disaster. Yet, he reminded himself that even though the wild cultivator had harmed innocents, he was not indiscriminately violent. Even in an unfortunate meeting, it was unlikely he would act without reason. However, it was no coincidence that the wild cultivator's target was Mengzhou. Autumn always arrives with a gentle drizzle, bringing a chill that silently comes and goes. The autumn rain, drifting in the sky, caused the leaves to tremble, leaving behind only lonely branches. The ambience created by the autumn rain evokes a sense of desolation, as if it embodies the inevitable stillness following a surge of passion. It is the season that whispers of the coolness of autumn. Once again, Ninglu City was graced by autumn rain, forcing Mengzhou, who had intended to venture out of the inn to seek a means of earning money, to halt in resignation. The heavens did not favor him. Having exhausted his funds during his stay at the inn, he was further burdened by the unconscious state of Yi Songyu. which left him indebted to the innkeeper for the physician's fee. The situation was indeed dire. In the morning, the sun had shone brightly, but now, as the hour grew late, the winds gathered, and the skies transformed ominously. The innkeeper, glancing at the darkening sky, sighed. It appears rain is imminent. Just as she spoke, a gust of wind swept through. Accompanied by raindrops striking her skin and face, she instinctively squinted her eyes. Mengzhou, watching her silently, could not resist interjecting. The rain has already begun. It is not merely about to fall. The innkeeper shot him a glare, retorting, "Isn't it more poetic to say so? It imbues a sense of control over the grand affairs of the world." Mengzhou dismissed her pretentious musings, thinking it absurd to feign profundity over something as ordinary as an autumn rain. "Is your young lady well now? Her complexion has improved considerably, and her fever has subsided. I must express my gratitude to you for your assistance. The physician's fee was not insignificant. I sought out the best physician in Mengzhou City, and thus the consultation cost 3 taels of silver. Do not deceive me. What physician charges 3 taels for a mere examination? I was right there when you paid. Do you take me for a fool? The cost of the medicine is nothing. The mental distress of being roused in the dead of night is not without value. And the labor of my errand boy who ran around to find a physician, exhausting himself and delaying business, is also not free. And what of your gaze upon my person? Does that not warrant compensation? Or do you intend to drag me to the authorities?" At that moment, Mengzhou's face was likely the darkest it had ever been. The errand boy, cleaning the main hall, stared in disbelief at the innkeeper, then at Mengzhou, as if he had overheard something extraordinary. The rain fell upon the narrow alley, winds swept through the wilds, traversing mountains, entering the city, and reaching the inn, causing the tiles on the roof to clatter. The flags in front of the inn fluttered in the wind and rain, twisting and swirling like a dragon in flight. Mengzhou sought to change the subject, lamenting, "The weather in Fengjiang County can shift so abruptly. It has always been this way, and tonight is no exception." Reflecting the whims of nature, the innkeeper refrained from retorting and spoke in a somewhat somber tone. "Rainy days have always been favorable for nefarious deeds." With the dimming sky, the inn's hall took on a somber shade, as dark clouds obscured the heavens, and rain fell in sheets. The innkeeper raised her head slightly, from the side. Cast in shadows, her features were indistinct, and her voice resonated with a melancholic depth. As Mengzhou observed the innkeeper, he suddenly perceived that she too was a person with a story to tell. He recalled that rainy days often seemed to coincide with misfortunes, possibly because such weather provided the perfect cover for wrongdoing, making it easier to evade notice. When he operated under the guise of the assassin, it was on such rainy days that he often chose to carry out his missions, as the rain concealed evidence and the atmosphere heightened the sense of urgency, thus increasing the likelihood of success. The last person he assassinated as the assassin, under the alias of Floating Life, was a cultivator in the dilapidated temple outside Shuning town. The bandits did not count, as they too fell under the same identity. Perhaps from the moment he stepped out of Chowsi Alley and left Shuning town, the assassin known as Floating Life had perished alongside him. Yet, in certain moments, or when he found himself in need, the assassin would emerge from the shadows once more, carrying the weight of light as he embarked upon his deadly tasks. Chapter 57. Gazing towards the capital, he cast his gaze towards the dim alley outside the inn, where no passerby could be seen, only the crisp sound of raindrops striking the ground. Beneath the eaves, droplets swiftly coalesced into a slender stream, cascading down the corners, creating shimmering lines of silver. The scene was mesmerizing. Mengzhou did not glance at the innkeeper, but inquired directly, "Why did you open an inn here?" The innkeeper continued to gaze at the persistent rain outside, hesitating momentarily before responding, "Perhaps it is because I have nowhere else to go. And opening an inn is rather simple. Just a place, some food, and the rest is merely about collecting coins." He extended his hand, feeling the raindrops linger on his fingertips, and as he observed a droplet resting there, he asked, "What do you mean by having nowhere to go?" The innkeeper replied with a smile, "Why should I tell you? It's none of your concern why I opened this inn." Mengzhou felt a twinge of regret and slowly said, "I am indeed homeless, yet I possess a destination. Everyone should have a goal they wish to achieve. Regardless of whether it is attainable, it will forever reside in their hearts. Some strive to fulfill it, while others choose a different path, reminiscing in the quiet of night about the aspirations they once held. I, for one, do not wish to harbor regrets. Though it may not be my dream, it is a goal I must accomplish. Sometimes I question the necessity of this pursuit, as it entails enduring considerable hardships and moments of temptation to surrender. Yet, reflecting on the past, if I choose to abandon my quest, what then becomes of all I have endured? Such a life would be a failure. They say one must not turn back until they hit a wall. I intend to break through that wall, to venture into the capital and confront someone deemed impossible to kill. The innkeeper stared at Mengzhou, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Yet, he continued speaking, as if seeking a confidant. The people in the capital are formidable, but they are not the strongest in my sights. That individual may be untouchable in the capital, but the true strongest in this world, and even in the realm of cultivation, cannot be so easily defined. My abilities are insufficient to confront the strongest directly. Thus, the capital becomes my initial target, the only place where I can grow stronger. The innkeeper murmured, "Why are you sharing this with me?" Mengzhou replied, "For no particular reason. I merely wish to express it." Though he seemed to have said much, it amounted to little in substance. Besides mentioning the capital, he did not specify an individual, leaving others in the dark. The concept of someone invulnerable to death could not be attributed to any one person in this world or the realm of cultivators. The innkeeper gazed in the direction of the capital, though it was invisible to her, yet it appeared as if she could already envision its silhouette and the people within. She said, "If you are to go to the capital, may I ask you to do me a favor?" Mengzhou seemed taken aback and replied, "I cannot guarantee I will complete any favor you ask, as I may perish shortly after arriving in the capital." The innkeeper dismissed his concern. "It matters not. This task is quite simple, something you can do even before your demise." Mengzhou hesitated, asking, "What's in it for me?" The innkeeper gently touched her prominent chest and laughed. "You must have exhausted your funds staying at my inn. Even if you leave now, I won't refund you. However, if you're heading to the capital, I can lend you some travel expenses, perhaps a reward. You only need to deliver a letter to someone there. It's quite straightforward." Mengzhou nodded. Delivering a letter is indeed no great challenge. "But are you certain it won't bring me trouble?" She glanced at him. "You dare to claim you will kill someone in the capital who is deemed impossible to kill. What small trouble could you possibly fear?" Mengzhou smiled wryly. "You cannot just take my words at face value. How can you be sure I'm not merely boasting?" The innkeeper chuckled, whether true or false. What trouble could arise from delivering a letter? The recipient in the capital is not someone easily bullied. Perhaps you might even forge a connection that could protect you for a time. Mengzhou, intrigued, said, "In that case, I suppose I shall comply. But how much silver do you offer as compensation?" Frowning, he returned to the east wing of the second floor, where Yi Songyu lay wrapped in blankets, peeking out. "What's wrong? Did you lose money?" Casting a silent glance at Yi Songyu, Mengzhou retorted, "What money do I have left to lose?" Yi Songyu stuck out her tongue playfully. Mengzhou sat at the table and took a sip of tea, pondering the innkeeper's request, feeling somewhat miffed by her stinginess. He initially intended to extort a few hundred taels from her, but was astonished to find himself negotiating down to a mere 10. He could simply refuse the favor. Yet the innkeeper's words about those capable of providing protection in the capital lingered in his mind, making him reluctant to dismiss the opportunity. Although her words might not be credible, what if there was truth to them? It could be beneficial. 10 taels was not insignificant. As long as he could keep Yi Songyu from spending recklessly, it would suffice for their journey to the capital. Thus, he ceased to feel aggrieved. Recognizing that delivering a letter was a trivial task, and receiving 10 taels was akin to a windfall. "Let us depart when the rain eases," he suggested. "Have you earned silver?" Yi Songyu asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Mengzhou nodded, "Sort of. 10 taels should be sufficient." He deemed it unnecessary to elaborate to Yi Songyu. The autumn rain did not last long, ceasing around evening. Together, they bid farewell to the innkeeper. She feigned reluctance, holding Yi Songyu's small hand and caressing it. Suddenly realizing the innkeeper's ulterior motives, Mengzhou firmly pulled Yi Songyu away, shielding her with an umbrella as they quickly vanished into the alley. The innkeeper stood at the inn's entrance for a long while before instructing the attendant. "Let us tidy up and leave." The attendant, puzzled, asked, "Where are we going?" "The inn is still here." The innkeeper replied calmly. "I already relinquished the inn days ago and received a considerable sum. If you do not wish to accompany me, you may depart or remain here." The attendant remained baffled, asking, "Where is the innkeeper going?" After a moment's thought, the innkeeper replied, "To a tranquil place, to live a simple life." Chapter 58. A river outside the city. Not long after Mengzhou and Yi Songyu departed, the enigmatic Yuan Gui, tightly wrapped in his cloak, checked out without an umbrella, braving the rain. The innkeeper watched his retreating figure, murmuring to herself, "This person is peculiar, something feels off." However, she had no time to dwell on Yuan Gui, needing only to gather her silver and essentials, as everything in the inn had already been sold. Just as the attendant was preparing to leave with the innkeeper, an unexpected visitor arrived in the alley. Leading the way was a man in a blue robe. Accompanied by a gray-robed elder and a group of burly men from the martial world. The innkeeper, unfazed, casually remarked, "The inn has already been relinquished. I do not know if this place will become a warehouse or something else. If you wish to stay, please seek accommodations elsewhere." The man in the blue robe was not a guest at the inn, yet, despite his surprise, he politely greeted the innkeeper's wife and inquired, "We are not guests here. We merely wish to ask about someone." The innkeeper's wife, quite astute, did not immediately think of Li Mengzhou and Yi Songyu, but rather of the peculiar guest who had just departed. The mention of seeking someone naturally ruled out the possibility of it being Li Mengzhou or Yi Songyu. In her eagerness to assist, she gestured carelessly in the direction that Yuan Gui had taken, stating, "The person you seek left not long ago. If you hurry, you should still be able to catch up." The blue-robed man was somewhat taken aback, as he had not yet revealed whom he was searching for. However, considering the potential danger his sister might be in, he momentarily set aside his thoughts and hurriedly thanked her before dashing out. The group of martial artists followed closely behind, while Mr. Wu, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to the innkeeper's wife and said, "We are looking for a girl around 16 years of age, delicate and fair, supposedly accompanied by a young boy. We wonder if they have stayed at your inn and where they might currently be." The innkeeper's wife paused, as Yuan Gui had no connection to her, and she was disinclined to meddle. However, the mention of Yi Songyu immediately alerted her. Though she might have had her share of experiences in the martial world, her acumen could not compare to Mr. Wu's. Although she did not speak, the sudden change in her expression did not escape Mr. Wu's notice. With a contemplative demeanor, he continued, "I would appreciate any information you can provide." The innkeeper's wife, regaining her composure, replied rather nonchalantly, "Indeed, 2 individuals fitting that description did stay here, but they left several days ago. I cannot recall where they might have gone. After all, our inn is quite busy, and it is impossible to remember all our guests or their whereabouts." Mr. Wu smiled silently, choosing not to press further. He simply thanked her before pursuing the blue-robed man and his companions. Once they had departed, the innkeeper's wife quietly wiped the sweat from her brow, her expression darkening. The young attendant, puzzled, remarked, "But, madam, those 2 left only at the hour of the rooster. How can you say they departed days ago?" The innkeeper's wife shot him a glare and retorted, "What nonsense are you babbling? That girl was exceedingly charming, and I took a liking to her. This group appears to harbor ill intentions. I cannot reveal the truth to them. To avoid unnecessary complications, we must leave at once." The young attendant, confused, could only follow her lead as they made their way to a cart he had procured, parked just outside the alley. As the innkeeper's wife climbed into the carriage, beads of cold sweat still clung to her face. She reflected on Mr. Wu, muttering to herself, "That old man is no ordinary character. He saw through me in an instant, and I am drenched in cold sweat. I wonder if I can deceive him. If he realizes the truth, he could bring trouble upon me. I hope that girl and the boy have enough luck to avoid crossing paths with him." With that thought, she pulled back the curtain of the carriage and patted the young attendant on the shoulder, saying, "Hurry, the sooner we leave the city, the better." Outside Ninglu City lies a river known as the Heavenly River. The name is derived from its geographical position, stretching for thousands of miles as if it reaches the heavens. This is the longest and largest river within the borders of the Jiang Kingdom, and Ninglu City is situated conveniently close to it. No one knows where the river leads, but there are rumors that its end is a gathering place for the most fearsome people in the world. The Heavenly River is teeming with fish, showcasing a diverse array of peculiar species, making the towns near it prosperous due to the high market value of its fish, especially in distant towns. However, in nearby towns, anyone willing to put in the effort can catch fish, so local fish markets do not command high prices. With the autumn rain still lingering, the banks of the Heavenly River were relatively deserted, and the rushing sound of the water added to the serene yet lonely atmosphere. Yi Songyu sat atop a horse, holding an oiled paper umbrella, while Li Mengzhou led the reins, also sheltered beneath an umbrella. They had taken a brief respite in the woods near the Heavenly River. Initially thinking the rain would cease, Li Mengzhou had intended to continue their journey, but unexpectedly, the downpour intensified once more. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy enough to prevent travel, yet the muddy ground posed challenges for walking. Yi Songyu did not mind sharing the horse with Li Mengzhou, but he felt it inappropriate, recalling their earlier ride when they had indeed shared a mount and had inadvertently brushed against each other, which made him uneasy. Given that the townsfolk of Ninglu City relied on fishing in the Heavenly River, several wooden shelters had been constructed in the area to keep travelers dry. Yi Songyu dismounted and stepped into one such shelter, which was rather rudimentary, filled with the faint odor of fish yet devoid of other amenities. Li Mengzhou tethered the horse outside the wooden shelter, contemplating whether to catch a fish from the river for a meal. The forest was tranquil, with only the sound of leaves rustling in the wind and raindrops falling, creating an ethereal sense of seclusion. Standing in front of the wooden shelter, Mengzhou casually glanced around when he noticed a figure approaching beneath an oiled paper umbrella. The person, though muddy underfoot, appeared remarkably unsoiled, as if they were no ordinary individual. As the figure drew nearer, Mengzhou turned to Yi Songyu, who had just exited the wooden shelter, and cautioned, "Stay inside and do not come out." Yi Songyu remained still, gazing intently at him, and replied, "If he is an enemy, you cannot defeat him." "How do you know?" he asked. "He is a practitioner," she asserted. Mengzhou squinted, realization dawning upon him. "He must be the one who checked into the inn after us. I felt a sense of familiarity. He is someone I have encountered in watching." Yi Songyu tugged at his sleeve, insisting, "He is at least a practitioner of the far Wanderer realm." Mengzhou nodded. "Thus, you must remain hidden in the shelter." Yi Songyu, growing anxious, argued, "Together, we would still be no match for him." Mengzhou replied firmly, "Yet we must confront him. You said if we encounter someone we cannot defeat, we should flee." She reminded him. Looking at her, he softly replied, "If it were just me, I could certainly run." Yi Songyu fell silent. Mengzhou gently pushed her back into the shelter, saying, "You should escape first. Do not worry, I will not perish. If it comes to a fight, I have means to escape." The figure beneath the umbrella continued to approach. Mengzhou stepped forward to meet him, his garments billowing in the wind, his sleeves swelling. A powerful aura emanated from him, dispersing the raindrops that clung to him, and with every step he took, his presence grew more formidable. Yuan Gui lifted the oiled paper umbrella, revealing his face as he regarded Mengzhou, and slowly spoke, "Had it not been for the people from the Jinjia garden, I would have killed you then. Your luck is remarkable. You killed Lu Qingsong, and now it is my turn to take your life." Mengzhou stood 10 paces away, slowly drawing out the simple blade from his back and gripping it in his right hand. He spoke, "It seems you share a deep bond with Lu Qingsong. To seek vengeance on my behalf, you must be aware of the laws imposed by the kingdom of Jiang against practitioners, yet you choose to engage in this endeavor." Yuan Gui scoffed, replying, "I have slain my own parents and many neighbors from my past. My appearance marked me as an ill omen in their eyes, and they could never have imagined that one day I would rise as a practitioner. Decades later, I wielded the blade against them. This is precisely why the people of Jianjian pursue me. Do you think I would still care about such matters?" Mengzhou's expression grew grave. He believed Yuan Gui's words. The ability to evade the relentless pursuit of Jianjian after committing murder underscored this man's formidable strength, warranting caution. No practitioner would willingly oppose the entire court of Jiang, save for those already scorned or those who have lost hope of advancing further. It is in their despair that they seek revenge against those who have wronged them, as they no longer believe in their own survival. Yet, from a conventional perspective, even if one cannot become a powerful practitioner, they could still lead a fulfilling life in the secular world. Some, however, view cultivation as a beacon of hope or an affirmation of self-worth. When their pride shatters and hope diminishes, they do not abandon their identity as practitioners. Instead, they gamble everything to assert their existence in this world. Murder becomes the simplest method to achieve renown. The more lives taken, the louder their name resounds. Even if ultimately met with demise, their legacy persists for a time, remembered by a select few. Mengzhou smirked mockingly, stating, "Such individuals are often dark-hearted and weak, for the strong do not require such means to validate their existence. When we met at the Huaqing Alliance, you did not kill me in an instant. Though an interruption occurred, it highlights your lack of prowess. Your far-traveling realm has not surpassed the upper tier, which defines your strength. You must be aware that masters of martial arts in the rivers and lakes have slain practitioners of the far-traveling realm." Yuan Gui gazed at Mengzhou with indifference, seemingly surprised by the youth's verbosity and his ability to easily deduce his level of cultivation, even ridiculing his inner darkness and weakness. His expression, once detached, began to morph into a sinister and enraged countenance. This was a natural reaction to having one's scars exposed, serving as proof that Mengzhou's words held truth. His mental state wavered. A weak person, even as a practitioner, cannot possess an unperturbed mind, especially one as self-deprecating as Yuan Gui. Everything he did was to mask his own insecurities, resorting to ruthless methods to prove his strength to the world. Yet, such individuals are often the most pitiable. Yuan Gui's foot faltered, and the muddy ground rippled underfoot, splattering mud as he propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging at Mengzhou. He hurled his oiled paper umbrella skyward, which soared high, while his initial movement was slower than the umbrella's release. However, even as the umbrella ascended, he closed the distance to Mengzhou. Being mocked by a mere boy, especially one deemed an insignificant being, was intolerable to Yuan Gui. He had already resolved to torment Li Mengzhou, and now it was time to act. The distance between them diminished rapidly. As Yuan Gui advanced, Li Mengzhou positioned the blade before him, but the former's speed was astonishing, almost unfathomable. Perhaps the ethereal energies of heaven and earth had influenced the falling rain, causing Li Mengzhou's vision to blur. By the time he discerned Yuan Gui's approach, it was too late. Bang! Li Mengzhou was sent sprawling backward, his feet scraping against the muddy ground, creating deep craters. The further he retreated, the shallower the pits became, until he was launched backward, colliding with a large tree that splintered upon impact, sending wood shavings flying. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Mengzhou's mouth as he struggled to regain his footing. But his legs buckled, and he collapsed into the mud, his face, hair, and body smeared with filth. In that instant, his external energy was shattered, providing no defense whatsoever as all of Yuan Gui's attacks struck him. Were it not for his robust physique forged through medicinal baths, this single blow could have cost him his life. Li Mengzhou fought to stand, and now the two were practically within arm's reach. Yuan Gui had to slightly tilt his head to meet Li Mengzhou's gaze, his eyes dark and filled with a hint of satisfaction as he remarked, "No wonder you could kill Lu Qingsong. I had my doubts about your encounter with Master Lei at the Alliance, but now I believe it. You can still stand after my strike. With your strength, you might well be capable of slaying practitioners at the initial realm. Yet, before you stands a formidable master of the far-traveling realm. The disparity between Tianzhao's visualization and the far-traveling realm is akin to the chasm separating those who have just begun their martial journey from those who have entered the ranks of masters, a gulf that cannot be bridged." Li Mengzhou remained silent, raising the blade in his hand and casually slashing forward. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed, reminiscent of a clap of thunder. Once again, it was Li Mengzhou who was sent flying. As he regained his footing, Yuan Gui closed in, effortlessly delivering a palm strike that felt like colliding with a mountain. Li Mengzhou spat blood, helplessly propelled backward once more. Lying in the muck, he gazed up at the descending rain, unable to fathom how Zhao Wuji, at the level of a martial arts master, could have slain a practitioner of the far-traveling realm. The vastness of the gap raised questions. How could one possibly bridge such a divide? It was evident that the distinction between a martial arts master and a practitioner of the far-traveling realm was so pronounced. It was no wonder that only Zhao Wuji had achieved what others could not. Once more, rising to his feet, Li Mengzhou wiped the blood from his face. Since there exists a Zhao Wuji capable of slaying practitioners of the far-traveling realm, then he, Li Mengzhou, could achieve the same. No one else would take on the role of the second. He would be that person. Throughout his repeated setbacks, his gaze remained fixed on the small wooden house, tracking Yi Sanyu's movements. Yi Sanyu had attempted to flee several times, only to be halted by Li Mengzhou's gaze, which urged her to escape quickly. Now, with tears glistening in her eyes, she stealthily emerged from the house, dashing into the woods. Li Mengzhou sighed softly, then turned to face the approaching Yuan Gui, tightening his grip on the fallen right hand. Chapter 60. The sword comes from the west. Yi Sanyu sprinted across the muddy ground, oblivious to the group passing through the forest. However, the blue-robed man leading the party noticed the girl who had fallen in the mud. Initially taken aback, his eyes widened in realization as he spurred his horse into a gallop. Before he reached her, he dismounted and leaped forward, covering several dozen paces in a single stride to grasp Yi Sanyu, who had just risen and was attempting to flee. "Little sister." The familiar voice and call rendered Yi Sanyu momentarily frozen. Turning to face the anxious blue-robed man, her tear-filled eyes brimmed with sorrow, and she immediately leaped into his embrace. "Brother." The man in the blue robe showed no disdain for the mud clinging to Yi Sanyu, embracing her tightly and gently stroking her hair, murmuring softly, "It's all right. Brother is here." Mr. Wu, accompanied by more than a dozen martial artists, approached on horseback, dismounting in unison. Mississippi Yi Sanyu seemed to suddenly regain her senses, grasping the hand of the man in the blue robe with urgency, exclaiming, "Brother, hurry, we must save them." The autumn rain fell in a fine mist, the night deepening, and the river surged fiercely, while the forest remained equally lively. With a thud, the sound of blood spewing accompanied the dull thump of a body hitting the ground. Li Mengzhou fell awkwardly into the mud, his wooden blade having slipped from his grasp, leaving him too weak to retrieve it. Yuan Gui patted off the mud splattered on him, though the more he tried, the larger the soiled area became. A faint glow radiated from him, a manifestation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth enveloping his form. His anger had been somewhat alleviated through the act of beating Li Mengzhou. He cast a glance at Li Mengzhou, sneering, In this mundane world of martial arts, aside from the deceased Zhao Wuj, who dares to contend with me? Li Mengzhou remained silent. Despite exerting all his strength, he was still no match for Yuan Gui, finding it exceedingly difficult to even approach him. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Yuan Gui's clothing bore tears, remnants of Li Mengzhou's wooden blade, yet that was all. To be able to shred the garments of a practitioner at the Wandering Realm was already an astonishing feat in the mundane martial world, but for Li Mengzhou, it only highlighted his helplessness. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Having exerted all his efforts merely to tear Yuan Gui's clothing was indeed laughable. A wave of disappointment washed over him. As a weakling, what could he achieve even in the capital? Perhaps he would perish before even standing before that individual. In a moment of clarity, Li Mengzhou realized he had been overly simplistic in his thoughts. Confidence is commendable, but arrogance is not. He needed to cultivate greater patience. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. Though he found 10 years too long, had he not been waiting far longer? Why then was he so impatient at this moment? Unbeknownst to him, he had been chasing his own tail. Slowly rising to his feet, he disregarded Yuan Gui, retrieved the wooden blade from 5 paces away, and infused it with his vital energy, naturally striking once more. Yuan Gui effortlessly shattered the energy with a mere flick of his hand. Even that swift action required time, albeit brief, and when Yuan Gui lifted his eyes, he found Li Mengzhou had already fled. With a sinister gaze, Yuan Gui watched the retreating figure of Li Mengzhou, muttering derisively, "Escape? Can you truly escape?" Yuan Gui made no attempt to pursue, simply observing him in silence. As Li Mengzhou dashed away, he sensed something amiss and suddenly lunged to the left. In that instant, the ground where he had been standing seemed to be struck by a massive boulder, splattering mud and revealing a large pit. Li Mengzhou stumbled but did not fall. Merely glancing at the pit, he continued to run. Yet, this time, escape was not so effortless. He zigzagged left and right, each stride revealing new pits along his path. Stumbling repeatedly, yet quickly recovering. The sense of mockery delighted Yuan Gui, who laughed heartily. Run, run faster. Otherwise, one misstep and you may end up as mere pulp. Extending his right hand, fingers splayed and palm upwards, he gathered his energy, faint gray arcs of electricity flickering ominously. Instinctively glancing back, Li Mengzhou's expression turned grave. He thought, a practitioner of the Wandering Realm has mastered the vastness of spiritual energy, and though this individual's aptitude seems lacking, even if he has reached the Wandering Realm, he cannot perfectly control a large amount of energy. However, should he gather it, the destructive power would be astounding. If struck directly, I would surely perish. Yuan Gui's gaze followed Li Mengzhou's frantic movements, and soon, a smirk crossed his lips as he flicked his wrist, fingers curling sharply, aiming to grasp Li Mengzhou's head. The forces of heaven and earth surged through the forest, altering the atmosphere dramatically within a radius of hundreds of meters. The steed before the small wooden cabin let out a piercing neigh, blood spraying forth. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, its bones seemingly shattered. Li Mengzhou's flight faltered, his feet refusing to lift as veins bulged on his face, blood seeping from his eyes. Blood trickled from his ears, followed by his nose and mouth, and his bones creaked ominously. A faint minty scent emanated from him, a familiar aroma linked to the medicinal baths prepared for him by Old Long. After 2 years of refining through those baths, the essence had seeped into his very marrow. Now, under such pressure, the medicinal vapors surged forth, causing excruciating pain that made Li Mengzhou scream in agony. To Yuan Gui, that cry was the most exquisite sound in the world. Just as he prepared to crush Li Mengzhou underfoot, a surge of sword energy erupted from the forest. The sword came from the west, arriving in the blink of an eye. The energy cleaved through Yuan Gui's aura, heading straight for him. Yuan Gui's pupils constricted in panic as he attempted to use spiritual energy for defense, but he was a moment too slow. The sword energy pierced through him, leaving him frozen in place. A group of over a dozen appeared on the scene. Yi Songyu rushed towards the collapsed Li Mengzhou. The man in the blue robe regarded the black-clad youth with a complex expression before turning his gaze to Mr. Wu, who had just intervened. Mr. Wu held a sword, silently observing Yuan Gui, and softly remarked, "So it is merely a practitioner of the lower Wandering Realm." The man in blue expressed surprise, saying, "Though practitioners of the Wandering Realm do not hold much weight, killing martial artists is as easy as plucking a flower. Even a master of martial arts cannot withstand them. That youth managed to endure for so long. He is indeed remarkable." Mr. Wu glanced at Li Mengzhou, who lay on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly as he stated, "This practitioner likely had no intention to kill him immediately, but to withstand such an attack from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even a master of martial arts would falter within moments. Aside from Zhao Wuji, no one in the martial world could endure more than 5 breaths against a practitioner of the wandering realm. If there was intent to kill, he would surely be slain within an instant. Yi Songyu cradled Li Mengzhou, her delicate face brimming with tears as she tenderly wiped the blood from his lips, whispering, "You mustn't die." Li Mengzhou half opened his eyes, utterly drained, gazing at Yi Songyu before managing a faint smile, saying, "I'm not so easily defeated. It merely hurts a bit." Yi Songyu replied, "My brother is here. I will ask him to save you." Li Mengzhou turned his gaze towards the group not far away, especially focusing on Mr. Wu. He understood that it was this elder who had intervened to save him. With a single strike, he had slain the practitioner of the wandering realm, indicating that he was a far more formidable force. Perhaps due to the grave circumstances, the aura Mr. Wu exuded as he struck seemed magnified in Li Mengzhou's eyes, instilling a renewed sense of resolve within him. This was the true power of a practitioner. I too should strive to become a formidable presence, capable of effortlessly vanquishing foes with a mere sword. Ignoring the still-breathing Yuan Gui, the man in the blue robe approached Li Mengzhou and Yi Songyu. Yi Songyu looked up at her brother, saying, "Brother, please save him." The man in blue remained silent, his brow furrowed in concern, while Yi Songyu's complexion appeared somewhat pale. The man in the blue robe felt a pang of compassion. He gazed at Li Mengzhou and asked, "What is your name?" Li Mengzhou replied softly, "Li Mengzhou." The man nodded and introduced himself. "I am Yi Jinyu, the brother of Songyu." Before Li Mengzhou could respond, Yi Jinyu continued, "I care not for your relationship with my sister, but any man who causes her to weep shall face my wrath." Yi Jinyu's eyes were icy, and his words dripped with malice. He fixed his gaze upon Li Mengzhou, seemingly searching for something. Yet Li Mengzhou remained composed, appearing not to comprehend his threat. However, Yi Songyu grew discontent. With a melancholic expression, she looked at Yi Jinyu and said, "Brother, what are you saying? You cannot harm him. If you dare to kill him, I shall never speak to you again." Yi Jinyu's face stiffened, a hint of alarm flashing in his eyes as he implored, "Sister, you cannot disregard me." Yi Songyu turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Yi Jinyu, feeling somewhat at a loss, glanced at Mr. Wu and hesitated before saying, "If you desire for me to save him, you must return home with me. You are aware that your birthday is approaching, and even if not for yourself, consider what this means for him. Is this truly worth it?" As his words hung in the air, Yi Jinyu's expression turned uncomfortable, laced with an unspoken pain, while Yi Songyu's complexion paled further. Looking down at Li Mengzhou, Yi Songyu gently reassured, "It is all right. As long as he is safe, I will return home." Li Mengzhou found himself at a loss for words. His eyelids felt heavy. Though he wished for Yi Songyu to refrain from making any decisions, he felt powerless to intervene. Yi Jinyu stated, "I am seeking a serene place among the mountains and seas. While the Valley of the Medicine King may not offer salvation, it does not mean that no one in this world can save you. Even at the last moment, I shall not give up, but sister, you must not be stubborn. Only by being home can I devote myself fully to finding a solution." Chapter 61. I wish to become a practitioner. Yi Songyu certainly did not wish for death. She was aware that her departure from home would cause her family great distress. Yet, she harbored no regrets, for she had met Li Mengzhou. Now, it was inevitable that she would return home because of him. Observing her sister's silence, Yi Jinyu turned to Li Mengzhou and remarked, "You and my sister inhabit different worlds. Although the Yi clan does not dwell within the realm of practitioners, we maintain an unassailable position in the secular world. Even the Master's Alliance holds no power against the Yi family. You are not a formidable individual and cannot protect my sister. Sending her home is the only option. If you are unwilling, then strive to grow stronger, strong enough to disregard the Yi clan. Perhaps, with good fortune, you may meet again." These words were both sincere and perfunctory. For if Yi Songyu were to perish on her 17th birthday, Li Mengzhou would never see her again. Moreover, Li Mengzhou was merely an ordinary person. Suppressing the Yi clan single-handedly was a feat beyond the capabilities of most practitioners. In other words, even if Li Mengzhou were to become powerful, it would be many years hence. Yi Jinyu discerned his sister's emotions and recognized the necessity for Li Mengzhou to offer counsel. Hoping he was wise enough to grasp the implications of his words, Li Mengzhou understood well. Although he felt angered by Yi Jinyu's condescension, he realized that if it was for Yi Songyu's benefit, he had no justification to keep her by his side, as it would ultimately harm her. He was acutely aware of the significance of the Yi clan. Indeed, in the entirety of the Jiang kingdom, few were oblivious to their prominence. While there were many families bearing the Yi surname, only one commanded the respect of the Master's Alliance. the Yi family of the Jiang Kingdom's wealthiest, who encompassed nearly all financial avenues within the realm. Their wealth was said to rival even the national treasury, a fortune truly capable of rivaling nations. Although they were merely merchants, their immense wealth conferred upon them a formidable status. Few dared to provoke them, and even within the imperial court, they were treated with deference. After all, should turmoil arise in the nation, the Yi clan's riches would prove crucial, and with the support of the court, their reputation would be formidable, even among practitioners. Li Mengzhou could hardly fathom that the seemingly delicate Yi Sangyu was, in fact, the heiress of the wealthiest family in the Jiang Kingdom. The disparity between their identities was vast. Noticing Yi Sangyu's hopeful gaze directed at him, Li Mengzhou remained silent for an extended time. He longed for Yi Sangyu to stay by his side, for they had promised to journey to the capital together. If Yi Sangyu was unwilling to return home, he would willingly oppose the entire Yi clan. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether this course of action was right or wrong. For Yi Sangyu was no ordinary person. She bore a curse that foretold her demise before her 17th birthday. If he acted out of selfishness and kept her with him, what then? Would he be forced to watch helplessly as she perished? To love someone should not mean to confine them against their will, especially when one lacks the ability to protect them. Death is a terrifying prospect. Sometimes, one's own demise seems less daunting than the thought of losing a cherished life. Yi Sangyu could only enhance her odds of survival by returning to the Yi clan. At that time, Li Mengzhou could surely seek her out again. Thus, he faced a difficult yet necessary choice. Gazing at Yi Sangyu, Li Mengzhou spoke softly, "I do not wish for you to leave, but I wish even less for you to die. Please return home with your brother. Rest assured, I will grow stronger and seek you out. On your 17th birthday, I shall stand before you. Though time is short, and I may not become significantly stronger, as long as you remain alive, I promise. Regardless of how the Yi clan perceives me, I will reclaim you." Yi Sangyu's heart swelled with joy. This must be a confession, and the sentiment was delightful. For him, she too must strive to live well. Gently caressing Li Mengzhou's cheek, she replied tenderly, "I will wait for you to come find me." Yi Jinyu observed the exchange in silence, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Although Li Mengzhou's declaration to seize Yi Sangyu from the Yi clan incited his ire, he understood that at this moment, he should refrain from speaking further. In the distance, the sound of galloping horses approached. It was Nansheng arriving. 2 disciples from the Jinjiao Academy moved towards Yuan Gui, who had already succumbed. Nansheng felt a tinge of reluctance, yet she quickly sensed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Yi Jinyu addressed Nansheng. "Is that practitioner the one you were pursuing?" Nansheng nodded, responding, "Was this villain slain by Brother Yi?" Yi Jinyu turned to Mr. Wu, stating, "It was Mr. Wu who intervened. The situation is complicated, and I believe my junior sister did not capture him alive. Delivering a corpse should suffice." Nansheng replied, "This villain had no intention of allowing anyone to live. Thanks to Mr. Wu's intervention, we must return promptly. We bid you farewell." After expressing her gratitude to Mr. Wu, Nansheng cast a final glance at Li Mengzhou, who was cradled in Yi Sangyu's arms, before departing with the Jinjia Academy disciples, carrying Yuan Gui's lifeless body. Mr. Wu tended to Li Mengzhou, nurturing his injuries with the essence of heaven and earth, ensuring his life was spared. However, as he was not a healer, he could not restore Li Mengzhou to his former state in a short span. Subsequently, Yi Jinyu led Yi Sangyu away as well. Mr. Wu rode his horse, observing Li Mengzhou lying on the ground. During the process of tending to Li's injuries, he noted several peculiarities. However, unable to grasp their significance at the moment, he dismissed them, reasoning that he would likely never see Li again. Li Mengzhou, meanwhile, was looking at Mr. Wu and suddenly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Wu, for saving me." Mr. Wu paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "It was nothing, merely a small act of kindness." With his wounds showing signs of improvement and the bleeding having stopped, Li Mengzhou, thanks to the fortitude of his body tempered by medicinal baths, struggled to rise. Mr. Wu regarded him with some surprise. With a body that swayed precariously, Li clasped his hands together and declared, "Mr. Wu, I wish to become a practitioner." Given Mr. Wu's remarkable feat of slaying Yuan Gui and his connections with the Yi clan, not to mention his status as a disciple of the Jian Academy, it was evident to Li that Mr. Wu was no ordinary person. He felt compelled not to squander this golden opportunity. In comparison to Yuan Gui and the fleeting acquaintance of Nansheng, Mr. Wu was the powerful practitioner he recognized. Perhaps it was the difference in their ages, or Mr. Wu's composed and steady demeanor, that epitomized the bearing of a true practitioner. This was his first encounter with someone truly formidable in the realm of cultivation, and he sensed this was a pivotal moment for his own journey. If he could become Mr. Wu's disciple, he would be able to embark on the path of cultivation sooner. The sound of wind and rain accompanied a heavy breath. Li Mengzhou felt a surge of anxiety, as this was the moment that could alter the course of his life. He gazed earnestly at Mr. Wu atop his horse, speaking with resolute conviction. I hope you will take me as your disciple. Yi Jinyu and Yi Sanyu had already moved far ahead, noticing that Mr. Wu had not followed. Yet they made no effort to urge him along, continuing on their way. Mr. Wu's eyes sparkled with a certain depth, hinting at the myriad experiences he had endured. Imbued with an enigmatic aura, he smiled gently. Many aspire to become practitioners, but not everyone possesses the aptitude required for such a path. Your desire does not surprise me, especially after you just made a promise to the young lady. Becoming a practitioner is indeed a choice that can lead to greater strength. However, you must understand that the innate condition for an ordinary person to become a practitioner is the quality of their qi. The broader the qi, the higher the cultivation aptitude. The qi resides in the dantian, and during the stage of visualization, one has the opportunity to perceive it, which is essential for successfully opening the qi in the future. The initial visualization stage is merely a thought, thus it does not require prior cultivation. Anyone with cultivation aptitude can achieve it. Have you entered the visualization stage? Can you sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Can you see your dantian's qi? Li Mengzhou silently shook his head, replying, I cannot sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor can I see the form of the qi. Mr. Wu sighed lightly and said, the visibility of the qi varies according to one's cultivation aptitude, classified into streams, lakes, and rivers. A stream is not the worst, indeed. The worst is a mere puddle. Most individuals who, after the initial visualization stage, fail to receive the baptism of heaven and open their qi belong to this category. A qi that is too small lacks the capacity to accept the heavenly illumination, yet they still possess a qi, which allows these individuals to thrive in the secular world as diviners, florists, or painters. A stream qi indicates ordinary aptitude, suggesting that such individuals can indeed become practitioners. Yet they will ultimately find it difficult to progress far. Most rogue cultivators who cannot enter the mountain gates possess this level of aptitude. Only a few lesser sects will accept such disciples, while any reputable sect will not accept disciples with stream qi aptitude. A lake qi denotes superior aptitude, granting one a certain standing even within powerful sects, and serving as a backbone in smaller ones. Conversely, a river qi is reserved for cultivation prodigies, those young practitioners of considerable renown, akin to the likes of Shun Xiubai from our Jiang nation, Xiao Jinan from Yin, and the Prince of Snowy Night, as well as Su Beihan from the Western Jing. Such exceptional talents are not rare and are considered treasures within powerful sections. However, a river qi is not the pinnacle of aptitude. The term qi holds a special significance. Records in the Taoist canon recount instances where individuals could truly perceive a claim that cannot be dismissed, yet no such figures have appeared throughout the ages. Thus, the ability to see a remains a mere legend. Since you cannot enter the visualization stage and cannot see your qi, you lack cultivation aptitude. Even if I were to accept you as my disciple, you would still be an ordinary person. Chapter 62, Fengjiang though Mr. Wu had conveyed much that Li Mengzhou did not fully understand. It deepened his awareness of practitioners, but undeniably dealt him a heavy blow. The inability to see the qi equated to an inability to cultivate. Li Mengzhou, unwilling to concede, lowered his voice and asserted, one day, I will be able to see the qi. As the saying goes, the slow bird flies early and great talents emerge late. Just because I cannot see it now does not mean I will not be able to in the future. Mr. Wu shook his head and replied, but at least you cannot see it now. What reason do I have to accept you as my disciple? Li Mengzhou's face drained of color. Mr. Wu observed the despair etched on the young man's features and felt a pang of compassion. He longed to offer words of comfort, but hesitated, choosing silence instead, for the image he saw in Li Mengzhou was indeed astonishing. If you were to journey to the capital, perhaps you might discover an opportunity. Li Mengzhou forced a self-deprecating smile, saying, without cultivation aptitude, I would merely be a commoner in the capital. Mr. Wu replied, perhaps you are correct. But just because you cannot see the qi now does not mean you will not in the future. After all, there are indeed late-blooming prodigies who embark on the path of cultivation after the age of understanding. Moreover, possessing a qi does not mean it must be the same as others. Li Mengzhou looked up at Mr. Wu, struggling to comprehend the meaning of his words. Yet he felt a flicker of hope. At the very least, the phrase you possess a qi was not difficult to grasp, regardless of how it compared to others. Having one implied a possibility of becoming a practitioner. Mr. Wu, not wishing to crush the young man's spirit, stated, "Although you possess a chi si, you currently cannot perceive it, yet I will not take you as my disciple, for I do not accept disciples. Before you go to the capital, if you have not given up, you might as well visit the Yi clan. The young lady's 17th birthday is fast approaching, and the Yi clan is in Fengjiang City, not far from the capital. It is perfectly on your way." With that, Mr. Wu said no more and rode away. Li Mengzhou refrained from pursuing the matter further. Knowing he could become a practitioner made the capital a must-visit, and even without cultivation aptitude, he had to go. Before heading to the capital, he needed to make a stop at Fengjiang City. He aimed to arrive before Yi Songyu's 17th birthday, for it might be the last day she lived in this world. Although he was reluctant to accept this grim reality, regardless of whether Yi Songyu was dead or alive, he felt he must be present. The autumn rain continued to fall, sometimes ceasing only for it to resume again within mere hours, proving to be quite tiresome. Li Mengzhou made his way to Fengjiang City, passing through numerous towns along the route, and even acquired a horse for easier travel. The journey was far from dull. Whenever he had a moment, he practiced his punches, applying the methods taught to him by Zhao Wuji to enhance the distance of his qi release. With continuous familiarity, his qi grew denser, and his overall strength steadily increased, though he still had a long way to go before reaching Zhao Wuji's peak. He had already surpassed the majority of martial masters in the realm. Due to Yi Songyu's influence, he worked harder than ever before. Whenever he encountered perilous situations along his journey, he would boldly confront them, engaging in real combat with various skilled opponents. Although he felt a sense of frustration as his injuries lingered without improvement, he could genuinely sense the enhancement of his abilities. On this particular day, he encountered a martial arts master in the wilderness. The Master Alliance did not encompass all the masters in the kingdom of Jiang. Many were lone wanderers or possessed their own factions, yet their individual or collaborative efforts paled in comparison to the Master Alliance. As he approached Fengjiang City, Li Mengzhou's injuries had mostly healed. In a desolate expanse, the cold wind howled. Winter was drawing near, and a chill permeated the earth. The wind rustled through his garments as Li Mengzhou, wielding a simple blade, fixed his gaze on a middle-aged man ahead. This man was indeed a martial arts master. The middle-aged man found himself in an unfortunate predicament. A youth had inexplicably challenged him, and to his astonishment, he was swiftly confronted by the boy's remarkable speed. Upon realizing that they were both martial artists of the same caliber, he could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. At that moment, he suddenly leaned back, narrowly evading the blade's aura that Li Mengzhou unleashed. He grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist, channeling his vital energy, and as the sword was drawn, it resonated like a thunderclap, striking forward towards Li Mengzhou. Li Mengzhou effortlessly sidestepped, slashing upward with his blade. The blade scraped against the half-drawn sword, producing a harsh sound. And with the continuous clamor accompanied by sparking embers, the sword shattered instantly. Consequently, the middle-aged man was left holding only the hilt, while the remaining portion of the blade remained embedded in its sheath. He looked incredulously at the young boy before him. Li Mengzhou merely cast a casual glance his way and stated, "You have lost," ignoring the middle-aged man, who stood frozen in disbelief. Li Mengzhou mounted his steed and galloped away. As the wind swept across the wilderness, the withered yellow leaves gently fell upon the middle-aged man's hair. He felt a sense of confusion, pondering what had just transpired. Due to the continuous autumn rains, the streets of Fengjiang City appeared somewhat damp, and what should have been bustling thoroughfares felt rather deserted. The cobblestone paths, covered in dust, glistened with a dark sheen after the rain. Within Fengjiang City, the Master Alliance was present, and one could frequently encounter individuals from the martial world. Minor disputes were inevitable. This seemed to be a characteristic of Fengjiang City, rendering such occurrences commonplace. Even if martial artists clashed in the streets, passers-by would not pay them much mind. Aside from the Master Alliance, the most revered entity in Fengjiang City was the Yi clan. Their ancestral residence was a grand estate, far surpassing the Master Alliance in scale, as it was the largest manor in the secular martial world. It was said that many officials in the court hailed from the Yi clan. Thus they wielded both power and wealth. The Master Alliance and the Yi clan coexisted harmoniously, occasionally interacting with each other. They maintained a cordial relationship, each minding their own affairs while sharing a semblance of intimacy. Even certain sects of practitioners refrained from provoking the Yi clan, let alone the secular Master Alliance. For no amount of martial prowess could rival a sect of practitioners. Therefore, it was inevitable that the Master Alliance would foster a good rapport with the Yi clan. While both entities appeared to coexist in Fengjiang City, the true authority still lay with the Yi clan. However, the Yi clan did not involve themselves in martial affairs and refrained from conflicts with the Master Alliance in all aspects, including business. Thus, The Master Alliance continued to represent Fengjiang in the martial world. The Yi clan's enterprises spanned the entire kingdom of Jiang, encompassing various industries. They were immensely prosperous, with numerous affluent cities housing their estates, though most were branches of the family. Only the Yi clan in Fengjiang City was of the direct lineage, genuinely managing the vast enterprises of the Yi clan. The head of the Yi clan, Yi Tsong, was an elderly man in his 60s, having established the family's fortunes. The name Yi Tsong was well known throughout the martial world, as he was the second strongest martial artist, surpassed only by Zhao Wui, even more formidable than the current leader of the Master Alliance. Thus, it was only natural for Yi Tsong to hold a nominal position as an honorary elder within the Master Alliance, symbolizing the goodwill between the two entities, ensuring that neither interfered in the other's affairs. In his youth, Yi Tsong not only displayed extraordinary talent in martial arts, but also excelled in business, employing audacious strategies to build the Yi clan's empire, ultimately becoming the wealthiest man in the kingdom of Jiang. Yi Tsong was a prudent and scheming individual, truly a cunning old fox. Having had a son only after the age of 40, he doted on his child excessively, and today marked the 17th birthday of his youngest daughter, an occasion that should have resonated throughout Fengjiang City. Given Yi Tsong's stature, the invitees would undoubtedly be of high status, and many admirers would also attend. However, the Yi clan opted for a low-key approach, extending no invitations. Outside Fengjiang City, the youth rode his horse across the muddy waters, the city gates coming into view. Fengjiang City was nestled among countless peaks, as the hour was still early. Mist cascaded down from the mountains, transforming into clouds as it reached the foothills, enveloping the entire city. Thus, Fengjiang City appeared even more majestic and breathtakingly beautiful. Sitting atop his steed, Mengzhou gazed upon Fengjiang City, uncorking a gourd of wine and taking a hearty swig. After savoring the taste, he breathed deeply. His lips pursed as if relishing the flavor of the peach blossom wine. Fengjiang, Fengjiang. The phoenix should not dwell upon the river but soar in the heavens, he mused, subtly directing his horse toward the city gates. Yi Songyu sat before her vanity, attended by a maid who styled her hair. Although it was merely a birthday celebration, it was nonetheless a significant day, deserving of attention, especially for the daughter of the Yi clan. Yet, today was not a particularly joyous occasion for Yi Songyu. She found herself thinking of a certain person, wondering how he was faring, and if he had arrived in Fengjiang. For he had promised to appear before her on her birthday. Perhaps this was her motivation for wanting to adorn herself. Footsteps echoed as a man in a blue robe entered. It was Yi Jinyu, the young master of the Yi clan and the future heir. He looked at his petite and charming sister, forcing a smile as he softly remarked, "My sister is truly beautiful." Yi Songyu returned his smile, saying, "And my brother is quite handsome as well." Yi Jinyu seldom smiled, except in the presence of his sister. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he should present his most genuine smile to her. However, today, his smile was tinged with a hint of forced cheerfulness. He approached Yi Songyu and quietly stated, "I could not find the tranquil land I sought. I sought the dean's counsel, who revealed something to me, leading me to meet someone." His tone was somewhat somber, and Yi Songyu could sense the gravity of his words. She smiled and looked at her brother, saying, "The time is drawing near." Chapter 63, Mr. Wu. The manor was lively, or at least it appeared so. The heads of the Yi clan had returned from all corners of the kingdom of Jiang to celebrate the little princess's birthday. Some wore smiles, others bore serious expressions, and some could not help but shed tears. When Yi Songyu appeared before everyone, the pink hues of her makeup could scarcely conceal her pallor. Yi Tsong approached her, gently taking her small hand, smiling as he said, "Happy birthday, my little princess." Yi Songyu lifted her head, her smile radiant. "Thank you, father." Beside Yi Tsong stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a white robe embroidered with a full moon, symbolizing the Medicine King Valley. He tenderly ruffled Yi Songyu's hair, reassuring her, "Everything will be all right." Yi Songyu obediently replied, "Thank you, Grandfather Medicine King." The elder, Chen chuckled, "By seniority, I am of the same generation as your father. Calling me grandfather seems inappropriate." Yi Songyu stuck out her tongue, remarking, "But with your white hair, calling you uncle doesn't quite fit either." Chen could only smile wryly, turning to Yi Tsong with a hint of reproach. "It's your fault for having Songyu and Jinyu so late, complicating the generational titles." The titles were not truly confused. It was merely Yi Songyu's address that elevated his standing. Observing Yi Songyu greeting her uncles and aunts, Chen expression turned serious as he addressed Yi Tsong. "Old brother Yi, you must make a decision. While this path is fraught with peril, if you do nothing, you will only watch helplessly as little Songyu departs." Yi Song's face was etched with worry as he replied, I cannot bear to see my daughter, who still shows affection towards me. At least she stands before me now. If I fail, this moment will never occur again. I understand the gravity of the situation. Perhaps this is our last hope. But I cannot bear to contemplate the consequences of failure. If it comes to that, I wish for her to leave happily, not in pain. Shen Ru understood Yi Song's protective instincts towards his daughter, but did not believe it was the right decision. After all, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should strive to pursue it rather than passively watch events unfold. Though the journey would be rife with suffering, enduring that pain could lead to rebirth. Yet, he refrained from saying more, for Yi Song already comprehended these truths. He was simply reluctant to let his daughter endure unnecessary suffering. He believed that for Yi Songyu's survival, a decision would inevitably be made. Mr. Wu approached Yi Jinyu, whispering, that young man has arrived at Fengjiang. Yi Jinyu narrowed her eyes slightly, saying, never mind, I do not wish to cause my sister distress. If he finds his way here, just bring him in. Mr. Wu nodded, hesitating before adding, undergoing the heavenly baptism forcibly, even with the Medicine King's remedies, will not suffice to combat the peril posed by an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. At that point, it will not merely be a matter of the young lady falling into a coma, she may never awaken. Yi Jinyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clenched her fists, saying, Sister's constitution is far too weak. Although this is our last hope, I am loath to admit it, but the chances of failure are high, nearly impossible. This is precisely why Father has been hesitant. The Medicine King's medical skills are indeed unparalleled in the world, and he possesses the cultivation of the 5 realms, yet before the fragility of life. Even the Medicine King cannot defy the heavens. Mr. Wu fell silent. Life is undoubtedly fragile, but if there are lives that even the Medicine King Shen Ru cannot save, then surely no one can. Yi Jinyu took a deep breath, saying, I have encountered a great practitioner in a serene realm of mountains and seas. I searched for so long, only to discover such a person resides within the capital. If there truly exists someone capable of saving what even the Medicine King cannot, there is likely only one in the entire world. Mr. Wu looked at Yi Jinyu with surprise and shock, asking, is there truly such a person? Yi Jinyu nodded, saying, someone of that caliber has no reason to deceive one as unremarkable as myself. However, even knowing such a person exists, it is too late. My sister has but a day left, and the one who can save her is not even in Jiang country. Even if I am fortunate enough to locate that elder, what can I do? Mr. Wu's earlier joy faded into silence. Indeed, setting aside the difficulty of finding a person, the fact that they belong to 2 different kingdoms makes it all the more impossible. Yi Jinyu gazed at her father, Yi Song, whose eyes were fixed on Yi Songyu, gradually growing resolute. She understood that her father had made up his mind. She could neither hinder him nor find justification to do so. If this was destined to happen, she would do her utmost to assist her sister in defying fate. Yet, the feeling of powerlessness was always painful. She had no means to reclaim her sister's life from the hands of destiny. Perhaps forcing the heavenly baptism would not necessarily lead to failure. She could only place her hopes there. Yi Song's hopes rested there as well. The Yi family estate was perpetually shrouded in mist. The peaks here were steep and majestic, yet exceedingly beautiful, with gentle slopes forming a valley of their own. White clouds flowed through the ravines, serene and undispersed, creating a sight both lovely and enchanting. At the foot of the mountain, numerous carriages were parked, with many servants gathered in small clusters, idly conversing. A few men in purple robes stood at the entrance to the estate, their gazes profound, exuding an aura that discouraged anyone from approaching them. The purple robes represented the pinnacle of the Yi clan's strength, and among them were practitioners of considerable ability. The number of purple robes was scant, merely a few dozen. Yet they possessed sufficient power to rival the Grandmaster's alliance, if not surpass them. There were more than a dozen powerful practitioners of the Wanderer realm, and the leader of the purple robes was a peak practitioner of that realm. The terrain outside the estate was flat, lined with ancient pines that had stood for a century, appearing somewhat wilted as winter approached. A young man in black approached, leading a horse. Many gazes fell upon him. The eldest daughter of the Yi clan was celebrating her 17th birthday, having not invited outsiders. Thus, the appearance of an outsider was quite unusual. This young man in black stood tall, not possessing the typically handsome features of a practitioner, but rather a slightly darker complexion, as if he had been sun-kissed for years. Were it not for his reasonably clean attire, he would blend seamlessly with the servants. Though at first glance his appearance seemed rather ordinary, a second look revealed a certain charm in his features. The purple-robed guardians, blocking the entrance, noticed the approaching youth. "You are Mengzhou?" The leader of the purple robes coldly inquired as the young man drew closer. Li Mengzhou was taken aback, not questioning how they knew his name, merely nodding in silence. He had anticipated some difficulty entering the estate and was prepared to force his way in. Yet he suddenly realized that the few purple-robed men before him seemed to possess a presence stronger than that of Yuan Gui. He marveled at how the Yi clan truly deserved its title as the foremost clan in Jiang country. Even their guards were practitioners of the Wanderer realm. Perhaps the Yi clan was the only secular family in Jiang country to employ practitioners as guardians. Practitioners, by nature, occupy a lofty status, thriving in the secular world. Yet they would not willingly serve as gatekeepers for any secular family. Yet the Yi clan possessed such strength, likely due to their immense wealth, as well as the fact that the young master himself was also a practitioner. The purple robes did not even cast a glance at Li Mengzhou. Had it not been for Mr. Wu's instructions, they would have said nothing to him at all. Now, they were compelled to speak again. Please proceed. Li Mengzhou remained composed as he faced the formidable figure before him. To confront such strength head-on would likely lead to a disastrous fate. Given that the individual showed no intention of obstructing him, he chose to refrain from unnecessary dialogue and followed a man in a purple robe up the mountain. The manor was now clearly in sight. A solitary figure stood at the entrance of the mountain path. The purple-robed man offered a respectful greeting, addressing him as Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu waved his hand, looking at Li Mengzhou and stated, "I shall escort him inside. You may withdraw for now." The purple-robed man bowed and retreated. Out of politeness, or perhaps due to Mr. Wu's revelation that he possessed the potential for cultivation, Li Mengzhou felt compelled to show the proper deference due to one's elder. Mr. Wu stood with his left hand behind his back, his right hand lightly clenched at his abdomen, silently observing Li Mengzhou. Suddenly, he remarked, "It has been a short while since we last met, and I see your strength has increased considerably. It appears you have not been idle on your journey to Fengjiang." Li Mengzhou, however, diverted the conversation, inquiring, "Is it not true that cultivators typically begin their training at a young age? I have heard that Xiao Jinan from the Yan Kingdom commenced his cultivation at 5 and reached the 4th realm by the age of 15. I am now 17. Is it not a bit late for me?" Mr. Wu replied, "Cultivation is not bound by age. It is not guaranteed that those who start early will necessarily advance further. That is merely the beginning. Even those with prodigious talent may find themselves stalled at certain barriers for years. In such cases, it is quite easy for latecomers to surpass them. Of course, the later entrants must possess commendable aptitude as well. Those who begin cultivating in their youth certainly have an advantage, as they experience various trials and must navigate missteps early on, learning to correct their paths. Legend has it that in a serene place within the mountains and seas, there was an individual who began cultivating at the age of 20. Within a mere 5 years, he broke through several realms with remarkable speed, quickly becoming a figure of great renown, surpassing most of his youthful peers. This is the essence of late bloomers. At certain heights in cultivation, stagnation is inevitable, regardless of how swiftly one advances in the early stages. Encountering bottlenecks is a universal experience. These obstacles are trials bestowed by the heavens upon cultivators. In the face of these formidable hurdles, latecomers are often compelled to catch up to their predecessors, eventually aligning on the same parallel path. Chapter 64. Snow Goose Flower. Observing Li Mengzhou's attentive demeanor, Mr. Wu generously continued, "While there are 5 realms in cultivation, numerous obstacles exist. The first hurdle is the opening of the Qi Si through the Tianzhao visualization, which can eliminate many who lack the requisite talent. Only those with true gifts may enter that world. From the 3rd realm onward, each subsequent level presents an increasing challenge, with the 4th realm weeding out many unworthy candidates. Only genuine geniuses can ascend to greater heights. Thus, the progress from the 3rd to the 5th realms is often exceedingly slow, even for prodigies, who, despite their unique abilities, cannot evade this reality. However, what distinguishes prodigies is their inherent differences. Even if their training pace slows, it remains significantly swifter than that of ordinary practitioners. Consequently, those who lack prodigious aptitude will find it exceedingly difficult to surpass them, let alone entertain notions of exceeding them. Mr. Wu did not believe Li Mengzhou could become a cultivator. Perhaps he spoke these words to impart the lesson that sometimes relinquishing ambition is also a choice, and that life can still be beautiful. Yet, Li Mengzhou failed to grasp this sentiment and instead felt an intensified yearning. He thought of that individual who began cultivating at 20 and reached the pinnacle of youth within 5 years. At merely 17, he believed he could not possibly be inferior, perhaps requiring even less than 5 years to attain or even surpass that height. This confidence stemmed from an intrinsic belief within him, devoid of any rational basis. Mr. Wu, unaware of Li Mengzhou's thoughts, would surely be astonished if he knew. Listening to the sounds emanating from the manor, Mr. Wu understood that the process had already commenced. He glanced at Li Mengzhou and cautioned, the young lady will undergo the Tianjiao baptism to open her qi and become a cultivator. During this process, she will be protected by the medicine King Chenru, enhancing her constitution to withstand the forces of heaven and earth. Therefore, when you enter, do not be overly agitated. Regardless of what you witness, do not interfere, or it may result in failure, and the young lady's life would be at stake. Mr. Wu felt compelled to issue this warning to Li Mengzhou. Any reckless actions could lead to dire consequences. Li Mengzhou understood this well. He was not willing to let his impulsiveness result in Yi Songyu's demise. Mr. Wu led him into the manor, where no one paid heed to the presence of the young man. Yi Songyu sat cross-legged in the courtyard, with an elderly man sporting a white beard standing nearby. Presumably the medicine King Chenru. The members of the Yi clan gathered around, their gazes fixed upon Yi Songyu. Li Mengzhou observed a myriad of emotions reflected in their eyes: tension, anticipation, disdain, indifference, and fear. He had no interest in speculating about their thoughts. Instead, he focused on Yi Songyu, whose complexion had turned notably pale, causing him a twinge of heartache. Yi Jinyu approached him and said, I have learned from my sister how you came to know each other. I am deeply grateful for your protection of her along the way. Your courage to come to the manor indicates you are not a coward. However, if your intention is to leverage my sister for the benefits of the Yi clan, you will not leave this manor alive. You have surely observed that most here could easily overpower you. Regardless of whether my sister succeeds or fails during the Tianjiao baptism, this will be your last meeting. I hope you understand and leave without any further aspirations. Li Mengzhou merely glanced at him, remaining silent. Yi Jinyu, having said his piece, chose not to engage further. If Li Mengzhou proved to be unwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Had it not been for Yi Songyu's sake, he would never have allowed Li Mengzhou to be present. He simply wished to spare his sister any heartache. Should his sister ultimately succumb to her fate, Li Mengzhou's existence would be a tragedy, an impossibility for them to be together. If Yi Songyu survived, Yi Jinyu would be even less inclined to accept Li Mengzhou. The truth remained. In comparison to the Yi clan, Li Mengzhou was merely an inconsequential figure, destined to belong to entirely different worlds than Yi Songyu, and should have no entanglements. The medicine King Chenru poured a white pill from a porcelain vial for Yi Songyu to consume. Ethereal vapor emanated from her, quickly evaporating. Then, an extraordinary phenomenon began to unfold in the sky. The once clear expanse darkened ominously, as if dragons soared through the heavens. With bolts of lightning crackling above and fierce winds sweeping through the manor, Yi Songyu beheld her qi appearing as a river. The serene waters suddenly roiled, transforming into tumultuous waves. A beam of light descended from above, vibrant and multicolored, flooding her dantian qi with abundant heavenly and earthly energies, tearing through her skin and bones. As the river surged violently, it seemed the qi was overflowing, spilling forth. Yi Songyu's complexion flushed, and blood began to seep from her pores. A cry of agony escaped her lips as her body contorted, blood soaking her entirely, staining her garments. Witnessing this scene and hearing the anguished cries of Yi Songyu, Li Mengzhou's eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. He yearned to rush forward, but was compelled to restrain himself, enduring the torment within. Yi Jinyu was not faring much better. Tears had already dampened her eyes. The renowned healer, Yao Wang Chenru, channeled streams of celestial energy, mending the fissures appearing on Yi Songyu's body, beads of sweat beginning to glisten on his forehead. This process was prolonged, tightening the hearts of many. Yi Tsong's complexion paled, his body trembling slightly as he closed his eyes in despair, silently hoping for a miracle. The baptism of Tianjiao should have been a natural process, devoid of great suffering, merely a test of spirit and a refining of the body, leading to the opening of the qi, allowing the divine energy bestowed by Tianjiao to be stored within. However, Yi Songyu's constitution could not withstand the baptism. Signs of bodily rupture were evident, and the qi's gate risked collapsing at the moment of its opening. Yao Wang Chenru was drenched in sweat, nearly on the brink of exhaustion, his body swaying dangerously. Yet, he gritted his teeth, fully aware of Yi Songyu's precarious state, urging himself to hold on just a little longer. The agonized cries of Yi Songyu gradually diminished, lying still on the ground. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of her breath indicating her vitality, one might have assumed she had succumbed to death. Yao Wang Chenru felt a deafening roar in his mind. His knees buckled, and he half collapsed to the ground as the beam of Tianjiao's light faded, until it vanished entirely. The tempest subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again illuminated the courtyard. Silence enveloped the gathering, with with no one daring to speak or breathe loudly. After a brief respite, Yao Wang Chenru assessed Yi Songyu's condition, his expression shifting between hope and despair. Yi Song staggered forward, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he inquired, "Brother Chenru, how is she?" Yao Wang Chenru replied, "The baptism of Tianzhao has been successfully endured." Yi Song's heart soared with joy, his voice trembling as he asked, "Does this mean my daughter is safe?" A collective sigh of relief washed over those who heard Yao Wang Chenru's words, especially Yi Jinyu and Li Mengzhou, who seemed utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Yi Jinyu, disregarding her own weakness, pushed through the crowd towards Yi Songyu. Li Mengzhou also slowly made his way into the courtyard, but before he could reach the open space, Yao Wang Chenru's somber voice echoed once more. Looking at Yi Song with an expression laden with guilt, he said, "Brother Yi, although Songyu has successfully passed the baptism, her meridians are shattered, her organs damaged, and her bones are extensively fractured. It is unlikely she can recover." Yi Song's face stiffened, his eyes rolling back before he collapsed. Yi Jinyu, who had just rushed forward, turned pale upon witnessing her father's fainting form, crying out in alarm as she hurried to support him. Clan leader. The surrounding members of the Yi family were thrown into chaos, the entire courtyard descending into disarray. Li Mengzhou was jostled by the crowd, his mind blank at Yao Wang Chenru's words. They had succeeded, yet why was death still looming? He gazed at Yi Songyu's still form on the cold ground, the suffocating pain in his heart driving him to the brink of madness. Under the eaves, a chilling silence prevailed. In the empty courtyard, a youth sat on the stone steps, cradling a girl in his arms, watching as she slowly opened her eyes. He smiled, saying, "You look beautiful when you sleep." The girl pouted, replying, "Am I only pretty when I'm asleep?" Suppressing his heartache, the youth responded, "You are beautiful in any state." The girl nestled closer to him, gently nuzzling as she sought a comfortable position. The youth lowered his gaze to her delicate face, saying, "I have a gift for you." The girl looked up into his eyes, which sparkled like stars, truly enchanting. "What is it?" The youth leaned down and kissed her. Her heart fluttered as she gradually closed her eyes. Observing her bashful demeanor, he chuckled, "My gift for you is more than just this." He produced a jade box from seemingly nowhere. Upon opening it, it revealed soil with a snow-white flower blooming within. The girl gasped, "Is this a Shuyin flower?" The youth replied, "I searched for a long time to find it. Do you like it?" She nodded eagerly, cradling the jade box in her hands. Gazing at the translucent Shuyin flower, which seemed to pulsate with life, its petals shimmering with vibrant colors. Lying in the youth's embrace, she whispered softly, and he listened quietly. He noticed her voice growing fainter, and the jade box slipped from her grasp, the Shuyin flower tumbling out, resting quietly on the ground, still beautiful. He held her tightly, lowering his head deeply. Yi Jinyu appeared in the courtyard, witnessing this poignant scene. Li Mengzhou looked up, his voice hoarse, saying, "Thank you." Yi Jinyu shook her head, responding, "Thank you as well." They both understood the reasons behind their gratitude. Li Mengzhou led his horse out of the manor, glancing back at the white silk draped around, his already indifferent expression further devoid of emotion. Mr. Wu and Yi Jinyu watched in silence as Li Mengzhou descended the mountain, leaving. The moonlight illuminated the mountain path. Stars twinkled. Suddenly, one star dimmed, and from another direction, a new star appeared, exceedingly bright. This brilliant star began to descend towards the earth, slowly, almost imperceptibly. Yet soon it would traverse the distance between heaven and earth. Chapter 1. Langia. The first volume has concluded, and it is only at the moment Li Mengzhou steps into the capital of the Jiang Kingdom that this grand tale truly unfolds. Many significant foreshadowings and details necessitated mention in this initial volume. Initially, I hesitated over whether to include it, but ultimately followed my heart, believing in the necessity of this narrative. Characters introduced in this volume will reappear in subsequent chapters, some perhaps merely by name, but playing crucial roles. I cannot predict if readers will appreciate this first volume, yet I assure you, from the second volume onward, every moment will be filled with excitement. Let us follow Li Mengzhou's footsteps as he embarks on his journey to the capital, cutting through thorns on the path to becoming a sword immortal. In the winter of the 24th year of Chongping in the Jiang Kingdom, the first snow blanketed the capital. The snow cloaked the peaks, rendering the world a vast expanse of gray. The residents and visitors of the capital expressed varied sentiments about this beautiful scene. The bustling taverns and tea houses were filled with life, surrounding the hearth, sipping fine wine, and savoring exquisite dishes while recounting tales of life experiences. Langia, the name of the capital of the Jiang Kingdom, signifies royalty, as both characters are associated with the concept of kingship, yet they also relate to jade and stone. When separated, One represents virtue while the other denotes malevolence. With the presence of royalty, good and evil converge, creating exceptional individuals. The mingling of virtuous individuals and the wicked is what gives rise to stories and captivating dramas in this world. Langya City lay enveloped in fine snow. Those waiting at the city gates to enter had donned heavier robes and straw hats. Mengzhou, clad in black and similarly bundled up, blended into the crowd, no longer standing out. For commoners like Mengzhou, entering the capital was no simple feat without a guide. The guards would not permit entry and might even apprehend them for questioning. Mengzhou was somewhat bewildered by these matters. Thus, when he was in Fengjiang, Yi Jinyu, knowing of his intention to travel to the capital, assisted him in procuring travel documents. The soldiers stationed at the city gates accepted the documents from him and, following the customary protocol, inquired about his origins and purpose for visiting Langya City. Mengzhou replied, to visit relatives. Naturally, he had no relatives to visit. But this was a plausible excuse, and the soldiers did not press further. Consequently, Mengzhou swiftly entered the capital, standing upon the land of Langya. Gentle snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the ground in a shimmering white. With his bamboo hat secured, and a sword wrapped in black cloth and a simple dagger slung over his back, he lowered his head and ventured onto the street. The sky darkened slightly. As the roads were occasionally icy, pedestrians walked with caution, mindful of the embarrassment that a fall could bring in such a public setting. To the west of Langya City, near Moonlit Lake, the streets were exceptionally vibrant, bustling with merchants. Renowned taverns and pleasure houses had already hung their lanterns, casting a beautiful glow against the silver snow. Even amidst the falling snowflakes, the streets remained lively, filled with people, their boots crunching on the snow with a satisfying sound. This was the capital of the Jiang Kingdom, where prosperity thrived regardless of the hour or weather, teeming with throngs of people. However, Mengzhou surmised that the area around Moonlit Lake might be an exception. Here, the abundance of taverns and tea houses, coupled with various shops, especially the presence of pleasure houses, undoubtedly attracted the attention of young talents and affluent young gentlemen. At the lakeside stood an ornate pavilion, resplendent in gold and jade. Red lanterns adorned its eaves, and above, young women engaged in light-hearted banter. Mengzhou frowned slightly. Although he had never been to a pleasure house, he had a general understanding of their nature. The pavilion bore a plaque etched with a tulip design, and the three prominent characters' gentle abode were strikingly inscribed. Mengzhou's expression grew somewhat awkward. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Contrary to his expectations of a debauched environment, the gentle abode was surprisingly tranquil. While many male patrons held women in embrace, allowing them to sit on their laps while enjoying light snacks and drinks, there was no raucous noise or inappropriate behavior. Everything seemed to flow naturally. This created an illusion that their purpose in visiting the pleasure house was merely to dine, drink, and converse. The main hall was not overly crowded, and those present were dressed in fineries, undoubtedly individuals of some standing. Occasionally, one could spot a scholar or two, shyly reciting poetry under the influence of drink. Earning the applause of the young women, their faces flushed with delight. Mengzhou's gaze fell upon a scholar standing before a writing desk, engrossed in calligraphy, surrounded by several young women who watched in rapt attention. Once the scholar finished his strokes, a soft chorus of admiration erupted, praising his exquisite handwriting, which filled him with a sense of pride. Mengzhou's expression grew even more peculiar. He mused that the capital's pleasure houses were indeed remarkable, embodying a grandeur befitting of the city. While he was lost in thought, a young woman passed by and cast a curious glance at him, playfully exclaiming, "Little one, this is not a place for you." Mengzhou furrowed his brow, turning to the girl who spoke. She was quite beautiful, unadorned with heavy makeup. Had it not been for her presence in a pleasure house, he might have mistaken her for a noble lady. In terms of looks, she might not have compared favorably to Yi Songyu, but her figure was graceful, entirely unlike that of an undeveloped girl. For a moment, Mengzhou was taken aback. A subconscious reaction. The girl seemed indifferent to his gaze as she approached him, saying, "Little one, just look around. At your age, you should focus on your studies and refrain from indulging in frivolous thoughts." Mengzhou felt a twinge of surprise and dissatisfaction at being called a child, retorting, "I am not a child." The girl, accustomed to her surroundings, playfully flicked his forehead and laughed. "You may consider yourself grown, but you shouldn't be here. From your appearance, it seems you lack the means. Enjoying oneself in the gentle abode requires not only wealth, but also status. Given your youth and ignorance, I advise you to leave. If trouble finds you, it would not bode well." Mengzhou replied coldly, "I am not afraid of trouble, nor will I leave." The girl, taken aback, had never encountered such a stubborn youth. Perhaps it was the recklessness of adolescence, making it difficult to concede gracefully. She decided against further persuasion, simply stating, "Then wander about. But do leave once you've seen enough." Mengzhou ignored her, and the girl, sensing his disinterest, moved on, whispering to another young woman while occasionally glancing back at him. Being scrutinized by several young women was undeniably awkward. Mengzhou chose to sit down in a corner, unnoticed by the girls, as if he were invisible. At a nearby table sat several elegantly dressed young gentlemen. One of them fanned himself with a folding fan. Despite the warmth from the fire in the hall, fanning oneself in the dead of winter seemed pretentious. "Brother Wang, I've heard that the admissions for Pear Blossom Academy, which occurs every 3 years, will commence soon. Are you interested this year?" The young gentleman with the fan scoffed slightly, saying, "The academy requires proficiency in the 6 arts. While I consider myself talented, I lack skill in archery and horsemanship. Moreover, gaining admission is not an easy feat last time. Only 13 were accepted. I'd rather not embarrass myself and face my father's ire." The 6 arts refer to the disciplines of rites, music, archery, horsemanship, calligraphy, and mathematics, which are the primary subjects evaluated for admission to Pear Blossom Academy. Each subject is assessed on a different day, and only those who perform adequately in all subjects can be considered for admission. Failing even one subject, unless one possesses a letter of recommendation from a significant figure, would lead to elimination. Letters of recommendation are not mere tools for cheating. Those recommended are genuinely talented individuals, ensuring that no charlatans are admitted. However, individuals can specialize in specific fields. If one excels in a particular area, they may receive preferential treatment from local officials for admission to the academy. Each state, district, and even county boasts its share of exceptional talents, but only the top candidate in each region stands a chance of being recommended by local authorities. This top individual must possess considerable abilities, as being recognized as the best among millions of residents in a district is no small feat. The academy would prioritize admission for those with recommendation letters, allowing them to offset any failing scores in one subject. Admission to the academy is not limited to scholars. It also includes young practitioners, or more accurately, those with the potential for cultivation. However, possessing such potential does not guarantee admission. One must still pass the 6 arts examination. Despite this, countless individuals from all corners of the world flocked to Langya City, eager to gain entry into Pear Blossom Academy. After all, the entrance requirements for the academy are comparatively simpler than those for entering a cultivation sect. A firm grasp of the 6 arts is usually sufficient for admission, providing an opportunity to engage with the mysteries of cultivation. Listening to the conversation among the young gentlemen, Mengzhou felt utterly disinterested. Although he could read, he possessed little talent himself, only vaguely understanding the specifics of the 6 arts, let alone harboring aspirations of entering Pear Blossom Academy. Even though Pear Blossom Academy is the national educational institution of the Jiang Kingdom, its status surpasses that of the cultivation sections. However, one must possess self-awareness. If one lacks the capability, it is unwise to attempt delicate undertakings. The young women in this gentle haven are draped in exquisite silk, and the guests are all refined gentlemen. Even the less affluent scholars are neatly attired. The Confucian scholars of Pear Blossom Academy, being the national faith of the Jiang Kingdom, undoubtedly hold a prestigious status. Thus, their presence in this gentle haven raises no eyebrows. Yet, Mengzhou, weary and covered in dust, with a grim visage, starkly contrasts the ambience of the place. Although he still wears the black robe worth 8 taels, it has become worn from his earlier battle in the Tiana forest with Yuan Gui. While 8 taels of clothing might be considered luxurious in an ordinary household, it remains the most humble attire in this gentle haven, naturally drawing the attention of certain individuals. However, due to the customs of the gentle haven, as long as he is not driven away by the proprietors, the guests refrain from speaking out, mostly choosing to keep their distance, unwilling to sit too close to him. Chapter 2. Umarin. On the second floor stood several young ladies. The one at the forefront wore a light red outfit, her lustrous hair, dark as a spring, simply styled into a bun, held in place by a jade hairpin, with 2 strands of hair softly brushing her cheeks in the breeze, adding to her alluring charm. Her brows, unadorned, were naturally dark, her skin fair and smooth without the need for powder, and her lips, a deep crimson, resembled ripened plums. The light red skirt accentuated her slender waist, enhancing her graceful figure. A smile revealed a hint of dimples, and her captivating eyes sparkled with myriad emotions, embodying the lingering elegance of a woman in her prime. Her demeanor was both elegant and dignified, exuding an air of nobility. She cast her beautiful gaze upon the young man seated below and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Who is that boy?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the beautiful lady, Another nearby immediately chimed in. It was the same girl who had earlier advised Li Mengzhou to leave. She bowed slightly and said, "You did, ya?" That young man appears to be merely indulging his curiosity. It is common for someone of his age to do so. I urged him to depart, advising against lingering here. Yet he is quite stubborn. Although he seemed surprised by my presence, there was nothing overtly distasteful about him. He even appeared somewhat aloof, rendering him rather endearing. As she spoke, a trace of melancholy crept into her heart, seemingly due to her inability to capture the young man's attention. Yu Daijia smiled softly, gently tapping the girl's brow, before striding toward the main hall. Yu Marin is the esteemed title of Yu Daijia, who owns this gentle haven, a unique establishment within the capital's affluent circles, garnering considerable renown. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that this gentle haven is the most refined place in the capital, where the young women are often quite talented, well-versed in various arts, including music, chess, literature, and painting, many of whom surpass the daughters of wealthy families. The notion of selling talent rather than oneself is commonplace here, and patrons cannot compel the young women with money unless they willingly consent. Should force be attempted, the gentle haven would ensure they face dire consequences. Rumor has it that a powerful backing supports this establishment, and Yu Marin is no ordinary figure. Thus, no one dares to act recklessly here. Li Mengzhou naturally sipped his tea, surveying the scenery of the gentle haven with calm composure. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze approaching and turned his head to glance at the woman standing beside him, slightly furrowing his brow. Yu Daijia scrutinized Li Mengzhou closely, sitting beside him, and remarked, "You are not from the capital, are you?" Li Mengzhou replied in surprise. "How can you tell?" Yu Daijia said, "Any discerning eye could perceive it. You are clearly weary from travel. Having arrived in the capital, you must have some purpose. Yet why would you come to this gentle haven upon your arrival? Most young men appearing in the capital do so for the sake of Pear Blossom Academy. Yet Li Mengzhou does not seem like a scholar. However, one must not judge solely by appearances." Yu Daijia refrained from drawing conclusions hastily. Li Mengzhou countered, "Is this gentle haven truly a place one cannot visit?" Yu Daijia chuckled, "Any man may come here, but not young boys." After a moment of contemplation, Li Mengzhou responded, "I indeed have my reasons for being here." Yu Daijia remarked, "Everyone who comes here has their reasons. Some seek conversation with the young women, some come to drink and revel, while others aspire to gain fame through poetry or painting inspired by this gentle haven. Which category do you belong to?" Li Mengzhou shook his head. "None of those are my reasons for coming here." Yu Daijia poured another cup of tea and placed it before Li Mengzhou, smiling. "If your purpose is simply to seek conversation with the young women, that is permissible. However, it is best to refrain from lingering here until you reach adulthood. Of course, an occasional visit is acceptable, but one must not become enamored." Li Mengzhou found it perplexing. Why would a brothel have rules about hastening guests to leave? Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Yu Daijia said, "The capital is a place for young men to pursue their ambitions, while this gentle haven serves as a resting place for heroes. If one feels despondent, it is a fine place to listen to music and ease one's troubles. However, if one becomes lost in it, that would be unfortunate. Moreover, you are not yet a man, you are merely a boy. I do not wish to chase you away, but I urge you to fulfill your aspirations. Do not become ensnared here, lest you sacrifice your future." Li Mengzhou felt she was meddling unnecessarily. Besides, they were not well acquainted, which added to his annoyance. Yet her words, though veiled with concern, prevented him from showing displeasure. For a boy not yet fully matured to find himself in a brothel was indeed a precarious situation. Should he succumb to temptation, it would not bode well for his well-being. While he understood this truth, he still deemed the woman somewhat verbose. In reality, this gentle haven did not entertain young boys. Even if a boy were present, physical contact with the young women was strictly prohibited. If one merely wished to drink, dine, listen to music, or enjoy the dance, the gentle haven would not intervene. However, the young women would not engage in any physical contact with boys. This was a well-known rule among the capital's denizens. Seemingly sensing Li Mengzhou's impatience, Yu Daijia merely smiled gently and said, "As a newcomer to the capital, it is wise to make friends. Do not let your temper get the better of you. Are you here to seek relatives, or do you aspire to gain admission to the academy?" Faced with Yu Daijia's inquiry, Li Mengzhou initially hesitated to respond, yet sitting in silence was rather dull, so he replied, "I have no relatives in the capital, nor do I plan to enter the academy. I have not yet decided what I intend to do." Many young men face uncertainty about their futures, particularly those from humble origins, as the capital represents their only dream. However, Li Mengzhou's reflections were not centered on ambition or the pursuit of fame. Having finally stepped into the city he longed for, he indeed felt a sense of bewilderment, for he was unsure where to begin. Yu Dejia observed Li Mengzhou and softly suggested, "If your heart does not lie with the academy, I surmise your goal may be a place of cultivation. However, there are many skilled practitioners within the academy. Why not give it a try? When feeling lost, one should not stagnate, but rather explore various avenues to discover one's path forward." Li Mengzhou replied, "But I have not read extensively. Even if I wish to enter the academy, they would not accept me. I do not believe I can grasp the 6 arts in a short time, nor do I think I possess the fortune that would allow the academy to admit me despite my shortcomings. Pear Blossom Academy is indeed the optimal choice." Yet Li Mengzhou is acutely aware of his own limitations. Apart from texts on cultivation, he finds himself drowsy after a brief perusal of other literature, and prolonged study induces a headache. He would rather pursue a path focused solely on cultivation. You gazed at Li Mengzhou and suddenly remarked, "You have embarked upon the path of martial arts, and at such a tender age, you have already attained the level of a master, which speaks volumes about your extraordinary talent. Indeed, there has never been anyone in the annals of history who has reached such heights in their teenage years. It stands to reason that, apart from innate ability, you must also possess a remarkable work ethic. The youthful spirit is often inclined to frivolity, and dedicating oneself entirely to a singular pursuit is a formidable challenge, fraught with both tedium and hardship. Yet, to persevere and achieve success is a rare and commendable feat." As Yu's gaze lingered on Li Mengzhou, it brimmed with delight, an appreciation and admiration that was palpable. Li Mengzhou was taken aback, incredulously staring at you. Unlike the wandering martial artists, whose prowess often eludes the untrained eye, he was astonished that you could discern his mastery in martial arts. This revelation struck him as utterly unbelievable. Yu quietly sipped his tea, casting a glance at Li Mengzhou, his eyes drifting to the sword shrouded in black cloth behind him. He spoke softly, "The capital is a place where dragons hide and tigers lurk. Many matters cannot be voiced, and many inquiries must remain unasked. You must navigate these complexities with care, lest trivial matters provoke significant troubles." Li Mengzhou, initially prepared to inquire further, swallowed his words, uncertain whether Yu was imparting a warning. Surveying the atmosphere of the establishment, he began to comprehend. Though it was a brothel, it did not resemble one in the conventional sense. Each patron seemed to feign a facade, and even with the presence of courtesans, there was an unspoken restraint, as if they feared breaching decorum. This place must harbor profound secrets. Ignorance can indeed be a blessing, and there is no need to be privy to all worldly affairs. Suddenly struck by a thought, Li Mengzhou turned to Yu and inquired, "Might there be a Yu Mei-ren residing in this establishment?" Yu appeared somewhat astonished and curiously asked, "Oh, are you here for Yu Mei-ren?" Li Mengzhou stroked his chin and replied, "I have heard of her long before arriving in the capital. My admiration has lingered for quite some time." Yu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. She was no longer a young maiden. The youths of the capital held her in high esteem, never daring to entertain any improper thoughts. Yu had always believed that at her age, she would hardly attract the affections of young men. Yet she was surprised to learn that her reputation had transcended the borders of the capital. Who in the capital did not know that Yu was a premier courtesan? In her youth, and even now, she was adored by many dignitaries and noblemen who sought to protect her, thus contributing to the establishment's intricate background, though it was not Yu Mei-ren's doing, but rather others' desire to be her patrons. Yu was fully aware of these dynamics, yet she refrained from intervening or expressing any opinions. With a hint of nostalgia, she sighed softly and said, "Do you not know that Yu Mei-ren is no young girl, but rather a mature woman, perhaps even older than your mother? Is it possible that you have a rather peculiar taste for such things at your young age?" Li Mengzhou genuinely did not know Yu Mei-ren's age, and her words left him somewhat embarrassed. He had merely thought that those who frequented brothels were connoisseurs of elegance, each with their favored companion. He had no intention of delving into the character of Yu Mei-ren. The best way to evade awkwardness was to shift the conversation. He said earnestly, "I merely admire Yu Mei-ren. My intentions are not impure. What I seek is the most innocent and earnest of desires. Furthermore, I have no ulterior motive in seeking her out. I merely carry a letter entrusted to me for her." He felt compelled to explain, perhaps due to his own sense of shame. The letter, which he was to deliver at the behest of the innkeeper's wife in Ninglu City, was indeed meant for Yu Mei-ren, though he had not initially realized this was a brothel. Reflecting on the innkeeper's kindness, he summoned the courage to remain there. Li Mengzhou handed the letter directly to Yu. Yu chuckled lightly. "Is this letter not intended for Yu Mei-ren?" Li Mengzhou smiled back and said thus, "It is now in her possession." He was not foolish, even disregarding the noble demeanor of the woman before him. The mere glance of passers-by toward Yu reflected a deep respect. Prior to Yu's arrival, Others had scrutinized him, their gazes tinged with disdain. However, upon her appearance, those disdainful looks vanished, replaced by envy. This alone was enough to indicate that the woman seated before him was of no ordinary standing. The innkeeper of Ninglu City had explicitly stated that Yume Rin could likely provide him protection in the capital. Thus, she could not merely be an ordinary girl of the brothel. Considering all these factors, it was not difficult to deduce her significance. Yu smiled without a word. Glancing at the envelope with a look of surprise, her expression tinged with melancholy, as if reminiscing about someone. She softly inquired, "Is she faring well?" Li Mengzhou nodded and replied, "She has opened an inn, and supporting herself is no challenge. She has likely saved a fair amount of silver." Yu did not speak further, but instead opened the envelope and began to read. Li Mengzhou refrained from interrupting, quietly sipping his tea and nibbling on snacks. He was unaware of the letter's contents and had no interest in knowing. He merely observed Yu's expression, which seemed tinged with sorrow, suggesting a shared history between them. He pondered the innkeeper's charm and, with a mischievous thought, speculated that perhaps she had once been a courtesan in this very establishment. For reasons unknown, she had departed. In the span of a tea's brew, Yu set the letter down, folding it neatly and tucking it into her sleeve. She looked at Li Mengzhou and said, "Since you are a trusted acquaintance of an old friend, you shall not be considered an outsider. Should you require assistance in the capital, do not hesitate to seek me." Li Mengzhou was momentarily speechless. He had merely come to deliver a letter. Yu's warmth seemed excessive, as if he were being embraced as one of her own. He thought that at her age, she should possess a certain sophistication. Yet, given her willingness to assist him, and recognizing his solitude in the capital, he felt no reason to decline her offer, which alleviated his burden of having to forge a connection with her. With Yu's graciousness evident, Li Mengzhou felt compelled to reciprocate. "I have just arrived in the capital and seek a place to stay, yet my purse is rather light. Might you assist me in finding suitable accommodations?" He did not outright request money, as he wished to maintain his dignity, but thought it reasonable to hint at his needs. Seemingly unaware of Li Mengzhou's underlying thoughts, Yu smiled and said, "In the capital, inns are categorized into two types. If I do not elaborate, you may find yourself in a rather amusing predicament. The ordinary inns are, of course, indistinguishable from those elsewhere. However, there are inns in the capital that do not cater to the common folk. While they may present themselves as inns, their signs read Xianfu, which are specifically designed for practitioners. These establishments vary in quality and pricing, catering to both commoners and officials. In truth, Xianfu can be found in various cities, but only the larger ones host them." Li Mengzhou, having traversed the martial world, had not given much thought to such matters, as he typically sought to save money and often stayed in the wilderness. Even when he did seek an inn, he usually opted for the less luxurious options. Xianfu, dedicated to accommodating traveling practitioners, were naturally adorned with elegance. Though Li Mengzhou may have encountered them, he had never truly delved into their offerings. Anticipating Li Mengzhou's eager gaze, Yu did not offer him any money. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he departed the establishment, while Yu returned upstairs. The young woman who had previously engaged in conversation with Li Mengzhou, stepping out of the gentle haven, turned to Yu, her brow furrowed in perplexity, and inquired, "Why does you care so much for that young man, conversing with him at such length?" Yu fell silent for a moment before responding with a smile. "As he is a messenger sent by an old friend, it is only proper to treat him with courtesy." The girl's expression grew even more peculiar as she remarked, "But at first, you had no knowledge that he was here to deliver a message, did you?" Yu exhaled softly, not chastising her for her incessant questioning, and continued, "The black cloth tied to his back holds some significance. It likely relates to that individual. Perhaps this youth has a closer connection with him as well. After so many years, encountering an old relic, how could I treat it with indifference? He is still young, and regardless of his purpose in the capital, I hope he can avoid straying from the right path. It is true that a place like the Gentle Haven is not one he frequents. This visit is surely for a reason, and I have simply been verbose due to my regard for him. In the future, when he returns, let him come directly upstairs. You need not approach him deliberately, and under no circumstances should there be any physical contact. Even if he expresses interest, you must firmly refuse, otherwise, I shall hold you accountable." The girl nodded in agreement. Yet Yu's words only piqued her curiosity further, and she even began to look forward to seeing the young man again. Recently, Nansheng had been in a foul mood, having wasted too much time due to the incident involving Yuan Gui. Although she ultimately returned with Yuan Gui's corpse, she still faced reprimand from her master, who pointed out many shortcomings during her mission. She understood well and dared not to refute her master, but she still found it hard to accept. Accompanying her senior sister to the capital to visit the Li Palace Sword Academy, there were many subsequent activities planned. She silently vowed to prove herself at the upcoming Panlong banquet after the new year. The disciples of the Jinjia courtyard, dressed in white robes and wielding swords, attracted the gazes of the townsfolk, even in the capital. As they passed by the moonlit lake, Nansheng's gaze lifted slightly, catching sight of a black-clad youth emerging from a resplendent building. The young man seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled their previous encounters in Huaqing County, the first in a valley outside the city, where he left a poor impression, the second during an alliance meeting in a manor, where he showcased his skills, and the third near the Tianhe River, where he appeared on the brink of collapse. She hadn't expected to see him again in the capital. However, her initial surprise quickly turned to disdain as she realized that the black-clad youth had just come from the Gentle Haven, a place she was all too familiar with. Her contempt for him deepened. Beside Nansheng stood a young woman in a white shirt, around 29 years of age, draped in a plush blue shawl. Though her attire was not particularly thick, it was not flimsy either. Practitioners of cultivation are typically unafraid of the elements. But those from the mountain gates do not deliberately avoid natural weather. Experiencing heat and cold is also a form of training. Thus, while cultivators can withstand heat and cold, it is not uncommon for them to dress appropriately according to the weather. Compared to ordinary people, the woman's clothing was relatively thin. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, her brows elegantly shaped, and her nose perfectly formed, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. The strong light reflecting off the icy snow on the bluestone path illuminated her skin, making it appear as radiant and delicate as jade. Occasionally, she would tug at her blue shawl or brush off the snowflakes that settled upon it, as if cherishing it. Though her gaze was bright, it lacked excessive color, imparting an air of calmness and serenity. The female disciples of the Jinjia courtyard followed closely behind her, affirming her leadership status. Noticing Nansheng's unusual demeanor, she turned her gentle gaze towards her and spoke softly. "Sister, there is no need to be upset. Master has your best interests at heart. Everyone makes mistakes, and understanding oneself is sufficient." She misunderstood Nansheng, believing she was still mired in the aftermath of her master's scolding. Nansheng glanced once more at the black-clad youth, gave a soft and remained silent. Mengzhou emerged from the Gentle Haven feeling somewhat dejected. He had misjudged U.S. enthusiasm and failed to procure any silver. Fortunately, the coins given to him by the proprietress for delivering a message were still unspent, likely enough to secure a lodging at an inn. He noticed the white-clad women passing by and instinctively gazed at them, though he did not recognize Nansheng. However, judging by their demeanor and attire, it was not difficult for him to surmise that they were likely practitioners of cultivation, for their beauty was striking. As he watched them walk away, he sighed, acknowledging to himself, "Indeed, the capital is a sanctuary for cultivators." Since you had mentioned the Immortal Inn, Mengzhou felt compelled to explore it. The Immortal Inn was specifically established for practitioners, and naturally, its residents were also cultivators. Disciples from the mountain gates typically do not stay at inns. But many external practitioners travel to the capital, and if they are not acquainted with any particular sect, staying at the Immortal Inn is inevitable. The Gentle Haven was situated adjacent to the western side of the moonlit lake, which, along with the south side, had streets leading to it. Thus, the Immortal Inn, located on the south street of the moonlit lake, was easily visible to Mengzhou without much effort. It was indeed unlike any ordinary inn. At the entrance of the Immortal Inn stood two lifelike stone Qilin statues, and the structure itself rose 3 stories high, with a large courtyard at the back serving as the living quarters, while the front was designated for dining. Even the young servants greeting guests at the entrance were dressed in neat attire, clad uniformly in blue. They were perhaps the only ordinary individuals within the Immortal Inn. Mengzhou also noticed many girls in flowing moon-white dresses within the inn. Although they could not compare in beauty to the white-clad women he had seen earlier, they were still of commendable appearance. It was evident that they held the status of servants, and Mengzhou could guess their likely roles. However, having never entered the Immortal Inn before, he was unaware of its customs, leaving his assumptions merely speculative. Chapter 4. The battle on the snowy street. Having not encountered any practitioners, perhaps they were all in the courtyard, Mengzhou lost interest and began searching for a suitable inn to stay. While finding an inn was essential, he could also take the opportunity to appreciate the scenery of the capital. As he indulged in the sights, time slipped away until evening when he finally entered an inn. The inn was somewhat distant from the Gentle Haven, situated within the outer city. Langia was divided into inner and outer cities, further segmented into various districts. The inner city housed the nobility and the imperial palace, while the outer city was a gathering place for commoners, with markets and fish markets located there. The moonlit lake predominantly occupied the outer city, with only a small portion within the inner city. The Gentle Haven was located on the street connecting the inner and outer cities. The inn where Li Mengzhou found himself was several streets away from the Gentle Haven, firmly situated in the outer city. Being in the outer city, which was bustling with common folk, the atmosphere was vibrant, especially in places like inns and taverns. As Li Mengzhou stepped into the inn, he found a storyteller passionately recounting tales, drawing a crowd of eager listeners in the lobby. The tale in question undoubtedly revolves around a practitioner, though it remains unclear whether it is based on fact or purely fiction. Once again, Li Mengzhou encountered the name of the white-robed swordsman, Han Yi, from the storyteller's lips. The capital indeed differs greatly from the outside world, where discussions concerning Han Yi's sect are strictly prohibited. Yet, those who dare to speak of it within the capital must either possess considerable audacity or be entirely disregarded by others. However, Li Mengzhou discovered that reality diverged from this notion. While the storyteller recounted the saga of Han Yi, he refrained from mentioning his sect, instead weaving a narrative of the swordsman's past interlaced with his own fantasies, thus straying far from the truth. Given that this was a fictional tale, merely uttering Han Yi's name was not forbidden. Li Mengzhou felt a sense of unease. He chose not to continue listening and followed the server upstairs. Upon closing the door, he took out the Silkworm Annihilation Scroll and began to study it. Although this hardly constituted a study, as he could only discern the first character, he endured the agitation in his heart and the splitting headache that accompanied his dizziness, resolutely refusing to set aside the scroll. Time passed unmeasured, the twilight deepening, and the outside world fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, Li Mengzhou realized that the second character began to blur before his eyes. It was in a state of indistinctness, neither entirely clear nor completely muddled. This marked the first time in over a decade that he successfully perceived the second character of the Silkworm Annihilation Scroll, and his joy was ineffable. He felt as if he had touched something elusive, yet also as if nothing existed at all. Rising, he approached the window to gaze upon the nightscape of Langya City, the capital of the Jiang Kingdom. Each corner and every individual here held a story of their own. Some were ordinary folk, while others were practitioners. At that moment, Li Mengzhou stood atop Langya, and his own story was poised to unfold. By the serene moonlit lake, Madam Yu gazed at the snowy scene, lost in thought, clutching a half-piece of jade pendant inscribed with a single, fractured character, an incomplete U, signifying excess. Yet life is never truly excessive. What is deemed surplus must possess the merit to stand atop the highest peaks of this world. Her gaze drifted towards a direction in Langya City where lights shone brightly, shrouded yet in mist and mountains, tantalizingly close yet utterly unreachable. The radiant moon cast its glow upon the snow, rendering it crystalline and ethereal. A gentle breeze stirred, sending snowflakes swirling, obscuring vision. In the stillness of the deep night, Langya City had succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, disturbances arose in the southern street of the outer city. The wind howled fiercely, and the flurry of snow formed a hazy veil, where shadows flickered and the sounds of clashing weapons echoed ominously. A man clad in green surged forth from the snow-laden fog, wielding a sword, blood dripping from its tip onto the snow below. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, cradling something protruding from his arms, daring not to glance back, only knowing to push forward in haste. The sounds of hurried footsteps echoed from behind him, for pursuers relentlessly pursued him. The sword's edge sliced through the street, accompanied by splatters of blood as one assailant fell. The remaining three paid no heed, their steps unwavering, tightly gripping their swords as they struck out in three different directions. The snow and mist parted, and the green-clad man was knocked to the ground by the aftershock, quickly surrounded by the trio. Breathing heavily, he cast a wary glance at his adversaries, his sword hand trembling slightly. The snow swirled, and lightning flickered. Unbeknownst to him, one of the pursuers ascended to the eaves, drawing his sword to strike down, the blade's brilliance gleaming as it targeted the green-clad man. The other two, without a word, unleashed their blades from above and below, determined to seal off all avenues of retreat and strike a fatal blow. A sinister expression crossed the green-clad man's face as he roared, swinging his sword to counter, instantly shattering the descending blade, even as he was pierced in the thigh. He redirected his sword, letting it fly, slicing through the falling snow like a comet, and swiftly dispatched the attacker from behind. In the blink of an eye, two adversaries had perished, yet the remaining two pursuers merely frowned, showing no sign of retreat. Their eyes devoid of fear, akin to emotionless assassins, fearlessly charging forward once more. The green-clad man silently lamented, after hundreds of miles of relentless pursuit, having slain countless foes. He was now severely wounded and utterly exhausted, yet still doggedly pursued. The relentless specters of death were no less troublesome. He was struck multiple times, blood staining the ground, the red snow creating a captivating yet sinister spectacle. Meanwhile, in a nearby inn, a window was gently opened from within, and a young lad stretched lazily, staring blankly at the bizarre scene unfolding on the street. The combatants on the street remained oblivious to the boy, engrossed in their desperate struggle. The green-clad man blinked, his vision blurring, as a multitude of figures swayed before him, inducing dizziness. The two pursuers exchanged glances, seemingly reaching an unspoken consensus, and began to slow their approach, gradually encroaching upon the green-clad man. One appeared behind him, gripping the hilt of his sword, stepping forward. In that instant, the green-clad man suddenly hurled his sword again, its blade straight and sharp, humming with energy, shimmering with light, just as the assailant prepared to strike. The sword's edge sliced across his neck. Without a moment's pause, the green-clad man extended his right arm, gripping the sword hilt tightly, the shimmering energy reversing its flow, carving an arc in midair, crashing down onto the sword of the foe before him. With a thunderous sound, the green-clad man was flung backward, his sword knocked away, while the adversary's blade shattered, and he spewed forth a torrent of blood, hurtling backward at a speed surpassing that of the green-clad man, crashing against the wall and falling silent. The boy inside the window observed the unfolding drama with rapt attention, a glimmer of fascination igniting in his eyes as he fixated on the struggling green-clad man. This boy was Mengzhou. He meticulously recalled the prowess with which the green-clad man had dispatched two foes in an instant. At the moment the sword reversed its trajectory, the very essence of spiritual energy seemed to coalesce in the air, exploding with ferocity at the moment of impact, amplifying its destructive power manifold. This green-clad man exhibited an extraordinary mastery over the spiritual energies of the world. He was a master, engaged in a battle befitting practitioners, triumphing against overwhelming odds. Though Mengzhou was not a practitioner himself, he had witnessed many practitioners and their lethal techniques, yet none felt as real as this moment. He was convinced that the techniques employed by the green-clad man could only be possessed by those who had reached the realm of intent. Practitioners of intent could unleash terrifying destructive power far exceeding their limits in a brief moment, a feat unattainable by those of the wandering realm. Within the realm of intent, nothing could escape sight, and enemies fell in an instant. The wandering realm merely allowed one to harness and familiarize oneself with the spiritual energies of the world, while the realm of intent enabled one to wield these energies for greater might. Upholding the will of the heavens, movement followed intention, and one could subdue others wherever the mind reached. If the green-clad man was indeed a practitioner of intent, then his pursuers must at least be at the peak of the wandering realm, for they had not exhibited the same techniques as the green-clad man. Blood was swiftly covered by the snow, the scent of iron not spreading far. The man clad in blue entered a narrow alley. Leaning against the wall as he gasped for breath, his situation dire. By some stroke of fate, Mengzhou leapt from the window, stealthily making his way toward the mouth of the alley. In the shadows of the passage, everything appeared indistinct. Yet Mengzhou could vaguely discern the figure of the man in blue leaning against the wall. Any subtle sound was perceptible to the man, yet he seemed truly in distress. Even upon sensing Mengzhou's approach, he exhibited no reaction, merely lifting his eyelids slightly to gaze at the approaching youth. Seeing the first practitioner he had encountered since arriving in Mengzhou City, Mengzhou spoke softly. "You need not be anxious. I am not your enemy." The man in blue chuckled softly and replied, "I know." Mengzhou crouched down, surprised, and asked, "How can you be so certain?" The man in blue did not respond immediately. He exhaled heavily, as if enduring the excruciating pain from his wounds, and said, "I can sense it. Although you are cautious and vigilant, ready to strike at any moment, that is merely a self-preservation instinct in the face of potential danger. You harbor no intent to kill me, thus I can be assured of your intentions." Mengzhou paused in silence before inquiring, "Who are you?" The man in blue replied, "I am not a bad person." Mengzhou smirked slightly, thinking to himself that those who profess not to be villains are rarely virtuous.